Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in our final 60 minutes on this Tuesday, we get started out west with the Chargers welcoming the Eagles and handing them a big, fat L. Then in 20 minutes, we're going to win. We bring in the great Joe Theismann, going to talk about the Irish because, of course, he graduated from Notre Dame. Sprinkle in some Commanders questions as well. So can't wait to talk to Joey T. And then it's our best bets and the Dogster coming your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. And we're also streaming on X as well. If you'd like to stream us, you can log on or just go to BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Before we get to this game, very quickly, I do need to mention that during the break we were talking about, what is this called, Denton? This
Death by cream cheese.
Death by cream cheese. Chelsea, you have to explain this because now this is just going to be on my brain all morning long.
Okay, so we go to a little country church that has potluck dinners, after church once a month or something. So people sign up what they're bringing. And of course, I sign up slice and bake cookies because obviously I'm a really good traditional wife, which is better than store-bought cookies, I suppose. But people were putting some of these items, and I had not ever heard of death by cream cheese. And let me just lay it on the table. I don't like cream cheese. I think it's disgusting. So when I saw death by cream cheese, I really wanted to put the thumbs down. Like on Facebook, you can react to things and be like, yuck, please don't bring that. But you guys had the opposite reaction. All of you guys were like, that sounds amazing. So I guess I'm in the minority here because apparently all of you guys would love to die by cream cheese.
Yes, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
I can think of way worse ways to go.
Yes.
Way worse.
I don't know. Death by getting shanked in the pokey. There's one. Or death by cream cheese. I'll take death by cream cheese every day of the week. It was a slow death for the Eagles last night out in L.A. They've now lost 3 straight. Chargers on top of the Eagles, 22-19 in overtime. The Chargers getting to the Chargers plus 115. Your total set at 42, and the under just hits 41 points in this game. And the Chargers get things started early in the first.
Second down and goal. Herbert, wide open, touchdown, rookie. Omarion Hampton, welcome back.
Hampton returning from injury makes it 7-0 Chargers, call courtesy of ESPN. Eagles go ahead 16-13 in the fourth when Saquon Barkley gets loose for a 54-yard touchdown run. He had 122 yards on the night, but L.A. has their secret weapon. Dicker the kicker from Texas drills 5 field goals in overtime or during the game, including a clutch 46-yarder to send this game to overtime, tied at 19. Hits a 54-yarder to give the Chargers the lead in the extra session, and that's when the Eagles and Jalen Hurts try to win it.
Hurts keeps, throws, batted up and picked off. Intercepted, and the Chargers win the ball game.
Once again, call courtesy of ESPN. Hurts with 4 interceptions in this game, Chelsea. The Chargers, 2 games out of first in the AFC West. The Eagles, again, have lost 3 straight. And normally we would talk about the Chargers, and we will, because they gutted this thing out. And Justin Herbert was playing with a broken left hand that he had surgery on, so gutsy performance by him. But really, wasn't this about the Eagles and how they continue to sort of fracture in front of us?
Yeah, it feels like the year of the upside down continues in the NFL, where these teams, where you think you can trust them, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl last year. What is this offense? And here's the thing. It's not improving. In fact, it feels like their offense is getting worse. Some of this falls on the shoulders of Jalen Hurts. You're not going to win many games where you throw 4 interceptions and don't throw a single touchdown pass. But I think about the butterfly effect a lot in sports because it's crazy how one play can completely change the narrative. Because think about if Jalen Hurts doesn't throw that last interception. Think about if the Eagles win this game, because I think the talking point would be like, okay, it was an ugly win, but at the end of the day, a win is a win is a win, because that's kind of been the talking point for the Eagles because, they still have 8 wins so far this season. But now they're in this downward spiral. And here's the thing. Doesn't feel like the mentality is great on the sidelines either. So it would be one thing if this was a team that looked together and said, hey, we're still a team. We're still together. Even though I'm sure Jalen Hurts said something very poignant after the game and had some musing that sounds, like what a coach would say. But still, it just feels like a team that seems similar to the 2023 squad that we saw that had all the talent in the world, but just something wasn't right. Where they go on the road, or I think they went on the road in the playoffs, and they lost in the first round to the Bucs, and it just looked like they didn't even get off the bus. So this is a team that's getting harder and harder to believe in, despite their record and despite the fact that they just won a Super Bowl last year.
Do you want to hear the clickbait headline of the day? Here you go. You talk about overreactions. This is from For the Win. Is it time for the Eagles to bench Jalen Hurts for Tanner McKee?
All right.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. All right. Let's pump the brakes on that just a little bit. What are you doing? I'm not clicking on that article, by the way. I refuse to give into that. That's stupid. That is stupid. That's
Well,
the
here's the
worst
thing.
of sports journalism.
Jalen Hurts had one of his worst games of his career last
Yes.
night. I will hand you that. But what do we think the ceiling is for this Eagles team with Tanner McKee? Like, do we think this is a team that has a chance? Like, that's the thing. You either live or die by Jalen Hurts, but, like, you're not going to take the other option.
Right.
Like, come on, man. Like, I know Jalen Hurts, again, it feels like he almost cost him this game, almost by himself. But still, this is not the answer.
It's not even close to being in the atmosphere of considerations here. There are a lot of things that need to be done for the Eagles. Okay, they need to regroup. They need to figure out who they are. If they have to have the whole, we're going to close the locker room doors and lock them up and have an honest conversation and talk to one another and figure things out, okay. If Nick Sirianni needs to continue to embed himself or be a bigger part of the offense, which he was this week, fine. It didn't necessarily look great. But, yeah, this isn't even a consideration. Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. He's a Super Bowl MVP. You're the defending Super Bowl champions. And, by the way, despite this losing streak, they're still very likely going to win the division. Like, the Cowboys have an outside shot here. But as we've seen before, we saw this, 2-3 years ago, where the Eagles have the talent, and if they get on the same page, they can put it together and make a run. I don't think that's going to happen, but the talent is there, no question about it. Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. So what you have to do is say, where are our issues? And we sort of see these sort of leak out through the media. And Jalen isn't playing within the offense or isn't releasing the ball when he should, and A.J. Brown isn't happy. I don't know if he's the de facto spokesperson for the guys who are frustrated. Regardless, there is still time for Philly to work things out and to get in the playoffs and make a run. I'm doubtful that will happen, but the talent is there. Look at the odds right now. To win the NFC East, they're almost minus 1,100. They're going to win the division. So they're in the very fortunate position to be playing bad football, and yet the division is so bad, they're still going to make the playoffs.
Right. But the difference this year is that the NFC is really tough. Like we were talking about it earlier, there's a chance that a team wins 11 games this year and doesn't make the playoffs. So whatever seed they draw, in the NFC, it's not going to be some slouch team. It's going to be, the Niners. It's going to be the Lions or the Bears. So it's one of these teams that has had a really great season, or hell, even the Seahawks. I certainly wouldn't. So it's one of those things where if they were making adjustments, because the offense has been an issue for quite some time, and if they were getting better, I would say, okay, maybe you hold out faith for this team.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they continue to not make adjustments, and nothing looks different. That's the thing with good coaches and good teams, is that if they have a problem, they know how to fix it. But right now, feels like the Eagles don't know how to fix anything on the offense.
No, they really don't. They're sort of broken right now, which is why Sirianni has tried to get involved. But last night was, and the thing is, you have to be frustrated because the Eagles, you had your chances. Jalen Hurts just picked a wrong time to have one of his worst games as an Eagle. One of those interceptions was not his fault, and also he had 2 turnovers on one play where he throws the pick, and then he makes the tackle, and then the ball pops out, and he's got the football. And then I remember the Chargers defense tackles him, he pops the ball loose, fumbles on the same play. So just a forgettable night for Jalen all the way around. As for the Chargers, gutted this one out. Justin Herbert, playing with that broken left hand, had surgery on it. 12 of 26, 138 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Also rushes for 66 yards, but sacked a career-high 7 times. So the Eagles' defense was an issue a week or so ago when the Bears just had their way with them. They tightened things up last night, but it didn't matter because they couldn't get anything going offensively. Still, the Chargers, 2 games back of the Broncos in the AFC West. And as Jim Harbaugh said, I would put the joy I feel right now in the conversation with me having my children or getting married. So he was thrilled after the game.
Right. And it's one of those quotes from one of those people where you're saying to yourself, is this actually sarcasm or does he mean this with 100% sincerity?
Right.
Because I would not put it past somebody who is such a football guy to love the ending of this game. But when it comes to the Chargers, this was a gutsy win because you think about the position they were put in coming into this game where their quarterback had to have surgery earlier this week and he still played in the game. And he wasn't even, that productive on paper when it came to the passing game. But I didn't have my money on Justin Herbert being the leading rusher for the Chargers. Usually you have guys who are coming off an injury and they want to play it safe. And for good reason. In face of the franchise, they don't want to hurt themselves for the rest of the season. 10 carries, 66 yards on the ground, including, some big ones in big situations. That's what we didn't get from Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Like usually we'll see something from Jalen Hurts where he's a good runner, but he just didn't carry the ball that many times, and he just wasn't that productive. So Justin Herbert was winning this game with his legs, and it should be noted that the Chargers' defense was pretty solid when it mattered in this point as well. Like, you can blame a lot of those turnovers just simply on Jalen Hurts making bad decisions, and of course, some of that is baked in as well, but the Chargers' defense all season long has been one of the best in the NFL at limiting the big plays. And they were great in the red zone last night, limiting the Eagles to, some bad looks and bad decisions. So the defense does deserve some credit for that as well.
Yes, no question about it. And Cameron Dicker was great for the Chargers last night. Give him full credit there. I mean, just one clutch kick after the other. I know it's not exciting to talk about kickers, but, man, he's been automatic for the Chargers. And when you can't punch it in and when the opposing defense is playing well, guys like that end up being the difference. He was the difference in that game. When you look at the odds in the AFC West, you see the Chargers at plus 450, back of the Broncos minus 625. 4 games remaining. They're down to Denver in the division. Is there any shot that the Chargers have here, Chelsea?
I mean, maybe. I think a lot of this depends on your take on the Broncos, because I'll say this. The Broncos have won a lot of close games, and their offense isn't exactly, trustworthy. So obviously their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games. And it would take a huge downfall for the Broncos to fumble this division. But I think it's maybe in the realm of possibility, like plus 450. It means it's possible. It's built into the number there. I don't know if it's a bet that I would make, though, because I still think the Broncos are a pretty good team.
Yeah, I think so as well. I still have some doubts about their offense, but they just keep finding ways to win. That defense, though, is, man, the AFC, with the way the Broncos play D, with the way the Texans play D, the NFC is so much stronger overall. But then the Patriots play good defense. But there are some teams in the AFC that play such good defense. I think they could, maybe surprise us when we get to a potential Super Bowl matchup. Are you surprised to see the Bills still at plus 375? I get it because they have Josh Allen. I feel like that's just a factor. When I look at the Bills, they make me so nervous. But when you have Josh, you can win every game.
Well, and it just goes to show how much postseason experience matters, especially to the odds makers and people who watch football, because it is a different game when it comes to the postseason. And the problem with some of these teams who have had great regular seasons is that they are relatively unproven in the postseason. Like, we haven't seen Drake May win a playoff game yet. Bo Nix, hit or miss. And the Texans as well. So I think, if Patrick Mahomes was in the fold and the Chiefs were good this year, maybe it would be different at the top. But I do think that's the reason why the Bills are still favored.
Yeah, totally makes sense. They got to take advantage of the Chiefs probably not making the playoffs this year. This is their time. Coming up next here on the show, Irish Eyes have not been smiling for a few days, but is that anger justified? We're going to talk with the legendary Joe Theismann next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the Irish have reason to be angry, but just how angry? We're going to bring in, hopefully, legendary quarterback Joe Theismann, the Notre Dame alum, to talk about that and hear what he has to say. And maybe we'll sprinkle in some Commanders talk as well, with Washington having a really rough time this season. Are you thinking about maybe going to see NC State in their bowl game? Look at this. I just looked this up. Playing in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl against Memphis? Watch go!
Thanks.
What?
Do you think I want to pay money to go watch NC State play some meaningless bowl game in a mediocre season? Like, that's the thing. Like, you know this good and well that like everything costs money. So even if you just go to Tampa or wherever this bowl game is, there's flights, there's hotels, there are rental cars. And I have a family of 3, so it's not just me. So we're talking about like probably $2,500. So no, I would much rather go to Raleigh for a home game where I get to see all my friends.
Oh, that's smart. I'm debating on whether or not I want to go to the Citrus Bowl. It's in Orlando, but we have friends there. It's Texas, Michigan. That's a classic matchup between two blue bloods. It's on New Year's Eve. And so Catherine was like, hey, maybe we go down there. Maybe we go to Epcot. Maybe we have drinks and go through it. And then we'll go to the bowl game. So just a consideration. Well, now for your consideration, the opinions of the great Joe Theismann. Of course, College Football Hall of Famer, former Redskins quarterback, former Notre Dame quarterback as well. And we'll jump right into it. Joey, thanks for being with us here this morning. We really appreciate it. Are the Irish justified in being as angry as they are right now?
Yeah, they're justified in being in. I'm sorry. I'm still stunned by this whole thing, to be perfectly honest with you. What bothers me probably as much as anything is the 12th hour decision that was made. Notre Dame was ahead of Miami in the polls all the way up until the committee decided they wanted to flip. I mean, it made no sense. And then, of course, Alabama with 3 losses is in, which just doesn't make a whole lot of sense also to me. So there's lots of things that have taken place with the college football playoff picture that common sense would tell you just isn't right.
Right. What do you think the best case for Notre Dame being in was? Like, if you could talk to the committee now and say, hey, here's the case for my team and why they should be in, what would be the major talking points?
I think the major talking point is you can't go back all the way to the first game of the season and decide to go head-to-head. You have to look at the body of the work of the football team going forward. We've won 10 straight games. Alabama lost to Florida. You want to go back to the first game of the season? Alabama lost to Florida State. And what was Florida State's record? Notre Dame lost the first 2 games by a total, I believe, of 4 points. They lose to A&M, they lose to Miami, and then went on a run and got better and better and better. And I believe that this football team could play with anybody, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas Tech. I don't care who you want to put up there. I believe they could play toe-to-toe with anyone. And I just think that the biggest thing was, if you were going to not have Notre Dame in, why did you wait until the end? And why were they ranked higher than Miami, as an example? And this is not a beat down to anybody. Hey, the 12 teams that are in, okay, congratulations. But Notre Dame should have been a part of that. Like I said, I was in a state of disbelief, to be honest with you, when I found out that Notre Dame was not going to be in the college football playoffs. Because all of the talking heads talked about, well, if BYU loses, if Alabama loses, Notre Dame's, 89, 90% in. Obviously, the quote-unquote committee decided at the last minute that they didn't like it that way. And I truly believe that if you're a 3-loss team you don't earn the right to be in the college football playoffs. Why isn't Texas in? BYU only had 2 losses. Why aren't they in? I mean, you can make arguments for everybody across the board, and I just think that the position that Notre Dame got put in was extremely unfortunate.
Joe, it's clear that when it comes to this committee and how they figure out who gets in and who doesn't, there needs to be changes made. So what should those changes be moving forward?
I think it's a fairly simple change. The process is broken. Let's face it. There are people, obviously, that want you in. There are people that don't want you in. Obviously, the don'ts outweigh the do's in this case. If you have the rankings of the teams at the end of the year, the top 12 ranked teams should have the opportunity to be able to play for a national championship, irrespective of your conference championship. I mean, I don't know if anybody watched the Georgia-Alabama game, but that was a lopsided football game, perfectly honest with you. And I know the people of Alabama are probably not going to like me and get mad at me, but, it doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. They're a 10-loss football team, and they're in the college football playoffs. There are 2-loss football teams that are not in. And the University of Notre Dame was playing as good a football as anybody. But I say if you want to put a product out there that people want to watch, then you have to put a product out there that people want to watch. Not because of some associations or decisions or whatever it might be at the last minute to be able to say, okay, well, Notre Dame was 10, Miami was 12. Now all of a sudden Notre Dame's out. It's like, where did that come from? And I guess the other thing too, which I'm very curious about, is why did Alabama stay at 9 after getting beat? And what was the decision, or what was the conversation that basically said in that room, we think a 3-loss Alabama football team should be in the playoffs? What's the answer to that question? Just simple explanation.
Yeah.
Instead of flipping everything around at the last minute, and I almost think the Alabama decision is hidden behind the so-called presentations that they made regarding head-to-head competition and Notre Dame and Miami. Hey, Notre Dame and Miami both should be in, if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, so
like I said, I'm looking for I would love to hear somebody from the committee. I love that term. I would love to hear somebody explain to me what the reason was for Alabama to be in.
Well, the problem is every time they've explained themselves, I lose more faith in them. So I don't even know if I want to hear them talk about, their decisions. That's the problem. Nobody knows the exact qualifications.
They fall all over themselves trying to explain this situation, which it really shouldn't be that difficult, to be honest with you. You wouldn't think it would be.
Joe, before we let you go, we wanted to ask you about – go right ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and, I support Marcus's decision in this football team and the program deciding not to play in a bowl game. I just think it's Marcus is a fantastic human being, number one. Mm-hmm. Tremendous football coach, understands his football team, respects his players, and decisions that he makes are for the good of the University of Notre Dame and the good of his football players and his staff. And, boy, you have to admire the living daylights out of him.
Well, Joe, before we let you go, we want to get you out of here, but we wanted to ask you about the Commanders, and clearly struggling right now, and the big debate will be, should Jaden Daniels play for the remainder of the season when the Commanders have lost 8 straight and he continues to be banged up? What do you think?
I think he has to. It's a beat-up football team. It's been, as a matter of fact, in a little bit of going back, the Chicago game was a deciding game for the Bears a year ago. Everything went south after that one. For the Chicago game this year, the Commanders have gone south after the Chicago game. So the Bear game in the last 2 years has been a very defining moment, and the Bears are playing some terrific football as well. But I think the Commanders are a football team that's just beat up. And as far as Jaden goes, what you noticed in this game against Minnesota is when he threw the interception, was heading to try and tackle the guy, he got blocked to the ground, and he put his left arm down to sort of brace the ground. And in that case, I don't think he's at a point where he can protect himself from all the things that could possibly happen on the field. Everybody talked about sliding, running out of bounds. But what happens when you throw an interception and you try to make a tackle and somebody blocks you? That was something that didn't come up in the conversation. I don't know what his physical condition is. I think it was important, if he was healthy enough to be able to play, to get back on the field this year. I would assume that at some point over the next 4 weeks, we'll probably see him on the field. I don't know what decision they're going to make this week against the Giants. But I think for him to get back on the field, if he is 100% healthy and can protect himself, it would serve him well going into next year.
He is a college football Hall of Famer, former Notre Dame quarterback, former Super Bowl champion, and two-time All-Pro as well. It is Joe Theismann. Joe, we appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and stay warm.
Well, yeah, he's right about that. Absolutely. Freezing outside right now. It's not easy to wake up when you're cold, too. You know, it's like, it's early, and I'm cold. And I left my computer in that lift. Whew. Glad we broke out of that, Chelsea. But when it comes to the Commanders, let me ask you, because I asked this question yesterday on the pod. Commanders fans are going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Some people are angry about Jaden playing in the first place because now he's banged up, but he could have played. Dan Quinn said, look, he could have gone back in the game against the Vikings, but DQ didn't like the way the game was going and thought, let's just keep Jaden out. What would you do? If he's ready to go, and he should be, does he play the rest of the year, or do you say, nope, let's wrap this guy up and worry about next year?
I wish I had a clearer picture on his actual health, because that's the tough part when you're on the outside looking in, is that you don't know all the details, and, they don't have to tell us. But I think if he is in danger of possibly injuring himself more, what's the point? And like for the Commanders, it's like, okay, so you're probably not going to make the postseason. Why do you need to win games? And I know this is a talking point for a lot of teams, like especially in my neighborhood with the Titans, where we won a game over the weekend, and some people were kind of mad because we're like, hey, can we at least get the number 1 overall pick? This is a lost season, so there is no reason for us to win games. And here's the other thing, like the Commanders at least have a viable backup quarterback in Marcus Mariota. So it's not like they're going to be, bringing in Phillip Rivers like some other teams across the league. So I don't know. I think it's a difficult decision. And also, it's hard to say this to Jaden Daniels himself, because it's very easy for us to stand here and say this. But imagine if your franchise quarterback is pleading with you to get back in the game, because this is a similar conversation to, the Bengals playing Joe Burrow. I feel like Joe Burrow probably fought to play and get back in the game, and I would assume Jaden Daniels is probably the same way.
Yeah, I know he wants to play. There's no question about that. And, I've gone back and forth on this. There was a time when I thought, okay, let's hold him out. Let's make sure that he's safe here. But then the more I thought about it, the more I listened, I thought, you know what? I think I'm wrong here. He needs to play. He needs to play. This is a second-year quarterback, and we need to know if he's durable or not, right? Every time he goes in, and he's kind of slight anyway, he gets banged up. I'm not advocating for him getting tossed around and getting hurt, but if he can play, he needs to play. He needs to grow and develop, and he does have his full complement of receivers in the lineup for the first time all season, and so he's got to get better. This offense needs to get better. They need some sort of momentum going into the offseason, because clearly they're eliminated from playoff contention. And not only that, when you're the quarterback, Chelsea, and you're a young guy and you can play, it's important that you send that message to the rest of the locker room that you want to play, that you're not just going to accept the franchise's decision, or you're going to step out of the starting lineup and protect yourself. Even Commanders players have said, yeah, we're glad he's playing. It tells us a lot that he wants to play, that he wants to be in there. So I think that's a factor people aren't necessarily talking about as well.
Well, I think the best argument is the fact that he is a young quarterback, and he still has things to learn. Like, as great as his rookie season was, the best quarterbacks in the game have so much experience. And, like the best at like calling audibles and learning the nuances of the game. It's because they played for so long. That's why Aaron Rodgers could be like 57 and still be great at, drawing the other team off sides or getting those free plays, because he has the experience and the savvy of playing in those games. So I think sometimes experience matters, or a lot of times experience matters, and Jaden Daniels still doesn't have a ton of it.
Yes, and he's got to get that to continue on the path that we saw during his rookie season, and this has kind of been a lost season, so every bit of experience helps. Coming up next on the show, I'm sorry to report the Donkster is back, and he's very unhappy about something. But we do have our best bets, that and a whole lot more. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Thanks for waking up with us. I got to tell you about, and I don't want to get too political or anything here, but we had quite a night on Friday. So I've been in D.C. for 20 years, and I've experienced just about everything, but I've never had an experience like I had on Friday, where our friend Sarah, and we all have some mutual friends. We all went to Texas, so we'll watch football together. We'll go out from time to time. And Sarah texted myself and the lovely Catherine and said, hey, there's this black tie event I'm going to. Should be free food, free drinks. We're going to the Four Seasons for like a couple drinks, and there's a party down the street in Georgetown. We're like, oh, that sounds great. We got super dressed up. We go to the Four Seasons. RFK Jr. is there. And I, just saying Catherine is not a fan, so I saw him and he and his wife and the Secret Service. And I was like, oh my God, if Catherine sees him and I turn and Catherine is standing right in front of me and she goes, is that? I go, yes. You just need to calm down, honey. And I saw her just like laser beam eyes booing him on the way out. So that was fun. Anyway, so that happened. And then we enjoy ourselves. And then it's, hey, this party's happening down the street. We're like, okay, let's go. So it's freezing cold. I have no idea where we're going. And it's this huge party at some person's 2-bedroom apartment. There's security downstairs to check us out before we go in. We go upstairs. They vet us again before we walk inside the apartment. And it was nice, not crazy. This place was totally packed. And immediately I'm like, where are we? Every woman there, the guys were, I was like, I've never seen so many bow ties in my life. Every woman there was filled to the gills with Botox. I've never seen so much plastic surgery in my life. A couple of the women were emaciated. I'm like, there's definitely drugs being done here. And then the coat room was the second bedroom, just people hanging up their coats on wire hangers, which I don't really care, but it was like trying to elevate this experience that was just someone having this very niche party in D.C. And then I walk in, he makes a beeline over to me. He's got like 3 layers of makeup on. And he's like, who are you? I was like, excuse me? He goes, who are you? And I was like, my name is Michael Jenkins. And then Catherine says, where was Sarah? Where was Sarah? He goes, oh, and just walks off. I'm like, what in the? So, and we were told before we got there, this guy's either really cool or sometimes he's a lunatic. I'm like, oh, well, that's great. Now we got the lunatic side. Anyway, we were there for about 15 minutes. I was looking around. I could not believe what I was watching. Someone is taking pictures of everyone, and I did not want to be in any picture. And the host was like, yeah, we brought in the photographer. They love it. They just love it. I'm like, okay.
They're probably getting paid.
Yeah. And the coolest person there was the girl who was helping serve the drinks. And she definitely didn't want to be there. And I was like, how are you doing tonight? And she was like, I'm doing fine. It's nice to be here. I was like, really? And she kind of smiles at me. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't want to be here either. So we were there for about 15, 20 minutes tops. Catherine was like, I kind of just want to stand here and watch this go down, whatever this is. I was like, yeah, sort of, but also we got to get out of here. So we left, went down the street to Martin's, which is in Georgetown. It's a traditional D.C. place. We had drinks and closed out the night. But that, whatever that was, that pocket of D.C., I've never experienced that before. And I don't ever want to experience it again. It was bizarre. Sorry, it's a long story, but it was, I still can't believe it.
See, that's what I kind of miss about like when I was in college in like my younger years. Because like now that I have a kid, like I'm not going to parties, but I do miss like the thrill of the gamble. When you walk into a party and you have no idea what it's going to be. Like in college, I remember this party we went to that was behind a Food Lion in a field. And you're like, what did we just come into? And everybody's doing these like psychedelic drugs. And you're like, you know, this is part of the thrill of college, though. Is like you do these like wild things. You meet people that you never thought that you would meet. But Jenks, being in D.C., do you run into politicians all the time? Because you've said this before that D.C., it's a big city, but I don't know. Like it feels like the actual city is not that big of a
It's
I don't
not.
know, like geographical an area. So it feels like maybe you would see people. I don't know how many politicians you know or that you would recognize, but do you see people out and about?
Sure, from time to time. I mean, you have to be in the right spots, and there are definitely places that politicians like to go, or places that members of the media where they like to go. Like a few months ago, we ran into half the on-air crew from CNN, and they were out. And so, or Wolf Blitzer, you'll see him from time to time, or different politicians. Who do we see? I forget the name. It was a politician from Texas. It wasn't Ted Cruz. It was someone else. Like, it kind of depends on where you are, particularly if you're close to Capitol Hill. And also, there are spots that are more Democratic versus some that are more Republican. And then there's higher-end spots where, you know, everyone kind of gathers and tries to just take a break from the politics of it all. But you will see that from time to time.
Yeah, it's crazy where, like, I'm not in the scene, obviously. But I feel like there's probably like bars. Like if you wanted to see certain people, you probably know the spots.
Yes. And plus you can look them up too. Like if you really are dying to see someone, you can probably find a place to do that because DC is pretty small. All right, Chelsea, we're going kind of small on our bets tonight, but let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
I love it when I see a basketball game I would have never thought of on your card. What do you got?
Well, we had to dig deep today because I don't love the card, but we're going to college hoops. I'm going to take Columbia laying 4.5 on the road at Stony Brook, just because it feels like Columbia has a really repeatable style of offense. And if you look at the Lions this year, their only loss has been to UConn, 89-62. Other than that, it is a flawless record for Columbia. But as far as the stats go, and I know you shouldn't live and die by the stats, but this is a great shooting team, ranking 27th in effective field goal percentage, and they're also a great offensive rebounding team. So that's the thing, even when they miss their shots, they're going to get plenty of good looks on second chances, ranking 10th overall in offensive rebounding percentage. Meanwhile, you look at Stony Brook, nothing pops up when it comes to overall strengths, and it just feels to me that Columbia is the better overall offensive team. And Stony Brook's defense, not great. Ranking 253rd, according to Kim Palm, in defensive efficiency. So it feels like Columbia has the better numbers here. Even though it's a road game, I think Columbia continues to roll. Let's go Lions, laying at 4.5.
All right. I almost went to Columbia.
Did
but
you?
I didn't. Yeah. Columbia, Northwestern, and Texas, where I almost went to graduate school, but I didn't get in. I got to the final phase, which was meeting a woman in Dallas and her making me write an essay, which was really bizarre. That was a long time ago. I'm sure their admissions process is different. Let's go Stars on the money line. Oh, yeah, we're doing Stars on the money line, minus 135 in Winnipeg, taking on the Jets. Stars have won 3 of their last 4. Jets have lost 3 of their last 4. Stars, one of the top 10 teams in the NHL. This is a pretty simple handicap. Whenever you bet on Winnipeg, at least when I bet on Winnipeg, you always want to make sure Connor Hellebuyck is between the pipes, one of the best net minders in the league. But he has been out, and since he's been out, the Jets 0-6 against opposing teams with a winning record. I think they fall to 0-7 tonight. Let's go Stars on the money line at minus 135. All right, Dongster. Before we wrap things up, get on in here. Oh, he's in studio. He's ready to go. What's going on? Good morning.
I just want everyone to know I blame the ACC.
Oh, okay. Well, you got company then.
I was completely on track and I got the screw job. Just like the Irish, I planned on advancing and the campaign against me was ridiculous.
You were advancing where?
Past second base.
No. Well, gotta blame someone, I guess. Do you have a bet for us?
University of Connecticut, minus 4.5 against Florida.
Okay. Good job. Good to have you back, I guess. You're sitting really low in that chair, but you're here. Chelsea, what's on the docket for you today? It's a Tuesday. Blake's birthday party is over. The house is decorated. Yeah, throw a log on the fire and just warm your hands up and just enjoy the day.
There's no relaxing. This is the biggest time of year for moms. Listen, this is our Super Bowl, so there's not a day where I'm not preparing for things. And here's the thing, like my entire weekend was dedicated to Blake's birthday party. So I didn't get caught up on laundry, on cleaning the house. So that's the unfun part. And I've heard this, like when you get kids and when you have kids and they get older, your weekends are actually more busy than the weekdays because they have all these activities. So unfortunately, usually I will catch up on my woman's work around the house on the weekends. So I've got to do that today. So it's not the funnest Tuesday I've ever had, but at least maybe if I get the grunt work out of the way by this weekend, we'll be tucked in on the couch by the fire watching some Christmas movies.
Or you can go to some sort of weird party. I'm telling you, the plastic surgery in that room, thousands of dollars. The number of people in that room looking for a partner, just like looking to like sizing people up. It was, I hate to keep going back to that, but I'm glad I'm not a part of that. So
I think,
yeah.
Isn't there a name for that face? Don't they call it Mar-a-Lago face? Like, not to get too political. Like, I don't
That's
care
what it was.
either way, but
yeah,
I've seen that on Instagram and they're like, this is the Mar-a-Lago face. And there is a very certain aesthetic. And there is a lot of work in that process done to the face.
Construction zone. Wow. But, it's a good story. It's a fun story. But I will not be back. And I probably won't be invited back. Who are you? Lord. Come up next here on the show, it is Bet Sweats, because that's going to wrap it up for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins for the entire crew. Go out, have a great Tuesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
GM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show coming up for you guys today here on Send It In. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us here in moments, get his thoughts on Week 15 in the NFL. I'm also going to break down Week 15 in the NFL as well. We'll dive into some of my favorite bowl games that we have coming up in college football. Everybody's looking forward to the playoff, but we already got some other games that I'm looking at some good numbers. We know these lines with the opt-outs move furious and fast, so hoping to get some good numbers on some of those games. Good slate in college basketball tonight. We'll break down some of my favorite games, and then we'll wrap everything up with my favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glass for Guest line and check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon, who joins us now. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. And Nick, we got an interesting slate this week. Week 15, a lot of big favorites, some good games. Let's start with some of the marquee matchups, including a big one in the AFC East between the Bills and the Patriots. Patriots looking for the season sweep and looking to win the division on Sunday, but Buffalo's a small 1-point favorite. Who do you like in this game?
If New England were healthier, I would really like to sell Buffalo in this spot because, again, you're getting them off a massive come-from-behind win against the Bengals. They were playing from behind the whole game, and I don't know if New England is the team you want to play from behind against. It needed a lot of turnover luck against Joe Burrow in order to come from behind and ultimately win a high-scoring game. That being said, I don't really trust the Patriots right now. Will Campbell's still going to miss. Milton Williams is still going to miss. Maybe that allows Buffalo to run the ball. And I think if you like New England, you're banking on a lot of turnover luck continuing. Josh Allen, the Bills aren't getting my money because Josh Allen has been horrific against man coverage this season. Patriots play that one of the highest rates in the league. So probably sitting it out. I don't trust New England enough given their injuries. And I'm holding a Patriots AFC East ticket. So I de facto have money in this game. So if Patriots win, that ticket obviously cashes. So no play on this one for me.
All right, next game up, Nick, we got the Packers and the Broncos. Green Bay, a 2.5-point favorite in Denver. Maybe this is a Super Bowl preview. I don't think it is. Maybe some people do. Certainly both teams toward the top in their respective leagues. Who do you like in that game?
I mean, let's just make it 3 weeks in a row, PJ. I've sold Denver 2 weeks in a row now against worse competition. They failed to cover against the Commanders, failed to cover against the Raiders. I know some people think that was a little bit, fugazi with the late game theatrics there, but it's the hardest game all year for Denver. They have not played a top 5 DVOA team since week 2 against the Colts, and they obviously lost that one in dramatic fashion. But I just think for the offense in particular, they have played the easiest schedule of opposing defenses all season, and this Packers defense looks really good. And I think you're going to see kind of a bounce back effort after they looked not great against the Bears, but I think Chicago's offense is better than the version of this Broncos team, which just can't run the ball since J.K. Dobbins has gone out. That's how you attack this Packers defense. And if you're telling me that, Bo Nix is going to play for a quarter and they're somehow going to pull off another miraculous victory, I'm not buying it. We've talked all year about the Broncos are due for a ton of negative regression. I think Green Bay goes in there and wins outright. It wouldn't lay the 2.5, but money line minus 125 was my bet. Anything under, let's say, minus 140, I think you're still getting a good price on the Packers.
Other marquee game we have Sunday is the Lions and the Rams. LA, a 6-point favorite at home with a super high total at 55.5. You doing anything in Detroit and LA on Sunday, Nick?
If Detroit were healthy, this would be a great spot for them. But Terran Arnold's out, Kirby Joseph is unknown, and Brian Branch looks like he's done for the year now. I don't know that there's a worse game for all three of those injuries to coalesce than the Rams, who just look like absolute world beaters on offense. The Lions are going to have to score 35 to have any chance of covering this number, given the way the Rams are performing on offense right now, just because they have nobody healthy. I mean, since they lost these guys, their last 2 games, they are 30th in dropback expected points added for play. That came against Jordan Love and Dak Prescott. And I think the Rams are a huge step up in defensive class over the Cowboys last week. I know the Lions have extra time to repair, and I know I'm supposed to sell the Rams, but this offense is just humming, and I don't trust Detroit to play from behind and rack up points through the air when they can't really run the ball against this team. So laid 5.5 with Los Angeles, still like it at -6 right now. At 6.5, you maybe start getting me to think about the Lions a little bit, but I think it's the Rams or nothing for me.
Talking with Nick Kenyon here on Send It In, breaking down the Week 15 NFL slate. All right, Nick, let's look at some of the games with bigger point spreads. We have 6 games this week where we have a team favored by over a touchdown. Any of those games, are you looking at maybe taking the dog this week?
Yeah, I'm going to be the donkey and I took it at a worse number, but I grabbed Indy at 11.5 against the Seahawks. Look, the quarterback situation, not ideal. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers coming through that door is genuinely scary. That being said, This is still a team that can run the ball. This is still a good offensive line that you have with the Colts. And you at least have to respect the play action with, the Colts because of Jonathan Taylor's presence. And everyone's saying like, oh, Seattle's just going to put 9 guys inside the box and dare these teams to beat you play action. That's all well and good, but it just takes one big run from Taylor to set them up for success in the red zone. And I know it didn't seem like it for the Vikings, but Max Brosmer did move the ball against the Seahawks defense, which has played a remarkably easy set of offenses. And I know their margins have been really big of late, like 22-point win over the Cardinals at home. They scored 2 defensive touchdowns in that game. They added a defensive touchdown against the Vikings and scored a touchdown after Minnesota turned the ball over at its own 29-yard line. So I just think these big margins are creating this inflated sense of confidence with Seattle. And I still think the Colts can run the ball. One more nugget here. The Seahawks are 26th in DVOA against tight ends. That's not good when you're playing Tyler Warren. So I took 11.5 with the Colts. Obviously still like it at 13.5. I just think Seattle's a little bit inflated right now.
I love the handicap because, again, Brosmer in Minnesota went out there a couple weeks ago. We're 11.5. Now you're getting 13.5. I think Riley Leonard's probably going to go for the Colts. So I'm with you. Feels like it would only be Indy or nothing. Seattle, keep in mind, they also got the Rams coming up next Thursday, right? So definitely could be a little bit of a look ahead there. Nick, before we talk some soccer, I want to get your thoughts on the World Cup here in a little bit with the draw that we had last Friday. Any other games that you want to talk about in the NFL this week that we didn't discuss?
I took 5.5 with Atlanta on Thursday night against Tampa Bay. The Bucs have been running lucky all year, and the offense just isn't working. If Tristan Wirfs is out, I think that injury matters more than Drake London's potential absence for Atlanta. Tampa Bay cannot stop opposing running backs through the air or on the ground. They tend to allow a lot of explosive runs. That's not good against Bijan Robinson. So I think irrespective of London's status, I like Atlanta getting the points. And then 2 flirtations early in the week. I really want to be on Houston team total under against the Cardinals. Arizona just got embarrassed defensively against the Rams, but they played one of the hardest set of opposing offenses all season, and I still don't trust this Houston offense. I think the number is a little inflated there, but I don't really know if I trust Jacoby Brissett to come from behind and pass his way to a backdoor cover against this Houston defense. So maybe just a team total under look there. And then right back to the well again. If Lane Johnson and Jalen Carter are out, Johnson looks like might be playing, but even if Carter doesn't play, I think you see Vegas run the ball. And so I'm flirting a little bit with the Raiders getting 11.5 against the Eagles off a road overtime Monday Night Football game. Horrible spot for the Eagles. So kind of flirting with that early in the week.
I like it. Nick, before we do talk some soccer, Super Bowl predictions with a month to go left in the season. Right now, if you had to pick your Super Bowl, who would it be?
The Rams have not lost the success rate battle this season. All 3 of their losses, it's just because of turnovers. Like that Eagles loss was fluky. Same with the one against the Panthers. And then I'm blanking on the other loss. But I think the Rams are far and away the best team in the NFL right now. I'm holding that hope because I have a Green Bay Super Bowl ticket. That don't have a lot of confidence in that if it ends up being Rams-Packers in the NFC Championship. AFC wide open. I could change my opinion every single week. Right now, I think if of the teams that are currently in the playoffs, I think it's either Houston or Buffalo. Like I think it's one of those 2 teams. I don't trust Buffalo's defense. I don't trust Houston's offense. So I think whatever happens, the NFC is winning the Super Bowl. But I think the Rams are, barring an injury, are well on their way to reaching the big game.
Yeah, the other loss was that Thursday night game against San Francisco where, like you said, turnovers should have ended up winning. Again. So, yeah, that's what ended up happening. Nick, World Cup, right? U.S., I think a lot of people feel like they got a favorable draw. Right now, Spain's your favorite. England's up there. France, the usual suspects. Did you have any big takeaways? Did you make any bets now that you finally saw the groupings?
Yeah, the World Cup futures, it's interesting. It's kind of an exercise in foolishness because it's probably going to be one of Spain, England, or France that wins it. but you can do very well just by taking teams that are in really good form. I bet the Netherlands at 20-1. They're kind of going through their golden generation of defensive talent. Virgil van Dijk, Mickey van de Ven, Jan-Paul van Hecke, Jurrien Timber. I mean, they have so many good defenders, and the midfield partnership of Koopmeiners and Frankie de Jong, one of the best in the world. You want to look at these good defensive teams. 2 bombs for me. Ecuador at 100-1, Switzerland 100-1. Those are kind of the 2 long shots that I think could look a lot like Morocco in 2022. Switzerland has a really good midfield partnership, Remo Freuler and Granit Xhaka. And then Ecuador is kind of this team that's just greater than the sum of its parts. They have a really good defensive structure and finished second in qualifying and went toe-to-toe with Argentina, toe-to-toe with Brazil. I think they're a sneaky dark horse candidate in the World Cup. As far as the groups go, you're going to have to pay a tax if you want to bet the U.S. to win their group. If Turkey makes it through qualifying, I'll have a bet on them to win that group because they just have a bunch of good talent in the midfield and in defense. The teams I wanted to sell got really easy groups, and the teams I wanted to buy got really hard groups. So probably staying away from many group futures, but I would not be looking to bet teams like Argentina or Belgium as big group favorites. They're kind of fraudulent, especially with Messi might be missing this tournament. So those are the bets I've made, but I'm waiting to see who comes through these UEFA playoffs before I decide on any group futures.
Absolutely love it. 6 months away from the World Cup, but it'll be here before we know it. Our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Always great stuff, catching up every Tuesday with our guy, Nick. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks. You too, PJ.
All right, good stuff there from Nick Kenyon. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In and continue to break down the Week 15 NFL slate as we always do on Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll look at half the games on the slate today. We'll look at the other half of the games tomorrow. We'll start with Thursday Night Football. We got the Falcons and the Bucks. Tampa Bay, a 4.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game, 44.5. Nick makes a good case for Atlanta. Tampa Bay's defense right now is beat up. They really are struggling to stop opposing running backs. New Orleans went in there on Sunday and really were able to move the ball. Tyler Shuck played pretty well. He was able to generate some explosive plays, especially with his legs. The problem is with Kirk Cousins as your quarterback, there's really not a mobile quarterback that Tampa Bay has to worry about. So I think that is going to help their defense. Certainly key in on Bijan. Drake London doesn't play. That's going to be a big deal as well. I'd probably wait for the injury report, see what's up with Drake London. If he plays, maybe a lean towards Atlanta, but I'll probably end up staying away from that game on Thursday night. Ravens and Bengals on Sunday. Ravens have lost 2 straight divisional games. This is the second time in the last 3 weeks that these teams are matching up. I think Cincinnati in a teaser is a great look. Teasing the Bengals up to 8. These games are always close, especially in Cincinnati. I would expect this game to come down to the wire. Now that we're down to -2, I think the Ravens on the money line at -140, probably a good spot. The way this AFC North has been going all season, as soon as we think we know something and as soon as we think one team's going to take stranglehold of the division over the other, then that team loses and the other team jumps up into the picture, right? After the Steelers beat the Ravens, now the Steelers are in the driver's seat. They look like they're in good position. Ravens are going on the road, playing a tough game against the Bengals. Steelers got the Dolphins at home on Monday Night Football. Wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens won this week and the Steelers lost on Monday. So I think the Ravens, who are much better on the road, and it's been that way for the last couple of years, going to be tough for Cincinnati to beat them twice in a 3-week span. Ravens had all those turnovers on Thanksgiving night. I'd look at Baltimore on the money line at -140. Bills and Patriots going to be a fun one in Foxborough on Sunday. Bills are a 1-point favorite. Total in the game is 49.5. You just want to bet Buffalo on the money line. They're -115, and the Patriots are -105. Patriots win this game. They win the division. Buffalo, it feels like a good live betting game if the Patriots get up early. If you're able to get a 6.5, 7.5 with Buffalo, that feels like a great bet. So if you like the Bills initially in the game, I wouldn't be afraid to double down on the Bills. They've been an up and down team this season, right? They have a great performance followed by a bad performance. And last week against the Bengals, they should have lost that game, which tells me that this week they'll probably bounce back and play well. The Patriots have had a great season. They're 11-2. We all know that schedule has been extremely favorable. They haven't played very good teams. They're coming off a bye week, and they're trying to beat the Bills for the second time in the same season. This is a playoff game, and I'm leaning on the experience of Josh Allen, McDermott, in that Bills roster that has been in so many playoff battles throughout the last 6-7 years. I'll take Bills minus 115 against the Patriots. Giants are a 2-point favorite at home against Washington. Total in the game is 47.5. You could definitely make the argument that Tennessee and the Raiders are probably the two worst teams in football. You could also make an argument that maybe the Washington Commanders are the worst team in football. After losing 31-0 to J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings, Washington does nothing well. Their defense is atrocious. Their offense, even with Jaden back, looked like a complete disaster. They're broken. It's clearly not their season. And not only are they losing, but they're losing by margin, right? I mean, they're not even coming close to covering any of these spreads outside of the Denver game that we saw last week. Giants are coming off a bye week, and at least with the Giants, we've seen flashes, we've seen stretches in games where they've been able to dominate people. Where the Giants have struggled this season is closing out games in the fourth quarter. The good thing for them, if they have a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, Washington likely not the kind of team that's going to make a comeback and win the game. So I think Giants at home, minus 125, a good bet against Washington on Sunday. Bears are favored by 7.5 against the Browns. Total is 40.5. I bet Cleveland this morning, and the more and more that I start to think about this game, the more that I love the Cleveland Browns. Wouldn't it just be so Chicago Bears for them to go to Philadelphia, win that game, be competitive against Green Bay? Remember the perception around the Bears before that 2-game stretch against the Eagles and the Packers, how we were all calling them frauds. We didn't think they were any good. People thought this team was still going to miss the playoffs. Now, after that 2-game stretch, we're all kind of thinking, you know what? Bears are decent. Bears, maybe they get into the playoffs. They can win a game, maybe 2 games potentially in that wide open NFC. The Bears have the Packers, the Niners, and the Lions upcoming to finish their season. 3 massive games. They're coming off 2 massive road games. And all that stands in between is them at home as a 7-point favorite against the Browns. I like betting the Bears when they're an underdog. I like betting the Bears when people aren't giving them any credit and don't think they can hang with some of the top teams in the NFC. But in these kind of games, when Caleb Williams is laying over a touchdown against an elite defense in Cleveland, I like the Browns in this spot, and I'd maybe take a look at the money line at plus 310 as well. I also love the Chiefs this week against the Chargers, minus 4. Total in the game is up to 43. If you like the Chiefs on the money line, minus 200. Chargers are plus 165. What a brutal spot this is for the LA Chargers. You're coming off a short week, overtime win. Your offensive line continues to get banged up. Your quarterback is banged up. You're trying to beat the Chiefs for the second time in the same season, and Kansas City is playing for their playoff lives. At this point, it's pretty much a prayer for Kansas City because the Chargers are 3 games up on them, and Houston with the tiebreaker is 3 games up on them. So they're going to need one of those 2 teams to lose out, and Kansas City is going to need to win out. And that's probably going to miss the postseason, but they're going to continue to fight until their season is mathematically eliminated. And I just think it's a brutal spot for the Chargers. That Kansas City defense is playing very well, and I think the offense shows up and scores maybe 24. That feels like a 24-14 kind of game to me on Sunday, so I like Kansas City minus the 4.5. Eagles and Raiders total in the game 38.5. I agree with Nick. It would only be Raiders for me in this game. Talked about it yesterday, and the reason I like the Chargers in the game against Philadelphia. The last few years, the Eagles have showed us who they are. When the Eagles are running hot, when they have all this momentum, when they're playing good football, they don't lose. They go on these big winning streaks, and they're a juggernaut. But when Philly struggles, they struggle, and their season starts to unspiral, and that offense it's not going to change overnight. Jalen Hurts looked awful last night. I get the Raiders are atrocious, but the Eagles' offense right now is also atrocious, and it's not great, and it's not the kind of offense I want to lay 11.5, 12.5 points with in an NFL game. So I think the Eagles win, but I wouldn't lay the 11.5 points with them. So it would only be Raiders for me in that game. And it's the same thing with the Jags against the Jets. I think certainly more people would feel comfortable about laying a big number with the Jags. Their offense has been good here as of late. We know the Jets are one of the worst teams in football. They just got smoked by Miami on Sunday. But keep in mind the fact that the look-ahead line in this game was Jags minus 8.5. And now it's Jags minus 12. We're this late in the season, and you're making a 3.5 point bump for Jacksonville. Why? Because Daniel Jones got hurt earlier in that game, and they just ran up the score with Riley Leonard, or because the Jets got blown out because the Jets are one of the worst teams in the NFL? Not a lot of us expected the Dolphins to beat the Jets the way that they did, but Miami was favored in the game. Wasn't a surprise that they lost, and the Jags were a 1.5-point dog. And again, once Leonard got hurt, I mean, you knew that the Jags were going to win the game. I just think going from 8.5 to 12 is a little bit too much. So just like the Raiders, it would only be Jets or nothing for me against the Jags. All right, let's talk about some of these bowl games we got coming up in college football. 5 games that I would keep an eye on at the current prices that I like right now. Let's start with the Stat DNA Cure Bowl out in Orlando. Old Dominion and South Florida. I like this ODU team a lot. I'd take them plus 6.5, and I'd look at some ODU money line in the game as well. USF's one of these teams that I'm looking to fade during bowl season, where their head coach, Alex Golesh, left. He's off to Auburn. This is a team that for much of the year had college football playoff aspirations, right? They had that big upset against Florida. Then they had that big win against North Texas in the middle of the season. The college football playoff rankings came out. They're the first group of 5 team up there. Then they have the crushing loss to Memphis. Then they lose again to Navy, and their season's over. So how much more does USF really have in the tank? How motivated are they? Meanwhile, Old Dominion is the second best team in the Sun Belt behind JMU. I really like their team a lot. I like their quarterback a lot, Matt Josephs, who is going to be out in this game, but their running game is very good and their defense is very good as well. So I like ODU plus 6.5 against South Florida. 68 Ventures Bowl at Mobile, Alabama. I'm going to take Delaware plus the 3.5 against Louisiana. Louisiana down the stretch was very good. They won 4 straight games. They were 2-6, got to 6-6 to make them bowl eligible. But in 3 of those 4 wins, they won by 4 points or fewer. They're laying 3.5 points here against the Delaware team, who I'm a big fan of. I like their quarterback. I like their offense. They've been a great surprise this season in their first year of FBS football. Think 3.5 is too many. I'll take the Blue Hens plus the points against Louisiana. Then in the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl, we got Western Kentucky and Southern Miss out in Boca Raton. Western Kentucky's laying 4 against Southern Miss, total 55.5. Charles Huff, the head coach for Southern Miss, is leaving to take the job at Memphis. So you have one of these situations where players are going to opt out. Coaches are going to move on. How much motivation is there for this SMU team? Western Kentucky, meanwhile, been a very competitive team this season. Their quarterback got hurt with 5 games left to go in the season, but their offensive production really hasn't dropped too much. And for me, very encouraging sign heading into this game. Western Kentucky, their final 2 games of the season, they played at LSU and at Jacksonville State, who made it to the Conference USA Championship game. They lost by 3 in both of those games, in Baton Rouge and in Jacksonville against Jacksonville State. So Western Kentucky played well down the stretch to end the season. I think 4 is too small. I think this thing closes closer to a touchdown, so I'll lay the 4 with the Hilltoppers. Then we got the Valero Alamo Bowl in San Antonio between USC and TCU. Trojans are laying 6.5. Total in the game is 50.5. I mean, if you're giving me a competent underdog with a good quarterback in TCU, plus the points against a Lincoln Riley team who's playing out of the state of California, I'm going to take that every single time. Now, Lincoln Riley and USC have actually been pretty good in these bowl games the last couple of years, but they've been underdogs and nobody has really given them a chance in either of these games. Now they're a favorite. We're expecting things of them. And this TCU team can play, man. Josh Hoover's a solid quarterback. Their defense is underrated. And I've just liked them all year. I think 6.5 is too many points. I think this should be closer to like 3.5, to be honest with you. So I'll take the 6.5 with TCU. And then finally, we got the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl between Arizona State and Duke in El Paso. ASU is a 1.5-point dog against Duke. And I'm all about Arizona State in this game against the Blue Devils. We were all over Duke in the ACC championship game against Virginia, and I told you guys, Duke is an easy team to bet. When nobody wants them and they're an underdog, that's when Manny Diaz's boys show up and play well. But when Duke is a favorite, or Duke is in one of these like funny, tricky point spreads, one of these trap point spreads, that's when they don't show up. You're getting the better coach here with Kenny Dillingham. You're getting a more motivated team, I would assume, with ASU. Duke won the ACC championship. I still think they're living off that. They're feeling good. They won their Super Bowl. They don't care about this game. ASU looking to close the season strong. They got a lot of returning production off that team that won the Big 12 last year. I think they want to go out the right way. I think they close as a favorite in this game. I'll take ASU plus 1.5 against Duke with the total in that game at 49.5. All right, let's talk a little college basketball now here on Send It In. Pretty solid slate tonight. 5 games that I'm looking at on the hardwood. We'll start with the first game up at Madison Square Garden tonight, and that is going to be between Clemson and BYU. BYU is a 6.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 150.5. I like the first half under in this game at 70.5. Brad Brownell's been very good throughout his career with Clemson when he's gone up against good offensive teams or he's gone up against teams that want to play at a high pace, of kind of dictating the tempo, especially in the first half. You look at when they played Bama last week in the SEC ACC Challenge, that was a low-scoring game in the first half. And Madison Square Garden, there's going to be nerves on both sides. Maybe teams are a little sloppy to start. I think low-scoring, and then maybe it picks up in the second half. But I'll take first half under 70.5 between Clemson and BYU. Then we got Villanova taking on Michigan and Ann Arbor. The Wolverines are 16.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 153.5. Going with another first half bet here. I'm laying 9.5 with Michigan in the first half against Villanova. We all saw what they did out in Vegas to San Diego State, Auburn, and Gonzaga. The final scores were eye-popping, but it's what they did in the first half. How they got on those teams at the jump. And I think that's what Michigan does again to Villanova. They just get up on you. They get out to a 20, 25-point lead at halftime, and then they just roll in the second half. So I like Michigan minus 9.5 in the first half against Villanova. Illinois and Ohio State's an interesting game tonight in Columbus. Illini laying 4.5 on the road. Total is 160.5. The total has actually moved 6 points. It's gone from 154.5 to 160.5. So clearly there are a lot of people expecting some points. Illinois, this is their first true road game of the season. Ohio State's a talented team. 4.5 feels about right. I'd stay away, but I think this could be a good game to bet live, potentially, either side. I think Indiana's going to smoke Penn State tonight. They're favored by 15.5. Penn State's got a nice record, but they haven't played anybody this season, and the Hoosiers off of 2 straight losses. I think they roll tonight. And then the big one, Florida and UConn. Top 15 matchup. I'm going to lay it with the Huskies at minus 4.5. Dan Hurley and UConn do not lose these kinds of games at Madison Square Garden, and they just don't lose these kind of games in general. If it's a big game in the non-conference early in the season, these are the kind of games that Dan Hurley and UConn have been covering and have been winning for the last 3 to 4 years. So I'll take UConn minus 4.5 against the Gators. All right, real quick, a promo we got to tell you about from BetMGM, a Pro Football SGP Boost token. You've thought out the parlay, now boost it. Use this Boost token on any Pro Football same-game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Real quick, got about 20, 30 seconds to give out our favorite plays of the day. We're sticking with that UConn-Florida game, solo ball. We're going to take over 14.5 points for him tonight against the Gators. I'd look at Ohio State in the first half as my dog of the day, plus 2.5 against Illinois, and then give me UConn, minus 4.5 is my best bet against Florida. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. GM here on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show coming up for you guys today here on Send It In. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us here in moments, get his thoughts on Week 15 in the NFL. I'm also going to break down Week 15 in the NFL as well. We'll dive into some of my favorite bowl games that we have coming up in college football. Everybody's looking forward to the playoff, but we already got some other games that I'm looking at some good numbers. We know these lines with the opt-outs move furious and fast, so hoping to get some good numbers on some of those games. Good slate in college basketball tonight. We'll break down some of my favorite games, and then we'll wrap everything up with my favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glass for Guest line and check in with our guy, Nick Kenyon, who joins us now. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. And Nick, we got an interesting slate this week. Week 15, a lot of big favorites, some good games. Let's start with some of the marquee matchups, including a big one in the AFC East between the Bills and the Patriots. Patriots looking for the season sweep and looking to win the division on Sunday, but Buffalo's a small 1-point favorite. Who do you like in this game?
If New England were healthier, I would really like to sell Buffalo in this spot because, again, you're getting them off a massive come-from-behind win against the Bengals. They were playing from behind the whole game, and I don't know if New England is the team you want to play from behind against. It needed a lot of turnover luck against Joe Burrow in order to come from behind and ultimately win a high-scoring game. That being said, I don't really trust the Patriots right now. Will Campbell's still going to miss. Milton Williams is still going to miss. Maybe that allows Buffalo to run the ball. And I think if you like New England, you're banking on a lot of turnover luck continuing. Josh Allen, the Bills aren't getting my money because Josh Allen has been horrific against man coverage this season. Patriots play that one of the highest rates in the league. So probably sitting it out. I don't trust New England enough given their injuries. And I'm holding a Patriots AFC East ticket. So I de facto have money in this game. So if Patriots win, that ticket obviously cashes. So no play on this one for me.
All right, next game up, Nick, we got the Packers and the Broncos. Green Bay, a 2.5-point favorite in Denver. Maybe this is a Super Bowl preview. I don't think it is. Maybe some people do. Certainly both teams toward the top in their respective leagues. Who do you like in that game?
I mean, let's just make it 3 weeks in a row, PJ. I've sold Denver 2 weeks in a row now against worse competition. They failed to cover against the Commanders, failed to cover against the Raiders. I know some people think that was a little bit, fugazi with the late game theatrics there, but it's the hardest game all year for Denver. They have not played a top 5 DVOA team since week 2 against the Colts, and they obviously lost that one in dramatic fashion. But I just think for the offense in particular, they have played the easiest schedule of opposing defenses all season, and this Packers defense looks really good. And I think you're going to see kind of a bounce back effort after they looked not great against the Bears, but I think Chicago's offense is better than the version of this Broncos team, which just can't run the ball since J.K. Dobbins has gone out. That's how you attack this Packers defense. And if you're telling me that, Bo Nix is going to play for a quarter and they're somehow going to pull off another miraculous victory, I'm not buying it. We've talked all year about the Broncos are due for a ton of negative regression. I think Green Bay goes in there and wins outright. It wouldn't lay the 2.5, but money line minus 125 was my bet. Anything under, let's say, minus 140, I think you're still getting a good price on the Packers.
Other marquee game we have Sunday is the Lions and the Rams. LA, a 6-point favorite at home with a super high total at 55.5. You doing anything in Detroit and LA on Sunday, Nick?
If Detroit were healthy, this would be a great spot for them. But Terran Arnold's out, Kirby Joseph is unknown, and Brian Branch looks like he's done for the year now. I don't know that there's a worse game for all three of those injuries to coalesce than the Rams, who just look like absolute world beaters on offense. The Lions are going to have to score 35 to have any chance of covering this number, given the way the Rams are performing on offense right now, just because they have nobody healthy. I mean, since they lost these guys, their last 2 games, they are 30th in dropback expected points added for play. That came against Jordan Love and Dak Prescott. And I think the Rams are a huge step up in defensive class over the Cowboys last week. I know the Lions have extra time to repair, and I know I'm supposed to sell the Rams, but this offense is just humming, and I don't trust Detroit to play from behind and rack up points through the air when they can't really run the ball against this team. So laid 5.5 with Los Angeles. Still like it at -6 right now. At 6.5, you maybe start getting me to think about the lines a little bit, but I think it's the Rams or nothing for me.
Talking with Nick Kenyon here on Send It In, breaking down the Week 15 NFL slate. All right, Nick, let's look at some of the games with bigger point spreads. We have 6 games this week where we have a team favored by over a touchdown. Any of those games, are you looking at maybe taking the dog this week?
Yeah, I'm going to be the donkey and I took it at a worse number, but I grabbed Indy at 11.5 against the Seahawks. Like, look, the quarterback situation, not ideal. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers coming through that door is genuinely scary. That being said, this is still a team that can run the ball. This is still a good offensive line that you have with the Colts. And you at least have to respect the play action with the Colts because of Jonathan Taylor's presence. And everyone's saying like, oh, Seattle's just going to put 9 guys inside the box and dare these teams to beat you play action. That's all well and good, but it just takes one big run from Taylor to set them up for success in the red zone. And I know it didn't seem like it for the Vikings, but Max Brosmer did move the ball against the Seahawks defense, which has played a remarkably easy set of offenses. And I know their margins have been really big of late, like 22-point win over the Cardinals at home. They scored 2 defensive touchdowns in that game. They added a defensive touchdown against the Vikings and scored a touchdown after Minnesota turned the ball over at its own 29-yard line. So I just think these big margins are creating this inflated sense of confidence with Seattle. And I still think the Colts can run the ball. One more nugget here. The Seahawks are 26th in DVOA against tight ends. That's not good when you're playing Tyler Warren. So I took 11.5 with the Colts. Obviously still like it at 13.5. I just think Seattle's a little bit inflated right now.
I love the handicap because, again, Brosmer in Minnesota went out there a couple weeks ago. We're 11.5. Now you're getting 13.5. I think Riley Leonard's probably going to go for the Colts. So I'm with you. Feels like it would only be Indy or nothing. Seattle, keep in mind, they also got the Rams coming up next Thursday, right? So definitely could be a little bit of a look ahead there. Nick, before we talk some soccer, I want to get your thoughts on the World Cup here in a little bit with the draw that we had last Friday. Any other games that you want to talk about in the NFL this week that we didn't discuss?
I took 5.5 with Atlanta on Thursday night against Tampa Bay. The Bucs have been running lucky all year, and the offense just isn't working. If Tristan Wirfs is out, I think that injury matters more than Drake London's potential absence for Atlanta. Tampa Bay cannot stop opposing running backs through the air or on the ground. They tend to allow a lot of explosive runs. That's not good against Bijan Robinson. So I think irrespective of London's status, I like Atlanta getting the points. And then 2 flirtations early in the week. I really want to be on Houston team total under against the Cardinals. Arizona just got embarrassed defensively against the Rams, but they played one of the hardest set of opposing offenses all season, and I still don't trust this Houston offense. I think the number is a little inflated there, but I don't really know if I trust Jacoby Brissett to come from behind and pass his way to a backdoor cover against this Houston defense. So maybe just a team total under look there. And then right back to the well again. If Lane Johnson and Jalen Carter are out, Johnson looks like he might be playing, but even if Carter doesn't play, I think you see Vegas run the ball. And so I'm flirting a little bit with the Raiders getting 11.5 against the Eagles off a road overtime Monday Night Football game. Horrible spot for the Eagles. So kind of flirting with that early in the week.
I like it. Nick, before we do talk some soccer, Super Bowl predictions with a month to go left in the season. Right now, if you had to pick your Super Bowl, who would it be?
The Rams have not lost the success rate battle this season. All 3 of their losses, it's just because of turnovers. Like that Eagles loss was fluky. Same with the one against the Panthers. And then I'm blanking on the other loss. But I think the Rams are far and away the best team in the NFL right now. I'm holding that hope because I have a Green Bay Super Bowl ticket. That don't have a lot of confidence in that if it ends up being Rams-Packers in the NFC Championship. AFC wide open. I could change my opinion every single week. Right now, I think if of the teams that are currently in the playoffs, I think it's either Houston or Buffalo. Like, I think it's one of those two teams. I don't trust Buffalo's defense. I don't trust Houston's offense. So I think whatever happens, the NFC is winning the Super Bowl. But I think the Rams are, barring an injury, are well on their way to reaching the big game.
Yeah, the other loss was that Thursday night game against San Francisco where, like you said,
There
turnovers should have ended up winning.
Again.
So, yeah, that's what ended up happening. Nick, World Cup, right? U.S., I think a lot of people feel like they got a favorable draw. Right now, Spain's your favorite. England's up there. France, the usual suspects. Did you have any big takeaways? Did you make any bets now that you finally saw the groupings?
Yeah, the World Cup futures, it's interesting. It's kind of an exercise in foolishness because it's probably going to be one of Spain, England, or France that wins it. But you can do very well just by taking teams that are in really good form. I bet the Netherlands at 20-1. They're kind of going through their golden generation of defensive talent. Virgil van Dijk, Mickey van de Ven, Jan-Paul van Hecke, Jurrien Timber. I mean, they have so many good defenders. And the midfield partnership of Koopmeiners and Frankie de Jong, one of the best in the world. You want to look at these good defensive teams. Two bombs for me. Ecuador at 100-1, Switzerland 100-1. Those are kind of the two long shots that I think could look a lot like Morocco in 2022. Switzerland has a really good midfield partnership, Remo Freuler and Granit Xhaka. And then Ecuador is kind of this team that's just greater than the sum of its parts. They have a really good defensive structure and finished second in qualifying and went toe-to-toe with Argentina, toe-to-toe with Brazil. I think they're a sneaky dark horse candidate in the World Cup. As far as the groups go, you're going to have to pay a tax if you want to bet the U.S. to win their group. If Turkey makes it through qualifying, I'll have a bet on them to win that group because they just have a bunch of good talent in the midfield and in defense. The teams I wanted to sell got really easy groups, and the teams I wanted to buy got really hard groups. So probably staying away from many group futures, but I would not be looking to bet teams like Argentina or Belgium as big group favorites. They're kind of fraudulent, especially with Messi might be missing this tournament. So those are the bets I've made, but I'm waiting to see who comes through these UEFA playoffs before I decide on any group futures.
Absolutely love it. 6 months away from the World Cup, but it'll be here before we know it. Our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, senior writer for BetMGM. Always great stuff, catching up every Tuesday with our guy, Nick. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks. You too, PJ.
All right, good stuff there from Nick Kenyon. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In and continue to break down the Week 15 NFL slate as we always do on Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll look at half the games on the slate today. We'll look at the other half of the games tomorrow. We'll start with Thursday Night Football. We got the Falcons and the Bucks. Tampa Bay, a 4.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game, 44.5. Nick makes a good case for Atlanta. Tampa Bay's defense right now is beat up. They really are struggling to stop opposing running backs. New Orleans went in there on Sunday and really were able to move the ball. Tyler Shuck played pretty well. He was able to generate some explosive plays, especially with his legs. The problem is with Kirk Cousins as your quarterback, there's really not a mobile quarterback that Tampa Bay has to worry about. So I think that is going to help their defense. Certainly key in on Bijan. Drake London doesn't play. That's going to be a big deal as well. I'd probably wait for the injury report, see what's up with Drake London. If he plays, maybe a lean towards Atlanta, but I'll probably end up staying away from that game on Thursday night. Ravens and Bengals on Sunday. Ravens have lost 2 straight divisional games. This is the second time in the last 3 weeks that these teams are matching up. I think Cincinnati in a teaser is a great look. Teasing the Bengals up to 8. These games are always close, especially in Cincinnati. I would expect this game to come down to the wire. Now that we're down to -2, I think the Ravens on the money line at -140, probably a good spot. The way this AFC North has been going all season, as soon as we think we know something and as soon as we think one team's going to take stranglehold of the division over the other, then that team loses and the other team jumps up into the picture, right? After the Steelers beat the Ravens, now the Steelers are in the driver's seat. They look like they're in good position. Ravens are going on the road, playing a tough game against the Bengals. Steelers got the Dolphins at home on Monday Night Football. Wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens won this week and the Steelers lost on Monday. So I think the Ravens, who are much better on the road, and it's been that way for the last couple of years, going to be tough for Cincinnati to beat them twice in a 3-week span. Ravens had all those turnovers on Thanksgiving night. I'd look at Baltimore on the money line at -140. Bills and Patriots going to be a fun one in Foxborough on Sunday. Bills are a 1-point favorite. Total in the game is 49.5. You just want to bet Buffalo on the money line. They're -115, and the Patriots are -105. Patriots win this game. They win the division. Buffalo, it feels like a good live betting game if the Patriots get up early. If you're able to get a 6.5, 7.5 with Buffalo, that feels like a great bet. So if you like the Bills initially in the game, I wouldn't be afraid to double down on the Bills. They've been an up and down team this season, right? They have a great performance followed by a bad performance. And last week against the Bengals, they should have lost that game, which tells me that this week they'll probably bounce back and play well. The Patriots have had a great season. They're 11-2. We all know that schedule has been extremely favorable. They haven't played very good teams. They're coming off a bye week, and they're trying to beat the Bills for the second time in the same season. This is a playoff game, and I'm leaning on the experience of Josh Allen, McDermott, and that Bills roster that has been in so many playoff battles throughout the last 6-7 years. I'll take Bills -115 against the Patriots. Giants are a 2-point favorite at home against Washington. Total in the game is 47.5. You could definitely make the argument that Tennessee and the Raiders are probably the two worst teams in football. You could also make an argument that maybe the Washington Commanders are the worst team in football. After losing 31-0 to J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings, Washington does nothing well. Their defense is atrocious. Their offense, even with Jaden back, looked like a complete disaster. They're broken. It's clearly not their season. And not only are they losing, but they're losing by margin, right? I mean, they're not even coming close to covering any of these spreads outside of the Denver game that we saw last week. Giants are coming off a bye week, and at least with the Giants, we've seen flashes, we've seen stretches in games where they've been able to dominate people. Where the Giants have struggled this season is closing out games in the fourth quarter. The good thing for them, if they have a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, Washington likely not the kind of team that's going to make a comeback and win the game. So I think Giants at home, -125, a good bet against Washington on Sunday. Bears are favored by 7.5 against the Browns. Total is 40.5. I bet Cleveland this morning, and the more and more that I start to think about this game, the more that I love the Cleveland Browns. Wouldn't it just be so Chicago Bears for them to go to Philadelphia, win that game, be competitive against Green Bay? Remember the perception around the Bears before that 2-game stretch against the Eagles and the Packers, how we were all calling them frauds. We didn't think they were any good. People thought this team was still going to miss the playoffs. Now, after that 2-game stretch, we're all kind of thinking, you know what? Bears are decent. Bears, maybe they get into the playoffs. They could win a game, maybe 2 games potentially in that wide open NFC. The Bears have the Packers, the Niners, and the Lions upcoming to finish their season. 3 massive games. They're coming off 2 massive road games. And all that stands in between is them at home as a 7-point favorite against the Browns. I like betting the Bears when they're an underdog. I like betting the Bears when people aren't giving them any credit and don't think they can hang with some of the top teams in the NFC. But in these kind of games, when Caleb Williams is laying over a touchdown against an elite defense in Cleveland, I like the Browns in this spot, and I'd maybe take a look at the money line at +310 as well. I also love the Chiefs this week against the Chargers, -4. Total in the game is up to 43. If you like the Chiefs on the money line, -200. Chargers are +165. What a brutal spot this is for the LA Chargers. You're coming off a short week, overtime win. Your offensive line continues to get banged up. Your quarterback is banged up. You're trying to beat the Chiefs for the second time in the same season, and Kansas City is playing for their playoff lives. At this point, it's pretty much a prayer for Kansas City because the Chargers are 3 games up on them, and Houston with the tiebreaker is 3 games up on them. So they're going to need one of those 2 teams to lose out, and Kansas City is going to need to win out, and that's probably not going to happen. So Kansas City's probably going to miss the postseason, but they're going to continue to fight until their season is mathematically eliminated, and I just think it's a brutal spot for the Chargers. That Kansas City defense is playing very well, and I think the offense shows up and scores maybe 24. That feels like a 24-14 kind of game to me on Sunday, so I like Kansas City -4.5. Eagles and Raiders total in the game 38.5. I agree with Nick. It would only be Raiders for me in this game. Talked about it yesterday, and the reason I like the Chargers in the game against Philadelphia. The last few years, the Eagles have showed us who they are. When the Eagles are running hot, when they have all this momentum, when they're playing good football, they don't lose. They go on these big winning streaks, and they're a juggernaut. But when Philly struggles, they struggle. and their season starts to unspiral, and that offense it's not going to change overnight. Jalen Hurts looked awful last night. I get the Raiders are atrocious, but the Eagles' offense right now is also atrocious, and it's not great, and it's not the kind of offense I want to lay 11.5, 12.5 points with in an NFL game. So I think the Eagles win, but I wouldn't lay the 11.5 points with them. So it would only be Raiders for me in that game. And it's the same thing with the Jags against the Jets. I think certainly more people would feel comfortable about laying a big number with the Jags. Their offense has been good here as of late. We know the Jets are one of the worst teams in football. They just got smoked by Miami on Sunday. But keep in mind the fact that the look-ahead line in this game was Jags minus 8.5. And now it's Jags minus 12. We're this late in the season, and you're making a 3.5 point bump for Jacksonville. Why? Because Daniel Jones got hurt earlier in that game and they just ran up the score with Riley Leonard, or because the Jets got blown out because the Jets are one of the worst teams in the NFL? Not a lot of us expected the Dolphins to beat the Jets the way that they did, but Miami was favored in the game. Wasn't a surprise that they lost, and the Jags were a 1.5 point dog. And again, once Leonard got hurt, I mean, you knew that the Jags were going to win the game. I just think going from 8.5 to 12 is a little bit too much. So just like the Raiders, it would only be Jets or nothing for me against the Jags. All right, let's talk about some of these bowl games we got coming up in college football. 5 games that I would keep an eye on at the current prices that I like right now. Let's start with the Stat DNA Cure Bowl out in Orlando. Old Dominion and South Florida. I like this ODU team a lot. I'd take them plus 6.5, and I'd look at some ODU money line in the game as well. USF's one of these teams that I'm looking to fade during bowl season, where their head coach Alex Golesh left. He's off to Auburn. This is a team that for much of the year had college football playoff aspirations, right? They had that big upset against Florida. Then they had that big win against North Texas in the middle of the season. The college football playoff rankings came out. They're the first group of 5 team up there. Then they have the crushing loss to Memphis. Then they lose again to Navy, and their season's over. So how much more does USF really have in the tank? How motivated are they? Meanwhile, Old Dominion is the second best team in the Sun Belt behind JMU. I really like their team a lot. I like their quarterback a lot, Matt Josephs, who is going to be out in this game, but their running game is very good and their defense is very good as well. So I like ODU plus 6.5 against South Florida. 68 Ventures Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. I'm going to take Delaware plus the 3.5 against Louisiana. Louisiana down the stretch was very good. They won 4 straight games. They were 2-6, got to 6-6 to make them bowl eligible. But in 3 of those 4 wins, they won by 4 points or fewer. They're laying 3.5 points here against the Delaware team, who I'm a big fan of. I like their quarterback. I like their offense. They've been a great surprise this season in their first year of FBS football. Think 3.5 is too many. I'll take the Blue Hens plus the points against Louisiana. Then in the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl, we got Western Kentucky and Southern Miss out in Boca Raton. Western Kentucky's laying 4 against Southern Miss, total 55.5. Charles Huff, the head coach for Southern Miss, is leaving to take the job at Memphis. So you have one of these situations where players are going to opt out. Coaches are going to move on. How much motivation is there for this SMU team? Western Kentucky, meanwhile, been a very competitive team this season. Their quarterback got hurt with 5 games left to go in the season, but their offensive production really hasn't dropped too much. And for me, very encouraging sign heading into this game. Western Kentucky, their final 2 games of the season, they played at LSU and at Jacksonville State, who made it to the Conference USA Championship game. They lost by 3 in both of those games, in Baton Rouge and in Jacksonville against Jacksonville State. So Western Kentucky played well down the stretch to end the season. I think 4 is too small. I think this thing closes closer to a touchdown, so I'll lay the 4 with the Hilltoppers. Then we got the Valero Alamo Bowl in San Antonio between USC and TCU. Trojans are laying 6.5. Total in the game is 50.5. I mean, if you're giving me a competent underdog with a good quarterback in TCU, plus the points against a Lincoln Riley team who's playing out of the state of California, I'm going to take that every single time. Now, Lincoln Riley and USC have actually been pretty good in these bowl games the last couple of years, but they've been underdogs and nobody has really given them a chance in either of these games. Now they're a favorite. We're expecting things of them. And this TCU team can play, man. Josh Hoover's a solid quarterback. Their defense is underrated, and I've just liked them all year. I think 6.5 is too many points. I think this should be closer to like 3.5, to be honest with you. So I'll take the 6.5 with TCU. And then finally, we got the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl between Arizona State and Duke in El Paso. ASU is a 1.5-point dog against Duke, and I'm all about Arizona State in this game against the Blue Devils. We were all over Duke in the ACC championship game against Virginia, and I told you guys, Duke is an easy team to bet. When nobody wants them and they're an underdog, that's when Manny Diaz's boys show up and play well. But when Duke is a favorite, or Duke is in one of these like funny, tricky point spreads, one of these trap point spreads, that's when they don't show up. You're getting the better coach here with Kenny Dillingham. You're getting a more motivated team, I would assume, with ASU. Duke won the ACC championship. I still think they're living off that. They're feeling good. They won their Super Bowl. They don't care about this game. ASU looking to close the season strong. They got a lot of returning production off that team that won the Big 12 last year. I think they want to go out the right way. I think they close as a favorite in this game. I'll take ASU plus 1.5 against Duke with the total in that game at 49.5. All right, let's talk a little college basketball now here on Send It In. Pretty solid slate tonight. 5 games that I'm looking at on the hardwood. We'll start with the first game up at Madison Square Garden tonight, and that is going to be between Clemson and BYU. BYU is a 6.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 150.5. I like the first half under in this game at 70.5. Brad Brownell's been very good throughout his career with Clemson when he's gone up against good offensive teams or he's gone up against teams that want to play at a high pace, of kind of dictating the tempo, especially in the first half. You look at when they played Bama last week in the SEC ACC Challenge, that was a low-scoring game in the first half. And Madison Square Garden, there's going to be nerves on both sides. Maybe teams are a little sloppy to start. I think low-scoring, and then maybe it picks up in the second half. But I'll take first half under 70.5 between Clemson and BYU. Then we got Villanova taking on Michigan and Ann Arbor. The Wolverines are 16.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 153.5. Going with another first half bet here. I'm laying 9.5 with Michigan in the first half against Villanova. We all saw what they did out in Vegas. The San Diego State, Auburn, and Gonzaga. The final scores were eye-popping, but it's what they did in the first half. How they got on those teams at the jump. And I think that's what Michigan does again to Villanova. They just get up on you. They get out to a 20, 25-point lead at halftime, and then they just roll in the second half. So I like Michigan minus 9.5 in the first half against Villanova. Illinois and Ohio State's an interesting game tonight in Columbus. Illini laying 4.5 on the road. Total is 160.5. The total has actually moved 6 points. It's gone from 154.5 to 160.5. So clearly there are a lot of people expecting some points. Illinois, this is their first true road game of the season. Ohio State's a talented team. 4.5 feels about right. I'd stay away, but I think this could be a good game to bet live, potentially, either side. I think Indiana's going to smoke Penn State tonight. They're favored by 15.5. Penn State's got a nice record, but they haven't played anybody this season, and the Hoosiers off of 2 straight losses. I think they roll tonight. And then the big one, Florida and UConn, top 15 matchup. I'm going to lay it with the Huskies at minus 4.5. Dan Hurley and UConn do not lose these kinds of games at Madison Square Garden, and they just don't lose these kind of games in general. If it's a big game in the non-conference early in the season, these are the kind of games that Dan Hurley and UConn have been covering and have been winning for the last 3 to 4 years. So I'll take UConn minus 4.5 against the Gators. All right, real quick, a promo we got to tell you about from BetMGM, a Pro Football SGP Boost token. You've thought out the parlay, now boost it. Use this Boost token on any Pro Football same-game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Real quick, got about 20, 30 seconds to give out our favorite plays of the day. We're sticking with that UConn-Florida game, solo ball. We're going to take over 14.5 points for him tonight against the Gators. I'd look at Ohio State in the first half as my dog of the day, plus 2.5 against Illinois, and then give me UConn, minus 4.5 as my best bet against Florida. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Another hour to go. Joe O, Sammy P with you. We start off the show talking about that horrendous Monday Night Football game that we all watched. Maybe we'll go back to that a little bit with our buddy Will Brinson of CBS Sports. Will, does Lisa Ann follow you on Twitter? Okay.
How do you not know?
So,
Maybe.
You would not know if she did?
I don't know what's a crazier response. I don't know, or maybe.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm always surprised by who does and doesn't follow me on Twitter. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I won $20 last
night. Okay. Congrats.
Thank you.
5-0 in the Circa Millions to start the new segment. Thanks to the Chargers covering. So I love it.
Nobody likes to show off.
Yeah. I want my name
what
on
else
that
did
tweet,
you have?
Circa.
Yeah, you're in first place.
Yeah, in the segment. Texans, Chargers, Rams, Packers, which is also a major sweat too. Then the Jaguars, which was chalky but not sweaty. Wrong team favored in that game. Because you know why? Because the Colts had Riley Leonard and not Phillip Rivers. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you. Are you busy this weekend? Can you play quarterback for Indy?
I mean, Phillip Rivers and I mean, if I had graduated on time, would have graduated in the same year. So I was at NC State when he was there. It's pretty wild. He's a literal grandfather. He had kids at NC State when he was in college, like multiple kids when he was a college quarterback, and he's a 44-year-old grandfather, which is pretty crazy too. And I think there are worse options out there. Like, you're not asking Phillip Rivers to come in. If you're the Colts and you're Shane Steichen, you're trying to run the football, trying to play defense. You're having him bang some slants to Michael Pittman. Like, I'd rather have Phillip Rivers and Riley Leonard. Shane Steichen was his quarterback's coach in San Diego. Like, he knows the offense.
I was thinking 7 kids. I was shorting him.
No, it's like a dozen. He has 10 kids. Yeah. His youngest son is 6 months older than his oldest grandson.
Oh my God! No wonder he's going back to the NFL, or trying to at least.
Right.
Get me the hell out of here. Okay, so I just find it fascinating. I don't know what the hell it's going to look at. We take our shots at Aaron Rodgers, how old he looks. He looked pretty good this weekend. From the look ahead, we have a 10-point move on that game. Seattle-Indy. It was 3.5 last week. Right now it's 13.5. Who's going to be quarterback? I don't know. Maybe Leonard plays through the knee soreness. They say it's not going to be Anthony Richardson either. Maybe it's a Rippin that they take off the practice squad. Is an adjustment of 10 too much? Like, we talk about 7-point moves going to backups from elite quarterbacks, that being pretty big. And now we're talking about 10.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much. And I think I like Seattle at 13.5. Get them before it crosses 14, because I think it will. Like, the Colts are a good team, but I mean, you're talking about like Riley Leonard might not be able to go. I mean, like, Riley Leonard with a bad knee. I don't think there's any possible way you can really put Rivers out there. Like, you can be in great shape as a 44-year-old dad who coaches high school football and is a former professional athlete, and you're still not going to be in like NFL game shape to go into Seattle and play one of the 5 best defenses in football. Like, that's borderline like whatever I'm sure there's an appropriate phrase for like wanting self-harm. Like enjoying self-harm, right? Like, I mean, that's whatever it is, that's it. It's like, I don't know what the actual term is. But like I said, I didn't graduate in 4 years. I think that it's like Seattle's defense so I would have liked the Seahawks -3.5 against a healthy-ish Daniel Jones. And by the way, like, maybe don't play the quarterback when he's got a fractured fibula, and he's probably bound to hurt himself in other ways. I would like the Seahawks anyway because that defense is so good, and just the way that the Colts are trending offensively. They've been front runners all year long, and they're just not a team that can play very well from behind, I don't think. And so Seattle is a team that can come out hot, light you up with the play action that Darnold is so good at, and just clamp you down on defense. I just think it's just there's no one you're going to get in that building in the next 4 days that's going to be able to make up the difference between these teams. So, yeah, I like Seattle a lot at 13.5, honestly.
The Bears might win 11 games, and I still don't trust them. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Ben Johnson has done a really good job with we were talking about the Coach of the Year stuff last week. Ben Johnson's, the offense is coming along. I think it's a matter of you kind of feel like, and like the interception at the end by Caleb in that game, it was really more of a great defensive play, I think, than a bad throw. A little more air on it, it's in there, or you hit DJ Moore underneath. Maybe that was there. Like maybe a bad decision, but I don't think it was like a terrible throw. It was a great defensive play, but you do feel like there's just gonna be those moments where at some point it just feels like the Bears are gonna get to the playoffs, and there's gonna be a poopy pants moment for Caleb Williams at some point in a big playoff game, right? Like, and that's natural. That happens to a lot of young quarterbacks. And I think, by the way, that's a sneaky monster storyline for the way this bracket is shaping up, is how much new blood there is in the postseason, and how often we've seen, like granted, Patrick Mahomes, first year starting goes to the AFC Championship game against Brady. Like probably an anomaly, right? We've seen guys make deeper runs early in their careers, but usually even for like the guys who win the Super Bowls, there's at least like a getting used to it type of situation. And so like I think with May, with Caleb, there's probably going to be a little bit of that in the postseason.
Yeah, right now we're talking about the top 3 seeds in the AFC are Knicks, May, and Trevor Lawrence. Like, what world are we living in? And then
Nick's
Burrow's out.
And Nick's obviously went last year, right? Yeah, yeah. It really is setting up well for Josh Allen, and then maybe on the other side, Matthew Stafford or Jordan Love, who likes to get streaky hot.
I just keep betting Bills, man. I told Joe, if they actually pull it off, which, long way to go. But if they do, I'll win like 30 racks. Like I bet them last week at 12-1. I bet some 10-1. I bet some 9-1. I've got probably 4 or 5 pops on them at decent numbers. And if you would have told me before the season, man, he wouldn't have to face maybe Burrow, Lamar, or Mahomes, how much would you have bet on that?
Like a house. I don't even think you need to have Burrow and Lamar in there. If you just told me the Chiefs aren't, the Bills don't have to play the Chiefs in the playoffs, I don't know what I think anything above 5-1, even if like you told me they don't win the division, and you don't even tell me who wins the division, just they don't win the division, but they don't have to play the Chiefs in the playoffs, and they do make it as a wild card. Anything above 5-1, I'm comfortable with it. What's it at right now? It's got to be.
It's 9. The price. I told Joe, I'm like, the price is, despite all of that I just laid out, you get a better number than you could have got in the summer.
Yeah, it is a good reminder, like how different. Because this will happen a lot where you can bet a team. Like I've had Rams futures before, and I don't think I have any. I got to go look at my accounts, but I don't think I have any Rams, which is sad. I should. But like I've had the Rams at like 30-1 before the season, and then they get into the playoffs, and there's just like behemoths on the other side of the bracket, plus like I don't know, like a really good Niners team that wins the division, or like the point being is like you get to the beginning of the postseason, and the numbers you got that you've basically been like putting in escrow for 4 months are unless it's a real long shot, are usually not that different.
Who's the biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC?
I guess we'll find out Sunday in New England, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I think the thing with the Patriots that I mentioned the May stuff and how he's not it doesn't have the playoff experience, and quite frankly, I mean he beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football earlier in the year. It's a huge game, huge stage, played great, coming out party for Drake May. But you go back to college, he didn't win a lot of big games. And I'm not ripping the guy because he's because he went to Carolina. Like he just never beat NC State. Like literally never beat NC State in the rivalry game. I don't think he ever beat Clemson. Lost to Oregon in a bowl. Like just and then you look at this season and like the schedule is so freaking soft. So it's a little hard to tell with the Pats. But then like Vrabel's a great coach, and I wouldn't want to fade him in a big game situation like that. And May is shown to be clutch. So I mean, I guess the Patriots, maybe Phillip Rivers. I don't know. I mean, it's the Bills are in a good spot, I think, just given the way that everything's kind of unfolding.
Do you think the Lions make the playoffs? Yes or no?
I'm going to say no because I think the Rams are going to beat them this week. And
it might come down to Week 18 at Chicago.
That could be
it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Week 18, interesting spot too. I think the Broncos are at the Chiefs. If the Chiefs have a win and get in scenario, just hypothetically, and you're Sean Payton, do you sit your starters if you clinch like a seed?
No,
you play, right? I think you roll him out there. You're like, I don't want this guy in the playoffs. Like you roll him out there and try to beat Mahomes, right?
Yes, have to. You don't want to face that guy. I think you got to kill the head of the snake.
Would you rather face?
I think so, yeah. The Texans might be the answer for the Bills, honestly, because they have been Josh Allen's kryptonite, and there's not many teams that are built or capable of slowing down Josh Allen because he's one of the biggest freaks we've ever seen. That defense is so good. And CJ Stroud hasn't had the backup season that he's backed up, I guess, this year. But or it just sort of regressed over the last two maybe. But I do think CJ Stroud is capable of getting white hot. You have an elite receiver in Nico Collins, a really good coach in D'Amico Ryans. I don't know that he is a defensive head coach, and that worries me a little bit. But I think he's a great head coach. That defense could just shut down 3 straight teams, no problem. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, the way they're playing right now.
Sneaky good game on Sunday afternoon. You got the Saints off a win and the Panthers in a role where they never win as a favorite. What do we do?
I think if you're betting it, you probably bet the Panthers under 3. And then if you're I wouldn't want to lay more than 3 with the Panthers. I think that's the problem, right? They're a favorite, but we're just asking them to ostensibly win the game. Having the bye is a huge help, I think. If the Panthers were coming off some big win, and we had the Bryce coaster coming in, I'd be a lot more worried. But I think the Panthers will win this game. Having said that, they've already lost to the Saints, and the Saints just beat the Bucs. So maybe the Saints are maybe the Saints are better than we think. I think the bye is the differentiator here, though. The Saints are running a skeleton crew out there, man.
Yeah. Bucks minus 300 is a joke. If you've watched any Tampa the last 6 weeks, minus 300, they're going to be playing a couple times down the stretch. That'll be fun. Any other games before we got a couple minutes, a minute left here, Will? Anything else that stands out?
I mean, I think maybe I'm an idiot, but that Chargers line doesn't make any sense. Why are the Chargers getting 4.5 from Kansas City the way that Chargers defense is playing? That Chargers defense was hair on fire last night. The Eagles stepped up and I thought played really well in the second half. Harbaugh knows, just like we talked about with Sean Payton in Week 18, you don't wait till the end. You kill the head of the snake right now. Herbert, you heard some of the players talk about it afterwards. They're like, this guy, and Herbert, you see pictures of him on the sideline with that little half-ass mustache, and you're is this guy tough? I mean, he is tough as nails, man. I can't believe he's out there a week after surgery. They got the weapons. Amari Hampton looked really good coming off of injured reserve, and I was surprised how fresh he looked. Kamani Vidal still playing well. The offensive line is obviously a problem, but I don't think there's any world in which the Chargers should be getting more than a field goal against a Chiefs team that has looked just horrendous on offense. And while they, I think the Chargers can play the brand of offense that you need to play to beat the Chiefs defense.
Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Thank you, Will. Let's talk next week, all right?
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Good stuff there from Will Brinson. We'll continue to talk about the playoff picture on the AFC side. Let's get some college hoops as well. Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Get some college hoops coming up. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Tuesday morning. All out of sorts. I had to think about what day it is. The week 14 just ended. Now we're turning the page to week number 15 in the National Football League. We'll get to that. Okay, so when we've been talking about the AFC today, you're convinced more than ever that it's going to be the Buffalo Bills, and that's the play. And there's value in that number, even though they have the shortest odds coming out of the AFC. They probably should have the shortest odds, even though they're the 6th seed. You understand that they could be the one. There's that possibility before the season's a wrap. Do you think we have the 7? There's a month of football left. Obviously, Denver, New England, Jacksonville at the top. Pittsburgh, your 4th division winner, could be Baltimore. And then the wild cards, you get to 9-4 Chargers, 9-4 Bills, 8-5 Texans. On the outside looking in, you have 8-5 Colts, but they have the toughest remaining schedule. They don't have a quarterback. Phillip Rivers is going there today. 6-7 Baltimore, KC, Miami. Do we have the 7 teams in the AFC?
I don't think so.
You don't?
No. Well, Baltimore, Pittsburgh that's going to decide. I mean, if you remove that, like, let's just slot one AFC North team in the 4, I think we're good. But because you asked about the whole thing, look, Baltimore could easily beat Pittsburgh because they play again. And then I trust them more than I trust Pittsburgh. So that would be the one area that I would try and maybe investigate. So, yeah, I mean, I'm maybe talking myself into some Raven playoff prices. I don't know what the price is. I should know this. I can find it very quickly. Ravens to make is ... plus 185. Ravens, yes. I would entertain that bet because I don't feel good about Pittsburgh. I certainly am not going to lay a price on the Steelers to make, and that's going to be what, minus 185. I'm not laying that. No way.
We were pointing out week 18, Bears, Lions deciding a playoff spot. It could be the same thing here. Week 18, Ravens, Steelers deciding the playoff spot, the 4th playoff spot over on the AFC side and maybe the AFC North. Okay. Steelers have the Dolphins, Ravens at the Bengals this week. Do both win? I don't know about the Steelers.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lean no.
Steelers at the Lions, Ravens versus the Patriots. Both could lose.
No doubt. Not to take this here, but I did get a text from somebody that I really respect yesterday, and he sent me a slip on the Dolphins to make the playoffs at 100-1.
What are they now?
100-1.
I thought that's something that was made a couple weeks ago.
No, it's a bet he made yesterday.
Wow.
So the path for Miami, I mean, obviously they're under 500. They're 6-7. They play Pittsburgh. That'll be on the 15th. So they're on the bye. Oh, no, that's Monday night. Sorry. Monday Night Football. So obviously you got to win that game. Then you're home against Cincinnati and Tampa. You go 3-0, you're 9-7, and you end the year at New England.
I just don't see the path.
Well,
right now, the last playoffs.
The next 3. That's the path.
Yeah, but you need help, though. You need help. Like, what are the Texans doing?
Texans would have to go 2-2.
Yeah. In a soft schedule.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, just passing that along. I didn't bet it, but it's from a guy who definitely wins, and he finds good numbers and buys at the right time. I'm just saying, if they win Monday, that price goes to 50. Then if they win the second game, that price,
65, 66 is what I'm seeing right now. Like
my DraftKings has 100 right here. I'm looking at it.
Oh, do you do? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good number. It is. They definitely have the best number. BetMGM 66, others like 65, 66 range. He definitely saved his job. They're going to have a respectable record when it's all said and done, but that's because they had an easy second half schedule. And yeah, they very well could win all these.
Jake, I have a bet for you if you're ready.
Always.
Scheffler to win the Masters and Dolphins to make the playoffs.
Oh man.
Moon.
Why won't it let me load the go? Oh, there we go. All right. Just to play this out. Oh my god, it's 403 to 1.
Watch the Scheffler leg not hit.
I know.
That's the issue.
Oh, you mean just like it did 8 months ago? Like it didn't hit?
Yeah. Exactly.
$100 wins 40,000 on a Scheffler Masters and Dolphins to make the playoffs. Somebody will bet that. I will not. And watch the Dolphins make the playoffs.
Add that to the Bills bets. You cash Bills. This is the retirement plan. We cash Bills Super Bowl, and then we cash that ticket in April. Now you're good.
What's this we nonsense?
Yes.
Yeah. How much do you need to retire? 70,000. Yeah. Just my 30 from the Bills and my 40 from the Dolphins Scheffler parlay. I'm good. Make it last forever.
I'm gonna start betting Bills. 9.
You should.
What's the best number you got? Is this 12. The highest it's been? 12. Okay.
It was 12 on Monday. 8 days ago, Monday. Doing the math there. I'm like, wait a minute. What day is it? Last Monday it was 12 to 1. And then by midweek it was 10. And then it was, I think, 950 on Friday. The day I wasn't on the show. It was 950. I remember because I rolled out of bed and somebody was like, I'll give you 500. And I was like, ship it. But in the summer, I bet 750. And I also bet a 7 to 1. So I'm getting better numbers than I got in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Your idea is right. Do you trust Knicks? Do you trust May? Do you trust Trevor Lawrence? Do you trust this Aaron Rodgers? Do you trust Lamar? Do you trust Herbert without an offensive line? Go down the list. And that's why so many people are landing on Houston right now, because it's Buffalo or probably Houston.
All the Texan people, though, were Chief people a month ago. It's funny how that works. They just morph into different people. They're chameleons. They'll be whatever you want them to be. Oh, well, the Texans beat my Chiefs, so now I'm a Texans guy. And it's fine. I get it. Like, I don't think that's a bad thought process, that the Texans defense is good enough to make the AFC title game. The problem right now is we pull up the AFC playoff standings. They are the 7th seed. So they're going to have to go on the road 3 times in the AFC playoffs just to get to the Super Bowl. We've seen it before, but the quarterbacks are a lot better than CJ. Sorry.
The Texans are 15 to 1. That's the best number you can get. Wasn't long ago. We're talking about them 50. Like a week or two ago, they were 30. And now the number is 15.
Yeah.
You want to jump now? Go ahead.
Femi's got them 16 to 1 to win the South. And that's very live because they're only a game out of Jacksonville right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacksonville, they're playing some good ball, man. It's amazing. Back-to-back games, something we rarely see. Trevor Lawrence is looking good. So maybe Liam Cohen just need a little more time with him. Look at how he's playing in the second half.
Yeah, think about it. Think about all the coaches that have come in and made instant impacts. Now, there are some that haven't, Aaron Glenn, but Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, Liam Cohen, they've all made a difference because those teams were basically the same last year in a lot of ways.
What about Pete Carroll?
No.
One and done, I think. Yeah, he might be the one
and
done guy.
Yeah, Bear was talking about that yesterday on the show. He says it's over. He says it's one and done.
Yeah. Certainly seems like it. That's it's going to be fascinating. All right. Now that Philly lost last night, it makes it official. 5 weeks to go because Christmas is its own week. You started with what, like 18,000 entries in Circa Survivor? There's 10 left. 10 left entering week 15. Each one is worth almost $2 million. With all of this football left. Now, the good thing for those players is that you have so many double-digit favorites this week. I'd assume all of them have at least one available. But it's amazing. Like they had that many, and there's only 10 left. And a big part of that is because of the Thanksgiving week. And we mentioned it at the end of yesterday's show, my high stakes one, that's got 4 left. Chirizi's one of them. I forgot Festivus. That's this Thursday, right?
I'll be joining the boys from New York, from a hotel room in New York. I'll be there. So yeah, you and I were on together again last year.
They didn't give a time, right?
They did. It's 10:30 Eastern.
Oh, damn.
It's all right. Just put a little hooch in the eggnog. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I'll be good. But yeah, like it's crazy that there's only 10 left in the Circa one, which is the biggest one, I think, in the world. And then you've got other ones, 4, like mine have 4 and 7 left. I don't think people are going to be chopping. Like I saw the replies to Circa, chop time. All these people that have comments that aren't even one of the 10. Nobody's chopping. And the biggest reason is because you have so many massive favorites this week.
I would be looking to sell that entry so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in and take it.
Let me see. I'm curious what is being put in the marketplace. Like what kind of a price are they?
700,000 I would take.
You would take $700K?
What are they selling them for? If anybody's selling them,
I'm looking now.
What's the price?
I see a price of 4% for $92,000.
Well, I'm trying to sell the whole thing. So, yeah, you can have the whole thing. Yeah, take it. Go ahead. You can lose it, so I don't have to.
Yeah. Wow. You don't want to live with that?
No, absolutely not.
There's not a lot of people that could buy that could get that kind of scratch together, but I think there might be a group that would, because they would look at it and say, we get in this, we got a 1 in 10, maybe better than a 1 in 10 shot of winning this whole thing. Or, maybe it just splits up like the Grandissimo one did. So each of these are worth just under $2 million, and we get it half off, discount sale at the Panayanovich place. Let's go there. Come on
and get it. Although I will never make it this far in Survivor because I'm famously awful at Survivor. Can you imagine, by the way, if Chirizi binks another rich people pool back to back?
I hope he does.
So do I.
Because I know he's going to tip well. I hope he does. We're going to talk about the Jimmy V Classic going down tonight. Got a couple games. You're a Illini playing. We'll get to it right before leading into our lightning bets. But is there a college hoops play or two that you have marked off?
Yeah, I would take 5 with Ohio State. Sorry, Jake. This is a time to go against Illinois, no doubt. And they just pants Tennessee. Now they go to Columbus. I like Illinois more than anybody, but I'm not laying 4.5, 5 on the road. That ain't happening.
It's their first true road game. So if we've gotten this far, and it was their 10th game. Yeah, it's their 10th game, and it's their first true road game there. So that's a lot. That keeps going up. Earlier this morning, I saw 3.5s out there. Now we're getting to 5. People buying it.
That's the Illinois love. That's the Illinois perception. I think the game should be 2.5. So yeah, when we get off the set, I'm going to probably get some 5. These 5s are in Vegas, so I can't obviously bet them from my chair. I'll take 5. What do you think, Jake? What's the final score?
1,000,000 Illinois.
Okay. Well, that was expected.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Good stuff, Jake. I still see still popping up in the algorithm days after the game I still see videos of how the Bears are being disrespected with this number of 6.5. Sorry, Jake. They got to remove that. I mean, come on. We got the result in hand. No,
that's above my pay grade. I don't know what you want from me.
I know. Is it?
Just send a text. That's how it's done. You send a text, they just take it down.
Exactly. Joe O, Sammy P. Couple other college games worth discussing. We'll get to that on the other side, along with our lightning bets. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, so that's just Illinois, Ohio State tonight. A couple other games worth taking a look at. You got the Jimmy V Classic, Madison Square Garden. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Clemson, BYU, and Florida, UConn going at it tonight. Let's take a look, see if there's any movement in this Clemson BYU number, Sammy. That feels like it's a lot of points going down with Clemson and BYU. Okay, it's going down a little bit, so Clemson getting a little bit of love. 6.5. 6.5 BYU, your favorite. I saw it 7.5. A little bit ago on a neutral court there. Clemson, couple losses on the year, both of those the road games, but close games, competitive games. That was a close loss against Alabama. Do you have anything for Clemson BYU?
No, but I like the night game. I'm going to lay some 4 with UConn. That number opened 4.5, got bet up to 5.5, and it's been bet back. A lot of 4.5 in the market, but I could lay a 4 at a couple places, and I like UConn at a small number. You're getting the Florida tax because Florida just won the title. People still think, oh, Florida, cut down nets, Florida, really good. And Florida is a really good team, but this is UConn's home away from home at the Garden. So I think laying 4 with UConn is good, and I also mentioned last segment I'm going to take the points with Ohio State. I could take 5 with the home dog, the Buckeyes.
Neither Florida nor UConn are covering the numbers so far this year. Gators 2-6 against the spread, UConn 3-6. To your point about a Florida tax, also last week, remember a lot of people were watching that game against Duke and they almost won. So a 1-point loss against Duke. They've got a couple of close losses. Arizona as well. Both teams actually lost to Arizona here. So, there's definitely a bit of a Florida tax. But UConn, this could be their 4th top 20 win already. And this has been a really strong start, I think, as opposed to what a lot of people are expecting. They're expected to come out of this game tonight 9-1 with a very tough schedule.
We had Casale on last week, Tom Casale, awesome college hoop head, and he said UConn's the best team in the country. Now, you look at places like KenPom, and they don't have UConn 1. KenPom's got them 7. I think Torvik has them 5th. So they're there. I mean, they're definitely one of the best teams in the country, but Casale said they're his number 1 team right now.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the odds, the question is, where are they? Yeah, were they 5th in the AP poll, UConn? I believe
that
sounds
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's interesting. Yeah, and you can't sit around and wait. Right now, it looks like the best number you can get is 10-1. Second favorite at some spots. There's 11 out there, but who knows? That might be the shortest that number is all year. I saw this making the rounds yesterday. I want to get your reaction. A lot of people were talking about it. It was, okay, it's the week 6 AP poll. And of the last 21 champions, if you're ranked in the top 12 of the week 6 AP poll, you have your champion. Your champion is somewhere on this list because it's happened the last 21 times. What do you think of that?
Who said that? Eli? That sounds like something Eli would say.
I saw Borzello tweet it out, and, he was referencing, well, John Gassaway's brought this up in the past. He's a numbers guy. A lot of people respect what he has to say. It's so random. Okay, I get it. Week 6. It's like the old KenPom, was it like the 30-30 or 20-20 thing with offensive and defensive efficiency? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's dumb. But, I guess the idea is there's probably not going to be a team that comes from the clouds that's sitting 75-1 right now.
Unlikely. The cream always rises in this sport, and you know your list by January. I call them March teams. I like to have my March list kind of finalized by January. Teams I think could win the whole thing. There'll be 7 teams on it, and that's probably a big number because the number's always, a little high perception's high on some of the teams that maybe shouldn't be. And you only get one champ, so to have 7 teams on a list, that seems like a lot. I may, just to piss Jake off, by the way, I may take Ohio State money line tonight.
Oh, damn. Okay. There you go.
Honestly, that doesn't even piss me off. I think you're right. Like, this is a classic Brad Underwood early season letdown spot.
Ohio State's good, too. It's a good team.
First conference game, too.
First real road spot. And like Ohio State, they haven't had a really tough test yet. They beat Northwestern the other day. This is a nice win from them, a close-ish game. Notre Dame, 2. Like the rest of it, their schedule's not been that tough. So we're going to learn about the Buckeyes a little bit here tonight. That'll be a good one. You think this is going to continue to climb? Or
not higher than 5.
Okay.
I don't think so. Holy cow, somebody just blasted Columbia at Stony Brook. Crazy move. 4.5 at one book. Now, that was 3 all morning. That just lit up as I was looking at the screen. Somebody just blasted. They were 3, now 3.5s and 4s and a 4.5. That's not something you see every day. A push on Columbia at Stony Brook. The Illinois number opened at 3. 5.5 tops. But I'm more than content getting on the phone and taking some 5 for sure.
Okay. So you've got Buckeyes for lightning bets. Anything else officially?
Yeah, let's do UConn. Call it 4.5. There's only 1 4, and that's at South Point.
All right. And so you're going with UConn. I will tell you with Ohio State that makes a lot of sense, and I'm going to be on the other game tonight in New York. I'm going to take the dog. I wish I was still getting the 7.5 like we were earlier this morning. But it's 6.5 everywhere. I'm going to take Clemson in that spot. I think they battle. Keep it a close one on a neutral site. Jake, are you doing anything in that one? Are you really going to lay it with the Illini?
No, I'm not. I think I've come full circle. I think Illinois loses tonight. I think this is a classic early season, like first conference game, like year after year. Brad Underwood drops one of these early season conference games on the road too. I think Sam's right. After you pants Tennessee too, just classic letdown spot here. So I'm still gonna watch and I'm still gonna scream at my TV and probably be really upset. But I can totally see them losing this game. Elsewhere though, Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers, official 3-year deal. So anyone want to just start betting Dodgers futures now?
God, yeah, they needed him.
This sport's a problem. It's a problem. Watch them get Kyle Tucker now.
A lot of Kyle Tucker to the Orioles smoke. I don't know.
I mean, my reaction to that is have fun. I watched that whole season. Was unimpressed. I mean, Jake, there will be people screaming, oh, the Cubs are cheap when he signs somewhere else. But I also look at it and say, I wouldn't pay him. Would you?
I mean, the last 2 years he's been playing on broken shins, and it has not worked out. So, yeah, I mean, somebody will throw the bag at him, but there's other free agents to sign. Go sign Bregman. Go sign Zach Gallen. Well, according to Bob Nightingale, they already did, but apparently not.
I wish somebody would throw the bag at us.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Be nice.
Speaking of, we have a new review. Would you like me to read?
Please.
Title of the review, Odyssey, that's a bold strategy. 5 stars. And the subject, canceling your best show takes either a lot of guts or low IQ. I found something in Joe O and Sammy P I lost when Ken Barkley left the network. Now I feel like I'm losing a smart and hilarious friend all over again. All the best, boys. You've come too far to turn back now. From Reg Bow.
Thank you, Reg. Appreciate the kind words. By the way, we talked about this good deal in the middle of the show during our Heisman conversation. Those 12s are fading away. The spot where we saw a 12 is now a plus 950 on Pavia to win the Heisman.
Was that you? Did you do that?
I don't think I did that. I think that was the Bet Sweats Army, no?
You did something. You started a revolution.
Nah, I don't know. I think that athletic poll is getting around, and people are like, wait a second. It's going to be I see Mendoza's the winner. Most people are going to say that Mendoza's going to be your winner. And then there are others stepping out. I should check RG3, see what his prediction is. But, yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, and that's the whole idea, that if it's really that close, that maybe it's worth a bet, at least at that number of around 10-1.
Every time you say RG3, I think about that picture you sent me a couple weeks ago of him and Benetti in the booth wearing the cowboy hats.
Yep.
Classic.
He didn't really, doesn't look like he took a stance. He just reacted to, here's the top 3. Top 4, who do you guys think should be there?
Wait, why are you doing Benetti voice on RG3?
Now they're like connected, and I hate it. Who do you hate more?
I plead the fifth.
I think the answer is JB.
I was actually going to say, you don't even want to know what I was going to say. I'll tell you during the break of the first name that I was about to spit out. But if I said that, it's over. Like, I wish I could say it, but I can't. I definitely can't.
Yeah, not right now. It's probably a bad idea.
I'll say it to you in 60 seconds.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that conversation. Very good. All right. We're going to be back tomorrow. I think Paul's going to be here. I don't know. He was out today. He's got stuff to do. So maybe he'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. In fact, I know he's going to be back tomorrow because I know about that meeting he's got. Big meeting.
Oh, I love meeting season. Meeting season's the best.
Or the worst, whatever you want to say. Let's knock them all out before the holidays. Fun times. Let's have those uncomfortable conversations.
Merry Christmas.
All right, this has been Bet Sweats for this Tuesday. 8 more to go, guys. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across all of the platforms. Check us out 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, Sirius Channel 160, Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, if you want to hit me up on some of my opinions, my bets, some of my takes, I'm on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. I'm on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Make sure you hit me up on social media. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have the birthday boy, Tyler Morales. We're not going to say how old he is because he doesn't want that out there in the streets, but happy birthday to our guy, Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts. And I must pause before I say this sentence. Nick is going to join us with his thoughts on the Indianapolis Colts signing 44-year-old grandfather Phillip Rivers to their practice squad after Daniel Jones tore his Achilles this past Sunday. Yes, that is a true story. I'll get into it coming up in the next segment, but Nick is going to talk about that to begin the 4 o'clock hour in 60 minutes. I mean, this is just the Colts, folks. When you're desperate, and that is the definition of desperate. But we have a couple of guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. Odyssey NFL insider, 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator for the NFL on Fox, our buddy Mark Schlereth. We'll check in with his weekly Tuesday spot. Of course, Schlereth does an awesome job on the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He'll help us recap what we saw in Week 14 in the NFL and spin it forward to Week 15. And then at 5:20 Eastern time, we go to the Association. NBA writer for the Action Network, host of the Buckets podcast, our good buddy Matt Moore will join us once again here on You Better You Bet. We're talking all things NBA Cup quarterfinals. Tickets will be punched to Vegas tonight. We got the Eastern Conference tonight, the Western Conference tomorrow night, talking all things NBA Cup, the Final Four on Saturday here in Vegas. I don't think I'm able to go this year because my wife and I, we made some plans. But last year was a hell of a time. Went to go see SGA and the Oklahoma City Thunder against the Houston Rockets. That was great. Don't think I can make it this year. But we have the NBA Cup nonetheless, and we'll talk all things NBA Cup with Matt Moore at 5:20. But we must begin with Monday Night Football. With last night, I mean, just an absurd football game as the Los Angeles Chargers beat the Philadelphia Eagles 22-19 in overtime. A combined 8 turnovers between the two teams, 3 of which happened on one play. Yes, did not make that up. That is a thing that happened last night. Chargers beat the Eagles. I was on the under in the game. Somehow that, like when it went to overtime, I'm thinking to myself, well, Femi, made a good bet. We're probably just going to lose this one. But somehow, some way, the under held strong. Shout out to Jalen Hurts for throwing that interception. But the under cashes. Also, shout out to Saquon Barkley. He cashes over an anytime TD. That was fun to see last night. But just a ridiculous football game. And the biggest takeaway, and it's everyone's takeaway because it's the obvious one, but it's the truth. I mean, the Eagles can't get out of their own way. That's where we stand now with the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, this team majors in making football look incredibly difficult. They outgained the Chargers by nearly 100 yards. They had 1.5 yards per play more than the Los Angeles Chargers. Still lost the game. And they lost the game in pretty embarrassing fashion. Not that it was a blowout, but it was clearly a game where you just look at the two teams, how they fit together. Like, which one do you think is actually better? It's the Eagles. The Eagles are the more talented football team. The Eagles are the better football team. However, the Eagles just make their lives hard, so the Eagles lost the game last night to the Chargers. And the biggest culprit for the Eagles that's at fault from last night, and I didn't think this was going to be the case going into the game, but Jalen Hurts, woof. Like, that was the worst game of Jalen Hurts' NFL career. The stat line, I mean, 21 of 40, 240 yards, 4 interceptions with a QBR of 27.3. QBR, of course, on a scale of 0 to 100. 27.3. I did see a graphic last night when as I was going to bed. Somebody posted, they said, if Jalen Hurts just spiked the ball in every single play, he would have had a higher QBR than what he did last night. Like, that's how bad it was. If he just spiked the football, just incomplete the entire game, he would have had a higher QBR than the performance he turned in last night as Eagles quarterback. And the interception at the end of the game was completely reckless, which is so surprising because one of the reasons why Jalen Hurts wins at every level, I mean, back in high school, college, the NFL, as a Super Bowl champion, is because he protects the football. Like, turnover margin, turnover battle is what determines wins and losses more often than not in the NFL. Hurts is so good at protecting the ball, that's why the Eagles are always in position to win these big games. Last night, I couldn't recognize him. I mean, The interception in overtime, where it's 1st and 10 with 2.5 minutes to go in overtime, to where you're thinking, okay, how is Sirianni going to play this? Are they going to be super aggressive? If it's 4th and manageable, are they still going to go for it and try to go for the win? Or will they kick the field goal to tie the game and risk tying? Like, that was what we're all thinking watching that overtime, especially that drive. And then here's Jalen Hurts forcing the ball into double coverage when you got Dallas Goedert in the flats wide ass open. I don't know what was going on with him last night, but like that was just so reckless for him to do that, and it cost his team the game. But the tomfoolery was going on way before that sequence at the end of the game in overtime, because Hurts literally made history last night by becoming the first player since 1978 to commit not 1, but 2 turnovers on one play, according to the Elias Sports Bureau. 2 turnovers on one play. He gets the ball picked off by a defensive lineman, mind you, intercepted by Deshaun Hand, who then fumbles the football. Hurts picks it up. He fumbles the football back to the Chargers. I mean, this is football follies in 2025. Like, shout out to the NFL Network. They used to always run those football follies, and we all gonna laugh. LOL, look at these crazy plays. Like, add that to the reel. What we saw last night with a 3 turnover play. And what happened on the Eagles' very next drive? What do you think happened? Hurts threw another interception. Like, this dude never looked comfortable at any point in the game. He seemed like he was late on stuff, missing some guys high. The Chargers defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter, which was one of my handicaps for the game with the under. I thought both defenses had clear advantages against the offenses. Jesse Minter had him in hell. Like, Hurts just did not look like he knew what he was seeing out there against this Chargers defense. But here's what's so tricky about Jalen Hurts when you evaluate last night's game and you take a step back and you look at his career in its totality. Because on the drive in overtime, prior to the reckless interception that ended the game, the Eagles were facing 3rd and 16. And Jalen Hurts drops back and fires a perfect dart to Devontae Smith for the first down. And at that point, we're all thinking it. Here comes Jalen Hurts coming up big in the clutch yet again. It's why he wins all the time. This is a guy whose 2 best games in his career have come in the Super Bowl. He is a big-time performer. However, last night, of course, ending with the brutal interception that could have been avoided. And now, because everyone's kind of put that off to the side, seemingly we've all forgotten what Hurts has done in his career, now the noise is getting loud. It's getting real loud. And this morning, I had to stop in my tracks. I'm scrolling Twitter, because that's like what you do nowadays in 2025. Instead of reading the morning newspaper, you scroll your Twitter feed to find out what you missed from the night before. I'm scrolling Twitter, and I'm on West Coast time, so I know the East Coast is up and active before I'm up. I see the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I come across a tweet where they're legitimately asking, this is not satire, this is not parody, this is a legitimate question. They are asking if the Eagles should bench Jalen Hurts and turn to preseason god Tanner McKee. And it's a legitimate tweet, a legitimate article that was posted as a column. Tanner McKee in place of Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts. We can all acknowledge that Hurts was a disaster last night. But to bench him? Are you people insane? Like, for real. Are you clinically insane? To bench the Super Bowl, and he won the Super Bowl 10 months ago. Not 10 years ago, 10 months ago. In this calendar year, Jalen Hurts outdueled Patrick Mahomes and won the Super Bowl. This is one of the best playoff performers that we have in the sport. And I'm not saying this as some big Jalen Hurts guy. You can literally see behind me a Dallas Cowboys helmet. Like, I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm not some big Jalen Hurts fan. But at no point in watching last night's game, or at no point in watching the Eagles this season, have I ever thought to myself, you know what Philly should do? They should bench Jalen Hurts and put in Tanner McKee. That's nuts. Like, full stop. It's idiotic. The passing game's struggling, but it cannot be that. That's not what we're suggesting. Bench Hurts. Get real with that nonsense. Like, stop it. It was a bad game, the worst game of his career. But to even suggest that, it's disrespectful, to be quite honest. And it's not all on Hurts. is the big thing. And that's what I keep coming back to with this Eagles team. Because all the people saying the Eagles keep winning games and this and that. But we've been watching all season. It's never looked right. And now it's really coming to a head. But to me, you know where I'm going with this one. The offensive coordinator stinks in Kevin Patullo. And of course, what happened last week was totally out of line and Bush League, and Eagles fans should not have egged that man's house. Guys, this is sports. Relax here. You cannot let this man really affect you to that degree. He does not deserve that nonsense. That was stupid. But the criticism is warranted. It is 100% warranted because this man, you could convince me that Kevin Patullo is on the Jerry Jones payroll and he's a saboteur for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know what he's doing as an offensive coordinator, what he's calling with the plays. There's no sequencing. Nothing seems to fit with Kevin Patullo. What is he doing? And I know last night people were putting up some of the stats and the splits on the Eagles offense, under center versus in the shotgun. And when the Eagles are under center, they're incredibly explosive, 6-7 yards per play. They're moving the football. And then when in the shotgun, it's a lot more predictable and the offense is anemic. And for some reason, Kevin Patullo is let's keep going with the shotgun. Let's keep doing shotgun. Let's keep dropping back and passing. This guy, he was ignoring Saquon Barkley for much of the night. Saquon's going off. He's running the ball. The kids are calling him SoFi Saquon after his game against the Rams last year and what he did last night with the long touchdown run. Saquon's doing his thing. But, oh no, let's just not give him the ball. Friend of the show, Nick's friend of CBS Sports, Pete Prisco, he was tweeting about it last night. Saquon's averaging 5 yards per carry. Why don't the Eagles just give him the damn football? It made no sense because I don't know what Kevin Patullo is doing. And this is the guy that is derailing the Philadelphia Eagles. And I said it earlier this season, unless they make a change, this team is not going back to the Super Bowl. They're not coming anywhere close. And they want to keep riding this thing out. Nick Sirianni says we're not making a change offensively. And if that's the case, see you later, Philadelphia Eagles. And I can only imagine if you're Vic Fangio, I texted this to our show chat last night. You got to be furious if you're Vic Fangio. Here you are, your defense, one of the best units in the league. You're holding up your end of the bargain. Imagine being Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Jalen Phillips, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, all these guys that are studs on the Eagles defense, Vic Fangio included. And you just watch this offense continue to shoot itself in the foot. Those dudes are busting their ass. Doesn't matter. 3-game losing streak, and now you are in a legitimate race in the NFC East. And maybe the Eagles win the division. You look at the betting market seems to think so. They're minus 1,100 to win the division. The Cowboys are plus 700, so that would lead you to believe the Eagles got this thing damn near on wrap. But it just feels like a bad brew in Philadelphia. It really does. And it's not just, A.J. Brown's being a nuisance, which, by the way, A.J. Brown, Hurts drops in the dime, bro. If you're going to be the guy that's asking for the ball, you got to catch it when they drop it right in the breadbasket. Come on. You can't be dropping that pass in the end zone, which would have won the Philadelphia Eagles the game. But this Eagles team, it's not quite like 2023, but the result might end up the same way. This team is dying to lose the NFC East. And Dallas, they have their own issues. I'm a fan, believe me. The Eberflus experience, that's not a lot of fun. Dallas has their own issues. But I think the Cowboys are going to put some real pressure on the Philadelphia Eagles. Because you look at the Cowboys schedule, home Vikings, home Chargers, at Commanders, at Giants. Why can't they win all those games? And for the Philadelphia Eagles, home Raiders, big favorite this Sunday. Get it. That's all gravy. At the Commanders, you don't think they could lose to the Commanders? At the Bills, I'm already chalking that up as an L. And then home against the Commanders. Are we so sure the Eagles are justified at minus 1,100? I'm not. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to win the NFC East because the Eagles are dying to absolutely crumble. We'll talk about the winning team, the Chargers, on the other side as we return here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys on this Tuesday afternoon. Coming up in 40 minutes, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Indianapolis Colts signing 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, and with a chance of maybe activating him to the 53-man roster, and maybe a chance of Phillip Rivers playing this Sunday. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit because I got some thoughts on Phillip Rivers and everything that's been going on in Indy, but I just can't believe that this is where the Indianapolis Colts are at. This team started 7-1 this season, and now it's desperation mode, panic button, DEFCON 1, all of the things apply, and they're trying to save their season that seems to be spiraling out of control. But we'll get to that coming up in a little bit. Nick will talk about that in about 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, surprise, surprise, I'm going to break down the Heisman Trophy betting market because I do believe there is a bet to be made right now that the votes have been cast. But we'll talk about that in the next segment. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern Time, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing? How was your Monday Night Football viewing experience last night?
It was like everybody else's, just you love football so much you're willing to sit through that kind of agony. That was just an awful football game. At least it was competitively awful. It almost was comical at times, but it was when you have two teams with a winning record, you certainly expect the football to be a little better caliber than what that was.
Yeah, I feel like that was like a good bad game. Like we get some bad games sometimes, like Broncos Raiders, like the Thursday night game where it's just like, come on, like this is just, there's nothing interesting about this, and you knew the Broncos were going to win the entire time. I guess the Raiders covered, maybe that was an interesting aspect of it, but like last night was like, it was comical. It was like, I'm asking, like, is this game on crack? Like, is this game on drugs? Like, what's happening here? 8 turnovers, like just insane. But yeah, it was a bad.
But really, just 7 turnovers, just like 6 turnovers, Femi, because like 3 of them happened on one play.
I put 3 on one play. God bless football, man. Football follies is what we had last night between the Chargers and the Eagles. But let's waste no more time. Let's get to the top stories that we have on this Tuesday. What's the number one thing we need to know?
Well, Femi, you were talking about Monday Night Football there and talking about the Eagles aspect of things, but how about the victors? The LA Chargers moved to 9-4. Justin Herbert certainly didn't look great with his broken hand, but he was pulverized by the Eagles defensive line and kept standing tall in the pocket. Give him credit there. Chargers put themselves now in great shape for the playoffs, but their finish is tough. Femi, they are at the Chiefs, at the Cowboys, home for the Texans, and at the Broncos to finish the season.
Man, that is a brutal 4-week stretch. We're going to learn a lot about the Chargers. If they get to the postseason, it'll be because they earned it. Like, there's no cupcake schedule here for the Bolts. But like last night, though, I mean, massive win for the Los Angeles Chargers and a massive win for the AFC playoff picture and a massive result when you want to think about who can win the Super Bowl. Now, are the Chargers on that list? No, they're not on that list. But like that was monstrous to improve to 9-4, especially when you look at what's on deck this Sunday when they have a trip to Arrowhead Stadium to play the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I want to start with Justin Herbert because Justin Herbert last night, Bill mentioned it, the stats aren't great. This is not like one of the big Herbert games that if you're like a Herbert stan and you love Justin Herbert, this is not the game you're pointing to. But that was as tough of a performance as you will see in the NFL. This dude was getting the bleep kicked out of him. Like just every drop back under duress, sacked 7 times. The offensive line was non-existent for the Chargers, and we thought that going in. Like I literally said at the end of the show during the Power Hour, I like the under because the Chargers can't block this Philly front. It all showed up last night, didn't it? Like the Eagles were getting whatever they wanted against that offensive line, and Herbert was under duress the entire game while dealing with the broken left hand. Like the broadcast kept showing like the glove he was wearing and where they'd kind of stitched it up a little bit. Like clearly he was not himself. He wasn't comfortable, but still in the midst of all that pressure, he's still throwing dimes. He's still throwing absolute seeds out there because he is that guy. So awesome win for the Chargers and Herbert, that dude, he is tough as nails. And I love how he put it at the end of the game last night when he spoke with Laura Rutledge, which was begrudgingly on his end. But like he said, he's like, there's my guys are going through so much. Like, what does it say about me if I can't play through this injury, to paraphrase what he said? Like, that is exactly the kind of mentality that wins over a locker room. Not saying that he needed to win over the locker room, because clearly those guys will go to war for him, but like, he earned some big time bonus points in that locker room with his teammates to gut through that performance while getting destroyed behind a paper mache offensive line. Now, what does it mean going forward? Do the Chargers look like a team that can make a run in what is shaping up to be a pretty wide open AFC? The answer to that question is no. I don't know how you can watch that game and have any confidence in the Chargers. Like, that game to me was more about Philadelphia, which is why I spent all of last segment talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, to me, I like Herbert. I like Harbaugh quite a bit. I like a couple of the defenders on the team. Amarion Hampton, he's back in the fold. He looked good last night. Outside of that, I don't really like the roster. I don't like the defense is pretty good. You know, it's solid. Jesse Minter's pretty good. But offensively, Hampton's a stud. The receivers, I mean, Ladd McConkey's pretty decent. Quentin Johnston, I mean, I don't think you can rely on that guy. Gadsden was on a milk carton last night. Like, the offensive line can't protect. How is this team supposed to go on this run over these next 4 weeks when they're playing really competent opponents? I mean, I know everyone wants to bury Kansas City. You know, Kansas City is still a 4-point favorite, guys. Like, they're favored to win the game. The favorite outcome is that the Chargers are going to lose. At Dallas, like, that'll be a coin flippy range kind of a game, but the Cowboys are pretty solid at least. You know, they can compete, and it's in Dallas where they usually play pretty well. And then, like, the rest of the schedule is really difficult with the Texans coming to. I mean, you think the Eagles pass rush did a number on the Chargers? Wait until Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and the Texans get a hold of that offensive line. That's a prayers up for Herbert kind of game right there. So, like, even though it was a massive win for the Chargers, I still can't buy into this team going forward. Maybe they squeak into the postseason, they limp into there and they get there, but I don't think this team is going to be going many places in January. Like, this is not a team that can win multiple playoff games. They're just too banged up on the O-line, which is a shame because had Slater and Alt stayed healthy, I think we'd be talking about the Chargers as a potential Super Bowl caliber team. But unfortunately, the football god said not this year, and it bit him with all those injuries. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi. Well, here it is. The wild story of the NFL season. Tough to figure out how to even summarize this one, but 44-year-old grandfather Philip Rivers is coming out of retirement to play quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. He's signing to the practice squad. We don't know for certain if Rivers is going to play this weekend, but it certainly seems to be trending that direction. Maybe it's 50-50 right now that he will be in Seattle to take on Mike McDonald's defense. Welcome back to the NFL, Philip. I mean, Colts are 8-5 and desperately clinging to stay in the playoff picture, so they're turning to Rivers.
I mean, my goodness. like I guess it's like that TLC song, Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, Listen to the Rivers. And they're like no, we didn't literally mean to listen to the Rivers here, guys. Like, do not listen to the Rivers. Don't put this man in the football game. How is this going to go well? Like, honestly. Like, we're saying 44-year-old grandfather. These are not jokes. This is for real. He is a 44-year-old grandfather. Like, and all the kids be laughing and calling old people Unc. They can call him Gramps in the locker room. What up, Gramps? What up, Gramps? What's cooking? Like, and that's a literal thing here. Like, this dude, this is insane. It's insane to me that this is happening. And I understand everyone's out there making the case, well, you know, I mean, Rivers and Shane Steichen go back to their days with the Chargers. And, I saw this tweet, and I love J.J. Watt. Shout out to him, future Hall of Famer. Does an awesome job with friend of the show, Ian Eagle. But J.J. Watt tweeted this about an hour ago. Fun fact, learned in production meetings. Philip Rivers ran the same offense as the Colts for his son Gunner's high school team this season, because that's what Rivers has been doing. He's been coaching high school football. He ran the same offense for Gunner's high school team. He and Shane Steichen spoke weekly about it, discussing plays and even film. So familiarity with the scheme should be no problem whatsoever. I mean, I might be more interested if Gunner was playing quarterback than Philip Rivers, to be quite honest. Like, I don't care how well he knows the system. Of course he knows the system. These guys were together with the Chargers. That's not my question. And I saw the tweets last night. Oh, Rivers had a really good workout, throwing the ball really well. Of course he can throw the ball well. He's 44, not 84. Like, he can throw the ball well. But what happens when you put 11 guys on the other side that are ranging from age 22 to like 32, and they're coming after that ass? Like, what happens then? What happens when he has to face a pass rush? What happens when he has to adapt to the speed of the game? He has not played in 5 years. Like, do you know the last time Phillip Rivers played? It was a playoff game. He was playing for the Indianapolis Colts. I remember it because I bet it. It was a playoff game against the Buffalo Bills during the COVID season. You know what I was doing during that game? I was working my Fred Schmaltz job up in Seattle as a weekend sports anchor in the press box at the Seahawks Stadium, getting ready for the Seahawks playoff game, sweating out Colts plus 7.5 against the Buffalo Bills. That's what I was doing during that time. And this guy has gone 5 years since playing. Like, how is he supposed to play well? This is the most desperate thing I've ever seen an NFL team do. Like, it reeks of desperation. And that's been the Colts theme this entire season, because the head coach and the general manager came into this season on the hot seat, baby. That seat was scorching. For Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard. And Chris Ballard just nukes the franchise future, says, I'll give up 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. What is that? A reckless move that reeks of desperation. Now, let's call up Phillip Rivers, who's been coaching football, and have him be the quarterback. I mean, Riley Leonard, he better have a torn ACL if this is what the whole thing is, because Riley Leonard's a better option than Phillip Rivers. Like, come on here. But we must remember, this is the same Indianapolis Colts organization that called Jeff Saturday off of the set of Get Up to be their interim head coach a few years ago. That's what the Colts are. Like, this is what it is. I can't believe this is a thing, and I can't believe people are entertaining the fact that this might actually go well. I'm more so saying prayers up for Phillip Rivers. Please, like, you're a family man. You got kids. You got grandkids. Bro, just get back home in one piece, because I don't think this is going to go well if he has to start on Sunday against this Seattle Seahawks defense. And last thing on this one, because I'm already seeing it now, and I'm seeing some of the sports books tweet this stuff, which, to be honest, is kind of predatory, but I'm seeing it. Phillip Rivers, comeback player of the year. Oh, like Flacco, he came back off the couch. Guys, they changed the rules. Knock it off. It's not happening. Rivers is not going to, he might not even play all 5 of these games or 4 of these games. Like, oh, Rivers, 18-1 to win comeback player. Oh, 11-1 to win comeback player of the year. Is he going to steal it from Dak or Christian McCaffrey? No, because Dak and McCaffrey are awesome comeback player of the year candidates. And once again, they changed the rules because all of you got mad. I'm texting with our good buddy of the show, Ken Barkley, Lockie Lockerson, last night. I jokingly sent this to, here comes comeback player of the year, Phillip Rivers, and we had a good laugh about it. Didn't know that it was actually going to become a thing and people were going to start betting it. Like, wake up, everyone. It's not going to happen. Wake up, Colts, because this is not going to save your season. Unfortunately, it's over. Sorry, you guys are done. Bill, hit me with the next one.
And keep in mind, Femi, when Phillip Rivers' name was called, it was Paul Tagliabue who shook his hand.
R.I.P. Let's pour one out for Paul I mean, come on.
All right. Femi, your guy, Jerry Jones, he spoke to our Odyssey friends in Dallas, and they asked him about Pickens' performance against the Lions. And here's what Jerry had to say. He didn't seem too concerned.
One of the things that you got to appreciate about George Pickens is his intensity for the competition. Now, he is a big-time competitor. Those are not the kinds of things that you normally hear addressed when you're thinking of things that George could do better on. Boy, when it comes to competing, when it comes to loving the game, and I emphasize that point right there, loving the game, then I give him A+.
There you go, Femi. He's not too concerned, and thanks to that Eagles loss, Cowboys definitely still in the mix for the NFC East, and they are 100% going to need George Pickens if they're going to pull off this comeback.
Yeah, it might be the NFC least based on how the Cowboys and the Eagles have been playing. I mean, I'm glad Jerry's not worried. Like, okay, thanks, Jerry, because I'm worried. Like, he said, George Pickens is a big-time competitor. Did it look like he was competing when he was lollygagging on some of them routes that we saw last Thursday night against the Lions? That didn't look like a big-time competitor. I mean, Jerry, he has to defend this guy because he knows that this thing is really volatile, and you get Pickens on the wrong side, and all of a sudden, this whole thing could blow up, which they can't afford to happen because right now, their other receiver, CeeDee Lamb, is currently in the concussion protocol. So that's a big deal here. But, like, let's be for real. Like, the Cowboys need George George Pickens to get his act right. Like, he's got to act up, man. Like, this cannot happen, what we saw last Thursday. And season on the line Sunday night. You take a look at what's going on right now, the betting market, I tend to agree. That point spread was a little bit too big. All those 6.5s and 6 got bet. We're now down to 5.5. I think this is going to be a more competitive game than people think. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
That means Bengals edge Trey Hendrickson looks like his season is over. He is having core muscle surgery that will likely end his season. Hendrickson has not played since October. Season would end with 7 games played and 4 sacks.
I mean, did he ever actually play for the Bengals this year? I know you said he played in 7 games, but I didn't see him. I mean, that's another guy that there's an APB out for Trey Hendrickson. Glad he got his money and got paid. But my thing with Cincinnati, I'm not giving up, man. I'm not giving up. Why can't they beat the Ravens on Sunday? And why can't the Dolphins beat the Steelers on Monday? I think we're going to be right back to where we were after Thanksgiving when we have this conversation this time next week. All right, let's have the Heisman conversation to wrap up the 3 o'clock hour on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we're joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Colts signing Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. Of course, the same Phillip Rivers, who is a 44-year-old grandfather, as the Colts are in a bit of disarray at the quarterback position. Daniel Jones, torn Achilles. See you next year, maybe. Riley Leonard, he's got some knee soreness. So what are we going to do? Anthony Richardson's on IR, and it doesn't seem like he's coming off IR anytime soon. So I guess the answer is to call 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who we have not seen play in the NFL since the COVID season in 2020. I mean, like we were literally social distancing when this man was playing. Like, I can't believe it. This is where we're at. But hey, Phillip Rivers to save the day for the Indianapolis Colts. Hashtag forward the shoe. Nick will talk about that to begin the next hour here on You Better You Bet. But let's spend this segment talking about the Heisman Trophy. Now, when I woke up this morning, I did not think that this is how I'd be spending the 3:40 segment here on a Tuesday talking Heisman Trophy, because we all saw what happened over the weekend. Indiana beats Ohio State. Fernando Mendoza has the throw that clinches the game. He's cutting the promo after the game. The Hoosiers are flipping champs. He's on the podium. All his teammates are chanting Heisman Mendoza. I mean, you listen to the broadcast, all those things coming together, you would have thought, hey, this race is over. This thing's done. Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Nothing to see here. He'll get crowned on Saturday night. Well, I got a couple polls sent to me earlier this morning. And my response when I got those polls was, whoa. This is actually rather stunning to me. So before we get to the polls, I do want to outline, like, just once again, like, the Heisman Trophy finalists came out last night. It's Mendoza, it's Jeremiah Love, Julian Say, and Diego Pavia. Those guys all get a trip to New York. For Love and Sayin, it's just like, hey, this will be cool, whatever. Those guys can't win. But we have a legitimate two-horse race going on here between Mendoza and Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. So right now, the betting market has it as follows. Mendoza minus 2,000 over at BetMGM, and Pavia is 10-1. But that's not what the Athletic poll is saying. So the Athletic Heisman Straw Poll, which once again polls college football writers, college football editors that they have on staff, people who are pretty much like-minded with much of the voting block that votes on the Heisman Trophy. And the voting block is rather large. It's like the largest one that we have for any sports award. It's like 1,000 voters for the Heisman Trophy. It's actually insane that they send out that many ballots and they collect that many votes. But hey, that's how they've been doing things, and that's how they're going to continue to do things with the Heisman Trophy. But it's 1,000 voters. And the Athletic Heisman Straw Poll has been usually pretty in lockstep with what those voters say. And this morning, out of the 25 people that the Athletic polls in their straw poll, and they use the same voting system that the Heisman Trophy does, with 3 points for first place, 2 points for second place, and 1 point for third place, Mendoza won the poll. He got 14 first place votes, 10 second place votes, and 2 third place votes. That was 64 points when you add it all up. Coming in second was Vandy quarterback Diego Pavia, who had 11 first-place votes, 14 second-place votes, and no third-place votes. But when you add all that up, 61 points. So literally 3 points is what is separating Mendoza and Pavia in the Athletic Heisman Straw Poll. That was 25 voters. That, to me, seems insane. And when you look back at previous Athletic Heisman Straw Polls at this particular week, like once we're done with all the games, regular season, and conference championship, the person who leads the straw poll is usually who wins the award. So last year was Travis Hunter. He had 18 first-place votes in comparison to Genty's 9. That was 72 points compared to 63. And we all learned that later that weekend on that Saturday night when Hunter won the Heisman, that the vote was actually really close and much closer than we all thought. Like, it was like one of the closest votes that we've had in recent memory, Hunter over Genty. A couple years ago, Jaden Daniels, 19 first-place votes. Michael Penix Jr., 13 first-place votes, 82 points compared to 69 points. Jaden Daniels won, no problem. 3 years ago, Caleb Williams, 28 first-place votes. Max Duggan, 7 first-place votes, 98 to 67. Caleb Williams wins the Heisman Trophy. Bryce Young, 26 first place votes. Will Anderson, 8 first place votes, 98 points to 50 points. Bryce Young wins the Heisman. So as you can see, in previous years, the gap was much wider than 3 points. Like, to me, if I'm holding a lot of Mendoza, I think there's one person out there, I don't know who this person is. They have like a 100-to-1 ticket on Mendoza, bet $1,000 to win like a $100,000 or whatever it is. Like, shout out to them. That's a hell of a ticket. If I'm holding that ticket, I would be sweaty right now and looking for ways to just jam all this Pavia to go ahead and at least cover my bases and hedge. Because what the Athletic Heisman straw poll is telling us is that we got ourselves a razor-thin race. This thing is tight between these two guys. And it's not just the Athletic. On 3, and we have folks on from On 3 all the time. Brett McMurphy, America's College Football Insider. We love Brett McMurphy, friend of the show. He does great work for On 3. Andy Staples, we've had him on earlier this season, does awesome work for On 3, the Andy and Ari podcast, one of my favorites for listening to college football. On 3 did their Heisman straw poll, and on Monday, Diego Pavia won that poll. This is on the heels of, once again, Fernando Mendoza leading Indiana to an undefeated season, beating Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, the throw that ends the game, cutting the promo, the broadcast is telling you that Mendoza's the Heisman, his teammates are chanting Heisman Mendoza, and after all of that, and with Diego Pavia out of sight, out of mind, well, I guess he wasn't out of sight. He was in Vegas at UFC 323, hanging out here. But Mendoza had his moment. Pavia's in Vegas watching UFC fighters. And after all of that, it's still razor tight. Like, I don't know what I was expecting this morning, but I was expecting for Mendoza to have a pretty healthy lead and be like, oh, Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Everyone's going to be all good with that. No. I honestly think we are going to have the closest Heisman Trophy race in recent history. Like, I don't know, going all the way back to like the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Like, I don't know what happened in those years. But like, I can't remember a Heisman Trophy race that's this close to where going into Saturday night, I can legitimately say, I don't know who's going to win the award. And that's never the case with the Heisman. Even last year when it was super close, we knew Travis Hunter was going to win. I don't know who's going to win. It's Mendoza, is it Pavia? I don't know. But the betting market, to go back to that and why we're having this conversation, Mendoza's minus 2,000 and Pavia right now is 10-1. How is Pavia not a bet? Now, I don't mean this to say that like, oh, jam Pavia and put all, no, like you don't have to go crazy because like deep down, if you ask me how this thing should actually be priced, like I think Mendoza is likely to win, but it's like 60-40. But the way the betting market has this, it's like it's 95-5. And that's not reality. And 60-40, I'm just kind of going off of like a whim, just like a hunch. Because literally On 3 said Pavia won it, and The Athletic, one vote could have swung it to where Pavia won that poll as well. That's all it would have taken. So this thing is so close to me to where I think there's a chance that we get a stunner. And not even a stunner, because that's too strong of a word, because clearly everyone's telling us that it's close. We get a surprise, I guess is a better way to phrase it. And Diego Pavia actually wins the Heisman Trophy. So for me, if you have nothing invested in this thing, easy, like small bet on Pavia. Instead of having that extra beer or extra cocktail, put it on Pavia at 10-1. You know, like $50, $100, whatever you want to do. Put it on Diego Pavia at 10-1. I think it's worth a bet. I'm adding some Pavia to my portfolio, if you will, which I hate that word, but I use it anyway. Like, I'm adding a little bit of Pavia because I just think from a probability standpoint, this thing is more of a coin flip, and the betting market hasn't caught up to what the actual public sentiment is with the Heisman Trophy. Like, lay out the case for Mendoza. QB of the number 1 ranked team in the country, best story, media loves him. But on the flip side, he doesn't really jump off the screen. You know, like this is not RG3. It's not Caleb Williams. This isn't Jaden Daniels, any dynamic players that you see with the Heisman Trophy. So people are a little bit apprehensive to crown him as the guy. What about Diego Pavia? Statistically, he's better than Mendoza in terms of the volume stats. He's the face of the Vanderbilt program. Indiana's face is Kurt Cignetti. Vanderbilt, ain't nobody talking about no damn Clark Lee. We're talking about Diego Pavia. Like, people think he's a better quarterback than Mendoza too. But what's his flaw? Well, he tends to be polarizing on social media. Some people don't like him. He didn't play over the weekend, and also he didn't make the college football playoff. But to me, it's just a coin flip that we got here. So it is a bet on Diego Pavia. I never in a million years, when I went to bed Saturday night, did I think that on Tuesday I would be betting Diego Pavia to win the Heisman Trophy. But sometimes you got to listen to the voters. You got to listen to what the people are saying. And what they're saying is that this is a close race, and one of those candidates is 10-1, and one of them is minus 2,000. You should know what to do with those odds. All right, to wrap up here, a couple of notes in college football that I wanted to get to. Notre Dame. Notre Dame's athletic director, Pete, is it Bavakwa? Is that how you say his name? My apology if I butchered his name. I have a tricky name as well, so I do sincerely apologize if I butchered that one. But he was talking about the quote-unquote damage done with the ACC. Like, here's some quotes. Pete Thamel, ESPN, tweeted out some of the quotes from his press conference from earlier this afternoon. Quote, "It has created damage. I'm not going to shy away from that." Another quote. "People a lot more important than me at the university feel the same way." Oh, it's like the LeBron James meme. Oh my God, people at Notre Dame are upset. Oh my gosh. Another quote. "I think people at the ACC know that it has done damage." Another quote. "I don't understand why you'd go on a social media campaign to attack an important partner." And then the last quote. "What we were really surprised by and disappointed by was how the ACC conference really went on a social media campaign that, in my opinion, was attacking our football program." Bro, you're not a part of the conference, man. Like, yeah, in other sports you are, but in football you're not. Like, Miami's in the ACC. You're independent. What do you think they were going to do, buddy? Like, come on. Enough of Notre Dame. Like, I don't care that they're not playing. I know some people are judging them for all that stuff. Who cares? It's a meaningless bowl game. Bowls are dead anyway. Like, but just go away in silence. Like, nobody needs to continue to hear you guys bitch and moan about not being in the CFP. How about you schedule a good opponent and actually beat them, and then you'd be in the 12-team playoff. Knock it off with this nonsense. Oh, people at the university are upset. Just shut up. All right, on the other side, Nick Kostos joins us with his thoughts on the Colts signing Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. It's You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Travis Kelce, yeah, his head's in the game. In the waning moments, back-to-back plays. Mahomes puts it right on the money, and Travis Kelce can't catch. But hey, everybody, don't worry, because on New Heights this week, tune in as Travis Kelce talks to Governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, for a wide-ranging conversation. Can't wait. I'm not trying to hate on Tulane and James Madison. Actually, I am a little bit. I have no interest in watching them in the college football playoff. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Something's got to be done here. No one needs to see James Madison as a 21-point dog and Tulane as a 16.5-point dog at Ole Miss and at Oregon, respectively. No one needs to see it.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. We're talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, full breakdown of Monday Night Football as the Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19 in overtime. Wait, what's that? Jalen Hurts just threw another interception? What's that you're saying? He fumbled the ball on the same play he threw an interception? Oh my God. What a meltdown by Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Will the Cowboys chase the Eagles down to win the NFC East? Did the Chargers all but lock up a playoff berth last night in the AFC? And in doing so, knock out my Kansas City Chiefs? We will discuss coming up later this hour. We will also get into college basketball ahead of an amazing night tonight in college hoops. We got some really tremendous games headlined by Florida and UConn at Madison Square Garden in the Jimmy V Classic. We're going to tell you, of course, at the end of the show how we're betting the games coming up tonight. But I'm going to tell everybody that we've got, in all seriousness, like 12 teams that could potentially win the national championship this year. This year feels absolutely wide open in college hoops. I'm going to tell you about a team that you might not be thinking about right now as a national championship contender, and you should. And I'm going to tell you the team that I like right now to cut down the nets on that first Monday in April. How about this? I wasn't expecting to say this on the show today. We've got breaking news in Major League Baseball. The Los Angeles Dodgers signing closer Edwin Diaz, $69 million. Nice. Should we just cancel this upcoming Major League season? Like, is there a point of playing it? Are the Dodgers like just gonna win again and go back to back to back? We will get into that. We will talk about the Tigers and Tarek Skubal, and he may be on the move, and why New York Mets fans are and should be livid about the team's inactivity as it concerns Edwin Diaz. And no, I don't care that they made him an offer. That is pathetic by the Mets to lose Edwin Diaz. Two tremendous guests will join us on the show today. Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth. Among the questions that we will ask stink. Who do you think's going to win the AFC? Mark Schlereth joins us next hour on the show. And how about this? Rejoining You Better You Bet ahead of the NBA Cup. Oh, yeah. Quarterfinals tonight, quarterfinals tomorrow in the NBA Cup. Our friend Matt Moore, Action Network, Locked On NBA, Buckets podcast will join us to talk about the Heat and the Magic and the Knicks and the Raptors tonight, and we'll spin it forward to tomorrow's games in the Western Conference, how we're betting the NBA Cup, awards with Matt Moore, all sorts of NBA betting talk and NBA conversation with Matt Moore coming up next hour on the show. And in the final hour, in the power hour, Femi and I will give you our early bets and thoughts on Week 15 in the National Football League. I've got a pretty strong take on the Panthers and the Saints that I can't wait to share with everybody. Maybe the game that's a little off the radar, but I got a strong thought on that game. We'll talk about a bunch of the big games this weekend in the NFL, the games that we like, the games that we've already bet. And, of course, to close the show, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. NBA Cup, Knicks and Raptors, Heat Magic, 6 o'clock Eastern tip-off. We'll give you that, obviously, before the game tips. But we'll get to the Knicks and the Raptors and all the big games tonight in college hoops. I got a couple bets, including one in the Michigan-Villanova game. Rematch of the national championship game from back in 2018. And I think we may have a different result tonight than we had in that game. We'll talk about it at the end of the show. And look, this is one of those shows, right, where you think when you wake up in the morning and you step outside and you take a deep breath and you get real high. We were talking before the show about that mashup on social media of that and Nicki Minaj's Bees in the Trap. And I just worked myself into that. You wake up in the morning and you step outside or you get yourself a gun. One of the two. That's how it goes. It's what I've always said that throughout my entire life. And you think you've got the lead of the show planned out. You think you've got it. And then something happens that turns it upside down on its head. And I think that generally we as a show have gotten some pretty good luck in terms of news breaking while we're on the air and not after we go off the air. When was it last night, guys, collectively, that Phillip Rivers, the news broke that Phillip Rivers was going to talk to, it was like right after we went off the air, like 5 minutes after we went off the air, that news broke that Phillip Rivers was going to meet with the Indianapolis Colts and work out with the quarterback needy Indianapolis Colts. And we didn't know if he was going to sign with Indianapolis, but we knew the workout was happening. Literally, Mike Brown says like 7:04 p.m. Eastern. So this is like we're off the air for a couple minutes and this news comes down. And my first thought is, damn it. I wish we had been on the air so we get the chance to talk about it. Because who knows what's going to happen? Guy's 44 years old. Is he actually going to sign with the Colts? We got that answer today as we officially begin terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. As a river runs through Indianapolis with about 36 children. 44-year-old semi-finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Hasn't played a game since January 2021. For those of you that remember that game, a Frank Reich disaster class as the Colts didn't win or cover on the road in Buffalo in that wild card round. Grandfather, Phillip Rivers, signed to the Indianapolis Colts practice squad. I feel like if Riley Leonard is not good enough to start, is not healthy enough to start, I think Rivers is going to play on Sunday for Indianapolis on the road in Seattle. Throw him to the Lions. And the first thing that we have to start with, obviously, is how insane it is, just like on a human level here. Like, I'm being dead serious. I'm 42. I have an 18-month-old. She's my daughter. Not granddaughter. Daughter. Not 18 years old. 18 months old. You're 44 and a grandfather? I mean, what is that? How has he been able to navigate through this? Just like, obviously, like, it's physically possible that this could occur, of course. Just like, oh my God, like we all know that Rivers has a million kids. I mean, the Rivers and his wife, I mean, God bless them. I want whatever they're having. I think a lot of people want that. God bless them. I mean, geez, how old is his kid that has a kid? I mean, this family's unbelievable. Just going at everything in sight. I mean, who needs Viagra? Who needs Cialis? Give us the water in the Rivers household. Jeez. Good for them, man. Good for the Rivers family. Grandfather, Phillip Rivers, signed to the Indianapolis Colts practice squad. To a quarterback room that currently includes torn Achilles Daniel Jones, orbital fracture and bad at football, Anthony Richardson, and PCL sprain, Riley Leonard. And like Brett Rippon's there also. And I was talking to Bill Zimmerman earlier, our executive producer, and Bill said to me, is Phillip Rivers at 44 better than Brett Rippon? And my response was, the NFL team is telling you he is. You have the answer to that question. Like, the team that employs Brett Rippon has chosen the 44-year-old semifinalist for the Hall of Fame over Brett Rippon. So there's the answer to the question. Yes, Phillip Rivers at 44 is probably better than Brett Rippon. And it's crazy. It's like a Disney movie, except it's real. It's not like Phil Rivers is some a-hole or some quarterback that like people don't like, or let's say Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is going to retire, and in 5 years he comes out of retirement. A lot of people don't like Aaron Rodgers, right? And whether you like him or dislike him, we can acknowledge that some people don't like him. Who doesn't like Phillip Rivers? Everyone loves Phillip Rivers. Universally, he's respected. He's loved. People enjoyed his playing career. I don't know that he's a Hall of Famer. I'll tell you what, if he goes into the Hall of Fame, he better go in after Eli Manning. I'll say that. But man, this is a real-life Disney movie. I guess in order to be a Disney movie, you have to have the happy ending, and I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen. And we'll talk about what happens if you have to play this week against the Seattle Seahawks. But man, if and when, and I think we can probably say when, whether it's this week or in the weeks to come, when Phillip Rivers starts a game for the Colts, he will become the 5th quarterback in the history of the National Football League to start a game at 44 years or older. Those 4 quarterbacks: Tom Brady, Warren Moon, both Hall of Famers, Vinny Testaverde, who is like in the Hall of Very Good, or like the Hall of Pretty Good at least, like a good NFL quarterback, and Steve DeBerg. And in case anyone younger in the audience doesn't know who Steve DeBerg is, he played for a million years, played for a bunch of teams. I would describe Steve DeBerg as like a pretty good quarterback, like not as good as Vinny Testaverde. Like Vinny started a conference championship game for the Jets. Not as good as Vinny, but a good quarterback. Like there are no scrubs. None of those guys are scrubs. QTLC. We don't want them. They can't get no love from me. So no scrub has ever started at 44. So Phil Rivers is obviously no scrub, if indeed he's going to start, and I think he will start a game here for the Indianapolis Colts. And he knows the Shane Steichen offense intimately, right? Steichen was his quarterback coach with the Chargers for a number of years. And he was obviously quarterback of the Colts and knows the organization. And you know that Callie Gordon Irsay, the late Jim Irsay's daughter, signs off on all of these things, that obviously she feels some way about Phillip Rivers as a quarterback, that she co-signed this, bringing him in to be the quarterback of the team potentially moving forward here. Now, I've seen some people on social media, and there's a lot to get to. We'll bring this into the next segment. I'll bring Femi on. Him and I will bandy this about before we get to Eagles, and we will do in full Eagles and Chargers on Monday Night Football. I've seen some people say, and tweet, and Blue Sky, and Thread, whatever, why would the Colts do this? How desperate can you be to bring in a quarterback who's on the cusp of the Hall of Fame? That's how long he's been retired. Can we like pull our heads out of our collective derrieres here for a second and consider this? On the surface, is this crazy? Yes. But you have to consider the situation. Not all situations are created equal, right? If Dylan Gabriel had a concussion and Shadur Sanders got hurt and was out for the season and Deshaun Watson's not ready to play, do you think the Browns would call Phillip Rivers to start games? Like, no. They'd start Bailey Zappi because they don't have anything to play for. And to quote Willa Ford, they want to be bad. Just look at the 2-point conversion at the end of the game this past week against the Tennessee Titans. The Indianapolis Colts not only don't want to be bad, they gain nothing from being bad. The Jets have their next 2 first-round picks. Right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever you feel about the trade, and I hated it in the moment, and I said as much. I hated the Sauce Gardner trade. Loved it for the Jets, hated it for the Colts. The Colts pushed their chips into the middle of the table, right? Is that not what happened? They need to win, and they need to win now. and the season's slipping away. All these losses, 8-5, currently projected out of the playoffs in every betting market. Indy, a dog to make the playoffs. You can't roll injured Riley Leonard. You can't roll Brett Rippon out there. You can't do it. And candidly, I don't think the Colts want to play Anthony Richardson even if he's healthy. So you had to do something here. And from that lens and through that viewpoint, you can understand a little bit the roll of the dice here with Phillip Rivers. And I'll be candid with everybody. I think this is a worthy roll of the dice for the Indianapolis Colts. On the other side, Femi will join me, and we'll talk about if Indy can cover this weekend at the Seahawks. You better you bet on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Rivers to the air, fires end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown! T.Y. Hilton. And there go the Colts.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Catalan. Andrew Catalan with the call. That Phillip Rivers final touchdown pass in the National Football League. I love that it's T.Y. Hilton. Just taking a stroll down memory lane. And Femi, this makes me want to. Okay, so I have the wild card box score open right now for Colts Bill in the wild card game. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I want to see how many of these guys you can. Okay, so what we'll do here is.
Okay.
Let me bring this up here. Okay. All right. There are. I'm trying to think how many guys are like feasible that you would get. 1, 2.
I saw a highlight of like a pass to T.Y. Hilton earlier today. So I was like, oh, like that guy was on the team. Of course, that guy was there. And
I will give you 3 chances. Who was the number 1 receiver for the Colts who had the most receiving yards in that wild card game against Buffalo in 21?
Oh man, the leading just in that game or in the season?
In that game.
In that game. Okay, leading receiver in that game.
In terms of yards, not receptions, yards. Someone else had more receptions.
What was? I don't know why I want to guess this person. Was Eric Ebron on that team?
No, I think Ebron was gone. Okay, he was
gone by then. Okay, no Eric Ebron. Shout out to him. Okay, I'll guess T.Y. Hilton as one of the guesses. I'm assuming it's not because I feel like you'd have gone with something else.
It is current Colts. Michael Pittman was the leading receiver in terms of yards. How about the Colts have had so many tight ends through the years? A tight ends led them in receptions in this game. Would you like to try and guess?
No, I don't want to guess a tight end because I feel like Ebron was my guess, and I don't know who else would have been playing. No, it was not Mo Alley Cox, was it?
Mo Alley Cox was on the Colts and did have a couple catches in that game, but it is not Mo Alley Cox. It is a white tight end. That helps.
Kobe Fleener wasn't still playing, was he?
No, Fleener was gone at this point.
yeah, I feel like he was gone by that point. White tight end on the Colts. I feel like I'm missing a very obvious guy here.
Whose name had a famous cameo in the critically acclaimed 1990s comedy Billy Madison.
Oh my gosh. Ooh. And I love Billy Madison. I don't know why I can't.
Doyle rules.
Doyle
rules. Jack Doyle.
Jack Doyle. There you go. Jack.
By the way, I think I have that wrong. I think the Colts did cover because the Bills won that game by 3.
They did cover.
I remember
I bet the game.
I lost my bet on the game. I guess I bet Buffalo in the game.
I said it during the 3:00 hour. I was literally at my French Schmaltz job because I was covering Rams at Seahawks, which was the afternoon game of the wild card weekend, and we're in the press box.
That's the John Wolford game, right?
That's the game where when Wolford where he didn't survive.
Benched Jared Goff, and Ken and I did that on the show, and Ken was like, "You're wrong. They're not benching Jared Goff," and then I was right, which I think was maybe the one time I was ever right in an argument with Ken on the show. Was Wolford
because we all showed up early to watch the warm-ups. Hey, what's Goff going to be doing in warm-ups? What's going on here? It's he's throwing the ball. It's it's hard to tell, but then it's okay, I don't think he's going to be starting. That was the Wolford game. Then unfortunately, I think Jamal Adams just drilled him.
No,
and then Goff ended up coming
his neck got hurt. Goff came in and won the game, and then Goff started the next week on the road in Green Bay. I bet the Rams +7, and they didn't cover, which is just
and then 3 weeks
trip
later,
down
Goff
memory
got
lane of
to
all my
Detroit.
playoff losses. Yeah. That's right.
And here's Stafford, and the rest is history. But yeah, I was in the press box sweating that game, because the Colts, they were covering for much of it, but then all of a sudden they got down by multiple scores, and they needed that last second drive to cut it to 3 to get within the number. And then I was like, yes, let's go. But of course, fist pumping underneath the table because back then, you should not be sweating out games at an NFL press box. But yeah, it was a fun experience though. That's my memory of Phillip Rivers, his last game.
I remember the Knicks lost this game, but I was covering the Knicks in 2003 for WFUV at Fordham when I was in college. And Stephon Marbury, they scored you could probably find this game. I want to say it was 2003. It was Dirk Nowitzki was on the Mavericks, right, at the time. Mm-hmm. And the Knicks scored 7 points in the final 19 seconds or something. So Marbury hit a 3. They stole the inbound and he hit another 3. And the game went to overtime. They lost it because of course they did. They lost in overtime. But I'll never forget. So there was there is a press box at Madison Square Garden, but there's also, I can like see it in my mind's eye exactly where it is. Right by one of the tunnels is a media section where media kind of sit with TVs, right? And this 20 years ago. And there were people, so I guess like Frank Isola at the time, just to name people know, was like the Knicks beat writer, I think, for the Daily News at the time. So like Isola and like other beat writers weren't there in this area, like they were somewhere else. So this was like, like local TV people and like the college jabronis like me were like in this area. And there were people standing up like media members, like cheering wildly when the Knicks tied the game. I remember thinking, I was like, this is 2003 maybe. I was like 19. Was I 19? I was 20. My math skills are bad. Thinking, man, these guys are kind of really unprofessional here. Like, I'm a
There's no
college
cheering
student.
in the press box.
Let me see if I can find this. Knicks Mavericks 2003 Marbury comeback overtime. Let me see if I can find this here.
Starbury, what a guy.
Is this it? Stefan? Oh, rather. Yeah, I don't know if this is it. January 24th, 2003. Yeah, this is it. January 24th, 2003. Mavericks won 101-90 and outscored the Knicks in overtime 27-16. There it is.
Jeez.
Yeah, there's no play-by-play here, but that's the game.
5
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah. I remember they got like nuked in overtime and lost the game. It's just like so typical. Wow. It's 22 years ago. Man. Almost 23 years. I'm kind of old, man. It's wild. Anyway.
Been in the game. Seasoned.
Phillip Rivers. Okay. My guess as to how this is going to go. If Riley Leonard's healthy, I think Riley Leonard starts this weekend. He's got a PCL sprain. We don't know if he's going to be able to play. So I think if Leonard's healthy, he'll start this weekend and then would give way to Rivers next week against the 49ers. If Riley Leonard can't play, I think they're going to play Rivers and not Brett Rippon.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. I'll lay it. If he's confirmed, I'll lay it.
Okay.
Current,
just to give people the side and total market right now in the game. So this was what, like 11.5 last night before all of this? More than 10, less than 13. So we are now through 13. Seattle 13.5 minus 110, total 42.5 in the game. With, again, either Phillip Rivers or Riley Leonard set to start for the Colts in a season on the brink. And I went to break saying that, and it's the truth. Like, they have to win. They have to win this year. So I actually don't mind this move, as crazy as it is. You got to try something. I guess it was like Rivers or Ryan Tannehill, maybe? And Rivers has more familiarity here.
And that's what it comes down to. But also, when Richardson got hurt, we weren't coming up with contingency plans then. It's like, hey, Daniel Jones is our guy. Okay, let's maybe make sure we have some insurance behind him if something were to happen, like a broken fibula that he ended up playing on because they had no other option, and that leads to him tearing his Achilles. It's just okay, now you just woke up and we're like, oh my God, season's on the line. Let's call Phil. What? This dude hasn't played in 5 years, man. I don't give a damn how much he knows the offense. He has not seen a pass rush since 2021 in January. And now he has to go against the Seahawks potentially? How do you think that's going to go?
Let me ask you this question. Hypothetical. Riley Leonard's healthy. Do the Colts sign Phillip Rivers?
No, I don't think they do. I think they ride out with Riley Leonard.
So I guess my counter to that would be, and I'm not.
I don't think he was that bad against Jacksonville, to be honest.
I don't either. I'm not trying to defend Chris Ballard at all here. At all. I think they probably like Riley Leonard, which I'm not saying that they think Riley Leonard can win a Super Bowl, but in the event that Jones had to go out, they felt like they could play Riley Leonard until Richardson's back and healthy, would be my guess. Was their thought process.
So do you think Rivers is just as insurance as backup for Riley Leonard? Do you think we don't even ever see Rivers? Let's say Riley Leonard's healthy enough to play this Sunday and he gets through the game okay. Do we ever see Phillip Rivers?
Depends how it goes.
Yeah, I guess it's if you play as well in the game.
They are. You better bet on this Tuesday. Nick and Femi talking the Phillip Rivers signing of the Colts. What a sentence! What a world, dude. It's actually amazing.
This is 2020. What is it? What are you talking?
Dude, they can't mess around. They can't.
No.
They have to try and win. They have no incentive. They get nothing out of losing. None. They have to try and win. They don't have first-round picks in the next 2 years. They have to try and win. So if Riley Leonard's not healthy, they're going to play Rivers. And let's say Leonard is healthy and Leonard plays this weekend and he falls on his face. Like, you think Leonard's starting? If they're then they'll be 8-6 with a murderer's row schedule to close. No way. Like, Rivers is going to play at that point. They have to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. They have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. When you're desperate, you're desperate. And, like, that's what this whole theme has been for the Colts. Like, you outlined it with the Sauce Gardner trade in the last segment. Like, every move has been desperation for Indianapolis this year. I get it in that sense. I just don't think it's going to work out, which is, like, not what we're talking about here. It's like, hey, like, this is why they're doing it as opposed to how do you think this is going to go? But, like, yeah, like, I guess if you put it that way, okay, yeah, like, call someone who knows the offense. Call someone who has a good relationship with Shane Steichen and someone that we think can do it. But, like, I'm just not buying this, oh, he threw the ball well in the workout and he's been keeping – come on, like, stop. You're not going to convince me that a guy that hasn't played in 5 years all of a sudden is going to roll out of bed and look like a competent NFL quarterback. Like, miss me with that noise. Like, that's just not happening.
All right, so let's talk about now if Phillip Rivers has to play and if Rivers is on the field. I actually
say
sick?
a prayer.
Well, I have a fantasy football take because I'm sick. Well, like, I guess like you could consider playing him in like a super flex league with 2 quarterback, but
you didn't bet any comeback player of the year, did you? People have been doing that.
Not yet. I mean,
stop! Don't do it. I will not let you do that. No, he might not even play all the games, and they changed the rules. It's not happening.
Fair enough. If Rivers plays, I think I would put him at more than 50% to play a game this year for the Colts. If that happens, like, they don't make this signing, like, they're signing him to play him. Otherwise, like, they'd sign some jabroni to back up Brett Rippon, and Brett Rippon would play if Riley Leonard were. That's how this would go. It's going to be everything in Steichen's offense that has to do with the quarterback running the ball, which is like a pretty big part probably of what he wants to do now. Is he capable of calling a different offense? Yes. But I mean, think about what he's done largely in Indy, right? And, you know, we did see him with Flacco have a little success last year. Like, Flacco was bad, but like he's coordinated an offense for quarterback who can't move. And that was the thing about Rivers in his final year in Indianapolis. Like, he couldn't move. He couldn't move towards the end. So I think you're going to see a ton of quick game, obviously. Like, he's going to get the ball. It's going to get out of his hands quickly. They're probably going to run a ton out of the shotgun because you want Rivers under center, like against the Seattle Seahawks defense?
No.
It'll be a ton of run game with Jonathan Taylor, which teams know is coming anyway. Like, I don't know why they can't have success doing that. And then it's going to be Taylor in the passing game. It's going to be Tyler Warren, and it's going to be Josh Downs. Like, I actually, just as a fantasy take here and a prop betting take, and for the people that check out my Sunday stuff know this, because I've been betting him for basically every week for a long time now this season. And he hasn't gone over every week, but he goes over most weeks. I've been betting Alec Pierce over receiving yards. And my buddy Greg Rosenthal had a great tweet that I want to reference here. He tweeted a couple months ago, however good you think Alec Pierce is, like, he's better. He's better than that. He's going to be a free agent. He's going to get a huge, that's one of the reasons why they traded A.D. Mitchell, because Alec Pierce is unbelievable. He's not just like a one-trick pony, like 9-route deep shot guy. He can do way more than that. I think Rivers nukes that. I think like Alec Pierce is dead as far as like fantasy is concerned now. I think Josh Downs is back to life, and it'll be a ton of quick game. And I think Steichen's a good enough coach to be able to scheme something up that at least is competent here. I'm curious. Okay, let's say tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. It wouldn't be tomorrow morning, right? It'd be in a couple days. Rivers is named the starter this weekend if that happens. The market's currently 13.5. What does it close at Seattle? How do you even quantify this? We are guessing.
It's a hard question to answer. I'm guessing, I mean, I think people will talk themselves if it ever got to the key number of 14 to be like, oh, like, let me bet Indy. I think we hang out here. You think people are going to want to lay it? You think they agree with me? You think they're going to be like, let's lay the Seahawks?
I think we're in between 14 and 17 if Rivers plays.
I mean, you're probably right, because even, 16.5 Seahawks, I'll lay it. They're going to put together a game plan, but like the running game, I feel like kind of gets nuked based on the fact that the quarterback can't move. Daniel Jones is a good athlete. And now you have not a bad athlete, a 44-year-old athlete. Like, it's just.
I mean, Flacco did play for the Colts last year. Like, how? And being serious, how dissimilar are Joe Flacco and Phillip Rivers?
But at least he's been playing. Flacco missed 8-9 months. This guy's missed 5 years. This is.
Well,
Flacco wasn't out of the game
when you put it like that, I want to bet the Colts, and then after the game, if they cover, I want to get a shirt like you get when you go to an amusement park, like I survived Space Mountain. Like I survived betting on Phillip Rivers in his first game in 5 years. I want that shirt if I bet the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday. All right, yeah, it's against the Seahawks defense. All right, on the other side, we'll break down Monday Night Football, the Eagles' inexplicable loss in LA against the Chargers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hurts. Picked off. Intercepted, and now the ball's out, and Hurts ends up with the ball in his hands. He fumbles. Chargers ball.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, the call last night on ESPN. What a game. Terribly played, but also massively entertaining and compelling. I was going to say I enjoyed myself throughout, but I would have won both bets I made on the game side and total. Omari and Hampton went over. I would have won side and total if the Eagles had scored at the end. Instead, I lost both. We'll get to all of it in a moment, but we got to tell you, it's NBA Cup time. And today's NBA Odds Boost token from BetMGM belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Just before we get to the totality of the performance from Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense. The Eagles defense kicked ass in this game. Before we get to that, just the play where Jalen Hurts turned it over twice. You know, I'm thinking, right, before the show, like, how do I want to talk about this play? Where you have two incredible errors that occur right next to each other, right? On the same play in this instance. And I remember in my single days when I still lived in New York, so this had to be 2014, 2015. I went on a date with the girl I met on one of the dating apps. I think it might have been like just Tinder. I don't even know if like Bumble or Hinge were around. I think it was just Tinder. So I go on a date with this girl and I drank too much. I was drunk. This is, probably a little too drunk for a first date. And I said something, and it was not something offensive, because like I don't do that. I know it was not so. It was something dumb, though, that I said. And she got annoyed with me. So that's the interception. And she basically said something to the effect of, like, I need you to apologize for this. Something like that. And in that moment, I don't remember what I said, but I remember looking at her and thinking, I don't remember what I said, and I don't know what I'm supposed to apologize for. And I just like looked at her and didn't say anything, and she literally left. It's the only time in my dating career that I've ever been like left on a date. And I remember just standing there and like she was gone and like looking around being like, did this actually happen? So you had the stupid comment that I made, followed by not being able to remember what I said in order to apologize. The football equivalent of that is Jalen Hurts getting picked off, the recovering a fumble, and then fumbling on the same play. Femi writes, at that point you ask yourself, should I stay out or go home? Oh, I definitely went home and probably smoked a fat bong to the face. I don't even need to remember to know that that's absolutely what happened. Because, you gotta, let's forget about this terrible thing that has occurred. So, I can't believe the Eagles lost this game last night. Like, I actually cannot believe that they lost with how well the Eagles defense played. And there's a Chargers conversation that we'll probably have next hour on the show, because this will mostly be devoted to the Philadelphia Eagles. In a game where the Eagles defense sacked Justin Herbert 7 times and pressured him like 70% of the time in the game, he was under duress the entire game. And the Chargers only passed for 139 yards in the game. For the Eagles offense to not do enough to get them over the finish line when the defense does that is unforgivable. And we can blame disgrace to Italians, Kevin Patullo. Please don't egg his house. Like, people take things too far. Like, personal life, professional needs to be separated. We can blame Kevin Patullo all you want. And look, who would make the argument that Patullo's doing a good job? Who would say that? I'm not here to tell you that. You could blame Nick Sirianni. You could blame the offense. You could blame Big Dom. I would never say he's a disgrace to Italians. He'd kick my ass. At some point, the quarterback's got to be blamed. And this is not me like looking down at everyone being like, see, I told you all along. I'm kind of in this position now where I've defended Hurts this entire season. And for me, the worm started to turn a little bit after Black Friday in the game against the Bears, where he's terrible in that game, like objectively. And you know, listeners and viewers, that I'm a huge Jalen Hurts fan. I've always defended Jalen Hurts. I think Hurts is a big-time player. Super Bowl MVP. You trust him in the clutch. And even to the point, and I'm curious, and I'll talk with Femi about this, when we talk about the Chargers later, when they get the ball in overtime down 22-19, Chargers kick the field goal. By the way, is Cameron Dicker, he doesn't have the leg that Brandon Aubrey does? Is he the best kicker of all time? Are we watching the two best kickers in NFL history with Dicker and Brandon Aubrey? The Eagles get the ball, and I'm convinced that they're going to win the game. With everything that's happened this season and how poorly he's looked and how bad the offense has been, I still felt like they were going to win. I even texted the You Bet group, they're going to score a touchdown. They're going to win the game. They're going to win. And they didn't. And he threw a brutal interception to end the game, which kind of reminded me, You Bet on this Tuesday, which kind of reminded me of the Caleb Williams interception to end the Bears-Packers game. A kind of a similar play, right? It's not apples to apples. Like this play got tipped by Cam Hart. Tony Jefferson picks it off. Like the Packers-Bears plays was a great individual play by Keyshawn Nixon. So not the same thing, right? But still, kind of a similar play. The difference, though, between those two plays is Caleb Williams is a second-year quarterback that we can candidly make some excuses for. Now, whether or not he's going to be better in year 3 remains to be seen, but you can make some excuses for him, right? He played great in the second half also. There's no excuse for Jalen Hurts. None. Zero. I don't care that Lane Johnson didn't play. I don't care that Landon Dickerson's in and out of the lineup. I don't even care that A.J. Brown, and look, A.J. Brown had a couple huge drops on good Jalen Hurts throws, and the narrative, candidly, is a little different today if A.J. Brown makes one of those catches, because the Eagles probably win the game if that happens. He dropped some balls that he absolutely has to catch. Hurts also missed him on a couple passes throughout the game. But it's still, we get into this spot, right, where we can kind of do that. And I could see a sports talk host or someone on TV saying, well, if A.J. Brown catches that ball, then we're talking about how the Jalen Hurts was good when it mattered the most. We got to call a spade a spade. He's terrible for the balance of this game. He's terrible. He was really, really bad. And they even got the run game going. Now, it took a fake tush push to get Saquon Barkley sprung loose for a long touchdown, but they did get it. Saquon ran for over 100 yards. They allowed 139 passing yards. They sacked Herbert 7 times. They crushed him the entire game. We'll get to Herbert and the Chargers. And they lost. The quarterback's a big problem right now. And the stunning thing to me is it doesn't look like he's playing with any degree of confidence. This is a guy who, this calendar year, won Super Bowl MVP. 10 months ago, Super Bowl most valuable player. And what it's been reduced to? He's not even recognizable sometimes with these passes. And I've defended him. I don't know how you can defend it anymore. Now, I don't want to bury the Eagles, although I want to. I want to practice what I preach. Because yesterday on the show, we talked about Jordan Love and the Packers and how the NFL season is long with many twists and turns, and how over the balance of a 17-game, 18-week regular season, there are a bunch of mini seasons that teams will undergo, right? Where the Packers had that mini season where they lose to the Panthers at home, and then the brutal loss to the Eagles on Monday night, where I came on the show that Tuesday and said the Eagles are dead. Or the Packers are dead. Cross them off the list. And clearly what we've seen since then, they've gone 4-0, and they look awesome. And I don't think they're going to win the NFC, but they're in the conversation. They're back on the list. I'm not going to be so stubborn or obstinate as to be they suck then, so they still suck now. No. They're really good. So it's not impossible that the Eagles can get it together. There's still 4 games left in the regular season for them to get it together. Do you have confidence, you the listener, you the viewer, they're going to make it happen? A lot of people will point back to 2023 and the analog between this team and that team. That team obviously started 10-1 and had the unbelievable collapse down the stretch, which ended in calamity in the wild card game in Tampa against the Bucs, when they couldn't pick up a blitz and Jalen Hurts couldn't beat the blitz, and it was really weird, right? And then Kellen Moore comes in, yada, yada, yada. The Eagles are Super Bowl champions. The big difference between 23 and 25, this defense is freaking spectacular for the Eagles. And I know they looked bad against the Bears. They were great last night. Great. And if the offense can give you like any, basically, the defense is good enough that I still think their upside is too. Maybe not. We'll see who the opponent would be. I think the AFC is weak enough where you can actually still say right now, even if I'm saying that I don't know if it's likely, their upside is still to win the Super Bowl and go back to back. It is, if the defense is going to be that good. Now, you need the offense to play a little better. Are they going to win the division? Philly's 8-5. Dallas is 6-6-1. If Dallas wins out 10-6-1, and the Eagles go 2-2, 10-7, Dallas wins the NFC East. Philly to close. Home Raiders, and honestly, if you gave Nick Sirianni Versatarium, whatever the Harry Potter nerdy truth serum is, he'd probably tell you he wishes the game were in Vegas. Because the first Jalen Hurts incomplete pass, the crowd's going to be booing. Home Raiders, at Washington, at Buffalo, home Washington. You might get 2 Jaden Daniels games and a Josh Allen game to close the year. Philly minus 1,100 at BetMGM to win the division, so still a huge favorite. Are you that confident? Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth joins us right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Thoughts are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, talking Phillip Rivers signing with the Indianapolis Colts out of retirement to the Colts practice squad. Why? It's both insane and a worthy roll of the dice for Indianapolis. Remember, the Colts don't have their first-round pick for the next 2 years. No incentive to lose. Need to win and try to make the playoffs. They clearly think that Brett Rippon's not the guy. Riley Leonard may not be healthy. We might see Phillip Rivers start this weekend on the road in Seattle against the Seahawks. Femi telling you that there's basically no number he would bet with Indianapolis if Phillip Rivers plays. I'd kind of want to bet the Colts and then get a shirt afterwards that says, I survived betting Phillip Rivers in his first game back after 5 years being retired. Like I rode Space Mountain at Disney World. Got into the Philadelphia Eagles and their putrid offense last night in the loss on the road in Los Angeles. Femi and I will get to the Chargers part of the equation later this hour. Matt Moore joins us in 20 minutes from the Action Network, talking the NBA Cup, the two Eastern Conference quarterfinals tonight, Western Conference tomorrow. We look forward to that with our friend Matt Moore. For joining us right now to kick off hour number 2 on this Tuesday, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's going on, Stink?
Nothing, man. How you guys doing?
Well, let's start with the news. Phillip Rivers out of retirement, 44 years old, to the Indianapolis Colts. Mark Schlereth's reaction is?
My reaction is, man, how bad is the state of quarterbacking in the National Football League? You know, I was talking to a defensive coordinator last week, a current defensive coordinator who just happens to be a buddy of mine, who said this to me. He said, never in the history of the National Football League has there been more arm talent and less quarterback ever. And he goes, you know, they come out of college, they come out, first off, all they do is play 7-on-7, right? So it's all about like backyard football. They play 7-on-7. They come out of college. They can't read a defense. I'm not blaming the college system. I do the same thing. If I was in college, the easiest way to win is get a guy who's a superior athlete and just start running around and making plays, and then, you know, trying to get people to sink down and play man-to-man coverage and throw it versus man. So like so much arm talent, so few quarterbacks, and that's the state of the National Football League. That's why you get a 44-year-old dude who's a grandfather, has 10 kids, and say, hey, man, you know what? You might be the best answer we have to come in here and help us get to a playoff run. Unbelievable what's going on right now that Phillip Rivers is going to play. I'm assuming he's going to play at some point for the Indianapolis Colts this year.
What would your expectations be for Rivers if he does play, whether it's this week in Seattle, the week after against the Niners, or at some point to end the season where, again, like they have to win. They don't have their first round pick. They pushed all the chips all in the Sauce Gardner trade. Your expectations for Phil Rivers, if and when, more likely when he gets on the field.
Well, I mean, listen, one thing about Phillip is he knows what he's doing, right? He understands defenses. He can read those things. He loves to be at the line of scrimmage, orchestrating. That's what he did, right? He loves to kind of call the game from the line of scrimmage. One of the things that I think you have to do, especially if you're in Indianapolis, obviously they've got a great run game. You got to lean into that. You got to take some of that responsibility off the plate of Phillip Rivers. But I'm sure he's going to want to do what, you know, those quarterbacks of his generation did. The Eli Mannings, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's, wants to orchestrate at the line of scrimmage. And so it'll be really interesting to see exactly kind of what they have. I mean, me personally, I think he'll I think from the neck up, he'll be able to do that. To assimilate an offense, to know where to go with it, and all those things. Will he be a tick slow? Will he be able to throw the ball down the field? He's always pushed the ball anyhow. It'll be really interesting to see. I just expect the Indianapolis Colts to fall by the wayside. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they're going to fall out of this race.
If you were on the Seattle, and I know obviously you played offense, but if you were on the Seattle Seahawks right now and word comes down tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday that Rivers is starting, what do you think the reaction is going to be in that locker room, knowing that they're going to face a guy who last played literally in 2000, almost 5 full years ago?
Yeah, it's very much like the game I called in Cleveland, Tennessee versus the Browns, and the sack record that Myles Garrett is chasing. And I talked to Peter Skoronski before the game, and he said, I'm walking on the field. He's walking off. He just got done warming up. And he goes, we start talking about it. And he goes, not on our watch. We ain't we're not giving up the record. Now, Garrett had 1 sack, but he's like, not on it. This is the only plan we have. And I could imagine if you're the Seattle Seahawks and you're deep and you're that defense that's been playing out of your mind, you're looking at it going, man, let's give him a rude welcome back to the National Football League. Not on our watch. We ain't letting him win this football game. We ain't letting him cut us up. And we're going to attack that dude. So that's I would imagine what the feeling is there in Seattle.
Yeah,
in Indianapolis or in Seattle. Yeah.
Yeah, that defense, one of the best in the league. Seahawks, 13.5-point favorites right now, but we'll see what happens later on the week, what the Colts decide to do at quarterback. Last night, Eagles suffered their 3rd straight loss, lose to the Chargers in overtime, 22-19. A lot of criticism for Jalen Hurts, 5 turnovers in the game. Coaching staff has been under a lot of criticism as well. What's the bigger issue in Philadelphia on offense? Is it Jalen Hurts, or is it this offensive coaching staff that has this team just kind of in flux right now on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably more the offensive coaching staff. I think it's the fact that they've had injuries on their offensive line. They haven't been as good. Obviously, Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson went out yesterday. Jurgens, their center, has been hurt at times. So I think there's a lot of issues, a lot of influx there, using multiple guys to play. So I think that's a big part of it. And I've said this for a while. And listen, man, I've watched last night. I watched some Eagles tape, but their run game isn't very good. And then Jalen Hurts, it feels like to me, this offensive coaching staff is trying to make Jalen Hurts more of a drop back guy, and everybody tries to do that. And the guys want to be able to kind of take it to the next level from that standpoint. And you lose some of that threat, very much like in Baltimore right now with an injured Lamar Jackson. When you lose some of that athleticism, some of that threat in the run game, people are basically saying, hey, man, since you can't beat us this way, or since you're unwilling to beat us this way, we are going to make you drop back. We're going to make you face a zone. We're going to make you face, kind of a shell defense. We're going to make you pick us apart. And we don't believe you're good enough to pick us apart. I mean, I think every time I watch film, I always think to myself, what is the defense telling the offense, or what is the offense trying to tell the defense? And that's what I keep coming away with in that regard with Jalen Hurts. And obviously 5 total turnovers last night was putrid. And there feels like there's something. I talked about all the stinking truth. I was like, there just feels like there's something bubbling, like they got bubble gut. Like something's going on over there. And it just doesn't feel right inside that locker room. So I got a little bubble gut syndrome going on in Philadelphia. Things they just don't feel well.
Yeah, we gotta send them to the bathroom, I guess. Here, you bet on this Tuesday. Odyssey Sports. Yeah, I mean, listen, it happens to the best of us. Odyssey Sports said my wife made me this beef and broccoli with like Brad stir fry. Might be some bubbles. Insider calls.
You never know.
Well, maybe I do know. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. I might have to leave this segment. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. All right. So last night in the Eagles-Chargers game, like the Eagles get all the headlines. Like the Chargers actually won the game. And curious, Stink, as a former offensive lineman, because I'm watching this game last night, and I'm getting pissed watching this Chargers offensive line. And I know Alt and Slater are out. I understand they're down their 2 all-pro tackles. Justin Herbert, I've never seen, like, Jim Harbaugh called him a superhero. Like, he was like a superhero in this game. And I watched that, and Femi and I will talk Chargers a little later. And I feel like the Chargers, and like Harbaugh's a great coach, and like next year when they get the tackles back, things can be different. They feel like an unserious team to me right now that can't protect their quarterback who has a broken hand. How did you feel as a stud offensive lineman watching that performance and not just the inability to protect, but looking like they had no clue about how to protect their quarterback last night?
Well, I mean, I think it's endemic of the National Football League in general. I've said this a bunch, but I'll say it again to you guys. There's what I call an 80-20 rule in the National Football League. And that 80-20 rule is 20% of the guys make 80% of the money. And the 80% that are left over on a roster are fighting for the 20% that's left over. And so when you're paying 8 to 10 players on your roster, you're paying a receiver $30 million. You're paying a rush defensive end $35 million. You're paying your quarterback $50 million. You're paying a stud defensive tackle $25 million. When you do that, like, there's only so much under the salary cap that you've got for the rest of the guys. And one of the things that have happened that's happened in the National Football League is that you've saved money, or you've tried to save money, by having backup offensive linemen that aren't worth a squirt of piss. And so when you get a guy that gets hurt and you put a guy in that's, to me, it's the most technical position in football, you put a guy in to play offensive line that has no business playing, I don't know what you expect. That guy, they're going to give up pressures. I mean, and I say this all the time, guys, it's the only position in sport where, one, your eyes are to the back of the football, and two, you're facing a guy across from you that's the same size and same strength, but is exponentially a better athlete than you. And yet you're expected to win 100% of the battles. I can whip your ass for 65 plays in a row. If I give up a sack on 66, I'm a piece of garbage, and you go to the Pro Bowl. That's how the game is played. So to me, it's the most technical position. Every step, every hat placement, every strike, every hand placement has got to be so precise, because you're facing a guy who's a better athlete than you. And so all of a sudden you're trying to save money by having backup offensive linemen that have no business being in the league. Like, what do you think is going to happen when all of a sudden those guys have to come together and play and communicate and do all those things? They're going to suffer. They're going to struggle. And that's the state of the NFL. When I came in the league, all the backup offensive linemen had started for 3-4 years somewhere else. And those guys were the backups, because that's how you built a team and built a roster. And it's just not that way anymore. And it's funny, the last collective bargaining agreement, I talked to the NFLPA about this, and they were like, hey, we're going to put this rookie wage scale in, and we're going to, and I was like adamant against it. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And ultimately, what has ended up happening, I always said this bar I used to go to called Chilkoot Charlie's, and their motto was, where we cheat the other guy and pass the savings on to you. If you think they're going to save money on rookies and distribute it to middling players into your middle of your roster, you guys are stupid. They ain't doing that. They're going to pay the superstars, and then they're going to save money by keeping a bunch of guys who can't play. And so that's what's happened in the league. And so you have 1 or 2 injuries on your offensive line, and you're literally screwed in today's NFL.
And we did see that last night with the Los Angeles Chargers. Final question, 30 seconds to go. What food gives Mark Schlereth the worst case of bubble gut?
Oh, there is no food. Like, there is no food that I am ironclad. Like, there's nothing that upsets my stomach. I mean,
so you get no bubble
nothing.
gut. Is it bubble gut or bubble guts, plural?
I would go guts, but I'm not, but I'm not a mathematician.
So you never get bubble guts.
Oh, no. I like nothing bothers my stomach till I get I am the Jason Bourne of pooping. When I have to go, I got about a 7-minute window before I touch cloth. Like that's just the way it works in my system. So I can always sense where a bathroom is 100% of the time, regardless of where I am. I always know. I walk into a mall and I eyeball it right there. Bam, there it is. I know where it's at.
We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Be well.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth joining us on the show. He definitely gets bubble guts. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. On the other side, Matt Moore will join us to talk NBA. I will not ask him about bubble guts.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What an atmosphere. LeBron for the lead. Got it!
I mean, don't stop yelling.
LeBron!
That's not obvious.
James, he wants it. James with 2, with 1. LeBron again! Again! He's back!
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Sportsnet Los Angeles, courtesy of The Call. I'll be honest, I never thought LeBron was done. Like, it was over for LeBron. You knew he would start playing better, but, like, he had a couple substandard performances by his lofty standards, obviously. Sciatica, first digit in his age as a 4. Maybe this isn't going to go great. And then a turn back the clock performance to end the weekend against the Philadelphia 76ers. Maybe the Lakers could beat the Thunder in the NBA Cup semifinals this weekend. They're not there yet. Got to get through tomorrow night. Just a sinking suspicion. If I had to set an over-under tomorrow night of Lakers free throws, 105.5. And NBA would love Lakers Thunder on Saturday in Vegas in the NBA Cup semifinals. Joining us right now to talk all things NBA and the NBA Cup is our good buddy, the great Matt Moore from the Action Network, Buckets Podcast, Locked On NBA, at HP Basketball on Twitter. What's going on, my friends?
Not much, man. Excited to get into this with you. I can't wait for these Cup games. Just the extra kind of juice that these games provide. We got good matchups. We got big stars. I'm really excited for it. I love the NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup is awesome. Like, gives us something fun to bet on, something fun to talk about. So we absolutely dig it. Okay, so we're going to do the 2 games tonight. And the reason why, we're doing this here and wanted Matt on in this slot at 5:20 p.m. Eastern time today is because the Heat Magic game is at 6 o'clock Eastern. So that is one of the quarterfinals in the East. Winner of Heat Magic will play the winner of Knicks Raptors on Saturday in Vegas in the semis. Winner of that game will play the Western Conference winner in Tuesday, 1 week from today, in the NBA Cup final. So Heat Magic in an hour or 45 minutes from right now. Favorite is flipped in this game, Matt. Orlando is now a 1-point favorite. Total 235.5. Obviously, the big news for the Magic, Franz Wagner is out for them with a high ankle sprain. The Magic couldn't get their core back for even one game with Franz and Paolo and Jalen Suggs, with Anthony Black playing really well and Desmond Bane. Franz is out now. Orlando was a dog. Now the Magic are the favorite. Who do you like in the first game tonight in the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup?
Yeah, I like Miami here. I like them a lot in this matchup. If we just kind of look at some of the trends here, without Franz Wagner, the Magic have not been good over the last 3 seasons. He's a big part of their offense. He's a big part of their defense. In particular, in half-court offense, he's worth about 3 points to them. The on-off differential with him on court, specifically in half-court offense, which we know is where Orlando can struggle at times. Wagner's, their best facilitator. He's their best creator. So that's going to lean right into what Miami does. Miami's big thing is they run at you to set up their defense. They are number 1 in the NBA in forcing half-court possessions. What does that mean? It means they don't let you get out those easy buckets in transition. They run at you, and then they get back and they set back up their defense, and they defend at a very high level, 4th best half-court defense in the league. So if Orlando doesn't get easy buckets, I don't know how they're going to be able to score here, given the fact that they're down Franz Wagner. Paolo Banchero hasn't been efficient at all this season. That, to me, is a concern. I make this Heat -3. I think this should be a little bit more in their direction here. I understand the home crowd in a cup game has actually been pretty good. The other thing here is that Eric Spoelstra, really good after losing the last matchup to division teams. He's about 60% ATS over the last 3 seasons when he's in a division matchup after losing the last one like they did to the Orlando Magic. 2-0 ATS versus the Magic this season. Without Franz Wagner, I think the Magic are not going to have enough, and the Heat get it done tonight. They advance in the NBA Cup.
All right, going with Heat culture. Eric Spoelstra and the Miami Heat against the Orlando Magic. How about the game tipping off a little bit later on this evening between the Knicks and the Raptors? Karl-Anthony Towns right now is questionable. We have to wait on his injury status. Of course, Emmanuel Quickley also questionable. But the Knicks have been getting bet, though, throughout the day. We're all the way out to 5.5 over at BetMGM. Total 226.5. How do you see this one side in total, Knicks and the Raptors?
Yeah, I'm on the Knicks big here. The big factor here, honestly, this is going to sound crazy, but it's RJ Barrett. With Barrett in the lineup, the Raptors are 12-5 straight up and even better against the spread. Without him, they are 3-5 and 1-7 against the spread without RJ Barrett. And you go what, Matt, come on. How can Barrett matter that much? Here's the answer. The backups for the shooting guard spot are Jacoby Walter and AJ Lawson. And that's such a steep drop off, combined with the fact that their best minutes are when Barrett shares the floor with Scotty Barnes without Brandon Ingram. Without Barrett, you get more Ingram playing at the 2. He plays more minutes when Barrett's out, and Ingram's been a negative net for this Raptors team. That's why they've fallen off a cliff. The Knicks have been bad on the road this season, but this is a different environment, I think, with the motivational factor. It's one reason I think that Towns will wind up playing in this game. I think it'll be honestly, I would not be surprised at this being a blowout. The average margin of victory for favorites in Cup quarterfinals, and we got a tiny sample on this, but it's 9 points, 9.5 actually. So I don't mind taking alts on the New York Knicks. I think the Knicks are going to roll tonight.
Yeah, it's I like the Knicks also in the game. I have exactly the same handicap that Matt does with RJ Barrett being out. And look, I'm a huge Knicks fan, obviously. It does kind of suck for the Raptors, who have had a magical start to the season. And we don't do NBA every day on the show just because we're in the heart of football season, but we're all paying attention to it. Raptors have the great start to the season. They lose RJ Barrett, and things have obviously taken a downhill turn for them. Still have time to turn it around, the Raptors do, but absolutely have to get RJ Barrett back. All right. So Matt thinks it'll be, my stomach hurts just saying this out loud, Heat Knicks this weekend in Vegas. We can get to that in a moment, but all right. Don't make me bring up the Chiefs, buddy. I lose too when they lose, not just you as a Chiefs fan. But let's do the Western Conference games coming up tomorrow. Probably a fait accompli that the Thunder will be playing in the NBA Cup set. Maybe just a fait accompli that they win the whole thing, win the NBA Cup, and just win the NBA championship. They will almost certainly, Matt, improve to 24-1. 24-1. 24-1 with the win tomorrow night against Phoenix. But the question we want to know, can they cover a huge number against the Suns, who've been very the Suns are 14. Jordan Knott's done a tremendous job. I can't. The Suns are 4 games over. OKC 14.5 tomorrow night. Total 227.5. Who do you like tomorrow betting wise in the Suns and the Thunder? I'm assuming you think the Thunder will win.
I'm going to take the Suns on the spread here. I think this is too many points for a team that's been hyper competitive. The goal here for Phoenix, and they've done a really good job of this, when they have Mark Williams, they are an entirely different team. Now, they're a much better team when they have Devin Booker, but not entirely ruled out that Booker might play in this one. If Booker plays, I'm going to stare a long time at the money line. I will stare at it. I may not have the guts to bet it, but I will stare at it. If you're asking, like, how could the Suns win this game? It's simple. OKC's weakness is their offense. If you don't turn the ball over, which is almost impossible because they're basically demons that crawl all over your body and steal body parts from you. But if you're able to not turn the ball over, you can get them into a grinded out game. And their half-court offense is actually not elite. It's good, not elite. You get into an ugly game, and all of a sudden I can see a scenario where this is a 6-point game in the fourth quarter. Dylan Brooks hits a 3. It's a 3-point game. I can see this happening. It's like, can they get all the way there to win the thing? But I think 14 points is disrespectful to what Phoenix has been. It's honestly, like, I get it because the Thunder, despite everything, is still above. They're still above 500 ATS this season, despite being basically double-digit favorites in every game. But the strength of schedule for OKC is not exactly stellar. And you go like, well, the Suns aren't stellar. No, but they're better than you think. This is too many points. So I am, on principle, going to be betting the Suns on the spread. If I can get Booker ruled in, I will look at the money line because of the value and just the fun of it. My best bet, though, is going to be on the over in this game. As good as OKC's defense is, their defense is great at causing turnovers. If the Suns have a bad game, OKC's going to rack up points by getting downhill on them. And this is what happens is once they start to run away, they run away big time. And a lot of these unders turn into overs. So I really like the over for tomorrow night, over 224.5, 225 in the market. I've got it at 227.7.
Devin Booker, questionable as of right now for tomorrow night's game. You bet on this Tuesday. Nick and Femi, BetMGM Network, talking the NBA Cup with our friend Matt Moore, Action Network, Buckets Podcast, Locked On NBA, Substack link in his Twitter profile at HP Basketball. Okay. You want a juicy game in the NBA Cup quarterfinals. We might have a really, really good one tomorrow night with the Lakers and the Spurs in Los Angeles. Victor Wembanyama might be back for San Antonio in this game. Listed as questionable right now. I think Stephon Castle is going to play for San Antonio. I was not joking when I said earlier, like, the NBA is going to want this to be. I guess Spurs Thunder is good also if Wemby's going to play, but it ain't Lakers Thunder. Lakers a 4.5 point favorite tomorrow night against San Antonio. Again, we don't know about Wemby. Total 235.5. Matt, how are you approaching this right now with a little bit of injury uncertainty with Lakers Spurs tomorrow night, Wednesday night?
So Wembanyama practiced. So I think he's going to play. I think this is the date that they've circled for him to return.
That's
I think
awesome.
he makes the return.
That's so
in the
awesome.
cup, which is like, yeah, it's really great for a number of reasons. Just getting Luka versus Wemby in a cup game in LA is going to be absolutely tremendous.
You mean Austin Reeves, right?
Right. Austin, most improved player, Austin Reeves, by the way, is what that's how I like to refer to him. I'm not going to be on the spread in this game. I've got it too close. I've got this preseason priors make this about 4, and in-season numbers make it 2 for the Lakers. I like the Lakers to advance, but I honestly think this is a very coin flippy game with how San Antonio has managed to play and how good they've been and their defense. The Lakers defense is not good, which is why my best bet on this game is going to be the over. I have this way over. Lakers home overs have been a godsend this season. So I'm going to be on that because I don't think San Antonio's defense is good enough to slow down the Lakers offense. I like the combination of the Lakers physicality and size going up against Wembanyama and that front line, Cornette, etc. I like the ability for San Antonio to get downhill on the Lakers perimeter defense with Castle, Fox, etc. and all those guys. I definitely think this is an over spot. That's going to be where I'm going to focus on this one. I do think Lakers win. If I'm doing a basketball non-numbers handicap, I think Lakers win this game and advance to the semis. But I do think this. If we could just get everybody healthy and just get everybody to stay on the court for the entire game, I think we could have an instant classic on our hands.
I love that. In like 30 seconds, Matt, and then Femi's going to hit you with a little awards. I'm currently, like at this moment, I'm staring right now at OKC to win the NBA Cup, minus 135. How are they not just winning? Do you want to make a case? I know you said you'll stare at Suns money line tomorrow. How are they not winning here? Would they be your bet? If like water a gun to your head, you have to bet a team. Is it the Thunder or somebody else?
Give me the entire NBA and tell me like one of these teams is going to beat the Thunder and they're going to beat them in a cup game before the cup got decided, right? I know we've picked Houston and Denver because that's what you got to do. And then the next 2 teams I would have said would have been the San Antonio Spurs with Victor Wembanyama and the Los Angeles Lakers. The Thunder have had problems with Luka historically. Now they have dominated as of late, no question, but with a fully healthy Lakers team, I kind of like this opportunity for them. Ayton has a big body with no Hartenstein. You've got Luka who's able to break their individual defense. They've got enough firepower to match up with OKC. It's a question of can they get enough stops? And OKC's offense is a little wonky. For the Spurs, man, come on. Like it's Victor Wembanyama. Like he's a game breaker. He's a world breaker. He changes everything for them. And with the speed that they have, I'm not saying that those teams are going to win. They shouldn't. Like I'm going to have them favored. I'm going to have the Thunder favored by more than a possession. That's how good they are. I do think the Lakers, if they advance, are live. I think they are live to win this entire thing, which is why Luka Doncic, Cup MVP, I think has a lot of value, as well as a long shot on the guy you mentioned, Austin Reeves, who is at an outrageous number in the market. He was at one book, 80-1 earlier in the week. You can still find him at a very good price to be Cup MVP. I like betting on the Lakers a little bit in the spot for exactly the thing you said. OKC's physical defense, right? They're so physical. You know what that means? That means fouls, Nick. Guess who's number 1 in free throw rate? Your Los Angeles Lakers. I'm just looking ahead. That one I am keeping an eye on for the semis.
Shocking. The Lakers are number 1 in free throw rate in the NBA right now. Matt, in about a minute, Rookie of the Year, last night we saw Derek Queen, triple-double, 33 points. I saw Tom Haberstroh calling him Jambalaya Joker. Everyone's excited about this dude. Can he win Rookie of the Year and surpass the likes of Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple in about 45 seconds?
I don't want to bet it yet, just because it's like you're at the peak of value right now. He's coming off that performance last night. He's been phenomenal, but the history of this award says the guys drafted past 10 don't typically win. Cooper's got such an entrenched value here, just because he's the most well-known name. If Cooper just puts in like a good rookie season, Cooper's probably going to win. Queen has to be putting up these kind of numbers every single night for a Pelicans team that may eventually be like, yeah, we don't want to risk you getting hurt. You're too good. And shut him down. Like he was plus 14 last night versus the Spurs. That's crazy. Look, if he keeps this up, we could talk about it, but by then the value I think is gone. You already see him. He's going to start climbing. So to me, I still think there's probably value on Cooper Flagg minus 150.
Are you willing to say, Matt, that the Pelicans trade to the Atlanta Hawks might have been worth it for getting Derek Queen?
No, the process was bad. It's just like if you've given up something for a Queen, it's like great. But now it's like you gave yourself no outs. You know what's better than Derek Queen?
He's awesome,
Derek Queen and Cam Boozer. That's what's better than Derek Queen. So choosing the either or, but I will say it's great to see Queen doing this because that kid was getting saddled with all this talk of like, what a terrible pick. And for him to do this, I do kind of love it to shut up everybody who's so obsessed with draft picks.
I'll tell you what. So basically you're saying like pick Queen instead of Fears with the first pick and then keep the pick for next year. Yeah, that.
Right.
Fears has been good. He has been good, but tough to argue that would have been. Yeah, yes. Here's AJ DeBonsa and Derek Queen is a little bit better than Jeremiah Fears.
Was
and Derek
Dumars
Queen.
right?
Well, when you put it like that, I'm always going to say no. At HP Basketball, Matt, you're the best. We appreciate it. Stay well. Good luck with the bets. We will catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
On the other side, Femi and I will talk about the Los Angeles Superchargers, the LA Chargers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Second down and goal. Herbert, wide open, touchdown, rookie. Omarion Hampton, welcome back.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman with the call on ESPN. Yesterday on the show, Tyler Morales declined the opportunity to sing Touched by Omarion and said that tomorrow, meaning today, he would sing a song. On the show, in the show chat yesterday, he said that his karaoke song is So Sick by Neo. Tyler, we need you to come on now and sing So Sick by Neo before Femi and I talk about the LA Chargers.
You want me to do it right now?
Yeah, and you can even
right
start. Yeah, yes. Right now.
All right, I'm here. All right, I'll start. Let's go off the top of my head. Gotta change my answering machine now that I'm alone. Cause right now come on, Femi. It says that we can't come to the phone.
Hold on. Like, Tyler, you're talking. Like, sing, please.
I don't sing.
He's reading lyrics. Like you can carry a tune, Tyler. You listen to enough
Tyler,
music.
give us a, cause I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears. Sing, Tyler, come on.
Yeah, you got it.
And I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and slow. So why can't I turn off the radio?
Why can't I turn off the radio?
Gotta fix the calendar I have.
Okay, well, thank you.
He's going into the verse now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was better, right? That was a little better.
Yeah. The initial effort, I'm like, this guy's reading. like we can't do this. But then he carried the tune. Yeah, we like that. Anyone
Bill,
else?
What song? Yeah, well, Bill needs to sing, right?
Yeah, I think Bill didn't give us his karaoke song. So
I said my karaoke song used to be "Nightmare on My Street" by Fresh Prince.
Why you said that like Jerry Jones? my karaoke song.
Karaoke.
Karaoke. Like the karaoke was a throw-in in the Micah Parsons trade. What is Nightmare on My? Bill, can you pick a song that like one of us has heard of?
You've never heard of Nightmare on My Street? It's one of It's a Fresh Prince classic. It's like sings
I
about
don't know.
Freddy Krueger.
No, go ahead.
How about the Super Bowl Shuffle?
Yeah, you could do that.
I'll take that. Yeah. There's a good down.
Pick, how about Walter Payton? Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. They call me sweetness and I like to dance. Running the ball is like making romance. We had to go to training camp.
You're talking. We need you to sing, please. You're talking.
They don't sing. It's a rap.
Well, I need you. Okay. Then I need you to sing. Because you're putting no sauce on it at all. Like here, like I'll do, like this is Grills by Nelly and Paul Wall. So I'm gonna rap, but I'm gonna put some sauce on it. Are you ready? Got 30 down at the bottom, 30 more at the top. All invisible set, a little Ice Cube blocks. If I could call it a drink, call it a smile on the rocks. And if I could call out a price, let's say I'd call out a lot. See, I'm talking, but like I put some sauce on it. Bill, put some sauce on it, please.
Little karaoke.
All right, so we're gonna do sauce for Walter Payton, who had the worst rap voice ever. But all right, we'll give it a shot here. Well, they call me sweetness, and I like to dance. Running the ball is like making romance. We had to go to training camp to give Chicago a Super Bowl chance. Now, we ain't doing this because we're greedy. The Bears are doing this to feed the needy. I didn't come here looking for trouble. I just came to do the Super Bowl shuffle.
That was pretty good. That was good.
That's like 80s rap, 90s rap, man. Like that's exactly
good.
what we wanted. Yeah.
Who didn't sing yesterday? Did Addie sing? She did, right? She did a great job. What song did she sing?
Yes.
She did Fleetwood Mac.
I forgot what song she did.
Oh
yeah, Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, Jake did Natasha Bedingfield.
All right, now, but Addie, what song do you actually want to do? Because you didn't want to do Fleetwood Mac, right? Addie, what song do you do at karaoke?
My karaoke song is You're So Vain by Carly Simon.
Oh, we talked about this. Please do it.
Okay. Right now?
You make fun of Tyler for asking questions like this. Like,
you asked.
Come on.
That's a joke. I swear. Okay.
It wasn't. That's okay.
No, I'm not an idiot. All right. We got to get on to this. Okay. You walked into the party like you were walking onto a yacht. Your head strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarf, it was apricot. There you go.
And
That is a good singer.
you're not gonna do the best part.
Well, I gotta get time for Mike Brown.
I am going to Mike next here, but you got to do the da na da na 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 na. Yeah, dude, what a great song! It is a banger. And the last
were you the choir
verse
back in the day?
No, I was a band kid.
Okay, musical background. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Mike Brown has turned his microphone on in anticipation of something. Mike, I will give you an option. You can either sing, do karaoke, or you can fake burp for us. One of the two. You get to choose.
All right. Not going to do that again. So here we go. So here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm a Superman. I'm trying to keep the ground on my feet. It seems like the world's falling down around me. The nights are long. I'm singing this song and try to make the answers more than maybe. And I'm so confused about what to do. Sometimes I want to throw it all away. So here I am, getting older all the time, looking older all the time, feeling younger in my mind. So here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm a Superman. Ska defines who I am as a person. I will never turn my back on ska.
So the Los Angeles Chargers beat the Philadelphia Eagles last night in overtime. I knew that would get people to laugh just going right into the game. I didn't expect Femi would lose it though. Okay. So the LA Chargers beat the Philadelphia Eagles last night 22-19 in overtime. You bet on this Tuesday. We talked about the Eagles earlier, like in full detail. Just on the Chargers, this feels like a very unserious football team to me, with the fact that they could not protect their quarterback at all in this game. And I understand that people hear me say this and say, like, you love the Chiefs every week. I'm being serious. Like, how in the world are they going to protect Justin Herbert against Steve Spagnuolo and the defense in this game? Like, I think the Chiefs might smash them in the game. And I know that I've been wrong about the Chiefs, and I can be wrong this week. It's like, make the case for the Chargers. Like, their offensive line is they cannot protect Herbert. And he was like Superman in this game last night.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously the Chiefs, they don't have the defensive line that the Eagles have, but Spags, he dials it up. I think for me, because I'm concerned about Kansas City too, and like the Kansas City offense, like the Chargers defense is pretty solid. It just feels like the under to me. Like, I don't think this is going to be, like, this seems 20-17. And I guess you could say maybe just take the +4.5, but I also don't trust that offensive line on the road for the Chargers. I think this is another low-scoring game like we saw Sunday night for Kansas City. And if they execute a hell of a lot better than they did against the Houston Texans, maybe they can eke out the win. But yeah, like, just big picture style, like, Chargers, great win, probably going to put them in the playoffs, but outside of maybe getting the Patriots with that young team being inexperienced, I don't see how this team is winning playoff games and doing anything in the postseason. It's not because they're not a good team. It's just because they're injured. Offensive line's beat up. So I guess in essence, they're not a good team right now just because of all the bad luck that they've had.
Can we talk about the Justin Herbert, Laura Rutledge post-game interaction for a second? You saw it, right? After the game. So for people that missed it, Jake, do we have the sound of it? I didn't ask for it, so it's okay if we don't. So Laura Rutledge is doing sideline for Monday Night Football and is trying to get Herbert, like, after the game, and her microphone's hot, and she's trying to get Herbert, and Herbert says to her, like, I'm trying to celebrate with my teammates. And then I think he realizes, like, oh, like, I'm on like, this is on camera right now, and he does the interview, and he's clearly like, he did it and it was fine, but like, I think he would have preferred to have not been doing it. His answers were okay. And people, so I have two thoughts on this. Thought number one, she is awesome. Like, she's a stud, Laura Rutledge. Like, she handled that as well as you could handle it. Like, she's on camera, like, millions of people are watching, and The quarterback's like, yeah, I don't want to do this. And she sticks with it and gets him to do the interview. So she's like a 10 out of 10. Like, she did an unbelievable job. And I tweeted that in the moment. I was surprised, Femi, that everyone was killing John. Like, what a jerk he is. He was so rude to her. I honestly thought it was fine. Like, total non-story to me. The fact that, like, he did the interview. He was gracious enough in the interview. I thought it was a non-story. Did you have any issue with how this went down last night with Herbert and Laura Rutledge? And I acknowledge that not everybody has to agree with me on this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you could have handled it better. Like he should know. He's played enough football to where, like, hey, you're the quarterback of the team. It was a pretty crazy game. Like, they're going to want to interview you. I think that, unfortunately, I don't think a PR person was there. Maybe they got caught up in the shuffle. Maybe they were wrangling up Jim Harbaugh. I don't know what they're going on. The coach never does an interview after the game, so they're probably not doing that. But it was just an absence of a PR person. I feel like the PR person grabs Herbert and says, hey, we have Laura Rutledge with you right after the game. Let's go do this interview. And then, like, this never happens. But because that wasn't the case, and I missed it in the video, and they were there and they just didn't do their jobs, I think that's why we had this breakdown. But yeah, like, I wasn't like a super big fan of Herbert. I don't think he's like a bad person. I think people were going a little bit nuts with, like, oh, you make all this money and the networks, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, let's go there. But I thought he could have handled it better. Like, you're the quarterback. You've played enough. You know how this goes. They want to talk to you. You're the quarterback of the winning team. So, like, he shouldn't have been flustered or been like, oh, I want to do this. It's like, yeah, but you also have to do this first.
Yeah, I get it to a degree. I just, like, I don't care. Like, he did the interview. Like, it would be one thing if he's like, I want to go sell it, and then he blew her off, and, like, she's, like, on camera, like, what do I do here? Like, that would have been,
or
like,
gave,
he
like,
did
one-word
the
answers
interview.
or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, like, he did the interview, and he gave decent enough answers. Like, okay, like, I will acknowledge it's not, like, the best look for him to do that, but, like, he recovered well enough. Like, no one's perfect. I thought, and by the way, it's so funny that Harbaugh used the word superhero to describe him, because when I'm thinking about, like, last night and I watched the show, I'm like, he is like, it was a heroic performance. He was unreal.
Yeah,
got the crap kicked out of him and kept getting with a broken hand.
Mm-hmm. Like, you think he has the respect of his teammates in the locker room? Like, he definitely does. Like,
You know what?
Had it
You know what he
before
looked
last
like to
night,
me?
but he's got it even
You know what
more.
he was doing? He took a walk around the world to ease his troubled mind. He left his body hanging somewhere in the sands of time. Final hour, power hour coming up next. I feel there's nothing I can do. Yeah.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and whoever the hell you are. Power hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com, and you can make it legendary. All right, 20 minutes from now, Femi and I will roll through our early bets and thoughts for Week 15 in the NFL. All our bets for tonight will close the show 40 minutes from now. Just to reiterate, top news story of the day, Phillip Rivers signing to the Indianapolis Colts practice squad at 44 years old, with Riley Leonard dealing with a knee sprain, may not play this week on the road at Seattle. Daniel Jones torn Achilles. Anthony Richardson not ready to come off injured reserve, and Brett Rippon bad at football. So we might get, what a sentence. We might get Phillip Rivers coming up on Sunday for the Indianapolis Colts on the road at Mike McDonald and the Seattle Seahawks. Current betting market, Seattle 13.5, total 42.5. And my guess is if and when Rivers plays on Sunday, if he starts on Sunday, I think he probably will. If that happens, this spread's going over 14. 14.5 at minimum would be my guess. I think there'll be a ton of interest in Seattle. I think I might want to bet the Colts if that's the case. Rivers a smart player. Steichen's going to scheme it up. It's a huge number for Seattle to have to cover, and the Colts defense is not terrible. It's not, even without Sauce Gardner likely to play in the game. And just on the process for Indy here, signing Phillip Rivers, not all situations are created equal. And the example that I used at the beginning of the show was, if like Shedeur Sanders gets hurt for the Browns and Dylan Gabriel's out, the Browns are not signing Phillip Rivers. Like the Browns are incentivized to lose, right, with their 2 first-round picks and in need of a quarterback. No matter how good you think Shedeur is, I'm guessing that they'll have their sights set on a quarterback. The Colts don't have a first-round pick in the next 2 drafts. They have to win. And you have to roll the dice and break glass in case of emergency when you're faced with a situation like this. So I don't hate this for Indianapolis, even if I acknowledge it's crazy and it's like something out of a Hallmark movie and maybe it blows up in their face. They absolutely had to do something. And I think we're going to see Rivers start this Sunday. And if not this Sunday, then maybe next week against the San Francisco 49ers. We'll have that conversation about how to bet the game, and we'll see where the betting market goes if and when that's announced that Phillip Rivers is going to play. Femi, the first game in the NBA Cup quarterfinals starting in 6 minutes in Orlando. Magic basically a 1-point favorite against the Heat. Total 235.5. No Franz Wagner for Orlando. High ankle sprain in the last game. Anthony Black will start in place of Franz Wagner. And Black has been really good this season for the Orlando Magic. And that's a huge piece for them potentially. Former top 5 pick in the NBA draft from a couple of years ago. How are you betting this game, if at all? Heat at Magic in the NBA Cup quarters in Orlando.
Yeah, obviously Eric Spoelstra, head coach of the Miami Heat. His teams are really good, usually in these kinds of games. But I'm going to be on the opposite side. I'm going to be Oppo Taco of our guy Matt Moore from the Action Network, who we had on in the last hour. I think the Orlando Magic are going to win this game. So I laid the 1. You can bet minus 115 or minus 118 on the money line. What are the chances it lays 1? Famous last words. But I'll lay the 1 at minus 110. I just like this Orlando team defensively. I know it got off to a rocky start earlier this year. They've been pretty poor on that end of the floor. But Anthony Black, good defender. Franz Wagner, with him out of the lineup, maybe they get ratcheted up a little bit. I think Orlando protects their home floor where they're usually pretty good against their rivals. So give me the Magic to win this game. So I laid the 1. I think they're going to go ahead and hold serve at home as the chalk favorite here tonight.
I think I'm going to pass the game. I think I'm going to pass.
That's fair.
Which makes me sad.
Well, you got your Knicks playing.
I do, and I like the Knicks. I said it earlier when Matt joined us. No RJ Barrett, and I'll echo Matt's sentiments. because I was literally going to say the same exact thing that he said. Like, without RJ Barrett, the Raptors are an entirely different team. Like, whether you think, you the listener, you the viewer, you Femi, whether we think this is crazy or not, like, doesn't matter. Like, it's the truth. They're way worse without him. And the defense has gotten worse. I think the Knicks are going to railroad the Raptors tonight. Like, I love the Knicks tonight. I agree with the move out towards the Knicks in the betting market. I want to bet Miami for the reasons that Matt gave, right? Which is, like, Franz is kind of, even if we all think Paolo's the best player on the Magic, right? Even if we think Paolo's the best player, Franz is kind of like the straw that stirs the drink. And without him tonight, and with Spoelstra on the other side, I kind of want to bet Miami. But we do have the fallen hero spot, right? The first game without a star player in Franz. So we want to bet Orlando tonight. And I'm kind of in between the two options and don't know what I want to do. I want to bet Miami, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to pass the game and just bet on the Knicks tonight. And I have a couple college basketball bets to get to at the end of the show. So I'm passing this game. Femi, you are on the Orlando Magic.
I will be sweating the Magic. Tip off in like 4 minutes. I got it up right now in the office. A little Amazon Prime action for the NBA Cup. So yeah, I'm on Orlando.
Okay. So we have a couple options of stuff we can do here. We can do some baseball. We'll save the college hoops for the end of the show.
Well,
Brad
we do have a couple
us.
6:30 games for college.
What do we
hoops,
got?
So
Lay it out for us. Yeah.
So we have. I know, Mike, you have the full screen graphic here for these 6:30 games. Villanova at Michigan. That will be the game out there in where do they play? In Ann Arbor. And then Clemson versus BYU. That's actually in your neck of the woods at the Garden, Madison Square Garden.
The Jimmy V Classic. Yeah.
Correct. I have bets on both games. I don't know if you have any bets on them. I like the under in this Nova Michigan game. Michigan's defense is ridiculously good. Like, it's the best defense in the country. And Villanova already plays at a slower tempo. They're going to try to shorten the game because they know that they cannot hang with Michigan. And Michigan plays fast. They're going to try to slow them down. I think they might be able to accomplish it a little bit, but by and large, even if they're not able to, Michigan's defense will put the clamps on Villanova. So I'm betting under 154 in that game. And then in the game in the Garden, I'm rocking with Clemson plus the 5.5 against BYU. BYU's playing a lot of these games in these neutral site environments. Boston, they just feel like they're all over the place. I think they might catch them slipping a little bit here. Maybe like Clemson, not like the team that you might think of as a marquee matchup, even though it's at the Garden. I think Clemson used this as a nice litmus test to see where they're at early in the season. So give me the 5.5 with the Tigers against BYU.
Okay. I don't have a bet in the Clemson BYU game. I just enjoy AJ DeBonsa thoroughly.
Yeah,
I bet Michigan, so I laid Michigan. It's a huge price, obviously. I don't think, and the only reason I say this, it's not because people like don't know. Addie's doing lyrics in the chat. What are you talking about?
It's that Fergie song. You got me slipping, stumbling.
Oh yeah. And you get falling in love.
Yeah,
she wrote "Stumbling," and I wanted to do "Stumbling In." Do you know that song, the yacht rock song?
Our love is alive.
Do 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 do. Now you keep going. Yes, thank you.
Just stop.
It took you like 5 seconds.
There's a
stumbling in. They actually created like a dance remix of that song, and it's a fire. It's
on
fantastic.
TikTok or where?
No, it's on like the radio.
Oh, like a dance song remix,
like a dance remix of "Stumbling In." That is terrific. So I don't think people understand, and it's not to insult the intelligence of our listeners and viewers. Like, you're huge sports fans. It's just like we're all paying attention to football right now, and maybe you're not paying a lot of attention to college basketball. That's okay. That's why we're here. Michigan has already won 4 games this season, including one against Gonzaga on a neutral. Gonzaga's freaking awesome.
Awesome. They destroyed Kentucky in Nashville. They're awesome.
Kentucky. Well, I don't even know if that's. Yeah, like Mark.
Boogie Cousins is tweeting.
Yeah.
he says he ain't got no heart. And Mark.
Yeah, we might have white smoke coming out of the chimney in Lexington to elect a new pope with the way this is going for Mark right now with Kentucky. It's really bad. $22 million roster. They get obliterated in every game. Michigan beat Gonzaga. No one thinks Gonzaga's bad. Everyone thinks Gonzaga's awesome. Michigan literally beat them 101-61. They've won 4 games this season by 40 points or more. I'm not saying they're going to win the title. Actually, I still think Purdue's going to win. I still like
I think
Purdue.
Michigan
Purdue got housed by Iowa State over the weekend. And earlier in the show, and I was like, the team that no one's thinking about is Iowa State. That Iowa State can maybe win the title. TJ Otzelberger has this. Dude, they went into Mackey and they beat the number 1 team in the country and embarrassed them. Beat them by 23. Fletcher Lawyer was bad in the game, but I kind of still really like Purdue. I still kind of think Purdue's the best. Kaufman Wren didn't play well. I still think Purdue's really good, but I don't think people understand, like, because you may look at this, at the spread of this game, and this would be me, right? If I weren't really paying attention to college basketball yet and think, wow, like Villanova must be really bad again. It's like, no, it's just Michigan is a tank. Michigan's a wagon. I'll lay the points with Michigan. I have no opinion on the BYU Clemson game. We'll get to the rest of it at the end of the show. So what I was going to do is, I kind of think you bet on this Tuesday. Who has done the best so far at karaoke on the show? Give me 2 names. And Femi, like you and me could be 2 of the names also.
I'm going to exclude myself. I'm not going to put myself. I'm going to say Addie and Bill are the 2 for me.
What?
Yeah. Wait, want me to explain why? Or do you?
I don't understand. How could you say Bill? How could you say that?
Did you not hear him rap?
Yeah,
he sounded like 80. I enjoyed his Curtis Blow style rap. Like maybe that's just musical taste. You don't like that style of rap.
It's Addie and Jake were the 2 best. Right?
I thought Jake did what? I thought Jake was very good as well. Yeah.
Here's what I want to do.
2. I gave you 2 names. That's what you asked.
Here's what I want to do. Okay, so they have an option. You guys can either do Evanescence Bring Me to Life as a duo, or you can go against each other and give us like 15 to 30 seconds each of a song, and then we will decide who the karaoke You Bet champion is. What would you guys like to do? This is where, like, I need someone to crack the microphone and say something. This is an audio medium, guys.
Head to head. We'll do head to head. Head to head. Good answer.
I gotta be honest. I don't understand what the hell's wrong with all. You know, I love you guys. Like, this happens too much. Where, like, I ask people questions and no one says anything.
Crickets.
How is that possible?
It's the whole texting generation, this Gen Z stuff, man.
All right, head to head. I thought Evanescence was a good idea. I really do. All right, who goes first, Femi? You pick, Addie or Jake.
I'll say Jake goes first because Jake went first yesterday. So Jake goes first.
Now,
Addie's
what
song? A couple songs.
What song did Jake do yesterday? Oh, he did Natasha Bedingfield Unwritten.
Yep.
Jake, can I pick the song for you?
I had one in mind, but sure.
Well, what did you have in mind?
One Last Breath by Creed, famously from 2001.
Oh, it's a good song, man. Hold me now. I was gonna say, could you do? And I don't know what the name of the Fall Out Boy song is, but the one that's "Is It More Than I Bargained For?" Yeah, that was gonna be my
Sugar,
choice.
we're
But
going
you can
down
do whatever
swinging.
you want, dude. A great karaoke. I've done that song at karaoke before. It's a
I'll do
great
Sugar,
song.
we're going down.
All right, go ahead. At any point in the song you want to pick it up.
Sure, I'll start from the beginning because that's the banger line. Am I more than you bargained for yet? I've been dying to tell you anything you want to hear, because that's just who I am this week. Lie in the grass next to the mausoleum. I'm just a notch in your bedpost, but you're just a line in a song.
It's a line in a
Drop
song.
a heart. Break a name. We're always sleeping in and sleeping for the wrong team. We're going down in an earlier round, and Sugar, we're going down swinging.
I'll be your number one with a bullet. A loaded God complex, cock it and pull it. Great. Oh, that's a great job by Jake. Addie,
There you
you're
go.
up.
I feel like I'm following Barry Manilow here. Okay, I'm gonna go back to like my southern roots. This is Patsy Cline. Here's how it goes. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on a shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on a shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. There you go. Thank you.
All right. Well, like Addie actually has.
Addie's
like,
like
a really
actually
good
is
voice.
like,
Yeah, Addie's a good singer. Like
I can see
Jake. Listen, like Jake, you performed very well.
But Addie's actually a good singer.
Like, Addie's actually a good singer. She said Patsy Cline, and I'm like, well, like that sucks. And then she did well.
Sang.
Here's what Femi doesn't know. On the other side, Femi's up.
Oh, come on.
So Femi, you have the break to figure out what song you will do. And then we're going to give you the bets that we're looking at for Week 15. And honestly, we probably do have to talk a little Major League Baseball. So we got a jam-packed next segment of the show. Coming up next here on a Tuesday, You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All our bets for tonight, 20 minutes from now. NFL Week 15, this segment. We'll talk some baseball this segment also. But first, Femi has had the entire break to think about what song he would like to sing on You Better You Bet karaoke. Femi, and it cannot be Brian McKnight started back at 1.
No, that has since been retired. We'll not be doing that one. I'm not going to do Blitzkrieg Bop either, but I will do this song, though. It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. Oh, yeah. I got a real pretty, pretty little thing that's waiting for me. I pull up, anticipating some good love. Don't keep me waiting. I got plans to put my hands in places I never seen. Girl, you know what I mean. Now let me take you to a place nice and quiet. Okay, I don't know. I don't have to do the rest.
Okay.
It's one of my favorites. And Usher, Nice and Slow is one of my favorites from back in the day.
So now there's only one thing that needs to happen from here.
Mm-hmm.
Addie versus Femi. Addie, you're up first. Has to be a new song. Yes, you're both actually good. Addie, you're up first, and then Femi, you have to think about what song you want to do. Addie, you are up. You have to give us a different song than you've done before.
I think I've already sang like 3 times today. Is that? Can I defer to Mike Brown?
No, there is a number that comes after 3. That number is 4, and so you're up.
No, I would like this to be Femi first. Thank you.
Oh, so but you will go after Femi.
Yeah, I'll go after Femi. I'll go
Well,
after Femi. I'm just intimidated.
Okay, well, give me. I don't know. I don't have a song off the top of my head. Give me a song. It could be R&B. It could be. I don't know.
What genre would you like? You want to do R&B?
Yeah, R&B would be preferred. Yeah, R&B.
Okay.
Or I mean, it could be pop if you want.
Tyler, pop on. What's a good R&B song for Femi to do?
Well, actually, you know what? Can you do any Neo? Can you do any Miss Independent?
Oh, I don't.
I don't know
if I got Neo in my
With
bag.
You by Chris Brown. Can you do anything like
Sir,
that?
Are there any Chris Brown songs you could do?
Let me see here.
All of Me by John Legend.
I feel like John Legend has some up.
Ordinary People.
Not a big John.
Ordinary People's a good song.
Maybe. Ordinary People, or like say. Yeah, let's do Ordinary. People. I gotta pull up.
What about Diary by Alicia Keys?
No, I cannot do Alicia Keys unless you want me to do like Empire State of Mind or something like that. I don't think anybody wants that.
Well, Addie, have you thought of what song you'd like to do? Well, because I kind of like sprung that on you guys at the last second here.
Yeah, I did think of a song I can do. Do you want me to go first?
Okay.
I mean, I just like everyone here is really smart. Can we all just please collectively use our brains? Like kindly,
Nick,
please.
some of us are nervous. Some of us are nervous. Okay.
Some of us are be nervous about. You have a great voice. There's nothing to be nervous about.
Okay. This is "Bring It On Home" by Sam Cooke. Do y'all know that song?
No, but I thought I was gonna hate Patsy Cline, and I really liked it.
Okay. If you ever change your mind about leaving me behind, baby, bring it to me. Bring your sweet lovin', bring it on home to me. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Well,
I think I have to go home and tell my wife I'm in love with Addie. I mean, her voice is unbelievable.
It is very good.
Addie, you have a great voice. No BSing here. I actually think Femi has a great voice too.
Femi does have a great voice. Thank you.
He does.
That was my 8th grade year in choir, and that was that. Okay, well, let's see how this goes. I'll do Ordinary People. John Legend. I'll do Ordinary People.
Oh, that's just a tough man. This difficulty level up to the max here.
Let's give it a go, shall we? I mean, Addie set the bar, so I mean, we got to come heavy here. All right, here we go. Girl, I'm in love with you. This ain't the honeymoon. Past the infatuation phase. Right in the thick of love. At times we get sick of love. Seems like we argue every day. I know I misbehaved and you made your mistakes, and we both still got room left to grow. And though love sometimes hurts, I still put you first, and we'll make this thing work. But I think we should take it slow. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go. 'Cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow. Take it slow. Whoa, 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 whoa. This time we'll take it slow. All right. That is my John Legend. I don't think I've ever done John Legend at an actual karaoke, so that was a YBYB first here.
That was great. I feel like I escaped from this without having to do anything. I feel like I'm the big winner here.
You did.
Yeah.
And wait till Thursday, because I'm not on the show tomorrow, but wait till Thursday. Well, Nick Costos' Thursday karaoke.
Do you want me to do something now? You can pick.
Yeah.
Or we can wait till Thursday. It's up to you.
Do you have a song in mind? Because I don't know. Because I feel like you have a wide range of musical genre that you like.
I could do whatever. I could do Christmas songs. I could pretty much do whatever.
Let's do. Give me something like 90s, like whether it could be rock, it could be hip hop, it could be pop.
I could do Frank Sinatra my way. I could do It's a Wonderful World.
Sinatra. I mean.
Okay, I'll do my way. I'm 99% sure I know all the lyrics, but I'm just gonna pull this up.
Someone's gonna do "Touch My Body" by the end of the week.
No, well, I'm not. I don't know the lyrics. No, I don't want to do my way. I want to do what's the Sinatra song that I want to do?
You want to do New York?
That's Life. That's exactly right. I want to do That's Life.
There you go.
Okay, ready? Okay. All right, ready? But Addie, Mike, will the delay be too bad if Addie does the female backups? So when I do the first That's Life, can Addie go, That's Life? Is the delay too bad? Can we get away with it or no?
We can try it, and only one way to find out, and that's to try.
All right. I'll wait. I'll wait for it. Ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's life.
That's life.
That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But I know I'm gonna change that tune when I'm back on top in June. I say that's life.
That's life.
And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on a dream. But I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out. And I know one thing. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. All right.
Let's go.
Now listen, I know I'm not a good singer, but I try and make up for it with my performance.
Yes, and I felt you did. I felt like you did. I love our crew. We got this was. We need like a YB
like
karaoke.
Are you gonna cry or something? Like you're
no,
just
like. No, well, Willow's at the vet now, so my wife might cry with the vet bill that she got. But no, we need like a YB. If we could ever all get in like one place, which I don't know will ever happen, but like that would be, we'd have a time.
If you were gonna give me, I was gonna do Nat King Cole the Christmas song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. But Sinatra was a great choice. Okay,
also a tough song.
I've practiced like a million times. That's probably the song I sing the most, just like in like my regular life.
Day to day.
Great song. Yeah. All right. You bet on this Tuesday. What are some bets you're eyeing, Femi, for week 15 in the NFL?
Two that I've made and a couple of that I'm eyeing. But the first one I made, this is a gross one. I don't know if anybody's going to want to dabble in this one. And actually, I'm looking at the betting market right now, and it does not exist, but it might come back at some point. But I took 10 with Arizona. They got blown out. It was really bad. But that was against the Rams' explosive offense. Houston's offense, as we've seen in the last like 3-5 weeks or 4 weeks or so, even though they've been winning, it's not a super explosive offense. And I do think that like your theory, Nick, of the Cardinals, last week notwithstanding, like they usually play games close. So I took 10 with Arizona on the road. They tend to play better on the road as well, especially at that road dog world. So 10 for me against Arizona. And then the game that I've been eyeing for a couple of weeks here, I think Detroit's going to beat the Rams. So I took 6 and I also bet money line. Yeah. I'm here. I think like this Rams, Rams best team in the league. In a couple of weeks, we're not going to be saying that because the Lions are going to beat them on Sunday. I took 6 and money line plus 225. I think Detroit's pass rush, and we saw them against Dallas. I know that was at home. They had the home crowd that helped out as well. But like this pass rush can get after Matthew Stafford. And I think the Lions offense with Amon-Ra St. Brown, he looked 100% to me last Thursday. J-Mo's coming into his own. I think the Detroit Lions, knowing that this is a gotta have it game, I think you see the best of the Lions, and I think their best might catch the Rams off guard a little bit, and I think the Lions beat the Rams. So those are the 2 bets that I've made. A couple more that I'm monitoring, but those are ones that I've made already.
All right, I'm going to roll through a couple, give you some thoughts here. I think the Patriots are going to beat the Bills.
Pick 'em game.
Start there. Yeah. The Ravens are 2.5-point road favorites in Cincinnati. The Bengals are going to beat them, right?
Yes. I mean, you know how I feel about Cincinnati.
But again, I'll say the same thing I said heading into Thanksgiving. It's nothing to do with Cincinnati. Like, Lamar's not healthy.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what's going on with him, but
I have not bet the Bengals yet, but just saying, like, that would be my... And I'll do one more for now and then.
Because I haven't bet it yet either, but I'm like holding out for a 3. I'm hoping that we get one. But
I doubt it. I mean, who knows? Like, we'll see. We'll see what the injury report has to hold. And just one other thought, and then I'll do like a full, like, it moved tomorrow on the show. The Giants are favored. I just like disagree with that as just like a general rule. I don't care who plays quarterback for the Commanders. I get a plus money price for a team to beat the team that never wins. Okay. I'll bet Washington.
Who's a better quarterback, though, between Dart and Mariota? I mean, it's Dart.
Yeah, Dart. Yeah, Femi. The Giants never win.
I know.
And Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury, this might as well be like Bill Parcells and Bill Walsh going up against Mike Kafka and the Giants.
Well, hopefully Abdul Carter's on time to his meetings. Maybe he'll be locked.
I kind of hope he is. I kind of hope he isn't. I want them to be very embarrassed. Last thought here. The Dodgers signed Edwin Diaz today, 3 years, $69 million. Nice. 2 thoughts as a result of that. Number one, like, should we even play the baseball season this year? Are the Dodgers just going to win again? Yes. And the other is, I love how the Mets, and I'm going to do like a little bit of a New York thing here for a second, so everyone bear with me. Mm-hmm. I just love how the Mets have, I don't want to call him like a wannabe Steinbrenner because he's got way more money than George ever did, but you got like this owner that Mets fans want to prop up. It's like, they always, the next time the Mets are the new Yankees. Like, great, okay. You went out and you got Juan Soto and you paid all the money, and that was awesome. Your GM is like a Moneyball penny pinching general manager, and you brought Devin Williams in, which is fine if Devin Williams is pitching the 8th, not the 9th, and you let Edwin Diaz walk. And I understand they made Diaz an offer for 3 for 66. If you are the Mets and you've got all this money and you know what your fan base wants off a terrible year, you offer Diaz 3 years, like $80 million. You make him stay in New York. You make him stay in Queens. And then you have Williams. I like Devin Williams as an 8th inning guy. Not a 9th inning guy. Mm-hmm. Not a 9th inning guy. Mets fans, and I know a lot of them, obviously growing up here in New York, are apoplectic today with this organization for letting Edwin Diaz sign with the Dodgers. So, I mean, we'll see like what else the Mets do. I just like, why are we even playing the season? Like, the Dodgers are just going to win again, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like to me that other teams aren't trying. That's what I texted you guys earlier this morning when I saw the notification that they were signing Diaz. I'm like, are we just gonna all let the Dodgers just get all the good players? Like nobody else has money, nobody else can spend. Like, come on. And that was if Skubal maybe gets dealt because the Tigers can't afford to pay Skubal. Why can't you? He's 29 years old in the prime of his career, 2-time Cy Young. Pay the dude. You just were in the ALDS in October and went to the wire with the Mariners. You could have been in the ALCS. And now you just want to punt on the future because we want to save money. Get out of here, man. Like, kudos to the Dodgers for doing it. And for the other 29 teams, shame on you.
The Tigers president of baseball operations, Scott Harris, saying that Skubal, not that they're looking to trade him, but every player is available. To me, that reads as, come make us a Godfather offer for Tarek Skubal and we'll consider dealing him. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, Knicks Raptors NBA Cup, and a loaded slate in college hoops.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Two terrific guests joined us on the show today. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth, who described himself as the Jason Bourne of pooping. Quote, 7 minutes. What was it until I hit cloth? Until honest dude. Honestly, it's like revolting.
Love you, Sting.
And I think poop humor is very funny.
Boomer.
Boomer, bad word. It's a sneaker brand. Everyone knows that. Mark Schlereth and Matt Moore, Action Network, Buckets Podcast, Locked On NBA, talking NBA. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who wrapped the Super Bowl shuffle earlier, didn't do a bad job. It was actually pretty good. Our technical director is Tyler Morales, who originally embarrassed himself with his rendition of So Sick by Neo and was able to pull it out of the fire a little bit. Tomorrow on the show, Tyler will sing Sexy Love by Neo in its entirety. Because this show keeps him sprung and it coming back to you.
Yeah, it's birthday.
Our engineer is take us on. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. How old are you, Tyler?
31.
You old son of a bitch. This is how I know,
who's counting?
Because, like my sister, what year? Next year's 2026. My sister's, wow. My little sister's going to be 40 next year. She's 86. I'm 83. Like things like that make me feel older. Like I'll be 43 next year. My sister being 40 makes me feel like Tyler being 31 makes me feel old. The show started. Tyler was like, I guess he was 25 technically. But man, it's just like, wow. Tyler, you grew up on this show. You're screwed, dude.
I know I am.
Yeah, like you got to be burnt out, man. We're doing this show for 6 years straight. Happy birthday to our friend Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake Hassan, who absolutely brought the house down today with his rendition of Sugar We're Going Down Swinging by Fall Out Boy. And our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, Downtown Mike Brown. I don't even know what that was. It was so bad. I just let it continue. Thank you, Mike. And our associate producer, who... Bill, would you, Brad Evans is with us. Brad, would you like to hear Addie Bates sing, our associate producer?
Yeah, she gave us a little bit of a tease yesterday, and I feel that she might have an angelic voice. So I demanded, sing, Addie, sing!
All right, well, yes, Brad has decided to go full Brad Evans in this request. Addie, I will give you the option to say no this time.
No.
Okay, Addie has declined the offer. She is our associate producer. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known as BetMGM tonight. Our friend Brad Evans is here. Hello, Brad. Happy Tuesday.
Hola, amigos. Happy Team Huevos Tuesday to you fine gents.
I heard a rumor that you were interested in rapping Gin and Juice on the show.
No, I'd rather sing Night Ranger, Sister Christian. And you're like, what's that, man? I'm not familiar with that song.
Go ahead.
Well, I only know the main chorus, and I just like to say it. So here we go. Motorin, what's your price for flight? You're finding Mr. Right. That's all I remember. Be all right tonight. I think that's it. Yeah,
so you know 3 lines.
But it's a banger. It's an absolute
Who's your favorite
banger.
band? Who's your favorite band of all time?
All time, I've seen 8 or 9 times in concert. U2 every time.
Why don't you sing a U2 song?
Yeah. Okay. What U2 song should Brad sing? It's a beautiful day.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll start. God, no. It's the most overplayed U2 song in the history of man.
Who cares? Everyone knows it. Hot as
Uno dos tres catorce. You could go that route with a little Vertigo and the broken Spanish that Bono has.
Give me Vertigo.
Wait, Brad.
I'm not singing. I don't know.
Brad, ready?
Unless I hear the music in my head.
Brad, hold on. It comes up on the stormy ground. Come on.
Dude,
There's
that is
no
the most
room.
overrated U2 song of all freaking time.
Okay, how about With or Without You, which is my favorite U2 song.
Oh, great. It is a terrific song. I'm not
Just a
gonna
little
sing
With or
it.
Without You. Why not? Come on.
No, because I am not going to tear up a song of tremendous value in my life for your personal enjoyment.
Well, it's not just my enjoyment. It's the audience's enjoyment also. You're a paid entertainer, Brad.
Yeah, and I'm pushing back. Pushing back. You know what I could do? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Little Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel.
Addy keeps right. Is Numb a U2 song? Because that makes me want to do Numb by Linkin Park. I could do. You like Linkin Park?
No.
It's unfortunate. I kind of want to do a Linkin Park song. All right. What's the best bet for tonight,
Can you
Brad?
get
in
the
world of sports?
streams? Can you get the streams to Linkin Park real quick?
What song do you want me to do by Linkin Park?
I don't know. I don't know any Linkin Park songs. I just know the screaming from Linkin Park.
I know the words to like every song on the first 2 albums for sure.
Oh, impressive. Very
They
much.
have a collab with Jay-Z, Linkin Park.
I really like them. Well, that's Numb. Yeah. Trying to be what you want me to be. It's a great song, man. Yeah, it's a great song.
That was a popular song.
I've become so numb. What's the best bet, Brad, in the world of sports?
Bets are going to make you numb unless you maybe follow me, and it fails miserably. I'm going to go with the Florida Gators tonight, guys. I took them at +4.5, taking on the UConn Huskies. And a lot of people are saying, hey, they're inside MSG, and all the Huskies do is mush. Huskies mush. But for strange, diminished reasons, I believe the backcourt of the Florida Gators is actually going to show up. Boogie Flan looked really damn good. And Cameron Indoor against Duke, if that version arrives, and we get, I don't know, maybe 8 to 12 points out of Xavier Lee, that's all I'm asking. With the dynamite front court of Florida, they're going to hang tough in this one, if not outright upset. You heard that correctly, folks. Outright upset, a semi-home game of the UConn Huskies. They're inside the Garden. So I'm going to take Florida +4.5 against UConn tonight. My best bet in the world of college basketball.
Man, I might like the same bet. We will find out in moments. Brad, have a great show tonight on BetMGM tonight. We will catch up with you tomorrow on Hump Day.
ILL -2.5 against Ohio State. I'm out.
Brad Evans here with us on the show. BetMGM tonight follows us here on the BetMGM network. I considered Ohio State plus the points in that game. I laid off. I guess the market's moved towards Ohio State, right? All right. We'll drop the dope ass beat. We'll give you our thoughts on college hoops tonight. I like the Knicks. Do you like the Knicks also, Femi, against the Raptors in the NBA
I'll
Cup?
tell you on the Knicks. Yeah, this RJ Barrett angle seems to be the nuts. So I'll tell you with the Knicks.
All right, so both of us on the Knicks tonight, laying it on the road in Toronto against the Raptors to advance to Vegas, the semifinals of the NBA Cup. How's it going with the Magic and the Heat at the moment?
I'd like to rescind the bet that I placed about an hour ago. Miami's up 32-20 early in the second quarter. It's early, but
dude,
not,
it's so
not a great
early.
start. Yeah,
It's
NBA
so
games don't
early.
start until 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. So we still got some time left, but a little bit of a hole as Jaime Hawkins goes right to the cup.
All right, let's drop the dope ass beat and we'll give you our college basketball bets. All right, today's NBA odds boost token belongs on the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Femi broke down the Heisman Trophy market earlier in the day. People need to check that out. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcast. All right, got a couple huge college basketball games for tonight, Femi. We have Illinois at Ohio State. Brad talked about that game. He likes the Illini. I'll be passing that game. I'm with Brad, and it's like a home game for UConn, so it never makes you feel good. UConn's playing at Madison Square Garden. I think Florida was so impressive on the road in Cameron Indoor against Duke, almost beating Duke in that game. I'm going to take the points with the Gators. Florida +3.5 against UConn. It's the small bet. I don't feel great about it, but I feel like I have to put my money where my mouth is on the Florida Gators being maybe not as good as UConn, but like +3.5, lose by a possession. I'll take it. I'll take the Gators plus the 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, this Florida team is going to be right there in the end again like they were last year when they won the national title. It's pretty impressive here. I like the over in that game. Nothing for me with Illinois and Ohio State. I'm going to bet the over, though, in Florida and UConn. I know Florida got it done with defense against Duke last week. I think they're going to have to match UConn offensively in this game, and I can see Florida, who usually likes to kind of get up and down a little bit with the tempo. So give me over 144.5. UConn feels really at home at MSG, so let's go with some points tonight in the doubleheader, or the nightcap of this doubleheader for the Jimmy V Classic. So over for me.
Michigan is already up 9 on Villanova.
Dude, I've been watching them a little bit here. Like, they're incredible. They're so big, they're long, like defense. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a better team yet so far in college basketball. I know it's early, but so far.
And for people that want to bet Florida, like I do, the number's out to 4.5 right now at MGM.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to see. Maybe Reed has been ruled in for UConn. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Taris Reed's playing tonight. I think that number might go up. Like, honestly, I think you can wait a little bit and get a better number on Florida. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like the bet as much.
You gonna go like what, half unit, quarter unit to feel alive, or you just pull the plug entirely?
No, I mean I'll still bet it just because I would like to have action. But you can't.
Just bet it small. Just bet it small.
Yeah. Okay.
Crazy.
I'm a little concerned.
Or bet the over.
Bet it.
Root for points, like I am.
Yeah. All right. I'll stick with my Florida bet. I'm gonna wait and see if I can get the best number. I think it might actually go up a little bit. And I've got Michigan right now, and I got the Knicks tonight.
Knicks
Those are my bets for
out to 6. A pretty sharp sportsbook here in Vegas.
Would anyone like to do karaoke to close?
I don't know if I'm going to be doing any karaoke. I think we have a crew that is eager to belt out some
Mike
tunes.
Brown? Mike Brown, would you like to take us? Would you like to end the show, Mike?
I already sang Superman. You know what? I'll do the other Superman. Finish the trifecta. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive.
Put yourself on camera, Mike, and end the show.
The better part of me. I'm more than a bird. I'm more than a plane. I'm more than some silly face beside a train. And it's not easy to be me.
We'll see you tomorrow on a Wednesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome into BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I am PJ Glasser. That is Brad Evans. We got a great show coming your way over the next 4 hours, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and a whole lot to talk about. Going to break down the NFL. Obviously, the big storyline out of Indianapolis. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers signed by the Colts, and there's a chance he might have to play on Sunday against one of the best defenses in the NFL against Seattle. So we'll get into that. We got a great college basketball card tonight, including a game that's already underway, BYU and Clemson. We got Florida and UConn later to come. Brad's Illini in action tonight against Ohio State. So we'll get into some of the top college basketball games. Also going to talk about the Week 6 AP poll in college basketball and why that is so important. Usually a good indicator of who's going to win the national title. We'll break that down. And the great Tom Crean will join us coming up 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time. So a lot of college basketball talk coming up on the show, as well as some NFL. In the final hour, we'll talk to Josh Klingler, who's going to join us. We'll talk Kansas City Chiefs as they try to keep their season alive against the Chargers on Sunday. And then the MLB winter meetings are underway. Kyle Schwarber going back to Philadelphia and Edwin Diaz going to the Dodgers as the rich get richer for LA. So we'll break down all of that throughout the show. Going to be a great time. As always, for those of you that want to watch and listen to the show, you can do so on YouTube. Just search the BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network as well. And you can listen to us live and for free on the Odyssey app. When the show is done, you can check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast. And also, while you're listening to the show, you can tune in and you can interact and you can have your voice heard. Any questions, any comments, any bets that you have for us, let us know. 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Give us a ring. We'd love to hear from you throughout the show. As I welcome on my co-host to get this thing going, Brad Evans. How we doing on this Tuesday, my friend?
Oh, I am splendid. I am spectacular. I am awesome. Coming to you live from the Casa de Evans studios here in Central ILL. And yes, my line are going to be getting underway here in about 30 minutes inside Value City Arena in Columbus in the first Big Ten affair taking on the Ohio State. I got the split screen on YouTube in front of me. I got my tablet here streaming my Illini. I got 3 games I'm watching simultaneously. Oh, what a glorious night to wager and watch on college basketball, PJ.
It most certainly is. And Brad, let's talk about these 3 games that we have. One currently going on right now. We'll start there between Clemson and BYU. Right now, BYU a 17-15 lead with about 9 minutes to go in the first half. The Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. BYU, the number 10 team in the country, 7-1, led, of course, by AJ Dubbanza, who's probably going to be a top 2, top 3 pick in the NBA draft. And then Clemson, who's had a solid team out of the ACC the last couple of years. They are 7-2 on the season. The lines closed. BYU was about a 6.5 point favorite at BetMGM. The total in the game was about 150.5. So, Brad, what were your thoughts on the game coming into tonight? What have you kind of seen so far in the first 10, 11 minutes? And did you have any bets on the game?
Oh, naturally, I had some wagers. Give me my general thoughts first. I mean, BYU has been amazing. They have played a rigorous non-conference schedule, and this is just another example of that inside MSG. This is a proven team. This is a team that's likely going to be a low single-digit seed come Selection Sunday in the month of March, and a squad with the right draw could obviously make some noise at a D tournament run because of A.J. Dubbanza, but they're more than just a dynamite freshman. Richie Saunders has been unreal. Wright has certainly had his moments. Keba Keita is back and on the floor. He's an enforcer and a rim protector underneath the basket. They're one of the better defenses in college basketball. Number 57 AFGD coming in tonight. Clemson, no slouches on defense either at number 31 in that category, but Clemson does not have quite the offensive firepower that BYU has, but so far they're hanging tough As in fact, they're up a deuce right now, 19-17, 7:49 to go inside the GAD. Now, this game probably going to finish somewhere in the high 60s, maybe low 70s when it's all said and done. I expect BYU to emerge victorious, and I wagered on them in a same-game parlay. I love to play the alt lines. For those of you who may be unaware, so how I built it was BYU straight up on the money line and took the total all the way down to 138.5 and took the over. I'm probably going to be a sweat on that alt total on the over, but I built that in knowing possibly overtime could be in play tonight. And you know what happens in overtimes? That's where unders go to die. So I think BYU will win, but Clemson likely going to be a tournament team come Selection Sunday. My guess would be they're going to be anywhere between 8 to 10 seed when it's all said and done.
Yeah, Clemson was a team I was fascinated by going into the season, Brad, because they've had a good team the last couple of years. They made the Elite Eight a couple of years ago. They were one of the top teams in the ACC last year. They had this nucleus the last couple of years of like PJ Hall, the Hunter brothers. You know, they kind of had their guys that Brownell had brought through his system for 2, 3, 4 years that they were building towards the last couple of years. Again, they did reach an Elite Eight. They were close to reaching a Final Four, losing to Alabama a couple of years ago. But this year, one of the Hunter brothers, Dylan, does come back. They do have a couple other guys, but this to me was kind of like, okay, Brad Brownell had his peak with Clemson. Can he build off of that? Can he continue to build this momentum? And early on in the season, I feel like they've done a pretty good job. And you and I were doing a show and they were playing Alabama and Tuscaloosa last week, and they were down 19. It looked like they were left for dead. They made a furious comeback, nearly won that game. They were winning in the final couple minutes. And I think that game, Brad, helps them against BYU tonight because you're playing another team with a terrific offense that wants to run. And we were talking about that Clemson-Bama game, and Clemson has a great ability to dictate the pace. You know, so many of these teams, when they go up against great offenses, they feel like they got to run with them. They got to beat them at their own game, and that's exactly what they want you to do. Clemson doesn't fall into that trap. They tend to play their game, try and execute in the backcourt, try to execute with their offense, and they do a nice job keeping it in a half-court game. So that's what we're seeing so far. That's why I like the first half under. We had talked about that yesterday, but I got that at 70.5. You know, kind of a weird start time, 6:30. You're playing at MSG, the Mecca, bright lights, maybe a little nerves going on. So I took a stab at a first half under, and so far we're on track and we're looking pretty decent there as it is 19-17. Clemson on top with 8 minutes to go until halftime. Another game that we currently have going on live, that is Michigan and Villanova. Wolverines closed as a 16.5-point favorite in that game. Total was about 153.5. Brad, yesterday I talked about looking at Michigan in the first half, -9.5. They're up 21 right now with 4 minutes to go. I mean, that's my big takeaway with this team is, I mean, the past couple weeks, especially in Vegas, the margin of victory, but how they jump on these teams in the first 20 minutes is incredible. They blitz you, they come at you, they score 50 points in the first 20 minutes, and they're doing it again at home tonight. So Michigan first half is going to be a bet that I'm kind of keeping my eye on for the rest of the season, and certainly these next couple weeks while they're playing some great basketball. But I think that's how you beat Michigan, Brad. It's just surviving the first 10 minutes, right? I mean, the last 4 or 5 games they've played, these games have been over before you can even turn it on. So if you can survive Michigan in the first half, as we've seen, some teams have been able to play them close early on in the season. Villanova obviously not able to do that tonight, but it's kind of the way it's looking with Michigan. If you can just hang around early, you got a chance, but Villanova not able to do that so far tonight.
Yeah, Michigan's an absolute wagon, and I said this before the show, and I'm going to stick to my guns. This is the best Michigan team possibly of all time. Yes, maybe even better than the Fab Five team with Chris Webber and Jalen Rose there in the early 90s. Certainly in the running, man. They're just unbelievable right now, and I know we got like a month sample size, and this team struggled the first couple of games of the year against marquee competition. I see the Wake Forest game had a win on a last-second shot there. in overtime. And of course, at TCU gave them quite the game. But Cadeau, their guard, has greatly improved. That was the biggest question mark that I had. And all of a sudden, he's made like quantum leap strides in a very short amount of time. Yaxel Lindenborg, the transfer, has been unreal. He is a match, a problem getting with size and his strength and his athleticism can beat you. Off the bounce, can score from outside, a tremendous defender in his own right. And he got the big man there in Mara at 7'3", who's just the epitome of a lane clogger. I may only get you like 20, 25 minutes a game, but he's a double threat every single time he takes the floor. That's the tip of the iceberg for Dusty May, who is a primo coach, pushing the right buttons. The team probably going to hang 55 here in the first half against Villanova. They may win this thing by 30 or 40 going away, much like how they throttled, they body slammed from the top rope with the elbow straight on the neck of Gonzaga not long ago, and they won that by, 40 points. So Michigan, to me, bar none right now, the best team in college basketball, and possibly, folks, this is the greatest Michigan basketball team we've ever seen.
I mean, it's a bold take, but the way they've been playing the last couple of weeks, I don't know if it's that hot of a take for sure. Brad Evans, PJ Glasser here with you, BetMGM tonight, talking about the marquee college basketball games that we have on the slate on this Tuesday. And Brad, none bigger than the nightcap we get at Madison Square Garden between number 18 Florida and number 5 UConn. Let's hope the rematch is as good as the round of 32 game that we got in Raleigh last year. Huskies a 4.5-point favorite, and all 15 guys are going to be available tonight. They tweeted that out about an hour ago. That's kind of been the big story with this UConn team, all the shuffling they've had to do. They've had guys in and out of the lineup, but you're going to see them fully loaded tonight going up against Florida, who they're still trying to figure out. You know, you had to replace all that production from last year's title team with Clayton and Martin and Richard and how great that backcourt was, but they still got those front court boys led by Condon and Shinyulu, and they're really good, and Thomas Houck as well. So how do you see this matchup playing out tonight?
Yeah, Thomas Houck's been unbelievable. He's going to be the National Player of the Year conversation come years, and it's kind of a contrast in styles, right? UConn wants to grind this sucker out, live in the half court, play this game in the 60s. Florida wants to rev the engine, push the tempo, but I think this game is going to come down to one key factor, and it's really one key player, and his name is Boogie Fland. If we get the version of Boogie Fland that showed up inside Cameron Indoor Stadium, which he had like 16, 17 points in that one, had a handful of assists, was playing, stellar and inspired defense, and maybe Xavier Lee can chip in like 8 to 12 in that backcourt, they're going to hang tough, if not win outright, or the Florida Gators. So, I took a plus of 4.5. I think it's too many points. I understand it's UConn. It's basically a semi-home floor there inside MSG, where they already pummeled my ILL just a few days ago. There's going to be probably 70-30 split. UConn of Florida fans, they're inside the Garden. They're outstanding and really a terrific product, and one's played a rigorous schedule. So they've been challenged, to say the least. You mentioned Reed being healthy. Mullins played some critical minutes last time out. Dynamite freshman. They have an excellent backcourt. Solo Balls make some big shots. But again, if the backcourt of Florida arrives and shows up under the bright lights there of the Gaddon, Florida is a live dog in this one, so don't be remotely shocked if this one's going to come down to the final seconds, maybe the final shot of the game. Could go, one side of the ledger or the other, quite frankly, in that moment. And for that reason, I believe the Gators plus 4.5 is one of the best bets of the night. So much so, come on, Brando, let's go. Daddy, what gotta do? Daddy, gotta have it. Yeah, I love the Gators. It's too many points, and I think everybody or the great-grandmother is going to be buying in the narrative. Oh, you can ever bet against UConn in that environment in New York City, in Manhattan, inside the historic Mecca, the Garden. But I'm fading them because I am buying that Boogie Fland is actually going to strap up the sneakers and arrive tonight.
Brad, you made a compelling case, but I'm going to have to go oppo of you, my friend. I do like UConn tonight quite a bit because they are at the Garden. I mean, this is just a Danny Hurley spot. This is a UConn spot. how good have they been the last couple of years in the non-conference, right? They just have been so good in these kind of games. They've been good so far this season. They beat your Illini. Arizona, they didn't have, their full cast of characters. They go on the road and beat Kansas. UConn looks like their old self, and these are the kind of games that they win and the kind of games that they cover. So I'm rolling with UConn tonight, and I think there's a chance that they might be the second or third best team in college basketball this season. Definitely want to hit on the Phillip Rivers story. We'll save that for next segment. But Brad, got about 30 seconds till we have to go to break. Quick thoughts on your Illini tonight in Columbus. Any concerns about them maybe going on the road and potentially losing tonight?
Letdown moment, possibly, after the big win in Vegas taking on Tennessee? No, I doubt it. Ohio State doesn't have the depth. Illinois got the size. They can really match up. They're going to give Tilly, the big 7-footer of OSU, fits. I know Bruce Thornton, I think in his 10th year, has been an outstanding guard. But Illinois defends. And again, they just keep rotating bodies. Illinois by 6+ tonight in Columbus.
All right, we'll talk Phillip Rivers signing with the Colts practice squad and then break down the Monday night game that we saw from last night. Are the Eagles broken? PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Mendoza had his moment. Pavia's in Vegas watching UFC fighters. And after all of that, it's still razor tight. I don't know what I was expecting this morning, but I was expecting for Mendoza to have a pretty healthy lead and be like, oh, Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Everyone's going to be all good with that. No. I honestly think we are going to have the closest Heisman Trophy race in recent history. I don't know, gone all the way back to the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. I don't know what happened in those years. But I can't remember a Heisman Trophy race that's this close to where going into Saturday night, I can legitimately say, I don't know who's going to win the award. And that's never the case with the Heisman. Even last year when it was super close, we knew Travis Hunter was going to win. I don't know who's going to win. It's Mendoza, is it Pavia? I don't know. But the betting market, to go back to that, and why we're having this conversation, Mendoza's minus 2,000, and Pavia right now is 10-1. How is Pavia not a bet? Now, I don't mean this to say that, jam Pavia and put all... No, you don't have to go crazy because, deep down, if you ask me how this thing should actually be priced, I think Mendoza's likely to win, but it's 60-40. But the way the betting market has this, it's 95-5. And that's not reality. And 60-40, I'm just kind of going off of a whim, just a hunch. Because literally on 3 said Pavia won it, and The Athletic, one vote could have swung it to where Pavia won that poll as well. That's all it would have taken. So this thing is so close to me to where I think there's a chance that we get a stunner, and not even a stunner, because that's too strong of a word, because clearly everyone's telling us that it's close. We get a surprise, I guess is a better way to phrase it. And Diego Pavia actually wins the Heisman Trophy. So for me, if you have nothing invested in this thing, easy, small bet on Pavia. Instead of having that extra beer or extra cocktail, put it on Pavia at 10-1. $50, $100, whatever you want to do. Put it on Diego Pavia at 10-1.
Of the 4 teams not playing in the first round, which one is most ripe for an upset when they do get back to action in the quarters?
And it's hard not to say Texas Tech. And I say that because we assume Oregon's going to win. I think Texas Tech this season, I don't think they've played anybody that's quite like this Oregon team. I know they played BYU, and I know BYU is a good football team. I'm not going to say that they're not. I understand that. But I think that the answer is going to be I think Texas Tech is the answer. If I had to pick one of the 1 through 4, I think Indiana is hyper-focused. I think Ohio State, they're way more talented than Miami or A&M, although A&M's defense, hey, you know what? I guess if I'm going to go Texas Tech, then Ohio State, because I think A&M's defense is super good. My buddy Roddy Jones tried to talk me into Miami being a dark horse, and I was like, man, I can't. There's no way I can bet on Miami like that. That's crazy. But A&M, to me, I like the way they play defense. Quarterback situation is pretty good, and so I think that Ohio State is probably 2 on that list. And then Indiana, Alabama, or Indiana, Oklahoma, that's a rough game. And Georgia's already beat the wheels off Ole Miss. So I think that I think Georgia, Georgia will win. Indiana should win. Ohio State and Texas Tech could lose.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. Getting ready to talk a little football, but real quick update you on some scores right now in college basketball. We have reached halftime in Ann Arbor, and it is another Michigan first half beatdown, 53-23 over Villanova. They're up 30 at halftime, and the live line is 37.5 as the Wolverines just continue to be on a tear in the first half. Clemson, meanwhile, an impressive first half in their own right. They're up 12 currently on BYU, 34-22 with 2.5 minutes to go until intermission. And Clemson currently a 5.5-point favorite on the live line. And Brad, we were talking during break about it's kind of right in that range where we're thinking about maybe betting BYU. I'm kind of waiting for a 6.5, 7.5. It's at 5.5. Is that good enough for you to jump in on the Cougars?
Si, senor, I did indeed grab that. Though Clemson's got possession right now, 2:31 to go again, 34-22. You look at the disparity right now. I mean, Clemson's only shooting 42% in this game. BYU is shooting 34%. Both are ice cold from outside. The difference so far is Clemson getting the line and taking advantage. They have hit 9 of 10 free throw opportunities as Clemson just nailed a 3. So it's now 37-22. They're up 15. You might want to look at that live line, PJ. I think you're getting the number that you're looking for with 2:13 to go. But BYU should be able to go on a run. Again, this is a battle-tested squad, tons of talent, just having a bit of a snooze fest in this first half as they miss another 3 and Clemson grabs another rebound. So far, Clemson clamping down. Again, the name of their game has been on the defensive end. They enter tonight number 31 in EFGD nationally, according to Bart Torvik. So I'm not completely shocked as they just nailed another 3. Now they're up 18, 40-22. Ooh. PJ, I should have played the patience game. Oh, the quick trigger, Evans. Now I got some sour grapes coursing through my system. Unbelievable run that they are on right now. Am I reading that correct? An 18-0 run from Clemson? Man, this is quite the smackdown. And we still got a minute 25 to go at halftime. BYU, they're going to need quite the pep talk at the half, and they're going to try to scratch and claw and get back in this game, knowing how slow Clemson plays, and again, knowing how stifling defensively Brownell's team typically are.
Yeah, Clemson right now a 10.5-point favorite on the live line. If you like BYU to come back and win the game, they are plus 450. So said I wanted a 6.5, 7.5. I might get a 10.5. So I'll definitely be betting that at halftime and looking at BYU. All right, Brad, let's jump over now to the NFL. And before we talk about the Eagles-Chargers game last night, have to talk about certainly the Phillip Rivers news. And it is official. We got on the air last night, and Ian Rappaport and some of the other NFL reporters were reporting that Phillip Rivers was going to be in the Colts facility. They were trying him out, seeing if he was going to make the practice squad. They officially signed the 44-year-old, and he's got a chance to play against the Seahawks on Sunday because Riley Leonard is questionable with an injury. So, Brad, what do you make of all of this and the Colts thinking that their best option, if they need to go to it, for a team that, has to win because they're dropping very quickly. The Jags and Texans are playing really well in that AFC South. They are hanging on for dear life to try and make the playoffs. What did you think of them signing Phillip Rivers, of all people, to their practice squad?
Oh, I think it's glorious, quite honestly, that Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement. Last time he took snaps, it was 2020 or 2021 for this Colts franchise. He knows the system inside and out, and they have said mentally, like he is well-oiled. He knows the playbook still forwards and backwards. He knows all the calling, the signaling, everything, and this Shane Steichen system. So he's been able to go out there and hopefully be able to perform, at least with the brain. Physically is an entirely different story. Now, he went out there, he was ripping passes last night in his quote-unquote tryout. It looked pretty good. But even in his prime, like he was 24, 25 years old, his feet were still encased in concrete. So it's not like he was a guy that could really move around the pocket anyway. I could see him if he is inserted under center and Riley Leonard cannot recuperate in time from that knee setback. Just operating in shotgun the entire time. I'm probably going to have maybe 19 or 20 pass attempts, a ton of handoffs to Jonathan Taylor in this game. And it may not matter because you're going to throw Phillip Rivers right in the fire against one of the league's best defenses. I don't buy it. Well, Seattle's number 2 overall in EPA per play D on the year. They have been outstanding, whether in the trenches or via the pass. And that's why the Colts are heavy underdogs in this one. I think it's a tremendous story. The ultimate twist, and I said this half jokingly on social media. Phillip Rivers always loves to run his mouth. He's quite the bleep talker, and I could see him completing a pass immediately like Tyler Warren for 3 to 5 yards and saying that, "Who's your daddy? Who's your granddaddy?" Because he is indeed a grandfather. This is mind-blowing. Phillip Rivers is back in our lives, and I'm so here for it.
Who's your granddaddy? That is spectacular. I still can't believe it, Brad. I really can't. The fact that the Colts felt like this is their best option. Go get somebody like Max Brosmer, like Minnesota did, right? Like, go find some undrafted rookie. Find something. Maybe you can find diamond in a rough. Like, you know what you're going to get out of Phillip Rivers in this kind of game. I don't even know if he's going to be able to throw the ball more than 25 yards down the field. And the fact that he's going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL in one of the toughest places to go play with that environment there at CenturyLink Stadium. It's an absolute nightmare. I think the Colts generally would have been better off with like Jonathan Taylor and Tyler Warren doing like Wildcat or something like that.
Yeah.
Anybody that watched Tyler Warren at Penn State knows that they lined him up all over the field. Tight end, running back, quarterback. They even put him at center for a couple like trick plays. He was everywhere. So to feel like this is their best option, like you said, he knows the playbook inside and out. He knows it very well. But again, Brad, he's 44 years old. Like we're watching Kirk Cousins and Joe Flacco, and Joe Flacco is balling certainly, but even Cousins, you just see the skill set is just nowhere near there. And Rivers is like 7-8 years older than Kirk Cousins is. So you know what I'm looking forward to, Brad? I just pray to God that Seattle's pass rush, it just, they come around the edges and the Red Seas just part for Phillip Rivers to take off for like a 7-yard scamper. And I just want to see him. I just want to see him run. I want to see what that 40 still is. What do you think the rushing number is going to be for Phillip Rivers?
Oh, I guarantee
is it.
It's
going to be a half?
It's going to be a half.
Or is it going to be
true story?
Or is it going to be a negative?
True story. No, it won't be. It won't be a negative. True story. It'll be a half yard. Tom Brady Like one of his final seasons, might have been his final season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and in his career. Every single week, I would take the over on a half a rush yard, and that sucker was cashing consistently with Brady because he kept sneaking it, not with his own version of the tush push, as a standard quarterback sneak, pretty consistently in his second to last year and his final season in the NFL. Phillip Rivers not going to have that luxury. I don't think he's going to take a lot of snaps under center, quite frankly. Again, I think he's operating primarily in shotgun by himself, a blink of time. But man, it'll be a half a yard. And if he takes off, cue the Benny Hill music in the background. It's going to be comical. It's going to be hilarious. And they allow him any green pasture and he gets any positive yardage, Seattle, just fold as a franchise. You're done. You should not allow this in 2025 with a 44-year-old quarterback who, again, was a Galapagos tortoise at 24 years old.
Brad, I think for the bit, if he plays, I got to bet the over on the rushing yard. And then I also have to bet anytime touchdown because it'll be like 100-1. And I have to sprinkle some coin on that.
Tush push?
I have to do it.
Tush push?
Push, maybe.
Yeah, let's
but
do
just
it.
Imagine, like, if the Colts run like a zone read play, right? And he tries and he's at the mesh point with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, that Seattle D end is going to crash on Taylor. There could be an opportunity for Rivers to just keep it when nobody thinks he will. I really hope it happens. I hope he plays so I can bet the over a half a rushing yard. I'm actually really excited for it now. That's awesome. Somebody who was running a lot last night and cashed the over rushing for me was Justin Herbert, who did a lot of running in that second half. Jalen Hurts was also running a lot as well. He did not play very well. I believe we have a sounder from our guy Brando. One of the 4 interceptions that Jalen Hurts threw in last night's game. Oh, no. All right. Oh, we have.
Hurts keeps, throws, batted up and picked off. Intercepted. And the Chargers win the ball game.
Joe Buck, of course, on the call there for ESPN. But yeah, one of 4 picks last night for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. And Brad, look, we both liked the Chargers to win the game last night. They pulled it out in overtime, 22-19. And the game just kind of went how I thought it would. And the Eagles offense looked how I thought it would. Like, this is what they are. When they struggle, they struggle. And there's not like a magic fix. They're not all of a sudden going to look like their old selves. Like, this is what it's going to be the rest of the year. Now, fortunately for them, they have Vegas on Sunday, and then they still have to play the Commanders twice. Now, they do have a trip to Buffalo, likely going to lose that game, but they should win those other 3 games, still win the division, and get into the playoffs. But, Brad, all these people that are maybe looking to buy the dip on Philadelphia, or if they get into the playoffs, with their playoff pedigree and winning the Super Bowl last year, maybe looking to back this Eagles team, I'm looking to do the complete opposite. This team is going to be a total fade for me. And again, if they win the division, they're going to get a home game. They're likely going to be a favorite in that game. And it's getting to the point where it doesn't really matter for me who that NFC wildcard team is. There's a good chance I'm probably going to be fading the Eagles in the first playoff game and every other game that they play if they do reach the postseason.
I concur with the captain. Screw Eagles. They're more like the Philadelphia Pigeons right now offensively. And the other issue they have is defensively on the ground. Their trench warfare has shown some cracks in the dam. Again, they're firing soft pellet guns right now and not real bullets. And, you saw it with Amari and Hampton. He had some key runs, especially the one in overtime immediately. Kamani Vidal had a big game as well as a dual force as a rusher and a receiver. And we got to recall about that Black Friday game, and the Bears are rolling up over 200 yards on the ground combined from DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai. So those are, there's more compounding issues than just the offense. And, the offense can obviously mask a lot of those defensive flaws. But again, they are the definition of discombobulated right now. That's why A.J. Brown, even though he had a decent game last night, has been rather disgruntled here over a number of weeks. So his numbers have been on the rise the last handful of weeks. Devontae Smith didn't make a peep until late in the game. And he had that key 28-yard catch Dallas Goedert played well. He's arguably the most consistent receiver they had last night. But Jalen Hurts was a train wreck. I still can't get out of my head, especially for you fantasy managers out there, maybe the worst sequence in fantasy football history at the quarterback position. You throw a pick, you get a tackle, you pick up the ball on the fumble as a result, and then it gets stripped away and you have a fumble loss. So you had like a -4 on a single play in some fantasy leagues. And I tweeted out last night, there was about 15 minutes or so left in the game, and I said there's some sorrowful individual out there that are sitting on pins and needles at Nervous Center League right now. All they need is 5 points, 5 measly points out of Jalen Hurts to secure their fantasy postseason berth, and they didn't get it because he scored like -3, -3.5 in some leagues. Dumbfounding effort by Jalen Hurts. Terrible, horrific overthrows on a number of occasions, and the magnetism that he had for turnovers was so alarming that I agree. Philadelphia, your life is not going to be long. Going to have a very short lifespan this NFL postseason. I don't see who they can beat in the opening round. I don't care who the opponent is.
Yeah, and they're 11.5-point favorite this week against the Raiders, and I know the Raiders are atrocious, but I don't know if I'd lay 11.5 with the Eagles. I mean, there's a chance they could only score 17, 20 points in that game, right? If the Raiders get to 10, you're probably not covering that bad. That's a big number this week for Philadelphia. So, again, favorable schedule down the stretch, still should win the division. Not a team Brad or myself like, though, in the NFC playoffs. The Chargers, on the other hand, massive win for them. 9-4 now on the season. And, Brad, they needed that game because their schedule very tough the rest of the way. You got to go on the road to Arrowhead Sunday. Then you get the Cowboys, the Texans, and the Broncos to finish out their season. I mean, if I gave you over under 1.5 wins for the Chargers the rest of the way with that schedule, you going over or under?
Oh, man, it is a really tough road to hoe. I think they're going to lose it. Well, I wouldn't say they're going to lose to KC. KC, they're mentally checked out. I think they know, they're on the ropes right now. They're taking body blow after body blow, and somebody's about to land the final uppercut, and maybe it is LAC. So they may win that one. No, I'll take the under because they're going to lose the final 3.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they only win one of those 4 games the rest of the way. So big win for the Chargers last night. Should be in the playoffs. Still got a chance to win the AFC West Division as well, trailing the Broncos by 2 games. When we come back, we'll talk college basketball week 6 in the AP poll and why that is so important. Stay with us.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
This is such loser talk. This is loser talk. I am tired of the Notre Dame whining tour 2025 to wind things down at the end of the year. Like, this is Notre Dame's fault in that they want their cake and eat it too, right? They want to be a part of a conference in a lot of sports, but they want to be independent in football. So when push comes to shove, who do you think the ACC is going to advocate for? The teams that play football in the conference, of course, obviously. But Notre Dame's like, but we're Notre Dame. We're the Fighting Irish. We're your best partner. Yes, you might bring in the eyeballs and the financials, but not during football season. You're not a member of the ACC, and you're not the only school in the country who is aggrieved. I went to Texas. I'm not happy either. There are a lot of schools that can make a legitimate case for making the college football playoff, and those schools didn't get in. But I don't see any other athletic director or any other school going around the country saying, this is a farce, we're taking our ball, we're going home, we're not going to play in our bowl game, and this relationship is strained. Dude, that's part of the deal. It sucks, but you're not alone here, and you don't play football in the ACC.
All right, so who ruins the teaser this week? Because we've been on a good stretch of 3 straight winners. All right, so this week there is a theme. I am taking a bunch of teams that I feel like are some of the best teams in the NFL, getting more than a touchdown at home. It feels too good to be true, right? When you're playing them in a teaser, you get 6 points in your favor. So some of these lines are tight, but not when you play them in a teaser. So we're going to start off with possibly the best team in the AFC. Going to go with the Pats getting 7.5 points at home against the Bills. So the line of this game is the Patriots getting 1.5 at home against the Bills. And honestly, I feel like this is a game that the Patriots certainly have a chance to win outright. So if you're looking at this line for a teaser, I'm going to say this game's going to be close. I think the Bills' defense is fully capable of letting the Pats in this, even if the Pats don't play their best brand of football. And even if Josh Allen has 6 touchdowns. Like, that's the thing. Josh Allen went ballistic last week against the Bengals, but they still didn't cover the 5.5 against the Bengals. So first leg is the Pats plus 7.5 against the Bills. Next leg, we're going to go with the Broncos home dogs plus 8.5 against the Packers. I feel like the Broncos defense deserves credit for being so consistent and statistically the best defense in the NFL. When it comes to sacks, no team is better. And I understand that Jordan Love during Toyotathon is absolutely amazing, but I do think this is kind of come down to one score, especially if it's low scoring. Like, look at both of these defenses. So I think points are going to be at a premium here. I like the Broncos getting 8.5 with a great home field advantage as well. And then finally, this one scares me a little bit because we just saw this matchup and the Bengals won it outright. So the Bengals plus 8.5 at home against the Ravens. I don't know. It feels too easy, right? Like, the Bengals just beat the Ravens. The Ravens feel down on their luck. And Joe Burrow is back in the fold. So 8.5 feels like too many points.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans back with you. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We're getting ready to talk some college basketball. I'm looking forward to this segment because the Week 6 AP poll is always the most important AP poll of the year in college basketball. Why is that? Well, since 2004, this is going back more than 20 years, folks. Since 2004, every national champion has been inside the top 12 in the Week 6 AP poll. So, Brad, instead of trying to find out who's going to be the national champion or maybe the long shots, you just got to look at these 12 teams because this is the top 12 in the AP poll right now for Week 6. Arizona is number 1, Michigan 2, Duke 3, Iowa State 4, UConn 5, Purdue 6, Houston 7, Gonzaga 8, Michigan State 9. BYU's getting pummeled tonight against Clemson is 10, Louisville 11, and Alabama is number 12. So once again, 100% of the national champions in college basketball have been inside the top 12 in the Week 6 AP poll. And Brad, I think the reason for that is because we get so caught up in conference play and what these teams do within the Big Ten and the SEC. And it's important to be playing your best basketball going into March, but also Feast Week and all these early conference games that we're getting, like tonight between BYU and Clemson. This is the closest thing that we see to the tournament, right? When it's neutral floor games, you're traveling to different parts of the country. You don't really have the playbook on all these other teams, a familiarity like you do with everybody else in your league. So that's why when we get to this point and we've kind of seen these teams play for 6 weeks, they've played other great teams, they've gone and traveled and played them on the road or in these, mid-season tournaments, whatever it may be, we get an idea of who the teams are that are likely going to be in the Final Four and the team that likely will be cutting down the nets at the end of the year. So Brad, hearing that top 12, I mean, it sounds pretty accurate, right? You got to figure one of those teams certainly are probably going to be the ones that are going to win it all at the end of the year.
Yeah, look, this is a really loaded class so far. You can make a very strong argument for any of these 12 teams to possibly cut down the nets and win the whole shebang this season. It's utterly ridiculous. I've said this time and time again. I'll repeat myself here on the broadcast tonight. This is in line to have one of the greatest college basketball seasons of our lifetimes. We have arguably, and it could be undeniably by year's end, the greatest freshman class we've ever witnessed. And of course, all of these teams are loaded with upperclassmen, seasoned players, some guys well in their 20s, and other dynamic freshmen as well, some of those diaper dandies. And they really melded very quickly and impressively so far this season. Of course, we got miles to go before we sleep, and conference play has only started up in the Big Ten with that off-balance schedule and every team playing 2 games in conference play here in the month of December before they go back to non-conference. And then we really ramp up with conference play universally starting in the new year in early January. But man, buckle up, folks. This is going to be a hell of a ride this college basketball season because, again, I'm going to repeat myself. All 12 of these teams have a shot and a decent chance of winning the whole enchilada. That's how deep and talented college basketball is right now.
They sure do. But Brad, if you could only put your money on one of these teams right now at current price to win the national title, who would that team be?
That's got to be Michigan. I think they're bar none the best team that I've seen. Now, if I'm an AP voter, and I'm not, folks, I would still have Arizona number 1 overall just based on the overall resume and the quality of teams that they have beaten, not only at home, not only in neutral court environments, but also in true road games. See the win in stores against the UConn Huskies. They deserve to be the top team in the nation, but I think the Big 12 is going to cannibalize itself a little bit. I mean, just look at the top 12. We got BYU in there. Even though they're getting their butts absolutely handed to them right now against the Clemson Tigers inside MSG. You got Houston, the formula there for Kelvin Sampson. They D up the zombie horde, as I always call them. They just get after the offensive glass, get so many second, third opportunities, and they challenge every shot. They contest everything, even from like 35 feet away. Offensively, work in progress, not nearly as good, I think, on that end of the floor as Houston product that we saw last year nearly cut down the nets. And you got Iowa State in the conversation. And they go into Mackey. And folks, if you have never been to West Lafayette and gone to a game in Mackey, you got to put it on your bucket list. In my opinion, it's the best basketball environment, whether in the NBA or college basketball, and it's unrivaled. You're really on top of the action. They pack in there. It is deafening. It's just, I get chills every time I'm in that building. Marvelous place to watch a game. Very intimidating if you're coming in as a visitor to play a very good Purdue team, and they crush them. They wallop them. They whoop that ass in that game. That's why Iowa State, I think, got a vote at number 1 in the AP this week, and deservedly so. TJ Otzelberger's got a veteran group. Momcilovic, he had like 8 threes in that game. Lipsey's still there. Jefferson, they are galvanized. And they got a really bubbling chemistry right now. And they beat you on both ends of the floor. Excellent defensive team as well. That's just the Big 12, folks. Those are teams in the top 12. And that's my only concern with a team like Arizona is the cannibalization. That's why I feel Michigan has the best shot of winning the Big 10 outright, getting a number 1 seed, and run the table potentially and cut down the nets on a national title for the first time for a Big 10 team since the year 2000. Mateen Cleaves and Michigan State accomplished that feat 25 years ago. Crazy.
That is crazy. So your number 1 team is Michigan. Right now, Mine at the current price, Brad, would be Houston. I think Houston's worth a bet currently at the 12-1 price. We saw this last year out of Kelvin Sampson's squad. They went to the same Players Eras tournament during Feast Week and played in Vegas. They lost a couple games. We were all wondering what was up with Houston. Is everything okay? They lost 2 games after that the rest of the season. 1 in Big 12 play, and then the national title game to Florida. That was the only 2 games they lost the rest of the year. So I think most would agree Sampson is currently probably the best coach in the sport. He's certainly top 3, top 4.
Agreed.
And they are loaded, Brad. I mean, they are loaded. I don't think he's ever had this talented of a team. He's got 2 NBA lottery picks. He's got a veteran backcourt with Sharp and Uzan. You know how good they're going to be defensively. They can still shoot the ball really, really well. So now is the time to buy the dip on Houston because of how Iowa State's playing, because of how Arizona's playing, and you have to adjust their odds. They're in the same league as Houston. Everybody's forgetting about the Cougars, but let's not forget how difficult this team is to play and how hard of a matchup they are for these teams that have to see them in March.
And PJ, I want to bring up Gonzaga too, real quick, because the Zags really impressed me the last time they went out there. Remember, they came off a 9-day span in which they didn't play a game, and the last time they had played, they got brutalized by the aforementioned Michigan Wolverines. They lost by 40 in that game. And they turn around and basically do the exact same thing in the University of Kentucky. Now, Kentucky, you could argue, may not make the tournament this year. And I think that's not an outlandish thing to say. It's not an exaggeration by any stem or sort of the imagination. If you look at KenPom, look at Bar Torvik, look at a lot of the predictive sites, they got Kentucky finishing at 18-13 overall. That's a bubble team. And they don't have a quadrant 1. They don't even have a damn quadrant 2 win on the resume. Now they got some opportunities yet to come, and they may be able to right the ship and get themselves out of the current state and get themselves on a proper path to be competitive in the SEC. But Gonzaga still going to an environment which was very blue, even though it was in Vegas. It was like probably 90-10 Kentucky fans. And Kentucky fans at halftime, they're down 23. They're booing. They're booing their squad off the floor. That's how impressive Graham Ike, Braden Huff, and company were. I really like this Zags team. If that version that we saw in Nashville against Kentucky can carry over into the postseason and the NCAA tournament, they're very much going to be in the conversation, not only for a Final Four appearance, but also potentially to win it all. So don't sleep too hard on the Zags.
I completely agree. Brad, you know what fascinates me about Gonzaga more than anything is the fact that they're actually a better defensive team than they are an offensive team this year, right?
Yeah.
You think
True.
Mark Few, you think about all those electric offenses. And the thing is, they're still really good on offense this year, but that's how great their defense is. They're elite. They're a top 5, top 7 defense in college basketball this year. It's like if Lincoln Riley had a top 7 defense in college football. Like, you can't imagine that ever happening, but that's what Gonzaga is this year. Mark Few and his teams are always known for their prolific offenses. I think what makes them so interesting, though, for the tournament is how good their defense is. And I'm excited to talk to Tom Crean coming up at 8:20 in 30 minutes because I do want to ask him about the Zags. You know, Mark Few is arguably the greatest coach of all time to never win a national title. He's had so many great Gonzaga teams. He's been close, Final Four, national championship. And I wonder if having a team like this that is kind of different to the other ones that he's had in year past is actually the one that gets him over the hump. So I'm with you, Brad. Houston, Gonzaga, that 12-1 range, I think is super intriguing. And then the team that we're going to see tonight, UConn, at 11-1.
Yep.
Again, they've been dealing with injuries. They've had guys in and out of their lineup. Brad, we're going to see them at full strength tonight. I think when UConn's fully healthy and they got all their guys and they got that psycho coaching them on the sideline, I still think they are as good as anybody in the sport. So usually in college basketball, the general consensus of like all the top teams are towards the top of the leaderboard, but because of the point that you brought up, where it's so wide open, and this could turn out to be one of the best years of basketball we've had in a long, long time, I think there's some nice value on Gonzaga, Houston, and UConn in that 11 to 12-1 range. Those would be the teams that I'd be looking at.
Yeah, I think that's completely understandable and arguable, quite frankly. The other key you also got to look at, folks, get nerdy. Use some of the advanced analytics sites like KenPom. Bar Torvik is absolutely free. KenPom costs like $20 for the entire season. Evan Mia, which is a subscription site, but also very good. Hazelmetrics, another one I use. A lot of those advanced metric sites give you some key indicators and clues on a team's potential success for the year. Like KenPom, everybody subscribes to, you got to be top 20 offense efficiency, defense efficiency, and that's true. You got to have balance to be competitive in March. So pay attention to some of those dorky stats are very telling.
Certainly do. Fun conversation there. Again, folks, we already know the national champion going to be one of those top 12 teams in the Week 6 AP polls. Hit 100% of the time going back since 2004. From March Madness to the NFL playoffs, we'll talk that next.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I don't want to bet it yet, just because it's like you're at the peak of value right now. He's coming off that performance last night. He's been phenomenal, but the history of this award says the guys drafted past 10 don't typically win. Cooper's got such an entrenched value here just because he's the most well-known name. If Cooper just puts in like a good rookie season, Cooper's probably going to win. Queen has to be putting up these kind of numbers every single night for a Pelicans team that may eventually be like, yeah, we don't want to risk you getting hurt. You're too good. And shut him down. Like, he was plus 14 last night versus the Spurs. That's crazy. Well, if he keeps this up, we could talk about it, but by then the value, I think, is gone. You already see him. He's going to start climbing. So to me, I still think there's probably value on Cooper Flag minus 150.
Are you willing to say, Matt, that the Pelicans trade to the Atlanta Hawks might have been worth it for getting Derek Queen?
No, the process was bad. It's just like if you've given up something for a Queen, it's like great, but now it's like you gave yourself no outs. You know what's better than Derek Queen?
He's awesome,
Derek Queen and Cam Boozer. That's what's better than Derek Queen. So choosing the either or, but I will say it's great to see Queen doing this because that kid was getting saddled with all this talk of like, what a terrible pick. And for him to do this, I do kind of love it to shut up everybody who's so obsessed with draft picks.
Oh, but I think you've got to fix the calendar more than anything. And everybody's already talking about going to 16 teams. People are already talking about that, going to 16 teams. It's been, what has this been, 2 years of this? And they want to go to 16 teams. But you have to fix National Signing Day because you should not be trying to work on the most important part of your off-field duties, which is recruiting. You should be able to do that during championship weekend. We got to fix the playoff schedule because they should not be playing in the world. And I think Joey McGuire said it. You should be playing college football in the second semester of that same season. That's never happened, and it shouldn't happen. The playoff schedule, the portal schedule, and then you got to throw in NFL. Do you know what day it is to declare for NFL draft as an underclassman?
No.
It's January 15th. When's the last day? When's the last game for college football?
I think it's the 20th or the 21st, right?
Yeah, 19th or 20th. Yeah. So
yeah,
you have to declare as an underclassman to go play a football game that's coming up. I think that's important. And also we have to look at work in academic calendars because I think that's another element that we don't talk about nearly enough. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt and call and talk about this like student athlete. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you have to be enrolled in school to play football, and most teams want kids in for spring. So you've got to juggle all those different elements, and people so often focus on one thing, signing day, and then they realize, oh, the portal, okay, so they focus on that thing, and everything happens on these different levels when instead you have to we should be considering everything in dealing with that.
Well, I mean, listen, one thing about Phillip is he knows what he's doing, right? He understands defenses. He can read those things. He loves to be at the line of scrimmage, orchestrate, and that's what he did, right? He loves to kind of call the game from the line of scrimmage. One of the things that I think you have to do, especially if you're Indianapolis, obviously they've got a great run game. You got to lean into that. You got to take some of that responsibility off the plate of Phillip Rivers. But I'm sure he's going to want to do what, those quarterbacks of his generation did. The Eli Mannings, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's, wants to orchestrate at the line of scrimmage. And so it'll be really interesting to see exactly kind of what they have. I mean, me personally, I think he'll I think from the neck up, he'll be able to do that. To assimilate an offense, to know where to go with it, and all those things. Will he be a tick slow? Will he be able to throw the ball down the field? He's always pushed the ball anyhow. It'll be really interesting to see. I just expect the Indianapolis Colts to fall by the wayside. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they're going to fall out of this race.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And it's not over, but it's going to be a really tough road. Noah Gray has it. He's down to 45. The clock will run out. And the Houston Texans have come to Kansas City, knocked off the Chiefs to win their 5th consecutive game. And the run from Kansas City is not done, but it is down to a last gasp.
Mike Tirico on the call there for NBC Sunday Night Football as the Texans go into Arrowhead and defeat the Chiefs, who dropped to 6-7, and their season is on life support. BetMGM Tonight, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on the BetMGM Network. Give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Let us know if you have any thoughts on the Chiefs, any of these other NFL teams. We're getting ready to talk plenty of football here in hour 2. Our friend Tom Crean also going to join us in 20 minutes, get his thoughts on college basketball. And you guys can listen to the show on YouTube. Search BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. Follow us on X, Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. And listen live and for free on the Odyssey app. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast at the end of the show as well. But yes, have to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs, Brad, because it's crazy that it's December 9th, and here we are. The Chiefs are 6-7. Their season is pretty much done. They have a 15% chance, according to NFL.com, to make the postseason. And it's not just the fact that their record is so bad, Brad, it's the fact that all these teams that they're chasing pretty much they've lost the tiebreaker, right? Houston they've lost to, Jacksonville they've lost to, Buffalo they've lost to, Denver and the Chargers they lost the first meeting to both of those teams. So they have an uphill battle. They got to win out, and then they pretty much need one of these other teams to lose out as well. Now, fortunately for Kansas City, they do have to play the Titans and the Raiders on the road. They should win those games. And then they get the Broncos and the Chargers this week at home, which are going to be tougher games. But I mean, what do you make of the situation that Kansas City is in? Do you give them any chance at all that maybe they can find themselves into the playoff picture, or do you think that their season is over?
They're done. They're toast. They're fully cooked right now. Just go ahead and drop into a deep fryer and a side of tartar and serve it up. I mean, Kansas City ain't going to bounce back from this. It was very apparent. Just look at Travis Kelce late in that game, the last time out, and just how despondent and crestfallen he looked. Just the frustration has mounted so much because this team is just won again. And all the close shaves that they were winning last year, not winning this year. And, what's really not been overly reported is how bad the defense has been. I know Trent McDuffie was banged up early in that game, last time out, but ended up coming back. Played so-so against the Houston Texans. Really couldn't get it done. But defensively, as a collective, since week 9, Kansas City's number 27 ADP per play D. They're not really, executing very highly in run coverage. They're not executing very highly in pass coverage. They're just so painfully mundane, rather vanilla in every defensive category. They have to go out there in order to conquer those defensive flaws. They got to score 35 or 40 in a game, and they can't do that, which is crazy. With a healthy bevy of wide receivers and with Rashee Rice back, is usually one of the elite route separators in the league. Xavier Worthy's got elite speed. Hollywood Brown can still make some big plays down the field. Travis Kelce obviously can still get it done in a pinch. But defensively, that is the biggest and most glaring flaw that Kansas City has, and is going to limit them down the bitter end. They're going to beat Las Vegas. They're going to beat Tennessee. I think it's coin flip that they win at home at Arrowhead against the LA Chargers. And I think it's probably less than a 40% chance they're going to exact the revenge against the Denver Broncos at home in Arrowhead. So you go 2-2 down the home stretch. Hell, even go 3-1. And you're going to be the outside looking in, and you can blame the defense, Andy Reid, more than anything else. I think the onus hangs on Spags' shoulders.
I mean, it's crazy to think that they're in this situation. I still can't get over that they lost that game on Sunday night to the Texans. I mean, that is just always the spot that Kansas City wins those kinds of games. Brad, the worst season that Patrick Mahomes has had as a starter is losing in the AFC Championship game. That's the worst season he's ever had as a starter. He's never missed the playoffs. He's never lost in the wild card round, divisional round. He either loses in the AFC Championship, loses in the Super Bowl, or wins the Super Bowl. Those are how his seasons end, one of three ways. So the fact that they're not even going to make the playoffs is just, it's wild that we're at this point. And again, it's kind of like the situation that the Ravens are in and the Chiefs have to be kicking themselves too. It's like, what a great year to make the postseason with all these other teams that are in the mix that are kind of unproven. And you feel like you definitely have the experience over those teams, but their offense just has not been able to figure it out. As you mentioned, the defense has been very up and down for them this season as well. They have had a tricky schedule, but all these games this year where you kind of look at turning points for the Chiefs, right? Coming out of that bye week, going on the road and playing Denver. Mahomes is so good in divisional games. He's so good on the road. Him and Andy Reid are so good off of bye weeks. Couldn't win that one. And then you get the game again against Houston on Sunday, and that was the nail in the coffin for Kansas City. So I'm with you, sir. The Chiefs, they are cooked, and their season is over. Another team that I also think is cooked is Indianapolis, who they're hanging on for dear life. They're 8-5 right now. They got that final. They're actually out of the playoffs with Houston winning, and both of those teams being 8-5. So Indy's on the outside looking in. And Brad, they have one of the toughest schedules remaining in the NFL. At Seattle, home San Francisco, home Jacksonville, and at Houston. And now with Daniel Jones out for the year, it's not crazy to think that Indy could lose out the rest of the way and finish the season potentially 8-9 on the season, considering that they were 8-1, which is just crazy. They were 7-1, 8-2, and now they might finish the season 8-9. I mean, is there any case to be made for the Colts? Can they figure this out? Even if Jonathan Taylor goes absolutely berserk, is there any way that they can make the postseason?
No, I don't think so. I can't believe they have a 42% chance. Honestly, it should be like a 2% chance. They're not going to win in Seattle. No way in hell. I'm not buying it any way, shape, or form. Jonathan Taylor could go nuts for like 150 yards and 2 to 3 touchdowns. They probably still lose that game. Defensively, they come unraveled. They're now number 16 in EPA per play defense. They were consistently inside the top 10 in that category. You look since week 9, they're now number 20 in EPA per play offense over that 5-game stretch, and they were consistently one of the best and most efficient on a per play basis offenses in the country. And now you might be relying on a 44-year-old technically has been, and Phillip Rivers, if Ryler Leonard can't go. And he got the Niners on the immediate horizon. That's a team that's got healthy and is getting right. They get the Jaguars, who have been white stinking hot, and then you're on the road against the Texans and the best defense in the NFL. L, and L again. Bye-bye, Indianapolis. It's been fun, but the Colts right now headed to the glue factory.
I'm with you. 42 is just, I don't know if they're making the proper adjustment for the quarterback situation or what's going on, but the fact that Phillip Rivers might start for them on Sunday kind of tells you the situation that they're in. It's unfortunate because Indianapolis was one of the great stories of the season. Daniel Jones was playing such good football. They go all in with the Sauce Gardner trade. Brad, I kind of think that's their biggest issue. Like, forget about missing the playoffs this season. You mortgage your future to go all in, right? With Sauce giving up those first rounders. And Now with Daniel Jones tearing his ACL, I mean, you're going to be looking for a quarterback for much of next season too. So tough break for Indianapolis, no question, but I just echo everything that you said, and they are cooked. You can kiss the Colts season goodbye. All right, now we get into some of the more interesting NFL teams that we either think could make or miss the playoffs. As PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here on BetMGM tonight. Let's look at my team, the Baltimore Ravens. They are also 6-7 on the season, but they're only one game back of the Steelers, who beat them on Sunday to improve to 7-6. The issue for the Ravens is their schedule. At Cincinnati on Sunday, which won't be easy. Home against the Patriots on Sunday night, which won't be easy. At Green Bay and Lambeau, where it's probably going to be negative degrees in that game. And then you got another trip with the Steelers on the road in Pittsburgh. Brad, just the way that the AFC North has gone this season, I don't know how it's going to happen, but something tells me that the division is just going to come down to that Week 18 game, Ravens-Steelers, right? It just feels like we've been on that collision course. Steelers get off to the 4-1 start. Ravens are 1-5. Ravens come all the way back to catch them. Now they've lost their last two. It looks like the Steelers are going to win this division. Feels like as soon as one team has the lead on the other one comes back into the mix. So even though on paper, Pittsburgh has the easier schedule. They're home against Miami this week. They play Cleveland. They do have to go on the road to Detroit as well. Those are their 3 games. I just have a feeling that somehow, some way, these two teams, I think, are both going to be 8-8 going into that Week 18 game, and it's going to be winner take all for the AFC North. So the fact that you can get Baltimore at plus money to make the playoffs, win the division, and they're probably going to be a short favorite in that game against Pittsburgh, I actually think they're worth a bet just from a numbers standpoint. But Brad, it feels like we're heading in that direction where the way this thing has been going, and these two teams, neither team wants to win this division. Both are trying to lose it, and neither team looks good right now. I think it's going to come down to Week 18 and grabbing plus 175 with the Ravens now when they're probably going to be minus 150 in that game, Week 18. I do think that's a good bet. I think they lose that game and the Steelers make the playoffs, but I think the value right now on the Ravens, I think, would probably be worth a bet.
Yeah, look, I definitely feel that there's value there at plus 175. There's no question about it. I think they're going to go 1-3, though, down the home stretch. We're going to see. It's kind of a coin flip game how they're going to manage the outcome on the road against Cincinnati. Cincinnati had Buffalo in the ropes until Joe Burrow had those inexplicable pair of interceptions, all the deflections, on one going for a pick 6, and that just flipped everything because Cincinnati was largely in control in that game. And, the biggest issue for the Baltimore Ravens, I think, has been defensively. Now, I will give them credit based on some of the advanced analytics. They are a top 10 in EPA per play defense over the last 5 weeks. So they're making some strides. It's encouraging signs. But what version of Lamar Jackson again? He's not been the successful runner that we saw. He's not really the definition of a dual threat. He had some big pass plays to Zay Flowers last Sunday. Can that carry over into Cincinnati against arguably, and indeed they are, the worst defense on EPA per play defense basis in the NFL? They're going to lose against New England. They're going to lose on the road against Green Bay. And then you're right, that Steelers game could come down to them being themselves in or out. It doesn't really matter. Look, it's semantics. So what? If you get in the playoffs, you got to win a single game? No. Baltimore is going to get bounced early. Maybe it's the Buffalo Bills year to make a run, but I'm still back in New England, bar none, in my opinion, the best team in the AFC.
I mean, I agree with you from the standpoint of it really doesn't matter who wins the AFC North. Both of those teams are probably going to be one and done in the playoffs. Maybe they win that home game, but I don't think either's making a deep run in January. Let's talk about your Chicago Bears, Brad. And I have never seen this ever, where it's week 14 in the NFL and they go from the 1 seed to the 7 seed after losing to Green Bay. That is how close it is right now in the NFC wildcard race. And if they were to lose this week and Detroit were to win, the Bears would be out of the postseason as it currently stands.
Crazy.
So it is as close as it could be. They got some massive games upcoming with Green Bay, San Francisco, and Detroit. So there is some real danger that the Bears can miss the playoffs. But what do you think? Are they going to get in?
I think they will. All they got to do is defend home turf. And you got 3 of your last 4 games at Soldier Field. And Mother Nature is going to be your friend, especially against the Lions, an indoor team. Although they play in a lot of cold weather games, Jared Goff, a complete different quarterback in the elements. Green Bay, you're going to be motivated revenge. You're going to be motivated by the fact that it's your arch rival. And that's coming up next week. They should take care of business, I would say, with you, but nothing is easy right now against the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders, got to give him credit. I was wrong about Shedeur. He is proving me a giant boob and an idiot, which is really easy to do. He's playing really good football, making strides, so kudos to him. They're going to lose at San Francisco. I'm pretty much convinced of that. Defensively at the back end, that's where they have to show consistency and tighten up because they were just obliterated. They were annihilated in single eye coverage against Christian Watson, which was idiotic given his elite speed and separation skills, and they were eaten alive as a result. So Ben Johnson is going to lean on the run and continue to go ground and pound with DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai. Caleb Williams going to be the glorified game manager, but obviously going to make some big plays, not with the arm, but also with the legs. All they got to do is go 3-1, and I think that's achievable, and they will punch their ticket for the postseason. And I think the Bears are definitely a dark horse because if they can galvanize, if they can come together and play excellent defense, they can win a couple of games.
Man, it's gonna be really, really fun to watch. I think it's gonna come down to that Week 18 game between the Bears and the Lions. That feels like a playoff game. Winner goes to the postseason. Loser goes home. All right, the great Tom Crean gonna join us next to talk some college hoops. BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
If the Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl, I'll win like 30 grand now. That's where I'm at. I keep grabbing. I had somebody else last night go, hey, can you grab me a dime? Can you grab me a dime? Now I'm splitting those dimes with a couple buddies.
Sure.
But I've laid out my case to guys that are really, really good at what they do. And I hate to keep bringing it back to Buffalo, but here's my argument, right? Sell me this pen, Wolf of Wall Street. Before the season, when everybody was healthy and nobody had a loss, Buffalo was like 7-1. Okay, so here we are in early December. Mahomes ain't making it. Burrow's dead. Lamar stinks. And they're 9-1 now. 950. How? Oh, because the Broncos are 11-2 and the Patriots are 11-2. Miss me with that, man. If you would have told me in August that Mahomes wouldn't make the playoffs, that Burrow wouldn't make the playoffs, and that the Ravens would suck, how much Buffalo would we have bet? And I got these guys last night. I'm at the bar. I'm wheeling and dealing. They're like, he's right. We should bet Buffalo. So I just keep adding. I keep adding Bills.
Who's the biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC?
I guess we'll find out Sunday in New England, right? I mean, I think the thing with the Patriots that, I mentioned the May stuff and how he's not, it doesn't just have the playoff experience. And quite frankly, he beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football earlier in the year. It was a huge game, huge stage, played great, coming out party for Drake May. But you go back to college, he didn't win a lot of big games. And I'm not ripping the guy because he's because he went to Carolina. Like, he just never beat NC State. Like, literally never beat NC State in the rivalry game. I don't think he ever beat Clemson. Lost to Oregon in a bowl. Like, just and then you look at this season and like the schedule is so freaking soft. So it's a little hard to tell with the Pats. But then like Vrabel's a great coach, and I wouldn't want to fade him in a big game situation like that. And May is shown to be clutch. So I mean, I guess the Patriots, maybe Phillip Rivers. I don't know. I mean, it's the Bills are in a good spot, I think. just given the way that everything's kind of unfolding.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Some updates on what's going on in college basketball. Michigan up 83-47 over Villanova. Wolverines continuing to dominate. Clemson up 47-38 on BYU. And Clemson now down to a 4.5-point favorite on the live line. Brad and I doubled down. We got him at 13.5 at intermission. So that is looking like it's in a decent spot. And then the Illini are tearing it up in the first half. High-scoring game in Columbus, 48-40. Illinois up by 8 and currently a 7.5-point favorite on the live line. Penn State and Indiana starts in 8 minutes. UConn and Florida will start in about 30 minutes after BYU and Clemson as well. So we'll keep you posted on everything going on in college basketball. But let's continue the college basketball theme as we welcome on Tom Crean, 22 years, the head coach in college hoops with Marquette, Indiana, and Georgia. Give Coach a follow on X at Tom Crean. And Coach, really appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us. Want to start, Brad and I were talking about this earlier, how week 6 in the AP poll is usually the AP poll. Since 2004, every national champion has been inside of the top 12 in that week 6 AP poll. So right now with how it stands, kind of all of the best teams in the country, Michigan, Arizona, UConn, Houston, Gonzaga, you take your pick, Coach. Who do you think currently is the best team in America?
Well, let me ask you this, because I just saw that the other day. Is Florida in that top 12?
Florida is not in that top 12.
Yeah, then I'm not sure that that statistic is going to hold up at the end of the year. I still like Florida. Now, I'm not saying they're the best team in the country. I just think they're better. I think they're better than their record, and I think they'll show that. What I see right now is I think it's unbelievably wide open. I do think Arizona is deserving of what they're getting. I think Kansas is going to be really up there. I like Florida tonight, potentially against UConn, but I think UConn is going to be in that mix. But if I had to truly pick the best team right now in the middle of December, I would go with Arizona. But that could definitely change as the year goes on.
Coach Green, Brad Evans here. Welcome back to the program, my man. I'm with you on Florida. I think they're going to give UConn all they can handle. A team right now that's just laying the wood on Villanova is Michigan, up 83-49 just around 3 minutes ago there in Ann Arbor. Big Ten is rough and rugged. You know the conference very well during your days at Indiana. From what you've seen so far, is Michigan the runaway regular season favorite? And going deeper, what school could be the league's biggest surprise this year?
Well, no, I don't think they're the runaway favorite. I mean, because again, they haven't. I don't even think they've played a Big Ten game yet. But I think they're really good. I think that front line is really good, and there's no doubt. And then I saw already earlier. I don't know where he's at right now, but Elliot Cadeau had already had 4 made threes tonight. So there's no question Michigan is getting better. There's no question that front line is really good. They are maybe this year's early look of like Florida, where they have enough depth. They don't necessarily have the guards that Florida had a year ago, but they got that kind of front line where it's more than just the 3 guys, because then they can bring in Will Cheddar off the bench, and he can provide things. And I think so much of how you look at these teams is not just their starting 5, but what their top 8 looks like. Now, you asked me who would be a surprise in the country or in the Big Ten?
Big Ten.
Big Ten, people should not sleep on Purdue. There's no way that they should sleep on Michigan State, and I don't think they will. Illinois has got a lot of talent, a lot of good players. They're just going to have issues sometimes against the most physical teams, because I'm not sure that front line is full of physical guys. But I wouldn't sleep. A sleeper for me is still Maryland. And I think he'll get that team going. I mean, I really do. Oh, yeah. I would. Now, I'm not talking about them winning the championship, but I like their team. And then the other team that I like, and they just showed this against USC the other night with that comeback, is I like Washington, because there's so many new guys. They've got really good young guys. They're bringing guys back from injuries. So if I had to pick 2 sleeper teams in the league, I would go with Maryland and I would go with Washington.
Oh, good stuff there, Coach. Coach, let's go to the SEC and talk about the struggle bus that is Kentucky. They're 5-4 right now, and I want you to put yourself in the shoes of Mark Pope. What do you say to your squad? What is the first thing that you were coaching, instilling in them to turn this sucker around? Because this season is off to a disastrous start, but they have ample opportunities to right the ship.
Well, I read a lot of things that are being said, and I think the bottom line with this is it's about practice. You get better at basketball playing basketball, practicing basketball. And to me, this team doesn't do – and I'm not watching tonight's game, so I can't speak on that. I did see a statistic where before I came on with you guys, the rebounds were 24-21. That's the biggest issue with this team to me. It's defense and it's rebounding. And on the offensive end, everybody wants to talk about the roster. Everybody wants to talk about the shooting. Well, the way to make up for that is to rebound the ball offensively. I'll give you a great example. Against Gonzaga last week, they shot 27% in the game. Okay, they got 25% of the offensive rebounds. That was their offensive rebound percentage. That's not going to cut it. And a lot of those rebounds, or a lot of the effort rebounding-wise, came in the second half when the game was basically over. And so to me, it's not about what you say. It's about it's about defense. It's about stances. It's about rebounding on both ends. And the shooting will get better, right? Like those things, that's something you work on a lot. Guys work on shooting a lot. You can get better with shooting. But in the meantime, you can't worry about – now, shot selection is a different story than missing shots. So there are times you got to fix the shot selection. And this is a team that shoots really quick in the shot clock. Between 16 and 22 seconds, they're taking a lot of shots. And so, again, those are the things that can happen. I'm with you. They have the talent. They have the coaching. But there are just too many times that they're not in a stance. They're getting beat off the dribble. They're not taking away post-ups and duck-ins on the inside. And then their rebounding is really lax on both ends.
Great stuff. Talking to head coach Tom Crean, 22 years as a head coach in college basketball for Marquette, Indiana, and Georgia. Give Coach a follow on X at Tom Crean. You mentioned Kentucky played Gonzaga the other night, Coach, and that's who I want to talk about. I think the Zags are so fascinating this year. We know Mark Few's teams are always going to be amongst the best in the country on offense. But this year, his team is better defensively than they are on offense, and they're still really good offensively. We know he's been searching for that first national title. He's had so many great teams. He's come close. Do you think this is the kind of team that could get it done for him? A team that might be one of the best defensive teams that he's had.
Well, you said it right. This is one of the best defensive teams he's had. They're very fast. They're very, very good in transition. And outside of the game against Michigan, they've been pretty good at getting back in transition. But to me, I like Grant Foster. I definitely like him. I think he can defend at a high level. I think they've got two really unique inside scorers in Graham Ike and Braden Huff. And they're very quick. They can score inside. Obviously, Ike was phenomenal the other night. Braden Huff, I thought, was the one guy that played and tried to do some things in that Michigan game. But I think they're like a lot of teams right now. They've got flaws, and that's why this year is so wide open. There's not one team that is head and shoulders above everybody else. Now, there's a bunch of really good teams. I'm not saying that at all. There's a bunch of really good teams. But there's not one team that's head and shoulders above people. And so much of this is going to be how people grow, right? And how they grow through the year. But I do like the fact with Gonzaga, if they can stay healthy. I love Adam Miller. I've liked him for a long time. I think he can provide a lot for that team. I think he plays on both ends. I think he's a physical guard. The difference between being out there in an Arizona and a Gonzaga is Arizona is a more physical body-on-body team defensively, where Gonzaga is a quick team. They've got length. They've got experience. They're older. I wouldn't quite call them as physical as Arizona, but I would say that they have a chance to be a physical team. And again, they're outside of Santa Clara and St. Mary's, they're going to dominate that league. And I think this schedule has been great for them. So if they continue to get better and they continue to play with that speed that they have, I think this is a really good team for Mark.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Should be hopefully in the Final Four conversation this year. That's how talented the Gonzaga Bulldogs are. Coach Crean on Thursday in Ames. Iowa State meet in their annual showdown off their stunning, and I mean stunning, dismantling of Purdue inside Mackey Arena. Will the Cyclones rip through their improved intrastate rival? Ken Pom forecast right now a 13-point win for Iowa State. Are you buying or selling that margin?
Where's the game at?
Ames,
yeah. I would. They'll do a good job. The one thing that I think will be a problem for Iowa in that game is they want to play pace, right? They are a team. They are very, very comfortable. Ben McCollum is very, very comfortable going deep into the shot clock. He's very comfortable with that. He's very comfortable in trying to shorten the game with possessions. And here's the thing that Iowa State does. I believe they were first or second last year in the country in points off turnovers. And if you look at the way they got after Purdue, who's really got a really good team, and you look at the way they got after them and the way they kept coming after them, that's going to be hard for Iowa. I think they have enough guys that can get into Bennett Sturts. I think they have enough mobility that they can switch actions. They'll put a lot of pressure. I think TJ Otzelberger has done a fantastic job. He's got a good mix of old and some good young guys. He's added new guys. I mean, that's a team. They got to be in that top 12, I'm sure, because that's a team that there's no question they could be a Final Four team. I mean, there is zero question that they could be that good because he always gets his team better during the year, and I think this team is even a little more athletic than the team he had a year ago. And the guys that he's brought back have shown significant improvement, not only in their bodies, but in their games.
Yeah, Iowa State looks really good up to this point in the season. Coach, we'll leave you with this. Everybody's talking about how great this freshman class is this season in college basketball. I mean, for as long as you have been around the game, can you remember a freshman class as good as this one? And do you have a particularly favorite freshman in this year's college basketball class?
No, this is a great class. There's no doubt about it, because there's even more guys that are going to emerge as time goes on. And like, here's an example with Arizona. Okay, they got Koa Pete. Okay, well, everybody knows that name right now. Braden Burries is a guy that's starting to play better. Both of those guys put a heavy dose of intensity, quickness, and athleticism on the defensive end. Like, a lot of times when you've got a veteran team, you've got to overcome some of the defensive mistakes and maybe some of the defensive lack of physicality or maturity that guys have. They don't have to do that at Arizona. So I say that to say this. There's a lot of guys that are two-way players in this class. A.J. Devanza is going to be, if he stays focused as he goes through life in the NBA, he's going to be an all-league defensive player many times because he's got so much natural ability defensively. So we could go right on down the line. I think this is a top, everybody wanted to make it a top 3 draft. I think it's way better than that. I think Caleb Wilson plays as hard and as intense as anybody in this class. I think they could do even more for and with Caleb Wilson. I think he's capable of doing so much on that team, but yet he plays so hard it stands out. I think it's a great freshman class. I think it's going to be fun to watch it continue to grow during the year. And the freshmen that ended up having the best years are going to be the teams that have enough people on their teams that can allow them to play they want to play because they can make enough open shots. You got to have a team. Like when I had Anthony Edwards, when we recruited him, we thought we'd have Nick Claxton, and he had a really good sophomore year. Then he had a great spring, and so by the time he got to the pre-draft camp in Chicago and started working off for teams, he looked really, really good, and he ends up being the first pick of the second round, so we don't have him. Now, we missed that, but what I didn't have enough around Anthony Edwards was enough really good shooters. And I regret that to this day because we didn't have enough shooting to allow him to be the guy that he could really be all the time. Because his shooting was a work in progress at that point. He could make shots, but when you have a guy that can really get to the rim like a lot of these freshmen can, you got to have the shooting. That's why what Boozer's doing at Duke has been so strong because he makes the right play. You saw it with Caleb Foster against Michigan State. You saw it with Isaiah Evans against Florida. Those guys are making shots which allow that best freshman, that top-level freshman, to play with just a little more freedom, right? And we're a little less double team or a little less help because it's hard to come off guys that can shoot the ball. And I think that's why you want to watch – when you watch these freshmen this year, what the three-point percentage looks like on their team, not necessarily for them, but for the people that are looking at their teams, watch the three-point percentages of the teammates. Because if there's enough space and room for guys to make shots and they're making them, that's going to allow these freshmen to have even better years.
Coach, awesome insight as always. We appreciate the time. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Sure. You guys have a great night and rest of the week. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. More BetMGM tonight coming up next.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Mendoza had his moment. Pavia's in Vegas watching UFC fighters. And after all of that, it's still razor tight. Like, I don't know what I was expecting this morning, but I was expecting for Mendoza to have a pretty healthy lead and be like, oh, Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Everyone's going to be all good with that. No. I honestly think we are going to have the closest Heisman Trophy race in recent history. Like, I don't know, gone all the way back to like the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Like, I don't know what happened in those years. But like, I can't remember a Heisman Trophy race that's this close to where going into Saturday night, I can legitimately say, I don't know who's going to win the award. And that's never the case with the Heisman. Even last year when it was super close, we knew Travis Hunter was going to win. I don't know who's going to win. It's Mendoza, is it Pavia? I don't know. But the betting market, to go back to that, and why we're having this conversation, Mendoza's minus 2,000, and Pavia right now is 10-1. How is Pavia not a bet? Now, I don't mean this to say that, like, oh, jam Pavia and put all... No, like, you don't have to go crazy because, like, deep down, if you ask me how this thing should actually be priced, like, I think Mendoza's likely to win, but it's like 60-40. But the way the betting market has this, it's like it's 95-5. And that's not reality. And 60-40, I'm just kind of going off of like a whim, just like a hunch. Because literally on 3 said Pavia won it, and The Athletic, one vote could have swung it to where Pavia won that poll as well. That's all it would have taken. So this thing is so close to me to where I think there's a chance that we get a stunner, and not even a stunner, because that's too strong of a word, because clearly everyone's telling us that it's close. We get a surprise, I guess is a better way to phrase it. And Diego Pavia actually wins the Heisman Trophy. So for me, if you have nothing invested in this thing, easy, like small bet on Pavia. Instead of having that extra beer or extra cocktail, put it on Pavia at 10-1. You know, like $50, $100, whatever you want to do. Put it on Diego Pavia at 10-1.
Of the 4 teams not playing in the first round, which one is most ripe for an upset when they do get back to action in the quarters?
And it's hard not to say Texas Tech. And I say that because we assume Oregon's going to win. I think Texas Tech this season, I don't think they've played anybody that's quite like this Oregon team. I know they played BYU, and I know BYU is a good football team. I'm not going to say that they're not. I understand that. But I think that the answer is going to be I think Texas Tech is the answer. If I had to pick one of the 4, 1 through 4, I think Indiana is hyper-focused. I think Ohio State, they're way more talented than Miami or A&M, although A&M's defense, hey, you know what? I guess if I'm going to go Texas Tech, then Ohio State, because I think A&M's defense is super good. My buddy Roddy Jones tried to talk me into Miami being a dark horse, and I was like, man, I can't. There's no way I can bet on Miami like that. That's crazy. But A&M, to me, I like the way they play defense. Quarterback situation is pretty good, and so I think that Ohio State is probably 2 on that list. And then Indiana, Alabama, or Indiana.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BYU making a furious comeback in Madison Square Garden. Once they were down by as many as 22 points in this game. It is now a 1-point ball game, 52-51. Clemson on top with 5 minutes to play. Clemson has only, I believe, 8 points in the second half or something like that. AJ DeBansa with 26. He's got his career high, and this game now all of a sudden is a pick'em on the live line currently. So we're getting a good one there. Clemson did just score a basket. Now BYU did, so it's back up to BYU minus 200. Michigan with a 28-point win over Villanova, 89-61. And then we're at halftime, or no, it's second half, Illinois and Ohio State, and Illinois on top 53-49 over the Buckeyes. So that's what's going on right now in college basketball. Really quick, let's talk about our bold predictions, Brad, on this Tuesday. We're going to have some fun, go around to a bunch of different sports, NFL, college basketball, maybe some college football as well, and throw out some of our bold predictions that we have coming up, whether it be today, whether it be in the futures, this weekend, wherever it may be. So, sir, I will give you the floor first. NFL, give me a futures bet that you have a bold prediction on.
Yeah, I think people are sleeping too hard on Seattle right now. I think they have a really good shot at being the number one seed in the NFC. And currently at BetMGM, they're plus 200 to achieve that feat. I know the Rams are the popular play, and understandably so. They've been incredible outside of that toe stubbing they had against the Carolina Panthers. But you look at the rest of the season schedule for the Hawks. Again, Indianapolis, we all know the story there, and possibly Phillip Rivers at 44 years young, under center coming out of retirement, hasn't thrown a pass in like 4 or 5 years at the NFL level. And that game being played up there in the Great Northwest. And then you get the LA Rams at home after that. And obviously that's going to be a pivotal game, and it could ultimately decide the fate of this wager and the fate of whether or not Seattle can be the top seed in the NFC. But that game is up there in the Starbucks City. Then you're on the road against Carolina and on the road against San Francisco. Again, it is a road full of potholes, and the tires could buckle, suspension could be off down the stretch. But when you got elite defense, Seattle's number 2 in EPA per play D over the last 5 weeks, and the offense has played pretty well as well. Why? Because you got JSN, who right now is in the conversation to be the offensive player of the year, certainly a front runner in that category. The 1-2 punch at the ground of Zach Charbonnet all day and Kenneth Walker the third. To go along with an offensive line is playing pretty well, and Sam Darnold hasn't been too shabby either. I think the Hawks, we got to put some respect on their damn name, are very much in the conversation to be the top seed in the NFC. So love the value there at plus 200, PJ.
Yeah, I think that's a good look. Seattle, again, I would love them to maybe make a Super Bowl run. With Sam Darnold, I don't know if I can get there. But like you said, Brad, the way that defense is playing, they do get the Rams at home next Thursday, which is going to be a massive, massive game. And I think they got a good shot. I like that price at 2-1. My bold prediction is going to be Dante Moore, the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, Brad. I'm taking him at plus 350. Mendoza right now is your favorite, but I think when these teams go through the draft process and we get to pro days and, the combine, all these sorts of things, I think these teams are really going to fall in love with Dante Moore. When I watch those two guys on Saturday, I look at Dante Moore projecting as the better NFL product. The way he just runs the ball, his physicality, his mobility, and then the arm strength, and just his clutch gene as well. Obviously, Mendoza's made some big-time plays this season, throw against Penn State, Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. But Dante Moore, to me, he's just got some Cam Ward in him. And obviously, Tennessee fell in love with that this past year when they drafted a number 1. So I could see a team who maybe is trading up to number 1, if maybe the Giants are drafting 1, or maybe Tennessee's drafting 1 again, one of these other teams that doesn't need a quarterback, somebody trading up, or even a team that has the number 1 pick that needs a QB. I think more teams might be interested in Dante Moore. I think that price should be a lot closer to even money, so I'll take a stab with the Oregon quarterback at plus 350. Brad, what is your next bold prediction that you have up?
Yeah, I'm going to go to the NFL, more specifically what we have upcoming this weekend. How in the hell are the Denver Broncos at home dogs against the Green Bay Packers? Somebody explain that to me. Plus 115? Yes, please and thank you. I will seize the opportunity, carpe diem, on that value. Maybe it's my Bears blood bleeding out and bleeding through. Hoping that the Green Bay Packers, fumble the bag, and they may do so. I mean, the Broncos have been outstanding defensively. They've been top 7 in EPA per play defense all season long. They're even better at home. You got Patrick Surtain back, locking dudes down. I know that Green Bay can spread the love. I know Green Bay obviously can play in all the elements in the world. They can run the ball effectively with Josh Jacobs. A very balanced offense. The number 1, actually, in the entirety of the NFL, EPA per play offense. But the Broncos, if they could just play like a B- level of offense with Bo Nix, and, obviously he's got a lot of guys who can spread the ball around too. Evan Ingram has had his moments here down the stretch. Even my guy, Pat Bryant from the ILL, has stepped up. Cortland Sutton, Troy Franklin, list goes on and on. Marvin Mims, who Sean Payton said he wants to get the ball more in his hands. what they've been doing with RJ Harvey as well was coming on strong here down the home stretch. I love the Broncos. Maybe they're going to break out the Orange Crush jerseys again inside my top 5 all-time throwback uniforms, without a doubt. Very passionate fan base. I lived there for 7 years. I know all they think about is the Broncos, the Broncos, the Broncos, and going skiing this time of year. Pretty much everybody there in that city. So you put it all together, I think Denver is going to win inside and Power Field at Mile High. And the fact I'm getting them at plus 115 to win straight on the money line, hells yes, I'll wager on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Green Bay being a 2.5-point favorite on the road certainly is interesting. Brad going with the home dog there with the Broncos. My NFL upset of the week, and I hate to do this to all of my guys on the show, Brad, you and Monty and Brandon Combs back there in Chicago. Boys, I think the Bears might be on upset alert this week. I took some Browns money line at plus 310 against Chicago. The reason being, this game is so Chicago. This game, Brad, is so Bears, it hurts. It just hurts that it's so Bears, right? Great season. The fan base is believing. They go on the road. Those 2 tough road games. They beat Philadelphia toe-to-toe with the Packers, have a chance to maybe tie, win the game at the end. And now they come home as a 7.5-point favorite against the Browns with the Niners game lurking, Packers again lurking, the Lions. I mean, they got a lot of big games coming up, and all that's in between all of those is a home game against Cleveland and that really good defense that can wreak some havoc. Think about the Bears this season and some of these games that they've played at home, right? The Giants, they were a 3.5-point favorite at home. The Saints, they were a 4.5-point favorite at home. Now they're playing a terrible Browns team, and we're all the way up to 7.5. We're upgrading the Bears this much. I like Chicago when they're in the underdog role. I like Chicago when they're flying under the radar. They're trying to prove to everybody that they're the real deal. I don't like the Bears as touchdown favorites. I don't like betting Caleb Williams to win by north of a touchdown. They got to be careful this week. Everybody's excited. Everybody's looking at all these big picture games. Make sure you take care of the Browns this week, who are coming off a home loss with Myles Garrett in town. So just because I think that price is inflated because of the recency bias, I think the money line's too high. I took a little piece of the Browns at plus 310. Brad, what is your next bold prediction up that you got?
Hey, I'm going to give a quick update because it'll be a nice little segue, PJ, to what I'm about to talk about in college basketball. BYU, under 90 seconds ago, all of a sudden up 60-56. Again, they were down by what, 22-23 at one juncture of this game. They're now leading because Clemson has been living in Siberia. They're inside of a meat locker in the second half. That's how good the defense has been for the Cougs. Again, they have a really good shot to win this game. That's outrageous. So good call by you and me, because I tailed you on the plus 13.5 live line. And that leads me in to Wednesday. We got a pair of Big Ten foes. Both could be tournament teams come season's end. Nebraska taking on Wisconsin inside Pinnacle Bank there in Lincoln. I think the Cornhuskers, who are ranked right now at number 23 in the country, are going to win by 5+ against Gray Guard's team. I think Nebraska, a team a lot of people haven't even seen yet, always flying under the radar. A team that typically underachieves year in and year out. They only have like a handful of tournament appearances in school history. They've been lighting it up offensively. Number 40 in the country, EFG offense. They're shooting over 61% from inside the arc, right around 35% outside of it. But their defense has been just as good. Number 33, an effective field goal percentage defense or plus rebounding team. Wisconsin defensively has been sluggish, which is usually a calling card of Gray Guard coach teams. They've just relinquished too many easy buckets or given up nearly 50% from 2, 35.1% from 3. They're 184 in EFGD. Always tough to win on the road, especially in Big Ten play. I think Nebraska wins by 5+ points on Wednesday, and I think they open as like 2.5-point favorites.
I like it. I'll stay in college basketball. Game of the day on Saturday is going to be Alabama and Arizona. Arizona, number 1 team in the country, undefeated. That game will be in Birmingham. I would expect Arizona to probably be about a 3.5-point favorite in that game, Brad, and I'm going to take Alabama outright. I think Bama's going to take down Arizona. I think that's a good matchup for them on the perimeter. I do worry a little bit about Arizona's size down low, giving them some issues with Koa Pete and some of the big boys that Tommy Lloyd has. We were just talking with Tom Crean. He was talking about some of the physicality of Arizona. Arizona's had a great non-conference. They're due for a loss here at some point, and we know Alabama can be a juggernaut when they shoot it well from three. They should be healthy in that game. Holloway should be good. Wrightsell should be good. They got Jaleel Bethea back as well, who had 20 points the other day in their win over the weekend. So that's going to be an awesome game. It's going to be two terrific teams with two great offenses, and I think Bama's going to find a way to win that game against Arizona. So I'll take Bama on the money line to upset the Cats. As we got BYU and Clemson coming down to the wire, 3-point game with 40 seconds to go. As Brad was mentioning, the Cougars trying to erase a 22-point deficit and win this game. We still got Florida and UConn upcoming from New York City.
Yeah.
We'll update you on the other side what happens between BYU and Clemson, and then we will talk more NFL Week 15 to kick off Hour 3. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM. Don't go anywhere.
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
This is such loser talk. This is loser talk. I am tired of the Notre Dame whining tour 2025 to wind things down at the end of the year. Like, this is Notre Dame's fault in that they want their cake and eat it too, right? They want to be a part of a conference in a lot of sports, but they want to be independent in football. So when push comes to shove, who do you think the ACC is going to advocate for? The teams that play football in the conference, of course, obviously. But Notre Dame's like, but we're Notre Dame. We're the Fighting Irish. We're your best partner. Yes, you might bring in the eyeballs and the financials, but not during football season. You're not a member of the ACC, and you're not the only school in the country who is aggrieved. I went to Texas. I'm not happy either. There are a lot of schools that can make a legitimate case for making the college football playoff, and those schools didn't get in. But I don't see any other athletic director or any other school going around the country saying, this is a farce, we're taking our ball, we're going home, we're not going to play in our bowl game, and this relationship is strained. Dude, that's part of the deal. It sucks, but you're not alone here, and you don't play football in the ACC.
All right, so who ruins the teaser this week? Because we've been on a good stretch of 3 straight winners. All right, so this week there is a theme. I am taking a bunch of teams that I feel like are some of the best teams in the NFL, getting more than a touchdown at home. It feels too good to be true, right? When you're playing them in a teaser, you get 6 points in your favor. So some of these lines are tight, but not when you play them in a teaser. So we're going to start off with possibly the best team in the AFC. Going to go with the Pats getting 7.5 points at home against the Bills. So the line in this game is the Patriots getting 1.5 points at home against the Bills. And honestly, I feel like this is a game that the Patriots certainly have a chance to win outright. So if you're looking at this line for a teaser, I'm going to say this game's going to be close. I think the Bills defense is fully capable of letting the Pats in this, even if the Pats don't play their best brand of football. And even if Josh Allen has 6 touchdowns, like, that's the thing. Josh Allen went ballistic last week against the Bengals, but they still didn't cover the 5.5 against the Bengals. So first leg is the Pats plus 7.5 against the Bills. Next leg, we're going to go with the Broncos home dogs plus 8.5 against the Packers. I feel like the Broncos defense deserves credit for being so consistent and statistically the best defense in the NFL. When it comes to sacks, no team is better. And I understand that Jordan Love during Toyotathon is absolutely amazing, but I do think this is kind of come down to one score, especially if it's low scoring. Like, look at both of these defenses. So I think points are going to be at a premium here. I like the Broncos getting 8.5 with a great home field advantage as well. And then finally, this one scares me a little bit because we just saw this matchup and the Bengals won it outright. So the Bengals plus 8.5 at home against the Ravens. I don't know. It feels too easy, right? Like the Bengals just beat the Ravens. The Ravens feel down on their luck. And Joe Burrow is back in the fold. So 8.5 feels like too many points.
Yeah, 1.8.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hour 3 BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. Here on the BetMGM Network, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans alongside you. Awesome show so far. Thanks again, Tom Crean, for joining us in the last segment. Coming up here in hour 3, we're going to dive into some NFL conversation. We'll look at some of the marquee games we have coming up in Week 15. Also, dive into fade or follow NFL and college basketball style. And then we'll look at how the night of college basketball has gone so far and review some of our favorite plays. As always, you guys can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Check us out on the BetMGM Network. Just search and hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. Listen live. Go back to see what you missed on the free Odyssey app and download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast after the show. And make sure as well you call in 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. You want to talk NFL, college hoops, college football, whatever it is, give us a call, and we will love to talk from you. My co-host, Brad Evans, is reacting to something in the BYU Clemson game. He is way ahead of me. I have a feeling we might get something dramatic. I'm seeing it 1 second left. BYU and Clemson tied at 64. Oh, and he hit it. There you go. BYU, a winner. 67-64, a buzzer beater at MSG. And what a come-from-behind win for BYU. And what a brutal loss for Clemson. Really could have been a great win on their resume, which they might need potentially come Selection Sunday. 2 tough losses for Clemson, Brad, to Alabama and now BYU. 2 golden opportunities missed. But what a comeback for the Cougars. For you, was this game more about the Clemson collapse or the BYU comeback?
BYU comeback. I mean, Clemson, I still feel is going to be a tournament team because they play stellar defense. They just couldn't hit the broadside of a barn in that second half. But Robert Wright, brilliantly designed play. Only 1.3 seconds left. About a 30-footer and just bottoms. And it's a buzzer beater, folks. This is the largest come-from-behind victory in a second half in BYU program history. And they were trailing by 22 points at the break. Agent Abasa had 22 points of his own in the second half alone, finished with 28. There's a reason why he could be the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Very talented, very good team. Keita Cable was just a jumping jack in the second half on defensive end, swatting shots, throwing down some thunderous dunks. Exciting brand of basketball we have this season in Provo. They spent a bag on AJ DeBonsa, and he has been the real deal, Holyfield. But the hero tonight, Robert Wright, the right stuff indeed, drilling that clutch three and sending Clemson home from MSG with their heads hanging low. So congrats to the BYU Cougars. And that's just the appetizer, folks, because we got Florida and UConn next. What a beginning to the night there in the NYC.
Brad, walk-off home runs are electric. Penalty kicks in soccer are as well, but I think nothing beats a buzzer beater, man. There's nothing like it. That ball in the air, like the slow motion, and then when it goes through, awesome moment there for BYU. Comes back 67-64 over Clemson. All right, a promo that we have to tell you about from our friends at BetMGM. No matter your team, this odds boost token belongs in your starting five. Use your token on any college hoops bet, and you'll get a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Make sure you guys check out that odds boost token, again, from BetMGM. All right, Brad, so BYU is a winner over Clemson. Your Illini are in action right now, taking on Ohio State, still hanging on to a lead. It's kind of been back and forth between like 4, 5, 7 points the whole night. Illinois up 65-58. Over Ohio State. We had Michigan absolutely annihilate Villanova as well earlier in the night. So Penn State and Indiana, they're underway as well. The first half in Bloomington, and we still have UConn and Florida to come. Second doubleheader in New York at Madison Square Garden. Indiana, by the way, up 11 in that first half against Penn State. So that's currently what's going on in college basketball. Brad, let's turn our attention to the NFL, and let's talk Thursday night football matchup. Falcons and Bucks. And we have Tampa Bay favored by 4 points. The total in the game is 44.5. Before we dive into the game, and this will help with the analysis too, I'm normally pretty good about, we're obviously in the playoffs in our fantasy leagues, and normally I'm good about who I want to start. It's a 2-quarterback league for me. Brad, I'm between Brissett against the Texans, I'm between Cousins against the Bucks, or I'm between Rodgers against the Dolphins on Monday night. Those are my 3 options. So I want to know your analysis on this game. Do you think Cousins would be worth a start over those guys? Do you think he can have success over that Tampa defense?
Hells and no. I would not clack and roll the dice on Kirk Cousins with his foot there in concrete boots. He can't move in the pocket. You got to make sure you get a Drake London back, and that's far from a guarantee as well. Still highly questionable and returning from his physical setback. So knowing that, question not being answered yet, knowing that Kirk Cousins has been just terribly mundane, out of that triumvirate, normally I would go with Jacoby Brissett because he has been a QB1 in 12-team leagues consistently here last 5-6 weeks. But now you're facing the best defense in the NFL and the Houston Texans. So you got to take a step back. I actually go with old man Rivers. No, not Phillip Rivers. The other old man Rivers. That being Aaron Rodgers. And in a big game, kind of a must-win type scenario there for Pittsburgh. Not exactly must-win, but they could surely use the win. And Miami's a team they could take advantage of in that secondary. So my vote will be with Aaron Rodgers out of your thrice for you to get the dub and hopefully march on in your fantasy postseason.
I hope so. That's the way I was leaning too. Like you said, Brissett's been great, but I mean, that Texans matchup, I just, at most I'm thinking he gets me 1 touchdown, probably turns the ball over a couple times. So I was looking at this game with Falcons and Bucks. You're right. Drake London playing is definitely a massive part. This Bucks defense has not been great here as of late. We just saw Tyler Shuck in New Orleans put up a bunch of points on Tampa. Short week. I considered it, but I was also leaning with Aaron Rodgers. What do you make of the Bucks and Baker Mayfield in this game? Can they get their offense going? Can they get Emeka Egbuka going? This guy was unbelievable first 5-6 weeks of the season. He's been MIA recently for Tampa.
Yeah, I've been waiting on the line on Emeka Egbuka to arrive at BetMGM. Is yet to populate there. I think this is going to be a snapback game for the rookie out of the Ohio State because more than likely Mike Evans is going to be back. So a lot of the best coverage that Emeka Egbuka has seen here the last several weeks with Evans sidelined will not necessarily be the case. So if he gets mano-a-mano situations against the second DB in this defensive backfield, I'm probably going to be a lot of Mike Hughes, who was definitely middle pack, and according to pass coverage grades there at PFF, according to a lot of the advanced data at PFF, he's inside the top 25 in most yards allowed of any defensive back. This could be like a 65-yard, 5-catch, 1-touchdown game for Emeka. These games are always tricky, these divisional ones. Because they're familiar foes. The expectation here is Tampa's got to win. They have a 70% chance of making the NFL postseason, but that's far from a slam dunk. So they got destiny in their hands, got to take care of business. They faced Carolina not once but twice, so they got to beat the meek. That includes a deep fried birds from the ATL. So, splash some hot sauce on them and consume. But I think Atlanta's going to cover in this game. We'll see what version of Baker Mayfield we got. But again, the big key is whether or not my cousin Mike Evans is going to be back on the field. Again, he's trending in the right direction. If he does return, it's going to open up everything in the offense. Bucky Irving, Sean Tucker, Rashad White, that thrice on the ground. It could be oh so nice against the ATL number 25 in rush EPA defense over the last handful of weeks. I like the Bucs to win, but somehow, some way, I feel Atlanta's going to cover the 4 because normally in these divisional games, they're always nip and tuck.
I like the Bucs to win the game as well. Coming off that bad loss against New Orleans, I think they bounce back. This is a must-win game for them. The Panthers are playing the Saints, and both of those teams are neck and neck right now, battling for the NFC South Division. Evans back, like you said, Brad, the other one, Mike, and that's going to be a big deal for Tampa in this game. And I think it'll also open up things for Egbuka. I think that's why they've been struggling, is because they haven't been able to get him going. He was such a big part of their success when they were 5-1 to start the year. They need to get number 2 going again for Tampa Bay. So that should be an interesting one on Thursday night. Then we get into the Sunday slate. Cannot wait for Bills and Patriots from Foxborough on Sunday. This is a pick 'em, Brad. -110 each way. Total in the game, 49.5. If the Patriots win this game, they win the division. They'd be 3 games up on the Bills with 3 to play. They'd have the tiebreaker, winning both games. And because of that, because of how much is riding on this game, it's a playoff game. I think a lot of us like Buffalo to go to the Super Bowl because Kansas City's out, because Baltimore's out, Cincinnati's going to be out, and all these other teams are unproven. So for those of you out there that like the Bills to do something in the postseason, I mean, this is a playoff game, right? Both teams are going to treat it as such. I think it's going to be difficult for New England to beat the Bills for the second time this season. So should be a great game, should be close. Definitely helps the Patriots that they are coming off of a bye week. But Brad, we know how easy the schedule has been for New England. The Bills have been the best team that they have played up to this point. Now, credit them for beating Buffalo, but we also know the Bills have been a very up and down team this season. And after a game that they probably should have lost to the Bengals last week, I think they bounce back and play a more convincing game this week and get the win. So give me Buffalo -110 against the Patriots. What say you?
I like the Patriots in this one. I think the key factor is the ground game of Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. The first matchup, Travion, I think, only had like 6 carries in that game. He has evolved. He has gone through a bit of a metamorphosis. And he is a butterfly that has spread his wings and flying high right now. If you look over the last 5 weeks, PJ, at Pro Football Focus, Travion Henderson is numero dos, number 2, for those who don't speak Espanol, in the NFL in yards after contact per attempt. He's been amazing. And I know that Ramondre outsnapped him 38-32 before the bye week. I think this is going to be close to maybe a 60-40 split in favor of the Ohio State product. And with the electricity and those spinning wheels, very adept and soft and tender hands that he possesses, I think he's going to be the X factor in this game. Because, again, the Bills can't stop the damn run. As their number 31 rush EPA defense on the year. They're giving up 4.99 yards per carry to running backs on the year. They're giving up nearly 140 total yards per game to running backs on the year. Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson, to a lesser extent, will be the difference in this game because Drake May, is going to be wheeling and dealing. And I think the pendulum might swing back in Drake May's direction for MVP. He's a plus money right now with Matthew Stafford at -150 at BetMGM, assuming I am correct in my assessment, and the Patriots get the victory against the rival Bills.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If you think the Patriots are going to win the game, Drake May to win MVP might be worth a look, especially if you think they're going to follow that up with the game against the Ravens. They're putting him in prime time on Sunday night, so a couple of big opportunities for Drake May if he wants to win MVP. That's going to be a fun one. Another game that's going to be a fun one, Brad. Rams hosting the Lions on Sunday. LA, a 5.5-point favorite. They can't set this total high enough. It's at 55.5 now between these two teams. All those injuries in the Lions secondary going up against this offense seems like it's going to be a recipe for a disaster for the Lions with the way their defense has been playing as of late. So you can understand why the total is as high as it is. I don't know if I'm going to end up betting this game, Brad. Like 5.5, 6 feels about right. The Rams are definitely the better team, especially now. Again, all those injuries the Lions have on defense, even some of the ones they have on offense. It's going to be tough, and this is going to be one of those games where Dan Campbell is going to be super aggressive because he knows his defense ain't getting many stops against that opposing team's offense. So there's going to be a lot of, up in the air, and it's going to come down to those fourth down conversions, and if things go the Lions' way, when that happens, it makes it a tough game to kind of bet for me. So I don't think I'm going to play it, but honestly, Brad, I know it's a high total, man. I think I'd probably go over at 55, though, to be honest with you.
Pew, 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 pew! So much shootout appeal in this game, man. It might be a first to 40 wins kind of contest. I think the Rams going to win this thing by 10 plus, quite frankly. And here's the reason why. You look at the last 5 weeks, LAR is number 1 in the NFL in EPA per play offense. They're also number 7 in EPA per play defense. People continue to underrate the defenders on that team. The Lions can score, obviously, especially on a fast track and in the indoor conditions, but defensively have so many issues, particularly on the back end. Number 23 over the last 5 weeks in EPA per play D. How the hell are they going to stop Nakua and Devontae Adams? I think Matthew Stafford goes nuts. The Rams win and win convincingly.
Oh, can't wait for that one. Stafford going up against his former team. Should be a fun one in SoFi on Sunday. When we come back, little fade or follow, talking more NFL and college football and college basketball. Stay with us. BetMGM tonight.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I don't want to bet it yet, just because it's like you're at the peak of value right now. He's coming off that performance last night. He's been phenomenal, but the history of this award says that guys drafted past 10 don't typically win. Cooper's got such an entrenched value here just because he's the most well-known name. If Cooper just puts in like a good rookie season, Cooper's probably going to win. Queen has to be putting up these kind of numbers every single night for a Pelicans team that may eventually be like, yeah, we don't want to risk you getting hurt. You're too good. And shut him down. Like, he was plus 14 last night versus the Spurs. That's crazy. Look, if he keeps this up, we could talk about it, but by then the value, I think, is gone. You already see him. He's going to start climbing. So to me, I still think there's probably value on Cooper Flag minus 150.
Are you willing to say, Matt, that the Pelicans trade to the Atlanta Hawks might have been worth it for getting Derek Queen?
No, 'cause the process was bad. It's just like if you've given up something for a Queen, it's like great. But now it's like you gave yourself no outs. You know what's better than Derek Queen?
He's awesome,
Derek Queen
though.
and Cam Boozer. That's what's better than Derek Queen. So choosing the either or, but I will say it's great to see Queen doing this because that kid was getting saddled with all this talk of like, what a terrible pick. And for him to do this, I do kind of love it to shut up everybody who's so obsessed with draft picks.
Oh, but I think you've got to fix the calendar more than anything. And everybody's already talking about going to 16 teams. People are already talking about that, going to 16 teams. It's been, what has this been, 2 years of this? And they want to go to 16 teams. But you have to fix National Signing Day because you should not be trying to work on the most important part of your off-field duties, which is recruiting. You should be able to do that during championship weekend. We got to fix the playoff schedule because they should not be playing in the world. And I think Joey McGuire said it. You should be playing college football in the second semester of that same season. That's never happened, and it shouldn't happen. The playoff schedule, the portal schedule, and then you got to throw in NFL. Do you know what day it is to declare for NFL draft as an underclassman?
Mm-mm.
It's January 15th. When's the last day? When's the last game for college football?
I think it's the 20th or the 21st, right?
Yeah, 19th
Wow.
or 20th. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you have to declare as an underclassman to go play a football game that's coming up. I think that's important. And also we have to look at work in academic calendars because I think that's another element that we don't talk about nearly enough. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt and talk about this like student athlete. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you have to be enrolled in school to play football, and most teams want kids in for spring. So you've got to juggle all those different elements, and people so often focus on one thing, signing day, and then they realize, oh, the portal. Okay, so they focus on that thing, and everything happens on these different levels when instead we should be considering everything in dealing with that.
Well, I mean, listen, one thing about Phillip is he knows what he's doing, right? He understands defenses. He can read those things. He loves to be at the line of scrimmage, orchestrating. That's what he did, right? He loves to kind of call the game from the line of scrimmage. One of the things that I think you have to do, especially if you're Indianapolis, obviously they've got a great run game. You got to lean into that. You got to take some of that responsibility off the plate of Phillip Rivers. But I'm sure he's going to want to do what, those quarterbacks of his generation did, the Eli Mannings, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's, wants to orchestrate at the line of scrimmage. And so it'll be really interesting to see exactly kind of what they have. I mean, me personally, I think I think from the neck up, he'll be able to do that, to assimilate an offense, to know where to go with it and all those things. Will he be a tick slow? Will he be able to throw the ball down the field? He's always pushed the ball anyhow. It'll be really interesting to see. I just expect the
11 minutes till tip between Florida and UConn. Top 15 matchup at Madison Square Garden for the Jimmy V Classic. Let's hope it's half as good as the BYU and Clemson game was, with a BYU buzzer beater coming back from a 22-point deficit to win that game. BYU, who was a 6.5-point favorite, doesn't cover, but they do win the game. Other games we currently have going on right now in college hoops. Indiana up 47-18 over Penn State. That game is a beatdown. Illinois up 75-68 on Ohio State. Every time I look at that game, Illinois is up 7. Just consistently, they've been up by that margin. But again, big one of the night. Number 5, UConn. Number 18, Florida. Huskies, a 4.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 145.5. So we'll keep an eye on that game, but we're going to play a little fade or follow as we welcome on our terrific executive producer, Brandon Combs. We're going to talk NFL, college football, college basketball, and figure out whether we're fading or we're following. Brandon, what's the first topic we got up?
Well, boys, it's me, so I would just fade it. Fade it all. All right, here we go. Panthers wide receiver Tet McMillan is the runaway offensive rookie of the year winner. PJ, fade or follow?
Man, I don't know about runaway. He's certainly put himself in the conversation. Jackson Dart, now that he's back playing, if he can have a strong finish to the year, I think even though the Giants' record isn't very good, he can potentially get himself in the conversation. Emeka Egbuka, we were talking about. Like Brad said, Mike Evans might be back this week, and if Evans can take away some of that attention, that can definitely help Egbuka get back into the mix. I want to say Tyler Warren, but now with the quarterback situation, it's probably not going to happen. Travion's interesting with how he's come along, but I think Drake May is going to steal so much of the attention. To me, it's between Tet, Dart, and Egbuka. McMillan should definitely be the favorite, but Brad, I kind of think you're leaning the same direction as me with the price. Egbuka, it feels like maybe he can go on a little bit of a tear here the final 3-4 weeks of the regular season. I think he might be worth a bet at 6-1. McMillan should be the favorite, but he shouldn't be the runaway. So I'm going to fade that. Brad, what say you?
Yeah, I'm going to fade hard. I mean, Ted McMillan right now is minus 160 at BetMGM. Why? Like Emeka Egbuka is 6-1 odds, and it's all about full body of work. It ain't, Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? Boop, 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 boop. That doesn't apply to this award. They look at the full body of work. And you look at the resume, Ted McMillan's got 57 receptions, 826 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Emeka Egbuka, 52 receptions, only 5 shy, 791 yards, and also 6 touchdowns. They're nearly identical in their surface stats. Underneath the surface, nearly identical in yards per route run, passer rating when targeted, total yak, total air yards, yada, yada, yada. With the Mike Evans back and some premium matchups upcoming as well. For Emeka Egbuka, you get Carolina not once but twice. He can show up and draw in those games, get like 60 yards, maybe a touchdown or 2 in those pair of matchups. You got Miami sandwiched in between there. We know how that defense has been overly forgiving on the back end. I think there is supreme value right now with Emeka Egbuka, and Jackson Dart is still in the conversation. Obviously, playing in the biggest market in North America helps, but the Giants have nothing to play for. I think this ultimately could come down to who is going to represent in the NFC South. Is it going to be Tampa or Carolina? If Tampa punches its ticket and the stats are nearly identical, advantage Egbuka. If it's Carolina that punches its tickets, and again, if the stats are nearly equal, advantage Ted McMillan. I think when push comes to shove, Tampa's going to represent in the NFC South. Give the award to Emeka Egbuka. Plus 600, I'm in.
Guys, I think there's one name that everybody is overlooking, and it's probably because of everything that's going on with that football team right now. Tyler Warren has been an absolute dog this year. I mean, you're talking about a tight end who has 700 yards receiving, 4 touchdowns, averages nearly 60 yards a game receiving as a tight end. I mean,
we'll get it.
I know, but I'm just saying. I think that's a name that needs to have some respect put on when it's called Rookie of the Year. I mean, he's just as good as these guys, but he's a tight end and he's putting up the same numbers. It's crazy.
He's no Brock Bowers.
No, I mean, not many people are.
And he might have Brandon throwing to him. He might have Brandon throw him to him on Sunday too, which might hurt his stock.
Valid.
No, then he'll win the award. Then he would win it. All right, the Dallas Cowboys will finish with 10 wins and somehow make the NFL playoffs. Brad, fade or follow?
I'm going to fade this. Look, they may finish with 10 wins, but, man, they're going to need some help. They could still catch, although it's a real stretch that they could catch the Philadelphia Eagles and get the outright championship in the division. Obviously, they punch their ticket for the playoffs that way, but they're in the wild card race. I mean, they only got a 10% chance right now, according to NFL.com, of making the postseason. I know they show an improvement defensively. Offensively, been terrific. CeeDee Lamb going to miss extensive time with that concussion. That's the other major question, but they got to have a lot of dominoes fall in the right direction with all the help they would have to receive, even with 10 wins, if Philadelphia does run away with this division. So, yeah, I got to fade it, man. Chances and the deck is just really stacked against the Dallas Cowboys. They had their opportunity, but they spoiled it.
I agree with Brad. I think Dallas can win out. They're going to be favored in every game the rest of the way. They're a 6-point favorite on Sunday night against Minnesota, probably about a 3-point favorite the following week against the Chargers, and then they'll be favorites on the road against Washington and New York. So on paper, they should win all those games and get to 10 wins. The problem is they need to catch Philly, and they need to gain 2 games in the next 4 over Philadelphia, and I just don't see how that happens. The Eagles play at the Bills. They can definitely lose that game. Where's the other loss coming? Home against the Raiders, at Washington, and home against Washington are the other 3 games. I think that's the issue for Dallas because they're not making it as a wild card team. The NFC East is their only path. If the Eagles had a more challenging schedule, you could definitely see it because we all see that they are definitely trending down. But even with how inept their offense looks right now, it's still going to be good enough to beat the Raiders and win both of those games, most likely against Washington. So I kind of think Dallas is the better team, and I'd like to see them in more so than Philly at this point. But I think trying to get 2 games on the Eagles, I think they're going to go 3-1.
Yeah, and I think that the Cowboys lose 2 of those 4. I think they lose to the Chargers and they lose to the Giants. The Giants just want to beat them. The Giants just want to take them out of the playoffs, and they're good enough to do it. I mean, Jackson Dart plays it. I mean, as long as he's playing in that game, I like the Giants in that game. All right, let's go to the college gridiron. Ohio State and Indiana are on a collision course to square off in Miami for the Asterisk National Championship since Notre Dame's not in it. PJ, fade or follow?
We're fading this one, Brando. Ohio State, they will get to the national championship game. Indiana, they are not getting to the national championship game. They better be careful of Alabama or Oklahoma. Either one of those teams with their defenses can keep that game close. Texas Tech, Oregon, whoever wins that game, if Indiana gets by in the Rose Bowl, will not be easy. I just don't think they're getting to the natty, fellas. Indiana, my problem with Oregon last year, who profiled very similar. Undefeated, Big Ten champion that got the number 1 overall seed. We all love that Oregon team. A lot of people thought they were the best team in the country. I just believe it's too hard, Brad. It's too hard for a team in the 12-team college football playoff era to go undefeated and win a national title or even go to the title game unless you're Joe Burrow's LSU team or one of Nick Saban's great Alabama teams, one of Kirby's great Georgia teams. Unless you're one of those all-time really great teams, I just think it's going to be too hard. And even though Indiana had a great win over Ohio State, they went to Oregon and beat them. I mean, beating 3 really quality teams in a row, I think is going to be difficult for the Hoosiers. So I question them getting there. And look, I mean, Ohio State, I think we all circle in that game potentially against Georgia, and what a great matchup that could be. So a lot of people feel like we could be getting a rematch potentially from the Big Ten title game. I just don't see Indiana getting there. So I'm gonna fade on that. Brad, what do you say?
Oh, as the CEO of Team Lamos, I'm going to follow. Chalkity, chalk, reign supreme, gentlemen. And the college football playoff, and I think it will. These are 2 best teams. I have said it repeatedly on this broadcast. I want a rematch of what we saw in the Big Ten Conference Championship game, and I think the football gods are going to deliver on a sequel to that epic game. I think Ohio State and Indiana will meet for the national title, bar none. They are the 2 best teams, statistically speaking, on paper, both inside the top 5 and EPA per play offense and defense. I think they will meet for a national title. I think it's going to be more higher scoring. And Indiana, the Hoosier storybook season pens an incredible final chapter. They hoist the hardware and take it home and sweep the Ohio State. And I'm saying that sober.
Boys, I'm also saying this sober. Indiana does win the national title. But they beat Ole Miss to do it. I think Texas A&M knocks off. I think Texas A&M knocks off Ohio State. I think Ole Miss and Texas A&M meet in the semifinals, and I think Ole Miss goes to the Natty and they lose to Indiana. You can call it silly if you want, PJ. I'm not wrong often, sir. I'm not wrong often.
You will be with those predictions. I can tell you that. You will be wrong with those predictions.
All right,
I'd love to see the chaos. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
I would love to see the chaos too. I think it is going to happen. That's why I picked it. All right, college basketball. With the shocking Iowa State game in the rearview mirror, Purdue will still win the Big Ten. Fade or follow, Brad?
Oh, fade all day. It's Michigan. I think we had Tom Crean on earlier. He was not giving enough love to the Michigan Wolverines. And, he's quoting sample size. I totally get it. They look incredible. There's no doubt about it. But I think they're going to continue to win because they are constructed to continue to win. They got the bigs. They got the guards. They got the wings. They play fantastic lockdown defense. They can score it well. The problem with Purdue right now, guys, and this is odd for a Matt Painter coach team, they usually lean on their D. That D has been rather flaccid, so to speak. Number 105 at EFGD on the season. They're giving up over 50% inside the arc, 32.1% outside of it. They got to tighten the screws in that capacity. The guards have been relatively inconsistent outside of Braden Smith. Fletcher Lawyer had a clunker in the last game. Michigan is the team to beat. Hell, Purdue may not even finish in the top 3 if they had the effort that they showed inside Mackey against Iowa State last time out.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow this. Actually, I do think Purdue's still gonna win the Big Ten. Michigan's definitely the team to beat. They should be the favorite. I just think they're peaking a little too early. I think they're gonna come back down to earth. Brad and I were talking about earlier in the show. Michigan, the first 2 weeks of the season, TCU, Wake Forest both played them really tough. Then they go out to Vegas, just steamroll everybody. I think once we get into Big Ten play, there are gonna be a couple teams that beat them. Purdue's still got the best home court advantage in college basketball. That's why what Iowa State did was so stunning to everybody. It's one thing to win in Mackey. It's another to absolutely dominate Purdue like they did. But Purdue's still a really good team. I still think they have the best player in the country in Braden Smith. And that's a veteran team, man, that knows how to go on the road and win and take everybody's best shot. They went to Tuscaloosa and beat Bama on their home floor. They went to Rutgers, who's not a very good team, but they went in there, dominated, covered that spread as a 15-point favorite. So that's what you look for. Veteran teams that can go on the road. Because the Big Ten historically, especially the last few years, all those teams are normally really good on their home floor. Who are the teams that can go on the road and win games? And I think I trust Purdue to do that more than anybody. So I'll follow. I think Purdue still wins the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern is Michigan peaking too early. I know they're blowing everybody out right now, but do they come back down to earth? And I got a couple of Michigan fans as friends over here, and they have a nickname for Dusty May. They call him Dusty Mid. They're not very fond of Dusty May coaching their Michigan Wolverines. So
that's crazy.
I just wonder if they're peaking too early. I like Purdue. Trey Kaufman-Wren, a friend of my personal podcast, he comes on every once in a while. I like this Purdue team, man. I think that they're pretty good. All right, let's get to this last one here. We got about a minute left. At 5-4 and with no quality wins on the resume, Kentucky finishes as the most disappointing team in the game and misses the NCAA tournament. Fade or follow, PJ?
I'm going to fade this. I know it's looking bad for Kentucky, but they're losing games to top teams. I mean, it's Louisville, Michigan State, Gonzaga. It's not like they're dropping, bye games to some of these group of 5 teams. So they'll make the tournament. I don't think they're going to the Final Four, but they'll make the tournament, Brett.
I think they're going to be incredibly disappointing, but I am going to fade this as well. They're going to make the NCAA tournament. They're giving off vibes to me of being this year's North Carolina. Maybe a team that winds up at Dayton in the first 4. They do have a golden opportunity these next couple of games upcoming. Indiana, St. John's at home, got at least split.
I think that's a fair comp. Florida, UConn underway in the Jimmy V Classic. We'll update you on that score and wrap up our number 3. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
if the Buffalo Bills win the Super Bowl, I'll win like 30 grand now. That's where I'm at. I keep grabbing. I had somebody else last night go, hey, can you grab me a dime? Can you grab me a dime? Now I'm splitting those dimes with a couple buddies.
Sure.
But I've laid out my case to guys that are really, really good at what they do. And I hate to keep bringing it back to Buffalo, but here's my argument, right? Sell me this pen, Wolf of Wall Street. Before the season, when everybody was healthy and nobody had a loss, Buffalo was like 7-1. Okay, so here we are in early December. Mahomes ain't making it. Burrow's dead. Lamar stinks. And they're 9-1 now. 950. How? Oh, because the Broncos are 11-2 and the Patriots are 11-2. Miss me with that, man. If you would have told me in August that Mahomes wouldn't make the playoffs, that Burrow wouldn't make the playoffs, and that the Ravens would suck, how much Buffalo would we have bet? And I got these guys last night. I'm at the bar. I'm wheeling and dealing. They're like, he's right. We should bet Buffalo. So I just keep adding. I keep adding Bills.
Who's the biggest threat to the Bills in the AFC?
I guess we'll find out Sunday in New England, right? I mean, I think the thing with the Patriots that, I mentioned the May stuff and how he's not, doesn't have the playoff experience, and quite frankly, he beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football earlier in the year. It was a huge game, huge stage, played great, coming out party for Drake May. But you go back to college, he didn't win a lot of big games. And I'm not ripping the guy because he's because he went to Carolina. Like, he just never beat NC State. Like, literally never beat NC State in the rivalry game. I don't think he ever beat Clemson. Lost to Oregon in a bowl. Like, just and then you look at this season and like the schedule is so freaking soft. So it's a little hard to tell with the Pats. But then like Vrabel's a great coach, and I wouldn't want to fade him in a big game situation like that. And May is shown to be clutch. So I mean, I guess the Patriots, maybe Phillip Rivers. I don't know. I mean, it's the Bills are in a good spot, I think, just given the way that everything's kind of unfolding.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping up hour 3. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. Illinois up 84-78 on Ohio State with 30 seconds to go, trying to put the finishing touches on a nice road win in the Big Ten. Illini closed a 4.5-point favorite, so certainly a lot of people sweating that one out to the final seconds. Indiana up 58-26 on Penn State at halftime. The Hoosiers, a 36.5-point favorite on the live line, but a very impressive performance from Darian DeVries' bunch there in the first 20 minutes. Potential upset alert, Brad, to watch in San Diego, as San Diego is up 24-23 on USC with 6 minutes to go in the first half. And then at MSG, UConn up 11-6 on Florida. Huskies, a 6.5-point favorite on the live line, and the total in the game is 146.5. But Brad, it looks like as long as Illinois makes their free throws, doesn't turn the ball over, they should come out of Columbus with the win. What have been your impressions so far with the Illini tonight?
Yeah, look, it's not the greatest defensive effort by really either of these squads. Ohio State 1.200 points per possession in the game, shot 45.8% with 17 ticks left. But you look at Illinois, they have been a bit of a juggernaut offensively. And the biggest key in this game, two factors. One, 11-27 from three. I'm no math major. That's 40.7% from way downtown. Very encouraging and great number there. But 26 of 29 from the charity stripe. You heard that correctly. 26 of 29. You hit your free throws, you win ball games. Remember against Alabama, your Crimson Tide, Illinois fell short in that game. Didn't shoot particularly well on those freebies, and Nate Oates was asked directly the first question after the game, Coach, how'd you feel about the game? He goes, well, honestly, we should have lost the game. Illinois hits their free throws, they win. He said that directly. Go back and watch the post-game press conference. So obviously they've been in the gym, they've been practicing, had a full week of practice recently, working on some of the fundamental things. So the East Block Illini getting it done, 1.323 points per possession. Absolutely outstanding. And an update, 27-30 now from the free throw line. That's 90%, folks. Again, when you shoot that well at that kind of volume, you're going to win and often win convincingly. Illinois defense allowed Ohio State to play this somewhat close, but they close at 4.5-point favorites. And it's looking like the Illini are going to wind up with a cover and another quadrant one win. And I think it's going to stand up as such in a true road game in the Big Ten opener. Don't sleep on the ILL. And again, I'm trying to say that as objectively as humanly possible, but we're talking about Purdue. We're talking about Michigan. We're talking about Michigan State. We're talking about the upper echelon, the Big Ten. Illinois, very much in that conversation as well.
They certainly are. That's a really good win for your boys tonight on the road against the Buckeyes. Brad, we were doing a segment earlier in the show last hour called Bold Predictions, and one of my bold predictions I was going to give out was in the ACC. I bet Virginia 20-1 to win the regular season in the ACC. Now, Duke is obviously your heavy favorite. Louisville's going to be up there too. But I kind of just see those two teams as the competition. You know, I'm not really sold on NC State yet or North Carolina. I've really liked what I've seen out of Virginia. Anybody that follows college basketball knows that Ryan Odom is a terrific coach. And this isn't your Tony Bennett Virginia team, right? They like to run. They can score. They shoot threes. And Brad, they are an awesome rebounding team. And I think those are things that over a period of time, especially when you're battling in conference play, they're going to win you a lot of games. So I kind of think Virginia might be the third best team in the ACC, and they're pricing them like they're like the sixth or seventh. I just don't agree with that. It's going to be tough to take down Duke and Louisville. I mean, both of those teams do look really solid, but what do you think? I mean, is there a case potentially for Virginia 20-1 to win the ACC?
Yeah, look, I still think Duke is a team to beat. I think North Carolina is going to be the number two. Obviously, they're just both loaded with talent. But, Virginia has played extraordinary basketball. And I think they're very much going to be in the conversation of remaining in the upper echelon of that league. And they played a somewhat challenging non-con. Now, the only loss they had was on a neutral floor against a Butler team. That'll probably be teetering on the fence, in or out team come Selection Sunday. But you beat Texas. True road game. They killed them. in that one there in Austin. You beat Dayton in a neutral court environment. You also beat Northwestern in a neutral court environment. I like the fact that Ole Miss had a fairly challenging schedule in non-conference. And you're right. This is different from Tony Bennett's team. Now, they're not like old school UNLV running Rebels. They're not running people out of the gym, but they're not like 350 plus at adjusted tempo right now. They're in the 220s. So they are willing to run. And a team that is comfortable playing more at a brisker pace. And you mentioned the rebounding. I mean, they get so many second chances. Over 41% of their possessions, they're getting another opportunity. If they continue to wax that glass, PJ, and we know the defensive chops they have, they're top 25 in EFGD, and given the variable speeds that they're comfortable playing at, you're not too far off. They're going to be in the conversation. You never know. Bat bleeping wild crap happens all the time once we get into conference play and the ACC conference play begins for Virginia against Virginia Tech, taking on the Hokies on December 31st on New Year's Eve, and then we're off and running. Yeah, they could be the third best team, and if things can break their way just right, you never know. They could be the regular season champs. Again, I think Duke will be that squad, but Virginia is certainly a team that can make some noise come March Madness, likely as anywhere between a 5 to a 7 seed.
I love it. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM tonight. UConn and Florida tied up at 11 right now in the Jimmy V Classic. Huskies, all of their players available tonight. They played a couple of big games without some of their key players, but all those guys, Reed, Mullins, Ball, Caravan, they're all in action tonight against Florida. Low-scoring game so far from NYC. You missed the earlier game, BYU with the buzzer beater over Clemson. So that's been pretty exciting so far. Brad, we only got about 5 minutes left before we wrap up the hour, and I want to go back to the NFL with you. Last night on the show in the final hour, I was talking about the AFC playoff picture, and I talked about really the only three teams that I would trust at this point to win the NFC are New England, Buffalo, and Houston. Those are the only three teams that I would spend money on. Those are the only three teams I would bet. Those are the only three teams I think can get to the Super Bowl out of the AFC. Do you agree with that? Do you think there's maybe one or two more teams? Do you not even think is three too many? How do you kind of view the AFC playoff picture as a whole?
Yeah, look, I think the AFC is largely down this season. I say that right now, but look, I still like New England quite a bit. I feel they're the most balanced team. Vrabel's done a brilliant job, really has. And what's kind of crazy is like Stephon Diggs is really the WR2 in theory. They don't have a true WR1, though the collective with Kayshon Boutte's had his bright, shining moments at times. Hunter Henry, tight end, has played particularly well. Mac Hollins has had some monster catches. Demario Douglas has stepped up. I mean, they don't have a standout arsenal vertically there for Drake May, but he's just wheeling and dealing. And of course, keeps you on your toes as well with his ability for sporadic and advantageous runs. So, the Bills, again, I'm not buying that they're really Super Bowl material. I love Josh Allen. Khalil Shakir is, playing pretty well right now. Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, they both had monster games last week. Why? Because Cincinnati refuses to defend the plus-size targets. James Cook's been amazing. Just defensively, I got so many questions along that front line that could lead to their overall undoing. Nobody in the AFC North has a snowball's chance in hell of making a deep run in the NFL playoffs. The Jags may be that team. They're one I've, continually written off for a number of weeks, and I've had a come to Jesus moment that Duval has been much better than advertised, and Trevor Lawrence is playing pretty well. They got a nice little 1-2 punch at the ground with Travis Etienne and Bashaw Tutin. Brenton Strange has been an above-average tight end. Brian Thomas seems getting back to where he was last year, last couple of games. And Jacoby Myers, a very timely addition that they got at the trade deadline, and he has been a major shot in the arm in that vertical arsenal as well. And defensively, they've been outstanding. So I wouldn't sleep too hard on them. The Texans could be that team to beat because of the defenses I mentioned. And the Broncos are also in the conversation. I have worries because they got Warts, they got Ills on offense, but defensively, they're right there with the Texans because they're elite. Defense wins championships. Defense wins cold weather games. Both those teams are just dynamite defensively. The Broncos can probably run the ball more effectively with RJ Harvey better than Woody Marks. So I give the slight edge of the Denver Broncos. But again, I still feel New England's a team to beat, Houston a sleeper, and Denver a team certainly in the conversation as well.
Yeah, I think right now Houston's definitely garnering a lot of attention. How can they not after the 3-game stretch that they've gone on, beating the Bills, beating the Colts with Daniel Jones, and then that win against Kansas City on Sunday at Arrowhead? That defense is good enough to maybe win the whole thing. I mean, they are that elite on that side of the ball. Buffalo, all the playoff failures they've had recently, Kansas City is the only team that they just cannot figure out, and they might not have to because there's a good shot Kansas City's going to miss the playoffs. So you would understand why a lot of people, myself included, like the Bills. And I agree everything you said about the Patriots. Vrabel, for me, I think he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. I loved him with Tennessee. I love how he gets the most out of his teams. I love how they play. I love their physical nature. And you know, right now with New England, I think the only thing holding a lot of us back has been the schedule. They haven't been challenged like a lot of these other NFL teams are, but we're going to learn a lot about the Pats over these next 2 weeks, taking on the Bills and taking on the Ravens as well. I didn't have Denver on my list. I think they become more intriguing, Brad, if they get the number 1 overall seed. We all know Mile High is a really tough place to play, especially in the postseason. Those Tom Brady New England teams, that was probably the hardest place for them to win consistently was in Denver. He would always struggle there, and they would always struggle there. So that is definitely a tough place. That altitude is no joke. As you know, Brad, living there in Denver for some time. So that'd be tough. If they get the 1 seed, maybe that changes things for me. I just don't think they will because of how hard their schedule is. So New England, Buffalo, Houston for me remain the 3 teams that I like in the AFC. Brad, enjoyed it once again tonight, my friend. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We'll see you then.
I appreciate it. ILL, way to go, Florida. Keep it up.
There we go. Josh Klingler going to join me next. Talk Kansas City Chiefs. Hour 4 on the way.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Mendoza had his moment. Pavia's in Vegas watching UFC fighters. And after all of that, it's still razor tight. Like, I don't know what I was expecting this morning, but I was expecting for Mendoza to have a pretty healthy lead and be like, oh, Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Everyone's going to be all good with that. No. I honestly think we are going to have the closest Heisman Trophy race in recent history. Like, I don't know, going all the way back to like the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Like, I don't know what happened in those years. But like, I can't remember a Heisman Trophy race that's this close to where going into Saturday night, I can legitimately say, I don't know who's going to win the award. And that's never the case with the Heisman. Even last year when it was super close, we knew Travis Hunter was going to win. I don't know who's going to win. It's Mendoza, is it Pavia? I don't know. But the betting market, to go back to that, and why we're having this conversation, Mendoza's minus 2,000 and Pavia right now is 10-1. How is Pavia not a bet? Now, I don't mean this to say that like, oh, jam Pavia and put all, no, like you don't have to go crazy because like deep down, if you ask me how this thing should actually be priced, like I think Mendoza's likely to win, but it's like 60-40. But the way the betting market has this, it's like it's 95-5. And that's not reality. And 60-40, I'm just kind of going off of like a whim, just like a hunch. Because literally on 3 said Pavia won it, and The Athletic, 1 vote could have swung it to where Pavia won that poll as well. That's all it would have taken. So this thing is so close to me to where I think there's a chance that we get a stunner, and not even a stunner, because that's too strong of a word, because clearly everyone's telling us that it's close. We get a surprise, I guess is a better way to phrase it. and Diego Pavia actually wins the Heisman Trophy. So for me, if you have nothing invested in this thing, easy, like small bet on Pavia. Instead of having that extra beer or extra cocktail, put it on Pavia at 10-1. You know, like $50, $100, whatever you want to do. Put it on Diego Pavia at 10-1.
Of the four teams not playing in the first round, which one is most ripe for an upset when they do get back to action in the quarters?
And it's hard not to say Texas Tech. And I say that because we assume Oregon's going to win. I think Texas Tech this season, I don't think they've played anybody that's quite like this Oregon team. I know they played BYU, and I know BYU is a good football team. I'm not going to say that they're not. I understand that. But I think that the answer is going to be I think Texas Tech is the answer. If I had to pick one of the four, 1 through 4, I think Indiana is hyper-focused. I think Ohio State, they're way more talented than Miami or A&M, although A&M's defense, hey, you know what? I guess if I'm going to go Texas Tech, then Ohio State, because I think A&M's defense is super good. My buddy Roddy Jones tried to talk me into Miami being a dark horse, and I was like, man, I can't. There's no way I can bet on Miami like that. That's crazy. But A&M, to me, I like the way they play defense. Quarterback situation is pretty good, and so I think that Ohio State is probably 2 on that list. And then Indiana, Alabama, or Indiana, Oklahoma, that's a rough game. And Georgia's already beat the wheels off Ole Miss, so I think that I think Georgia, Georgia will win. Indiana should win. Ohio State and Texas Tech could lose.
This is such loser talk. This is loser talk. I am tired of the Notre Dame whining tour 2025.
Bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Final hour, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser here with you. We're going to talk to Josh Klingler coming up here in a little bit, Kansas City Chiefs sideline reporter, and get his thoughts on the disappointing season so far for KC. Also going to talk MLB winter meetings. Been a busy day so far. Kyle Schwarber re-signs with Philadelphia. Edwin Diaz off to the Dodgers. And some rumors that are floating around. Some big moves that could be made over the next couple of days. We will dive into that, and then we'll wrap up the hour with things that PJ said. As always, you guys can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at the BetMGM Network. Listen live. Go back to see what you missed on the free Odyssey app, and download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast at the end of the show. And also, make sure you give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Final couple segments of the show. We will get to any questions, any comments that you guys have that you want to talk about. But let's welcome on our guest, Josh Klingler, who joins us, Kansas City Chiefs sideline reporter. Give Josh a follow on X, at Josh Klingler. Kind enough to join us. Josh, how's it going, man?
Well, you know, we've been living the penthouse life for a few years now, and now it's living the rest of the NFL's life, right? Where you're kind of scuffling, trying to figure out a way to get into the playoffs late in the season. This is uncharted territory, at least in recent years, for this Chiefs team.
And Josh, that's where I was going to start, right? I mean, what is the vibe right now around the team? Because it's such unfamiliar territory from what the Chiefs have been dealing with the last 6 or 7 years. The worst season Mahomes has ever had as a starter has been losing in the AFC title game, right? So eventually Chiefs fans knew they'd have a season like this, that it would come. Now that it's here, what are kind of the vibes like around the city, the fan base, and certainly the organization?
Well, certainly, I think the city fan base are separate from the team right now because I think the team is under there's still a chance. Technically, there is. And I haven't seen any cracks of we don't believe. But I will say 2 games ago, the locker room after the Thanksgiving loss to the Cowboys really felt like reality had set in. Like, we backed ourselves in a corner. This is not going to be easy. Then really devastated on Sunday night, losing to the Texans. So that locker room was very, very quiet and very reflective after the game on Sunday night. So now they got to bounce back this week and still try to play kind of one game here. They really know that they have to win out and need some help. But it starts with the Chargers on Sunday. For the city, it's been interesting because, most of the people I talk to and certainly talk radio in town is preparing for the future. And what do they need to do to get better next season? Who needs to go? Who needs to stay? It has evolved to that very quickly. I don't know if by the end of the week, the vibe will be a little bit more towards, okay, let's see if they can pull out a miracle here and get on a little win streak somehow, some way. But I think there's been a lot of outside, anyway, preparation for maybe less what has happened and more what needs to be done moving forward. So it's been an interesting week to say the least, and we're very early on in it.
Josh, what happened to Kansas City, man? Because they get off to the 0-2 start, right? They win that game against the Giants to avoid 0-3. And then Worthy comes back in that game against the Ravens. They win by 17. They stumble against Jacksonville. But then after that, looked like they were going to turn the corner. That big win against the Lions on Sunday night. They shut out the Raiders. Nice win against Washington. And then it has felt like ever since that Bills game, something has changed. They lose that, go to the bye week, lose the Denver game, and their only win since is that overtime game against Indy and a game that they probably should have lost. So when everybody kind of thought that the Chiefs were returning to Super Bowl form, kind of week 6, 7, and 8, what do you think changed most with the team that has obviously dug them in this hole that they're in now?
I'm not sure anything changed in that week, or it's just not been an entire season thing. I mean, it just feels like that it has not been kind of cohesive from the start. They've never found their sea legs. Traditionally, Andy Reid teams get on a little hot streak and reel off a bunch of games in a row. In fact, some of these records kind of wash over your head after a while, but I want to say like the last several years, they've had at least 5-game win streaks for like the last several years. They've had at least a 5-game win streak. So this team has not been able to do that, really hasn't been able to get out of its own way for the most part. And then for everything that went right last year, when everybody was saying, my God, the Chiefs are so lucky, they block field goal here and a ball bounces here. It has been the exact reverse this year. And again, I know no one outside of Kansas City is shedding any tears over that, but it seems like the pendulum has just completely swung. Like they can't buy a break this year and a ball that bounces their way. And I think the perfect Chiefs 2025 game was Sunday night against the Texans. I mean, doinking a field goal off of an upright, having balls bounce off receivers' hands and end up being intercepted. Those types of things have really happened to this team kind of all season long, and they've never been able to kind of overcome it. The reasons why are a big question. This is a really, at least like roster talented team that should be in much better position. And if you fast forwarded to this week and told me they were 6-7 battling for a playoff spot and probably on the outside looking in, I would have asked you, well, what happened to Patrick Mahomes? Does that mean he was injured at some point in the season? That hasn't been the case. I mean, the expectation level is, you got Patrick Mahomes, you're a playoff team and you're battling for upper seeds, not scrambling for the postseason. And there's definitely enough talent on this roster to be, way better position than they are right now. They can beat anybody. They haven't. And they haven't been able to win close games. And last year, obviously, that was where their bread was buttered.
We're talking with Josh Klingler here on BetMGM tonight, Kansas City Chiefs sideline reporter. Give Josh a follow on X at Josh Klingler. Josh, do people get the feeling that this might be the beginning of the end for Kansas City? Like you said, last year they get all the breaks. They win all the one-score games, that 15-2 record. This year, it's been the opposite. They can't win any of these one-score games. We know Brady and Belichick in that dynasty, they had a 10-year period between winning the Super Bowl. Do Kansas City fans, are they starting to get that sense that this might be the start of kind of their drought, trying to get back to a Super Bowl, trying to win a Super Bowl? Or do people get the sense, like you said, there's talent on that roster, they just kind of chalk it up to an unlucky year, and they think they'll be back battling again next year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, but I would think, I would think they'll have to rethink some things certainly, and look at the roster and look at the coaching staff maybe, and do some of those things when things don't turn out. Again, I'm playing the assumption they don't make the playoffs. If they squeak in and somehow get hot, I mean, more power to them. But at this point, if you're looking forward, you're saying it's going to be a long shot to get into the postseason. What are they going to do in the offseason? Again, I think there's a lot of talent here. They're going to have some decisions to make, though, and maybe kind of I don't think it's a full-scale, knock it down, build it back up. But, Travis Kelce's a big question, whether or not he returns or not. He is their leading receiver this year. But I think in your heart of hearts, and I'm guessing probably from the front office as well, everybody kind of planned for this being his last season. So if that was going to be a changing of the guard anyway, when you didn't have the Mahomes-Kelsey connection. So maybe not that happens this year. Maybe he comes back for one more, if it doesn't turn out quite right. If he leaves and they're making some other roster decisions, maybe you see a free agent or two that's brought in. They've done pretty well in the draft and kind of stockpiling depth along the roster. So they've had a couple of injuries that affected their depth this year, but that's not a team that's going to be just completely broken down and built back up. It's going to be supplementing around Patrick Mahomes. But, if I were to pinpoint, like where would you go? There's not like a lot of spots where I'd say that's a glaring hole at this point. So it's just been something weird that it hasn't been as cohesive as it should. And they're all going to be looking. They already are all looking at themselves in the mirror. And if they can dig themselves out, again, great. If not, there's probably going to be some tough questions at the end of the season as to exactly, in their minds, what went wrong.
Josh, I want to ask you about the AFC as a whole, because you've seen the Chiefs play a lot of these teams that are going to be in the playoffs. You've seen them play Jacksonville. You've seen them play Buffalo, Denver. You've seen them play the Chargers. But Josh, this Houston Texans team, man, I mean, that defense, I don't think we're giving Houston enough credit for what they did on Sunday night. That was a playoff game at Arrowhead, and the Chiefs just don't lose those kinds of games, let alone score 10 points and lose by double digits. So, I mean, the Texans are getting hot at the right time. That defense is as good as advertised. I mean, what were your takeaways from Houston? From what you've seen, I mean, do you think that might be the best team in the AFC?
No, I'm still leaning Buffalo. I think they're the scariest team with Josh Allen at the helm, and it's no knock to Houston. Their defense is very good. Chiefs are playing with 3 backup offensive linemen, so and a big drop off along the offensive line, including a rookie who had made his NFL debut the other night playing at tackle, playing left tackle against the Houston Texans defense. So, and the kid actually did pretty good. Considering, but no, that defense is legit. They're very good up front, obviously with the 2 pass rushers, but their secondary is underrated. I think that's where you have to look at that Texans team and look at the numbers of all of their defensive backs. Like, they all have multiple interceptions in the secondary, and they ball hawk, they hit really, really good defensively. Not a knock there. Do they have enough offense? I don't know. I really like the Marks kid, the rookie running back is coming along. I think Stroud did make some plays when he needed to the other night, so certainly that's big, and Nico Collins is a stud. But that offensive line is kind of a question. The Chiefs really went to work on that group, especially in the second half. And I know that they have had some problems up front. So can they get enough blocking and enough offense to hang in it? Defensively, they're pretty good. I would say the same thing about the Broncos. The Broncos defensively are really, really good, and they're fast and they're big hitters. And they probably, I would say, probably a step ahead offensively of certainly what I saw out of the Houston Texans. I haven't seen the Patriots, other than on TV this year. The Chiefs didn't have them head-to-head. They saw the Chargers, but way back in week 1, so I'm guessing a little bit different team. And I suppose the health of Herbert, although he played like a warrior the other night, if that can be sustainable, if he's able to keep people from knocking that busted hand, they can get on a roll and be scary as well. And then, I think that the Bills, though, still remain to me, even though they're a wild card, I think they're going to be the scariest team. I think Josh Allen, that running game, the hunger to finally finish something off. Certainly, if the Chiefs are out of their playoff way as well, because they've been the menace to the Buffalo Bills, that certainly helps them a lot. But I'm kind of leaning, even though they're going to be a wild card team, to Buffalo being the scariest team in the postseason.
Josh, we got a couple minutes left. You mentioned the Chiefs played the Chargers week 1 out in Brazil. They're going to get them again on Sunday at Arrowhead. What are your keys to the game? How do you see that matchup playing out on Sunday between the Chargers and the Chiefs?
Well, it's desperate times call for desperate measures, so I'm guessing they're going to empty the bag, probably on offense. You may see some stuff they haven't run all year. I got to think they're going to be playing for keeps at this point. Really, the Chargers, you look at all the kind of the head-to-head tiebreaker things, they got to figure out a way to leapfrog the Chargers, it looks like, to get into the postseason. So everything's on the line for this one. Can they get heat on Herbert? Obviously, he took a lot of sacks the other night, and can they get to him and be physical with him? Not saying injure him with that bad hand, but can they get the heat on Herbert and then guard the wide receivers downfield? Certainly that'll be a key. I think the Chiefs defensively, for the most part all year have performed. There's been at times they couldn't get off the field on third down. I think one of their worst games was probably defending the big receivers of the Cowboys a couple of games ago, but I kind of count on that group to put out fires and do some things. It's really been offensively that's been the biggest question. And again, they have so many pieces, but really have never found their offensive identity. So going to have to score some points probably against the Chargers. And then the defense probably getting some stops when it counts. But again, it's going to be a desperate scene coming up on Sunday, because the Chiefs are absolutely, if they didn't think so before, they're absolutely playing for their playoff lives.
No question about it. Must-win game for the Chiefs. Josh Klingler, Kansas City Chiefs sideline reporter, joining us. Give Josh a follow on X at Josh Klingler. Awesome stuff, Josh. Appreciate the time, man. Thanks for staying up late. Enjoy the game on Sunday from Arrowhead, and hope to catch up with you again soon.
Anytime. Thanks.
All right, great stuff there. Josh Klingler talking Kansas City Chiefs. Their season is on the line, folks, heading into week 15 against the Chargers. Just crazy. 6-7, Kansas City. Florida and UConn, a good one going on at Madison Square Garden. That's been a back and forth first half so far between those two teams. Right now, UConn up 33-27, and the Huskies a 7.5-point favorite on the live line. Live total 146.5. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout here on BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser with you, and we're going to talk MLB winter meetings when we come back. Stay with us.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
This is such loser talk. This is loser talk. I am tired of the Notre Dame whining tour 2025 to wind things down at the end of the year. Like, this is Notre Dame's fault in that they want their cake and eat it too, right? They want to be a part of a conference in a lot of sports, but they want to be independent in football. So when push comes to shove, who do you think the ACC is going to advocate for? The teams that play football in the conference, of course, obviously. But Notre Dame's like, but we're Notre Dame. We're the Fighting Irish. We're your best partner. Yes, you might bring in the eyeballs and the financials, but not during football season. You're not a member of the ACC, and you're not the only school in the country who is aggrieved. I went to Texas. I'm not happy either. There are a lot of schools that can make a legitimate case for making the college football playoff, and those schools didn't get in. But I don't see any other athletic director or any other school going around the country saying, this is a farce, we're taking our ball, we're going home, we're not going to play in our bowl game, and this relationship is strained. Dude, that's part of the deal. It sucks, but you're not alone here, and you don't play football in the ACC.
All right, so who ruins the teaser this week? Because we've been on a good stretch of 3 straight winners. All right, so this week there is a theme. I am taking a bunch of teams that I feel like are some of the best teams in the NFL, getting more than a touchdown at home. It feels too good to be true, right? When you're playing them in a teaser, you get 6 points in your favor. So some of these lines are tight, but not when you play them in a teaser. So we're going to start off with possibly the best team in the AFC. Going to go with the Pats getting 7.5 points at home against the Bills. So the line of this game is the Patriots getting 1.5 at home against the Bills. And honestly, I feel like this is a game that the Patriots certainly have a chance to win outright. So if you're looking at this line for a teaser, I'm going to say this game's going to be close. I think the Bills defense is fully capable of letting the Pats in this, even if the Pats don't play their best brand of football. And even if Josh Allen has 6 touchdowns. Like, that's the thing. Josh Allen went ballistic last week against the Bengals, but they still didn't cover the 5.5 against the Bengals. So first leg is the Pats plus 7.5 against the Bills. Next leg, we're going to go with the Broncos home dogs plus 8.5 against the Packers. I feel like the Broncos defense deserves credit for being so consistent and statistically the best defense in the NFL. When it comes to sacks, no team is better. And I understand that Jordan Love during Toyotathon is absolutely amazing, but I do think this is kind of come down to one score, especially if it's low scoring. Like, look at both of these defenses. So I think points are going to be at a premium here. I like the Broncos getting 8.5 with a great home field advantage as well. And then finally, this one scares me a little bit because we just saw this matchup and the Bengals won it outright. So the Bengals plus 8.5 at home against the Ravens. I don't know. It feels too easy, right? Like, the Bengals just beat the Ravens. The Ravens feel down on their luck. And Joe Burrow is back in the fold. So 8.5 feels like too many points.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser here with you. BetMGM Tonight presented by BetMGM. Florida and UConn at the Jimmy V Classic at MSG. 1 minute to go until halftime. UConn up 37 31. We're keeping an eye on what's going on in that game, but we got to talk about the MLB winter meetings down in Orlando. Already a busy day one. Two massive players who are at the top of the market signing deals today. The first one is Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies, who is going to stay with Philadelphia. 5 years, $150 million. The Orioles apparently offered him the same amount of money, 5 years, $150. The Pirates were in the mix. A couple of different teams were eyeing Kyle Schwarber, but ultimately Philly matched the highest bidder, and Kyle Schwarber remains in Philadelphia, which is massive for the Phillies because, I mean, he finished runner-up in the NL MVP market, what he means to that clubhouse. They needed to re-sign Schwarber, so big start to the free agency for Philadelphia. And then the other big move that happened, Edwin Diaz goes to the Dodgers on a 3-year deal. 3 years, $69 million. And the rich just get richer, man. I mean, the top free agent reliever on the market, one of the best closers in baseball. Not only does he leave the Mets, but he goes to the Dodgers. I mean, of all teams. So the Dodgers just, I mean, they're not going anywhere. 2 straight World Series titles, and they're reloading, trying to go for a third. Pretty shocking that the Mets didn't keep Edwin Diaz in town. They make the trade for Devin Williams. You're looking at a potential great 8-9 punch with Williams and Diaz. And, I mean, they got Steve Cohen as their owner. Like, 3 years and $69 million is nothing to him. So, who knows? Maybe Diaz didn't want to be in New York. Maybe Cohen just didn't want to spend that amount of money on a closer. Pretty shocking, though, that they let Edwin Diaz walk and nonetheless goes to the Dodgers. As I welcome on my producer, Brandon Combs, who is a baseball savant. And Brando, what's your thoughts on the winter meetings today and certainly the Schwarber news and Edwin Diaz? We'll start with Schwarber. Were you surprised that he re-signed with Philadelphia? Was there a part of you during this process that thought maybe he would go elsewhere potentially?
Yeah, look, I definitely wanted to see him back in Chicago. It hurts me to think that Kyle Schwarber is going to be known more as a Philly than he will be a Cub. But Schwarber is one of those guys who is devoted to his teams, right? And he notably wanted to stay in Philadelphia. He was in tears after the final game of the season talking to the media about the thought of having to leave Philadelphia. So it doesn't surprise me that Schwarber is back in Philly. I think Philly's got a fantastic roster. Now we're going to get to see whether or not they go back and try to retain Ranger Suarez, right? Or whether or not they go after something bigger. I think that the Phillies are a team, and I thought that this last year as well, if they could have stayed healthy. As long as they stay healthy, they are a team that can still compete with this Dodgers team. As loaded as the Dodgers are, and as crazy as that just sounds to people, I think the Phillies are the closest thing to being competition for the Dodgers when they're at full health. So that part didn't surprise me. Edwin Diaz off the Mets. I think maybe the Devin Williams signing had something to do with this. Maybe, Edwin Diaz doesn't want to compete for a closer position. Maybe he doesn't want to split time as a closer, doesn't want to do closer by committee, whatever the case is. I don't know what he's going to get in LA other than maybe another ring, but you go to the Dodgers, and I think you're in the same situation. I think that if you struggle a little bit, there's plenty of other people that can close. And maybe it was ultimately just the money. Maybe that's what it was, and maybe the Dodgers are doing what they always do, and it's starting to look. I wish that other teams would do this. I wish the Cubs would do what the Dodgers do. I'm sure you wish the Orioles would do what the Dodgers do. I'm sure any fan of any team in baseball wishes their team would do what the Dodgers do. But the fact of the matter is that not every team has 8 billionaire owners, and the Dodgers do. And they're not afraid to spend the money. They're not afraid of the luxury tax. They're not afraid of everything that they have to pay in the long run. And their concern is winning championships. And that's what they're doing. The Dodgers just, like you said, the rich get richer. And the rest of us are on the outside looking in. Me as a Cubs fan, man, I've never been more disappointed at what I've seen than what I've seen over the last 2 off seasons from my baseball team. So good on the Dodgers for going out and getting things done. Good on the Phillies for going out and getting their guy. Kyle Schwarber is an absolute beast. I would have loved to see him back in Wrigley. But Philly's a good spot for him because I think that lineup suits him well.
It's crazy, Brandon. You got all these teams in baseball, and so many fan bases want them to go for it, right? They feel like they're just a player or two, bring in a veteran back, go get the superstar, go get the all-star caliber player, and bring them in. Give us a chance, spend some money. And so many of these teams don't end up doing it. And you get a team like the Dodgers who could very easily be complacent with all the Hall of Fame talent they have, all the all-star talent that they've had, the fact they've won 2 World Series, and they're as aggressive as anybody every year, whether it's in the offseason, the winter meetings, whether it's at the trade deadline. So to your point, man, they don't stop. I mean, they are not satisfied with 2. They're trying to make history, be a dynasty, and they are the heavy favorite to do that at BetMGM at plus 340.
How do you feel as an Orioles fan knowing that they matched the offer at least? You know what I mean? Like, Schwarber wasn't going to leave, Philadelphia for Baltimore. I think it would have been fun watching him hit balls off of the warehouse, though, as a left-handed hitter. I think he would have made a living off of that. But knowing that they at least matched it, knowing that they were players in this, are you happy about that at least?
Definitely, because that was the thing, it was such a great year 2 years ago when they surprised everybody, won 100 games, got the top seed in the American League. And then it's like, okay, this team's ready to compete. And we all saw that pitching staff right at the start of the year that they put together. It was horrendous. They didn't try and spend any money on anybody. Corbin Burns left, and they tried to replace him with Grayson Rodriguez, who never ended up pitching. Bradish got hurt in the offseason, didn't see him until August. It was a disaster. So this year they went into it, and I think after firing the manager and having the year that they had, it was a big wake-up call to the front office and ownership that, no, they actually do need to spend money. So yes, to answer your question, Brandon, I am happy to see that at least it's out there. At least they're willing to spend the money. I always joke, though, with my friends, whenever I see rumors that so-and-so player is, in contact with the Orioles or that the Orioles are interested, I don't think I've ever seen the Orioles sign that player. You know what I mean? Like, they're always the team that's in the hunt, but they never end up getting that guy. And Schwarber was another one. So we'll see if they end up getting Kyle Tucker, who's talked to the Orioles today, Framber Valdez potentially. I'll see it when I believe it. But no, I'm at least happy that they offered Schwarber that amount of money. That shows me that they're willing to go for it and spend money on some of the premier players like the Phillies ended up doing with Schwarber. But look, I agree with you. I think those are the top 2 teams in the National League. I felt that way going into the postseason last year. We were doing shows together. We knew once it was Dodgers and Brewers in the NLCS, that was going to be no competition. It was really all about that Phillies-Dodgers series. Dodgers won it in 4. You had Orion Kerriking throw that ball behind home plate, and the way to end the series, which was just a nightmare for the Phillies. Yeah, this is huge for them. It keeps that lineup intact with Schwarber and Harper and Turner and Bohm and all those guys towards the top of the order. So they're the second betting favorite right now to win the National League, and rightfully so. I think it's Dodgers 1 and Phillies 2. And then again for the Dodgers, Brandon, it was so funny how different they have won those 2 World Series, right? The first year, it was really behind the bullpen. They could only trust like 2 starting pitchers. And then this past year, it was the starting pitching. I mean, Snell and Yamamoto and Ohtani, and just pick your poison with all the guys that can throw at you. Now they still got all those guys. And now they finally have their closer in Edwin Diaz. And something tells me they're not done yet, right? They're going to continue to look after guys. And it's scary to think about what they continue to add to that roster. But what were your thoughts when you saw the Dodgers get Edwin Diaz? You brought up kind of the Devin Williams thing with the Mets, and you think that had a part to do with it. Were you surprised, though, that the Dodgers went after Edwin Diaz, or were you like, yeah, that makes sense?
Yeah. No, I'm not surprised when the Dodgers go after anybody. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyle Tucker sign with the Dodgers. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of these guys that are free agents sign with the Dodgers, because that's just what the Dodgers are doing. They've built a juggernaut of a roster, and for all that's worth, yes, they won the World Series again. Was it easy? No. Did the Blue Jays compete for 7 games? Yes. Did they look like they were a juggernaut all season long? No. They dealt with a ton of injuries. So, nothing's written in stone, especially when it comes to Major League Baseball, and especially in a season like this where you're going to have an early spring training. You're going to have the World Baseball Classic, so players are going to be playing for a very long time this season. And you start to look at some of these guys and you wonder whether or not health, whether or not fatigue will play a role in some of these things with the Dodgers. But, I mean, their depth is just crazy, and it doesn't surprise me when they get anybody at all, period. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if tomorrow I'm working for the Dodgers because they just get everybody.
So who do we think's the next big domino to fall, right? We got Bregman out there. We got Tucker out there. We got Framber Valdez out there. Maybe there's somebody that gets traded that we're not expecting. We heard rumors today with the Padres. We know AJ Preller's a psycho. I mean, nothing's off the table with him, whether it's going to get somebody, trading somebody. Who do you kind of think is the next big domino to fall in the winter meetings?
I think it's probably a trade. I really do. I don't know if Valdez or Bregman, if they sign during the winter meetings. Bregman's not even at the winter meetings. The Cubs met with him today via Zoom, from what I'm hearing. So I don't think Bregman signs during the winter meetings. I don't think Valdez signs during the winter meetings, but I do think we get a trade. And I don't know what magnitude. I don't know what the teams are. The stuff that we're hearing about the Padres, about how what they're going to do is going to eclipse what the Soto deal was. To me, when you look at what they have, you're doing one of two things if you're getting a package back that's bigger than the Juan Soto package. You are either sending Manny Machado packaged with Mason Miller, who's still under control for the next 3 years, to somebody who really, really wants a closer and could use a third baseman, maybe here in Chicago, or Jackson Merrill's on the table. And wow, could you imagine?
You can't trade him. You can't.
But I mean, what else could it be though? Like to get a package that big, like it can't just be Machado, it can't just be Fernando Tatis because of his injury issues and his age. You're not getting back bigger than what you got for Juan Soto unless it's one of those two things that I just mentioned. I mean, so you think it would be the Machado plus Mason Miller thing?
I think probably so. The biggest compliment I can give Jackson Merrill, and I know you felt the same way, Brando, and I know right now we're on the air on The Score, and there's probably some Chicago listeners who are tuning in. When the Padres played the Cubs in the in the playoffs, right, in the wild card round, you got Tatis in that lineup, you got Machado in that lineup, Bogarts, you got all these studs. The dude who I felt like when he got up to the plate always had the most, who could do the most damage, that like scared me the most if I was a Cubs fan, was Jackson Merrill in that lineup with all those bats.
Agreed.
He was the guy, right? He's what, 22 years old, 23 years old? Like, how are you trading that away? And again, it's AJ Preller. Like, nothing with him would ever shock me.
Right.
I mean, what could you get in return that would rival that? I mean, you're not getting Ohtani. You're not getting Judge. Like, are you getting Skeens? Are you getting Scooble? Like, I would think it's got to be a pitcher. Like, they got to go big game hunting probably with one of those teams.
I was looking at it, like, I started thinking about it, dreaming as a Cubs fan, right? And I started thinking about what would I give up to get Jackson Merrill. And I've got to tell you, man, Kate Horton, you talk about Owen Casey. I mean, I don't think there's an untouchable when it comes to Jackson Merrill. I would even consider PCA as great of a season as he had. To get Jackson Merrill? Absolutely. Yes, I would package a lot of stuff to get Jackson Merrill. I don't think that that's a realistic idea for the Cubs. But I mean, I can't imagine what they would get in return for a guy like Jackson Merrill. But also on the other end of it, when I thought about the, thinking of it again as a Cubs fan, the Manny Machado who can play third base and Mason Miller as a closer who the Cubs loved before the trade deadline, but they just weren't willing to trade anything. I mean, that's 3 years of Mason Miller and Manny Machado at third base with this Cubs lineup. Could be interesting.
It's so funny because so many of us as fans, we want our teams to be aggressive. And AJ Preller, I think, is almost too aggressive to a fault, where it's almost like you just hope he let his roster just like simmer for 2 or 3 years. You know what I mean? You applaud him for trying to add to it and make it the best he can, but it's just like they give it one go and then he's ready to just try and find the fix. And it's like, maybe just give it some time. Give it 3 years, give it 4 years, see if they can figure it out. But he might be making another big swing potentially again this week out in Orlando at the winter meetings. We wrap up the show next with things PJ said. Stay with us, BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I don't want to bet it yet, just because it's like you're at the peak of value right now. He's coming off that performance last night. He's been phenomenal, but the history of this award says that guys drafted past 10 don't typically win. Cooper's got such an entrenched value here just because he's the most well-known name. If Cooper just puts in like a good rookie season, Cooper's probably going to win. Queen has to be putting up these kind of numbers every single night for a Pelicans team that may eventually be like, yeah, we don't want to risk you getting hurt. You're too good. And shut him down. Like, he was plus 14 last night versus the Spurs. That's crazy. Look, if he keeps this up, we could talk about it, but by then the value, I think, is gone. You already see him. He's going to start climbing. So to me, I still think there's probably value on Cooper Flag minus 150.
Are you willing to say, Matt, that the Pelicans trade to the Atlanta Hawks might have been worth it for getting Derek Queen?
No, the process was bad. It's just like if you've given up something for a Queen, it's like great. But now it's like you gave yourself no outs. You know what's better than Derek Queen?
He's awesome,
Derek Queen
though.
and Cam Boozer. That's what's better than Derek Queen. So choosing the either or, but I will say it's great to see Queen doing this because that kid was getting saddled with all this talk of like, what a terrible pick. And for him to do this, I do kind of love it to shut up everybody who's so obsessed with draft picks.
Oh, but I think you've got to fix the calendar more than anything. And everybody's already talking about going to 16 teams. People are already talking about that, going to 16 teams. It's been, what has this been, 2 years of this? And they want to go to 16 teams. But you have to fix National Signing Day because you should not be trying to work on the most important part of your off-field duties, which is recruiting. You should be able to do that during championship weekend. We got to fix the playoff schedule because they should not be playing in the world. And I think Joey McGuire said it. You should be playing college football in the second semester of that same season. That's never happened, and it shouldn't happen. The playoff schedule, the portal schedule, and then you got to throw in NFL. Do you know what day it is to declare for NFL draft as an underclassman?
No.
It's January 15th. When's the last day? When's the last game for college football?
I think it's the 20th or the 21st, right?
Yeah, 19th or 20th. Yeah. So
yeah,
you have to declare as an underclassman to go play a football game that's coming up. I think that's important. And also we have to look at work in academic calendars because I think that's another element that we don't talk about nearly enough. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt and talk about this like student athlete. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you have to be enrolled in school to play football, and most teams want kids in for spring. So you've got to juggle all those different elements, and people so often focus on one thing, signing day, and then they realize, oh, the portal, okay, so they focus on that thing, and everything happens on these different levels when instead we should be considering everything in dealing with that.
Well, I mean, listen, one thing about Phillip is he knows what he's doing, right? He understands defenses. He can read those things. He loves to be at the line of scrimmage, orchestrate, and that's what he did, right? He loves to kind of call the game from the line of scrimmage. One of the things that I think you have to do, especially if you're Indianapolis, obviously they've got a great run game. You got to lean into that. You got to take some of that responsibility. off the plate of Phillip Rivers. But I'm sure he's going to want to do what, those quarterbacks of his generation did. The Eli Mannings, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's, wants to orchestrate at the line of scrimmage. And so it'll be really interesting to see exactly kind of what they have. I mean, me personally, I think I think from the neck up, he'll be able to do that. To assimilate an offense, to know where to go with it, and all those things. Will he be a tick slow? Will he be able to throw the ball down the field? He's always pushed the ball anyhow. It'll be really interesting to see. I just expect the Indianapolis Colts to fall by the wayside. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they're going to fall out of this race.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Fun game tonight at MSG. Fun couple games. BYU Clemson. We had a buzzer beater. BYU, they were down 22 in that game. They come back to beat Clemson 67-64. And then UConn and Florida, 39-34 right now. Huskies on top, 1 minute in to the second half. So we're keeping an eye on that game here as we wrap up the show on BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Brandon Combs going to join me here in a minute. We're going to talk about the college football playoff because in one of our earlier segments, we had Fade or Follow, where Brandon and Brad both think both think Indiana is going to win the national championship. Brad thinks Ohio State is going to be the team that they play in the national title. Brandon, you have Ole Miss in the national championship game. Is that what you said?
Ole Miss. Yes, sir.
You're going to need, you're going to need to sell me on that. I mean, all right, they can beat Tulane. That's fair.
Yeah.
Georgia, I mean, look, I get Georgia's playing it for a second time. They beat them the first time, so that's definitely an advantage to Ole Miss. Tough to beat a team 2 times. But, Georgia's defense, Brandon, has just gotten so much better throughout the season. When those two teams played in Athens, Georgia's secondary was not good. Their pass defense was not good at all, and Ole Miss exploited it. Now when they play again, sure, Ole Miss's offense is still terrific. Still have a lot of questions about that defense. Georgia will be well rested. They're waiting around. They got a ton of momentum. I just think it's going to be tough, man, for Ole Miss. Their offense was so good in that first meeting in Athens. They're not going to have the same success, I think, in that second meeting. Whereas I think Georgia's offense has gotten a little better since those teams first played, and their offense had a lot of success against Ole Miss. And I think Georgia's gotten better, and especially on defense as those teams that played, while Ole Miss has probably stayed the same. So I think it's going to be tough for Ole Miss to win that game.
How many teams that had the first round bye last year won a game?
Zero.
And I just don't look at Georgia is one of those teams that, yeah, they've played better and they've gotten better on defense, but I don't trust them. I don't trust them if they were playing in the first round of the college football playoff, let alone having an extra week off. Like there is a such
Georgia?
thing as too much rest and
Kirby
being
won
rusty
2
coming
titles.
in. I understand. Look, I think Kirby Smart is one of the best coaches in all of college football. I do. I love the guy. I think he's a genius. But this team that he has, are you so dead set that an Ole Miss team couldn't go in there and beat Gunnar Stockton and these guys? Are you? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, would you be shocked that Ole Miss can put something together after Lane Kiffin abandoned them and just go out and just want to win for one another and just pull together and just pull something off? And I don't think it's far fetched at all.
So that's what
amazing.
this is. Okay, we're starting to peel the onion. The layers are starting to come off. Okay, this is a narrative bet. You're all in on Ole Miss and Kiffin ditching them, and now you think those boys are going to rally around each other, and they certainly could. What a story!
Yeah.
Just get the 30 for 30 docs ready. Just get the Disney contract ready. Right, it's all coming to fruition. Like if they go on this run, that'd be super cool. it definitely wouldn't shock me. Again, Ole Miss is an SEC team. They won 11-1. Like, they were really, really good, and they should have won that game against Georgia the first time those two teams played. And it is tough to beat a team 2 times. We saw that with Alabama and Georgia when they played for the SEC title game. So it definitely wouldn't shock me. I just think, again, man, Georgia's they're playing really well. And then not only, again, you have Ole Miss in your championship game, and I know you have A&M upsetting Ohio State. That would kind of shock me. I'm not going to lie to you. Now,
even with
what's interesting
A&M's
about that
pass
game,
rush?
yeah, A&M's pass rush is good, but Brandon, I mean, Ohio State's defense, my guy, is just like A&M. The only really solid SEC team they played this season was Texas, and they scored 17 points in that game. After just like going on the road, they dropped 40 on Notre Dame, 48 on Arkansas, 40 on LSU. They're dropping 40 in all these games. Finally play a good defense away from home, and they can only put up 17 points. Now they got to deal with Ohio State off of rest, off of a loss to Indiana. I don't know how they're going to score much in that game.
That's where I'm getting at, is that A&M's pass rush and A&M's defense is pretty damn good too. And yes, I know Ohio State's defense is good. They were good against Indiana too, but I think Indiana laid the blueprint out there. Rush, get to the quarterback, create havoc, and that's what Indiana did in that game. They went out there and they created havoc. They went out there and didn't give Julian Sayin time to sit in the pocket. They didn't give him time to think. He had to go out there and he had to make split decisions, and it didn't work. And I think that Texas A&M has that same style of defense. I think that they match up really, really well against Ohio State. And like I've said all year, Ohio State really didn't play anybody until they played Indiana, and we saw how that turned out. Yes, I agree. Ohio State has some really good talent on that roster. And I agree, Ohio State has one of the more complex defenses that confuses a lot of quarterbacks in the country. But I think Texas A&M plays that same style that Indiana does, and I think that poses a real problem for Ohio State, which is why I have Texas A&M going in and winning that game.
PJ Glasser and Brandon Combs here on BetMGM tonight, final segment of the show. Brando, I want to go back to something you alluded to earlier about how last year, the first year of the 12-team playoff, 0-4 were the top 4 seeds, right? All the teams that got the byes lost in those first games. I think like the context around it, right? You had Boise State as a 12-point underdog. You had Arizona State as a 14-point underdog. You had Georgia without Carson Beck. Gunnar Stockton was starting his first game in the Sugar Bowl against Notre Dame in their defense, and that game was a pick'em. And then you had Oregon, who played the eventual national champion in Ohio State. So I understand those were the top 4 seeds. They all had byes. They all had their advantages. But I mean, again, like 2 of them were massive underdogs. The third one was a pick'em. And then the fourth one, 3 of them were underdogs. Ohio State was favored over Oregon in that game. And Notre Dame actually might have closed as a favorite. So you might have had all 4 of those top teams be underdogs in that game. Whereas in this match, in these instances, all the top seeds are going to be favorites except for Texas Tech if they were to play Oregon, where I think the Ducks would probably be like a 1.5, 2-point favorite. And I like Texas Tech in that game. I think Indiana's draw is going to be pretty tough. Obviously, they avoid Ohio State and Georgia, which is going to be good for them. But Bama and Oklahoma are going to provide a lot of challenges for them. And the fact that either one of those teams is going to be an underdog to Indiana, get to go play them in the Rose Bowl, and they have 2 good defenses, I think either one of those teams could pull the upset or keep it close. And then if they get by that game, they got to take on either Oregon and try to beat them for a second time, which is going to be tough, or they got to deal with Texas Tech and that defense. I think Texas Tech is going to the national championship. I think they are my Ole Miss. For you, so you got Ole Miss going, I got Texas Tech going. I think because Texas Tech is in the Big 12, people who maybe haven't watched a lot of college football just assume like, Big 12 got 1 team in. That league isn't very good. The team that they played in the Big 12 title game, they beat them by 20 plus both times. Guys, Texas Tech, I'm telling you, like that defense, that front 7, those pass rushers, those linebackers, ridiculous. When their quarterback, Baron Morton, has played this season, they have covered the spread in every game and won every game by at least 22 points. Like, there's something to be said for winning games and then winning games by they can't set these lines high enough in Texas Tech games. So they are for real. All that money that they spent in the offseason was money well spent. They are really good. And I think they're going to prove that in this playoff. I think they're going to show people that they are for real. Because, you're looking at the Lane Kiffin narrative. I'm looking at the Texas Tech NIL narrative where teams are spending all this money, but Texas Tech did it the right way. They had a quarterback that has been in that program for a while. He's been their starter for a couple years, and they used all their money on the line of scrimmage, where all these other teams want to go after the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the running backs, the safety. Texas Tech went and got a defense. They went and got a D-line. They went and got linebackers. They went and got O-linemen, and it's paying off for them big time. So I think that could be one of the big storylines out of all of this is in the NIL era and the era that we're in with college sports and the transfer portal and all this money that's getting dished out, Texas Tech showed people. They gave them the blueprint for how to do it the right way. But what are your thoughts on the Red Raiders?
I think the Red Raiders are really good, man. I really do. That's why I think they beat Oregon. I think Indiana and Texas Tech are the two teams with a bye that win in the first round. Look, I have a ticket on Alabama to win the national title that I took out before the season. And I hope that hits. I mean, look, I'm betting against my money right now when I fill out this bracket. But let me ask you as an Alabama fan, Alabama, Oklahoma, who poses more of a threat to Indiana? Because to me, I think it's Oklahoma. I think Indiana would rather see Alabama because I think that they could handle Alabama a little bit better than they could Oklahoma because of Oklahoma's defense.
So Oklahoma's defense is a little bit better, but the best way I can explain it is Oklahoma's defense is better than Alabama's, but Alabama's offense is a bigger gap than Oklahoma's offense as opposed to Oklahoma's defense to Alabama's defense, right? So I think you're getting two really good defenses, but Bama's got the better offense over Oklahoma. And we have seen flashes, and we saw this with Ohio State last year, right? Going into the playoff, their offense wasn't looking great. Then they just unleashed the playbook, and it's like, where has this been all year? Alabama's still got a really good wide receiving core. Ty Simpson has shown us that he can be a really good quarterback. If they find some of that, Brando, I mean, they can be really dangerous, man. That's one of the most talented teams in the country. They got NFL players all over the field. So I think it's Bama. And the fact that you're getting Alabama as probably close to a touchdown dog against Indiana, I mean, what that would do to that team. I did. Yeah, there were some lines today that dropped where Indiana, they opened it -7 against Alabama. All Kellen DeBoer has to do is screen grab that and put it in the locker room and just have people stare at that and say, they have you as a 7-point dog.
Look, I like Indiana in that game, but I wouldn't take them over either team by a touchdown.
No. Shop around. Lines are out there. You can grab Bama +7. And I agree with Brando. I would be all over the Tide at that number. Great show. Be back tonight with tomorrow night with Brad Evans on BetMGM tonight. We'll see you then. For PJ Glasser and Brandon Combs, have a great rest of your night. Go Huskies.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Mendoza had his moment. Pavia's in Vegas watching UFC fighters. And after all of that, it's still razor tight. I don't know what I was expecting this morning, but I was expecting for Mendoza to have a pretty healthy lead and be like, oh, Mendoza's going to win the Heisman. Everyone's going to be all good with that. No. I honestly think we are going to have the closest Heisman Trophy race in recent history. Like, I don't know, gone all the way back to like the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Like, I don't know what happened in those years. But like, I can't remember a Heisman Trophy race that's this close to where going into Saturday night, I can legitimately say, I don't know who's going to win the award. And that's never the case with the Heisman. Even last year when it was super close, we knew Travis Hunter was going to win. I don't know who's going to win. It's Mendoza, is it Pavia? I don't know. But the betting market, to go back to that, and why we're having this conversation, Mendoza's minus 2,000, and Pavia right now is 10-1. How is Pavia not a bet? Now, I don't mean this to say that, like, oh, jam Pavia and put all... No, like, you don't have to go crazy because, like, deep down, if you ask me how this thing should actually be priced, like, I think Mendoza's likely to win, but it's like 60-40. But the way the betting market has this, it's like it's 95-5. And that's not reality. And 60-40, I'm just kind of going off of like a whim, just like a hunch. Because literally on 3 said Pavia won it, and The Athletic, one vote could have swung it to where Pavia won that poll as well. That's all it would have taken. So this thing is so close to me to where I think there's a chance that we get a stunner, and not even a stunner, because that's too strong of a word, because clearly everyone's telling us that it's close. We get a surprise, I guess is a better way to phrase it. And Diego Pavia actually wins the Heisman Trophy. So for me, if you have nothing invested in this thing, easy, like small bet on Pavia. Instead of having that extra beer or extra cocktail, put it on Pavia at 10-1. You know, like $50, $100, whatever you want to do. Put it on Diego Pavia at 10-1.
Of the 4 teams not playing in the first round, which one is most ripe for an upset when they do get back to action in the quarters?
And it's hard not to say Texas Tech. And I say that because we assume Oregon's going to win. I think Texas Tech this season, I don't think they've played anybody that's quite like this Oregon team. I know they played BYU, and I know BYU is a good football team. I'm not going to say that they're not. I understand that. But I think that the answer is going to be I think Texas Tech is the answer. If I had to pick one of the 4, 1 through 4, I think Indiana is hyper-focused. I think Ohio State, they're way more talented than Miami or A&M, although A&M's defense, hey, you know what? I guess if I'm going to go Texas Tech, then Ohio State, because I think A&M's defense is super good. My buddy Roddy Jones tried to talk me into Miami being a dark horse, and I was like, man, I can't. There's no way I can bet on Miami like that. That's crazy. But A&M, to me, I like the way they play defense. Quarterback situation is pretty good, and so I think that Ohio State is probably 2 on that list. And then Indiana, Alabama, or Indiana, Oklahoma, that's a rough game. And Georgia's already beat the wheels off Ole Miss, so I think that I think Georgia, Georgia will win. Indiana should win. Ohio State and Texas Tech could lose.